Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 1707 to Chapter 1751. Woo-woo, a desolate bugle horn sounded in a corner of the universe. On a desolate star, a young man wearing beast skin clothes walked in the mountains. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance. He softly muttered to himself, "After so many years, I can still hear the sound of the bugle horn. It really isn't easy." Then, he put down the prey on his shoulder and walked to the thatched cottage in the distance. He took out a black hard bow and a stone rod before disappearing from where he was. Thump, thump, muffled drum sounds rumbled. The four extremes of heaven and earth, the 8 great desolates of the cosmos, began to tremble again. The Sky Emperor General summoning drum was beating, the sound like a mad bull stamping on the great earth, rumbling deafeningly. This kind of sound was too vast. Just now, it had been suppressed by the bugle horn for a moment, but in the end, it immediately shook again. It was like raging waves beating against the shore, and the universe was resonating. "We can't do it anymore. This is the call of the Heavenly Sovereign. My ancestor has already sworn an oath, and the curse has been branded into the blood of his descendants. If we don't participate in the battle, a disaster will descend." Different voices sounded from all over, all of them extremely shocked. Endless years had already passed, yet the oaths of the past sounded again. In the ancestral land of the Herculean devil ox race, the divine statue that was consecrated high up was shaking violently. It emitted a radiance that was tens of thousands of zhang long. It was as if a deity was angry. Several old bulls were resisting with all their might. Their blood was burning like a sharp sword cutting through dead wood. Their bodies were on the verge of disintegration. An ancient voice reverberated within the ancestral land. "As thou hast sworn, thy soul shall not scatter. Heed my call and fight for thy life." This was like a demonic curse that transmitted over from the ancient times. The sound carried an ancient feeling, terrifying and astonishing, making one's blood boil in response. If one complied, the powerful would become even more powerful, erupting with endless radiance. If he resisted, his entire body would be bathed in tribulation fire, and he would suffer the great tribulation of his inner demons. He would be in unbearable pain. This unforeseen event occurred in various parts of the universe. The ancient ancestors of the various races swore a divine blood oath to the Heavenly Sovereign. It was engraved in their blood and was binding on their descendants. This result was too shocking, making many great clans' expressions change. They gathered in their ancestral lands to discuss countermeasures, doing everything they could to resist. What to do? This was a choice many powerful races had to make. The ancient sky drum sounded in this era. Would the battalions of the past obey? This was a difficult decision. If there was a choice, no one would be willing to get involved in a bloody battle. Woo-woo, the Emperor Venerable bugle horn sound was bleak, its penetrative force even stronger, suppressing the Emperor Sovereign's drum sounds, alleviating the danger of many great clans, making them feel much better. Many cultivators rushed in the direction of Dizun's horn, using it to fight against the Sky Emperor drum. It's time to make a decision. There's no time to waste. One was the Venerable Sovereign's bugle horn, and the other was the Heavenly Sovereign's war drum. Both sounded at the same time. The various clans had to make a decision as soon as possible. There was no time to lose. Heed the call of the undying Heavenly Emperor and fight. Kill, enter the universe battlefield, for the oath of our ancestors, for the promise we once made to protect, march towards the heavens. After struggling and thinking about it, quite a few great clans moved out, rushing in the direction where the heavenly drum sounded. They were going to carry out the most terrifying and bitter battle. Groups of powerhouses cut through the starry sky and flew towards the star field where the phoenix nest was located. In the end, there were so many figures that they covered the sky and covered the earth. This was a flood that gathered together. Stargates continuously opened, turning this place into a sea of experts. The true battle hadn't even begun, but the atmosphere was already oppressive to the extreme. The enormous phoenix nest was as red as blood, built from phoenix wood. It stretched across the cosmos, and a beautiful and alluring woman stood on it. There were several divine generals protecting her. Her style was unmatched, and her cold voice rang through this place. The glory of the undying Heavenly Emperor, immortal throughout the ages, is now being trampled underfoot. What do we do? What do we do? We naturally have to fight to the end and protect the dignity of the Heavenly Emperor. Fight. Below, mountains were toppling and seas were overturning. Endless angry roars rang out. This part of the cosmos was trembling, spreading into the distance. Countless creatures in the endless star fields were all trembling. Countless experts roared. Their voices combined together like thunder exploding, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire cosmos was rumbling, and at this time, the undying Heaven Empress on the blood-colored phoenix nest started to personally beat the drum, gathering generals. Her figure was graceful, fair, and beautiful, and her pair of snow-white arms were seriously beating the drum. There was a special charm to her. The sound of the drum was oppressive, like a surging ocean tearing apart the heavens. It swept upwards and spread to all corners of the cosmos. In the end, it was like a million troops slaughtering each other, roaring proudly between heaven and earth. This kind of rhythm was very terrifying. It made the souls of all the nearby experts shine. Hot blood surged and all of their blood vessels surged. They wanted nothing more than to immediately fight, and at this moment, the reactions of all sides in the cosmos were even greater. They were summoned by the war drum and attacked by the divine sound. All of them were trembling and resonating with it. All the powerful races that had sworn a heart demon oath couldn't bear it any longer. If they didn't come, they might be heading towards self-destruction. Fight for the undying Heavenly Emperor. Blood splatters in outer space, slash open the heavens. Fight. Like a surging flood, the experts from all over couldn't help but roar. There were even more extraordinary characters who set out on this journey. They couldn't bear it any longer. The undying Heavenly Emperor was once regarded as a supreme deity by many great races throughout the cosmos. He was omnipotent and sat high up in the 9 heavens. Now, they all came out. In the ancient past, there were just too many people who revered him. On a desolate star, a white-haired old man wearing coarse hemp clothes was farming. He let out a long sigh and threw down the work in his hands. He walked towards a stone stronghold not far away and pulled out a lame horse. He flipped over and mounted it. A strand of light erupted where he stood and the old man and the sick horse disappeared together. Not long after, he appeared in the army near the blood-colored phoenix nest. He was very unremarkable, but his turbid eyes carried nostalgia and the marks of the past. As he looked at the graceful figure above the phoenix nest, his expression was a bit complicated. The undying Heaven Empress seemed to have sensed something. She suddenly turned around, but there was only a void without a shadow. Moreover, the people nearby didn't sense anything special. Woo-woo, the venerable emperor's war horn was like a gale passing through, like the angry roar of a hero. There was a kind of vigor and forcefulness to it. It was as if an ancient deity was summoning heroes from the ends of the boundless ancient earth, bringing with it a kind of savage aura. The sound of the horn became louder and louder. Naturally, it cancelled out the sound of the war drums in this cosmos. Many people flocked over here, asking for protection. Moreover, there were even more ancient battalions that gathered because of the horn. These were the tribes of the past celestial court's divine generals. They had been awakened and many people were excited. The venerable emperor's glory and invincible glory cannot be blasphemed even after the ancient times. No one can provoke him. The undying Heavenly Emperor, this sinner, must be settled. Some people roared in anger and unwillingness. They wanted to fight to the death and sweep away the humiliation of the past. They wanted the celestial court to once again shine with resplendent splendor. Rumble, thousands of troops and horses galloped forward. The experts that gathered here were definitely not less than those gathered in front of the phoenix nest. The barbarian cavalry roared. Their armor clanked and their spears flickered with cold light. A million lions were forming an alliance. Among them, there was a youth dressed in beast skin. He carried a black hard bow on his back and a stone rod in his hand. He stood in the sea of people with his clear eyes. He looked at the war horn being blown by the old deity. His expression was a bit strange as he sank into his memories. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the smoke of the mortal world had dispersed several times. After countless years, the undying Heavenly Emperor's war drum sounded. The venerable Emperor's war horn sounded, shaking the starry sky. The whole world was in chaos. Everywhere was boiling. Many great clans had set off to participate in the war, in front of the celestial court, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, and the others were all deeply moved. The influence of the two great supreme beings in the past was too great. With the sound of the drum and the sound of the horn, many inheritances of the present day paled in comparison. Their potential troops were too great. After so many years, they could still gather. What was a foundation? This was it. Once the order was issued, even if millions of years had passed, there were still as many followers as clouds. The military divisions filled the sky, and the universe moved because of them. When can our celestial court also be like this? With a wave of our arm, no one will dare to disobey. Pang Bo said. There's no time to think about this. This time, things have exceeded our expectations. We must prepare for the worst. Black Emperor, you stay by little Nan Nan's side. Don't leave her even half a step. Protect this place together with her. Yi Fan reminded. This war was unavoidable. A great war was bound to break out, time flashed, and it was as if thousands of years had passed in an instant. The war had arrived. The mobilization order resounded throughout the world, and killing intent filled the sky. On a divine island, Yi Fan and the woodcutter old man stood together. Behind them was an endless army, and on the other side were the people of God's organization. The old deity was still blowing the horn, summoning the remaining descendants of the ancient heaven. There's no other choice. There must be a battle today. Back then, the immortal heavenly emperor betrayed Dizun and launched a sneak attack, causing the ancient heaven to fail in ascending to immortality. He is a sinner of all ages, and should be punished by the whole world. Time has passed, and the bloodline of the immortal heavenly emperor still hasn't given up. They vainly want to start a war again. In this era, there will be no compromise, and we will not avoid war. Although the ancient heaven has collapsed, the war spirit has never dissipated. We must fight to the death to settle the karma of the past and this life. Many people roared in anger. The old deity was even more impassioned. His snow-white hair danced in the wind, and his body was trembling. He berated and was about to start a great war. The void collapsed, and row after row of star doors appeared. All the warships and armored cavalry were mobilized, advancing forward. Bathe in the blood of deities, step on the corpses of demons, and engage in the most glorious battle. The people in front of the phoenix nest were also shouting. The immortal heavenly empress words were sonorous, boosting morale. Because at this time, the star doors had connected here. The Great War was inevitable, and the endless army had arrived. Wang, an entire island flew out. Yi Fan and the woodcutter elder stood on it, looking down on all directions. Their powerful auras weren't concealed in the slightest as they rushed in all directions. With a schwa sound, the people on the island all disappeared, rushing towards the phoenix nest. Regardless of whether it was Yi Fan or the woodcutter elder, they both released powerful auras to oppress the troops of the immortal heavenly emperor. We meet again, but this time, you are nothing. Divine General Kuan Tian rushed over to face Yi Fan. His face was filled with endless killing intent. His aura was many times stronger than before, powerful to the point where it was a bit abnormal. Everyone's minds jumped. Be careful, he definitely ate the residue of the 9 Revolutions immortal pill. The medicinal strength dissolved and healed his injuries, and it might even allow him to display his true strength from before the archaic times. Quasi-Emperor Shan Huang reminded. He was an old rooster who had unintentionally entered a collapsed immortal cave and ate this type of thing. He was extremely sensitive towards this type of aura. Everyone's minds jumped. The phoenix nest had the residue of the 9 Revolutions immortal pill. This was truly heaven-defying. Before the archaic times, when our 8 divine generals appeared, who could stop them? Even the 9th heavenly layer quasi-emperor who was on the verge of achieving the Tao was killed. What can a 6th heavenly layer person like you amount to? Kuan Tian roared loudly. The divine force in his body surged like the sea as he rushed over furiously. He was almost killed by Yi Fan last time, and this was viewed by him as the greatest humiliation of his life. Right here, right now, I will remove your head. Yi Fan only had these words. The great decisive battle was about to begin. Kuan Tian took a step, and the world collapsed. Let alone the region where Yi Fan was, even many of the Empyrean's subordinates in the Phoenix's nest suffered. They collapsed on the spot, reduced to a bloody mist. This only demonstrated just how violent his fury and might were. Kuan Tian's long hair was as imposing as swords, standing on end as battle chi surged and blazed around him. He was like a great ball of fire, burning through the universe as he charged over. Rumble, he swung his fist, and the sun, moon, and stars flowed in reverse, surging with the power of his punch and shaking up the entire region. This was equivalent to clearing the battlefield. Apart from Yi Fan and himself, there was no one else in the region. Everyone had retreated, leaving behind a vast battlefield. His presence was just too powerful, so powerful that no one could endure it. All those who did not retreat died, reduced to bone fragments and blood mist. The entire region of space withered away. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly. He formed a seal with both hands, and 81 dragons immediately flew out, all roaring as they charged towards the divine general Kuan Tian. Roar, the huge, green dragons danced through the air. Every single one of them was several tens of thousands of kilometers long, covered in thick scales. They crossed the region of space and destroyed many of the asteroids in the distance. The dragons coiled around, destroying everything. What's the so-called sacred body? Kuan Tian roared out. His fist fell, directly striking the 81 dragons. A great explosion occurred there. Boundless light shone as the region of space collapsed. The dragons charged back. The 81 dragon heads unfurled, devouring the sun, moon, and stars. The white river of stars rose up like a waterfall, colliding with the tremendous punch. As soon as they clashed, the two of them were already so intense. With a great rumble, many dragons collapsed, their bones broken and tendons severed by the punch. Their blood flowed. However, the dragon in the middle had a gash on his fist as well, causing his blood to splatter everywhere and dye the sky red. The sacred body is nothing, but it's enough to kill you. Yi Fan's cold voice rang out. He rode his dragon, and several dozen dragons swooped down. He was like an emperor that ruled over the world as he pressed forward. It's far from enough. Today, in order to determine the winner and loser, it's a matter of life and death. Even a divine body is not enough. He's just a dead soul and a skeleton under the feet of the 8 divine generals. Kuan Tian said. He stood there and pulled back his fist. He opened his hand, allowing the blood to drip down from his wound. Soon after, this place became dark red. The blood gathered drop by drop, quickly forming a vast ocean without end. It was hard to imagine how a person's body could contain so much blood. That type of blood was too terrifying, releasing a sinister demonic nature that devoured heaven and earth. Even a few small planets fell down, landing inside, producing large amounts of ocean spray. This left everyone horrified. Heaven and earth became a scarlet-red expanse, vast and boundless, making it so that no one could react in time. They were instantly submerged by the blood, vast and mighty. Yi Fan was taken aback. This terrifying divine ability was truly a bit strange. It actually relied on blood to lay out a cage and trap him inside. Once I recover to my peak condition and return to that realm of cultivation from before the primordial era, all the people who have made me bleed will be buried with me. The divine general Kuan Tian's voice rumbled like glaciers in the harsh winter. Really? You're welcome to try. Yi Fan said. Several dozen dragons swooped down before him, wanting to rip open the sea of blood and charge out of the terrifying ocean of blood. The result was shocking. Several dozen dragons swooped over and were riddled with holes from the blood. Large swathes of their flesh fell off, revealing their white bones. Every single dragon was several tens of thousand kilometers long and possessed boundless divine power. A single spiral could knock down quite a few stars, yet they had ended up like this. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. This person really was terrifying. The 8 divine generals lived up to their reputation. They had yet to fully recover, yet they were already behaving like this. However, he was not afraid. He spread out his hand and several dozen dragons turned into divine power, merging into his palm. He personally took action. His right hand sliced forward, and the sea of blood rumbled violently, splitting it in half. Even the space there had been cut open, creating a path. Hong! Waves struck the heavens and blood filled the vast sky. In an instant, the great crack in space closed up. Moreover, all sorts of white bones appeared in the sea. They were all experts who had died under this secret technique in the past, and there was no lack of people whose cultivation realm was even higher than Yifan's. Raging waves immediately beat against the shore. Great waves overflowed into the sky. Quasi-Emperor's white bones appeared one after another in the sea of blood. They actually grew flesh and blood. These corpses temporarily recovered their former divine abilities. They roared together and charged forward. This scene was a bit terrifying. Summoning ancient heroic spirits to participate in battle would definitely shock the heavens if news of this got out. Even Yifan couldn't help but sigh. As expected of someone who had followed the undying heavenly emperor. Just this secret technique alone was enough to leave his name in history. If this technique was developed and perfected, it wouldn't be inferior to the great emperor's secret technique. Heaven's origin immortal pupil, burn all things and transform all spirits. Yifan calmly said. He used a powerful law secret technique. This was something he had comprehended in recent years. It allowed his heaven's origin immortal pupil to advance a step further. Not only could he see through the fabrications, he could also fight. This was the product of the Yuan Taoist master's fusion of many secret techniques. It was a forbidden domain secret technique that he had created. Fan's pupil glistened brightly. The radiance it shot out made the sun, moon, and stars in the heavens dim. The heroic spirits of the great emperors all cried out miserably. Their flesh and blood that had just been born instantly turned into white smoke and began to burn fiercely. The dead were dead, how could they be compared to the real thing? The radiance shot out by Yifan's celestial pupil burned the universe. The starry sky collapsed, and they couldn't endure it. This most sacred and auspicious beam of light was fatal to them. The origin technique could change the heavens and earth and reconstruct the sun, moon, and stars. If it continued to develop, it could also rearrange the essence of life. How could these heroic spirits that had long been lost resist? Spurt, as the corpses of the quasi-emperor fell back into the sea of blood, the place fell silent, without a single sound. Yifan strode forward. The immortal light in his eyes flickered startlingly, illuminating an eternal path. He had already seen where the divine general Kuan Tian was. He was going to fight. Yifan's strength had exceeded Kuan Tian's expectations. The heaven's origin immortal pupil did not exist in the primordial times. It was so mysterious that it could illuminate through everything. It had destroyed all of his heroic spirits in the sea of blood, which shocked him. Clearly, this was a secret technique created later on that countered his laws and ways. Originally, the sea of blood would grow stronger and stronger as more and more experts were slain, but it was completely useless today. The divine general Kuan Tian roared out. The sea of blood vanished, and the sun, moon, and stars revolved around his hands. He had dug up an actual universe and condensed it in his hands before slamming it towards Yifan. He was borrowing the power of the universe to suppress Yifan, to suck him in and seal him away forever. In the distance, all the experts saw this. Their hairs all stood on end as chills ran down their spines. Just how heaven-defying was this? Those who had once followed the undying heavenly emperor truly were anything but simple. Their strength had yet to recover, yet they were already so terrifying. Boom, the violent gust of wind from the punch surged. Yifan's punch smashed through the universe. Kuan Tian charged over and clashed with Yifan openly, engaging in a forceful clash. Blood sprayed everywhere as the laws of the world rumbled. The world completely shattered. In the blink of an eye, Yifan and Kuan Tian had exchanged over 100 blows. It was an intense clash, a battle of life and death. It was far more intense than a battle of over 1,000 blows normally. They were fighting with their lives on the line, burning their eternal divine power and standing in the forbidden region. The slightest mistake would result in the destruction of their souls. In the past, a battle like this would decide life and death in a few blows even if they were evenly matched. However, the two of them had exchanged over 100 blows now, which was more than enough to demonstrate just how intense it was. The divine general Kuan Tian had followed the undying heavenly emperor and fought his entire life. He had received guidance and teachings from living emperors, so how many people in the world could match up to his experience? However, to his surprise, Yifan's skill in battle had reached the peak of perfection, actually surpassing his own. All he could rely on was his experience, which left him horrified. Spurt, blood sprayed everywhere. This was the 7th time Yi Fan had smashed through Kuan Tian's fist, reducing him to a bloody mess and heavily injuring him. Yi Fan was injured too. He had been injured by a secret technique from his opponent. The laws of the world were formless, so he could even kill a master of the quasi-emperor's level without him noticing. Only a wound had appeared on Yi Fan, but it made Kuan Tian's heart pound violently. He knew this battle was destined to be very difficult. He had encountered an invincible figure from the age of the Heavenly Emperor, but he was not at his peak condition, so something was probably going to happen. Yi Fan was very surprised too. There was actually someone who could endure his punch. Although it was only a gentle brush and not a true clash, with law surging, it was still shocking enough. Bathed in the blood of the Heavenly Emperor and tempered by Master's immortal blood, my fist has actually been injured, unable to block his Emperor's fist. This is unforgivable. Kuan Tian roared inside. His fists, his unmatched palm fingers, they were even more important than his life. After experiencing the undying Heavenly Emperor's blood tempering, they could destroy all living things. Now, he actually encountered this kind of young junior, making his conviction waver. He had once looked down on an entire era as well. Thinking back to the glorious past, he had fought against 100 races and was revered as a divine general, ruling over the myriad worlds. Just how many people could stand against him? Kuan Tian felt pressured. He felt like even when he was in his prime in the past, if he fought against Yi Fan at the same level of cultivation, he might not be Yi Fan's opponent. He might even suffer a crushing defeat. As soon as he thought of this, his heart skipped a beat. This young man was far too terrifying. Boom, Yi Fan did not hide his power at all, crushing down with the Golden Emperor's fist like a primordial beast. Their fists truly collided. Profound light erupted and blood splattered everywhere. The Divine General's fist was shattered. His finger bones flew out and his flesh was torn apart. A bloody mist rose into the air. This sight stunned everyone. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The Divine General was defeated. His face was haggard as he staggered backwards, staring at his shattered fists. This was his pride in the past. His fists had swept through the universe, refined by the Phoenix's blood, making them invincible, yet it had been shattered by someone today. It filled him with misery. This was not something that could be explained by his lack of vigor. The strength of his fists had never weakened, but they had still been shattered. This is no longer my Archean era. The Divine General let out a desolate sigh. The glorious past could no longer return. All of his glory had been buried in the Archean era. Even though he was dejected, even though he was miserable, the battle still had to continue. The laws and divine chains of order between the two of them erupted, weaving into an eternal divine diagram that shook up the stars. Spurt, Kuan Tian's arms exploded, reduced to a bloody pulp. Spurt, spurt, the sounds rang out constantly. Yi Fan struck out repeatedly with his palms and fingers. The Divine General's legs, chest, head, and so on exploded one by one. Shattered bones flew into the air and blood splattered everywhere. The Divine General of a generation had once stood tall, had once been invincible, and had once been glorious. His life had ended in this era. Just like how he let out a desolate sigh, this was no longer his era. This was no longer the primordial era in his heart. All of his glory had been buried in the past, gone forever. The arrival of a golden age, an age of war, was destined to be filled with resplendent stars. This should be much more terrifying than their era. As for Yi Fan, he was an assassin with an imperial bloodline who had broken free from the ancient prince, so he was obviously even more terrifying. Even the Divine General Kuan Tian could only swallow his grievances when he encountered him. People like him were rare throughout history. In his era, only the young ancient king could put up a fight against Yi Fan at the same level of cultivation. The others probably could not. This was no longer their primordial era, but it was this young man's great era. The Divine General Kuan Tian died. When he took his last breath, the violet flames of his soul stared fixedly at Yi Fan, wanting to see through everything about him. In the end, all he did was sigh. This era belonged to this person. This was the era where this godlike young expert reigned supreme. It was time for old people like them to pass away. they could not rival him. Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan had beaten up the divine general Kuan Tian without a speck of blood on his clothes. His bearing was unparalleled as he stood there. His gaze was like lightning, his aura devouring the mountains and rivers as he gazed down on the surroundings. Kuan Tian, the sun-moon divine general roared out as his long hair danced in the wind. He seemed very young, not even 20 years old. He was imposing, but his eyes were filled with the marks of time. He was tempted to charge over immediately. He was blocked by the big-bearded quasi-emperor from the Dao Palace, so he could not come over. Yi Fan stood under the starry sky, unfazed. His expression was cold as if there was nothing that could shake his heart, not even the people who had once followed the undying heavenly emperor. The light in his eyes swirled as he scanned the surroundings. The battle was particularly intense. The heaven region in the distance was thrown into chaos. Countless experts were fighting, and there were countless races. They were all large clans in the universe, and they had all been swept up by the great storm this time. The dull sound of the drum did not stop. It was like the roar of the celestial emperor. It was deafening, and everyone's chi and blood were surging. On top of the phoenix nest, the undying heaven empress stood proudly. Her figure was slender, and her beauty was beyond compare. Her light hair danced in the wind, and her jade-white face was cold and indifferent. There was an indescribable charm to her, she was truly a peerless beauty. She was striking the drum. It was unknown what kind of material the Sky Emperor drum was made of, but it was a pure gold color. Each time it was struck, there would be dazzling light that would fly out like ripples. In the end, it enlarged, becoming a forbidden sea that shook the cosmos. This type of drum was very special. It made the undying heavenly emperor's troops blood boil and their potential erupt. Their strength increased explosively, and they possessed astonishing battle prowess. At the same time, the drumming could suppress the enemy, greatly affecting the experts of the Celestial Court, the Holy Ji Palace, and God's organization. However, this situation was not unbreakable. The old god blew the bugle horn and advanced step by step. Under the protection of the white-haired sword god, the woodcutter old man, and a large number of experts, they approached the phoenix nest. It was unknown what kind of creature this bugle horn came from. It was dim and lusterless, and it gave off a forceful and domineering feeling of desolation. It depicted a grand ancient world, where gods coexisted, and there were countless races. The atmosphere of savagery was overwhelming. The venerable emperor's war bugle horn could counteract the drumming, and it could also increase the battle prowess of his own people. These were two types of heaven-defying imperial treasures. They were both secret artifacts, just like the great Emperor Wuxer's investiture of the gods. They were priceless, and their divine might was boundless. Fight, kill all these people. Abide by the oath, protect the glory of the undying heavenly emperor, and kill them all. Kill all the traitors of the undying heavenly emperor's bloodline. For the venerable emperor, for the ancient heaven, for the glory of the past, fight to the death. Shouts of war shook the heavens. Sword chi tore through the skies, and every beam of cold light shattered several stars. Resplendent light blossomed as an endless army charged forth. Blood flew into the air and heads tumbled down. Life after life bloomed as the fierce battle continued. It was unknown just how many powerhouses from the various races of the universe had rushed over to participate in the battle. The scene was spectacular and terrifying. "Master, we're here." In the distance, someone shouted. This was a new batch of troops. A young powerhouse shone with boundless golden light, and he exuded blood energy as he charged forth. The people of the Phoenix Nest bloodline surged forth like waves of wheat. Many people fell down, never to crawl back up again. Xianxia appeared. He was unharmed and hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Yitong and Komatsu also appeared. It was the two of them who had found Xianxia and brought him over. These three people were all quasi-emperor. This result caused all the various powers to be unable to remain calm. A single clan had several quasi-emperor. This was simply a miracle. Yi Fan's 3 disciples had all reached this boundary. How could others still live? Just the thought of it was terrifying. Everyone understood why the undying heaven empress was so anxious to act against these people. If they didn't strangle them now, how could they resist in the future? Yi Fan and his disciples were all astonishing talents. Each one of them possessed astonishing potential and ability. If this continued, they would become the great enemies of all the powers in the universe. Sure enough, as soon as these three people appeared, they were like a mountain torrent. They swept over and crushed all the powerhouses without any resistance. Boom, with a violent tremble, a figure shrouded in a gloomy black fog appeared. He leapt up from the phoenix nest and charged towards Yi Fan's three disciples. After his aura erupted, the entire universe began to emit cracking sounds as if it was actually collapsing. Netherworld Demon God! Someone cried out in alarm. It was actually the third ranked of the 8 generals, the Netherworld Demon God. It was reported that of the 8 generals who had followed the Undying Heaven Emperor, 4 of them had already passed away in meditation in the long river of time, unable to survive. In addition, it was unknown whether the first general was dead or alive. The Netherworld Demon God was the strongest of the 3 generals that had appeared so far. If you want to kill the younger generation, you'll have to pass through me first. An old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth appeared. This time, he was no longer wretched. His aura was like a rainbow as he looked down on the world, blocking the Netherworld Demon God's path. It had to be said that the Netherworld Demon God was too powerful. Black fog spread out, covering the sky and submerging this part of the universe. No one could step forward to help. Everyone retreated. This part of the star field was shaking and collapsing from time to time. The yellow-toothed old man's situation was very bad. He had just started fighting and he was already bleeding. It wasn't that he wasn't strong, but that his opponent was too strong. He hurriedly gathered his thoughts and fought to the death. The Netherworld Demon God's appearance intimidated many people and also stabilized their minds. The remnants of the Celestial Court won't amount to anything. The Undying Heaven Empress beat the war drum as she said coldly. Her arrogance caused the old god to feel suffocated, which turned into an even more terrifying bugle call. If the Undying Heaven Emperor hadn't used the celestial bell to strike the venerable emperor, how could this have happened? Perhaps the Celestial Court had entered the immortal realm and created a legend of longevity. But now, the Celestial Court had collapsed and there was no legend left. As for the Undying Heaven Empress, she had left behind an eternal reputation and was viewed as an existence that surpassed divinity. How could the descendants of the Celestial Court give up? The ripples from the bugle call violently collided with the blazing golden light of the Celestial Emperor drum, affecting the battle situation. The powerhouses of this place disregarded their own lives and rushed forward. At this time, the old woodcutter pulled out the broken hatchet on his back. A heaven-shaking aura erupted and a white saber light rushed out from the simple blade, shocking the universe. He took a step forward, wanting to attack the Undying Heaven Empress and win more initiative for the old god so that the venerable emperor's bugle call could be heard throughout the starry skies. At this moment, everyone held their breath. The peak experts were about to fight. Those who had achieved Tao represented the greatest combat strength at present. Who could fight? Bang! Suddenly, corpse energy overflowed into the sky. A colossus walked out from the darkness and arrived next to the phoenix nest. A large green claw stretched out and collided with the saber light, causing a sonorous sound. The people of the underworld had arrived and they had directly sent out a giant. The master of Yamahal? The old woodcutter revealed a grave expression. The world was gloomy and gloomy fog filled the air, causing everyone to feel a chill. The people of the underworld had arrived and it was enough to change the situation. This creature's strength was too terrifying, causing all the heroes of the world to feel fear. Oh, substitute master of Yamahal. You are still far from being master. The giant of Yamahal corrected him. He was not a supreme being yet, so he indeed could not be addressed like that. What was even more terrifying was that in the distance, the gloomy fog surged and thunder exploded. A terrifying shadow appeared and the endless army of the underworld had arrived. The leaders were all extremely powerful. There were war slaves that had gained sentience from the corpse of the quasi-emperor, as well as those who were awake. As soon as they appeared, Yi Fan's side suffered heavy casualties. The big bearded quasi-emperor, who was fighting with the sun and moon divine generals, suffered an attack from a terrifying Yin spirit. 2 experts surrounded him, causing him to suffer heavy injuries and almost die. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The army of the underworld was very fast. As soon as they appeared, they created a powerful pressure. Their destructive power was frighteningly shocking. On the other side, the yellow-toothed old man was also roaring angrily. He and the netherworld demon god's blood had already splashed the starry sky, and at this time, another powerful war slave rushed over. The army of the underworld almost caused their side to collapse. These people were too powerful. The underworld had sent out their most elite experts. Some of them were the corpses of the quasi-emperor that they had nurtured for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Blood splashed high into the air. A group of heavenly soldiers and generals suffered a calamity. The underworld had immediately launched a great massacre. It was swift and fierce, causing people to be unable to react. It caused all the experts on all sides to tremble. At the same time, there was more than one corpse leading the charge. They transformed into a sharp knife that stabbed in. Who could stop them? The big bearded old man, the yellow-toothed old man, Xianxia, and the others were all injured. It was too fierce. Yi Fan flew into a rage. He immediately took action and fiercely killed his way forward. Boom, in the distance, a blurry figure appeared and pressed down with a palm. The surging Yin soldiers immediately dimmed. 40% of them died, and the star domain collapsed. Gu Jiao appeared. He obeyed Komatsu's summons. With a powerful attack, he blocked this army and killed a large number of experts. As expected of the only one who can stop the path of myriad azure. The Yamahal giant who was facing off against the woodcutter said. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. So many powerful Yin spirits had died, and it made him feel incomparably pained. Boom, another palm strike. This was Yi Fan's peerless attack. It instantly shattered 3 of the ancient corpses of the quasi-emperor. Flesh and blood filled the sky, and black blood splashed everywhere. It was a shocking scene. Human cleansing scripture. Yi Fan roared. He ordered another batch of celestial court troops to take the stage. They sat cross-legged in the void and began to chant scriptures. Their voices resounded through the starry sky. Gu Jiao immediately retreated from the battlefield to protect Komatsu and the others. The vast chanting of scriptures caused the entire universe to tremble. Runes filled the sky, and the Yin soldiers roared. They were facing the most terrifying attack. The Yamahal master's expression changed. He said sinisterly, "It seems like I really can't let you guys live." He stared at Yi Fan, and a ruthless light shot out from his green pupils. Yi Fan sneered. He beckoned him over and said, "If you don't accept it, come over and I'll kill you." This was a type of provocation, and even more so a type of contempt. This was a challenge from a younger generation that was who knew how many generations away. The smile on the face of the underworld giant's face didn't diminish. He walked over from the distance, but his killing intent was a bit heavier. Blacking mist pervaded the air, and the entire cosmos was trembling. A large green claw tore apart the mist, and its true appearance was gradually revealed. Its sinister and terrifying appearance left everyone horrified. The Yanluo Hall Master was 100 feet tall. His entire body was green in color and covered with a layer of fine scales that glowed with a cold light. He had the torso of a human and a huge head. Even his face was densely covered with fine green scales. He had long blood-red hair, and between his hair were 8 huge horns. From his temples to his skull and to the back of his head, they were all covered with huge horns. He looked ferocious and terrifying. Behind him was an enormous tail that was also 10 zhang long. The green scales were cold, and it was shaped like a crocodile's tail. Its legs were like those of an elephant, heavy and powerful, making the void rumble with every step it took. As for its hands, they were a pair of green dragon claws. What kind of creature was this? Everyone was shocked. They had never seen something like this before. It was strange and terrifying, even more frightening than the so-called desolate beasts and ferocious races. This is the true bloodline of the underworld. The woodcutter elder was moved, and he couldn't help but sigh. Many people were at a loss, and only a few understood what he meant. When they heard this, they all couldn't help but tremble. They couldn't help but take steps back, unable to help but feel fear. The creature that was born from the extreme Yin corpse isn't a corpse, nor is it a spiritual ancient skeleton, but a true living creature. someone said. When these words reached this point, all of the experts understood. They all shivered, knowing its origins. They had heard of this legend before, and there wasn't a single person whose expression didn't change. This was an innate spirit, not formed from a corpse, but born naturally. It was even more terrifying. It didn't fear lightning, nor did it fear heavenly tribulation. Normal methods of exterminating corpses were ineffective against this creature, and the most important thing was that it had terrifying growth potential. It was a natural underworld lord. The number of natural spirits that had appeared since ancient times could be counted, and every single one of them became an unrivaled existence. They were heaven-defying monsters, and it was difficult to destroy them with holy force. This type of evil spirit was born from endless corpses, and only the underworld could have such a massive mountain of corpses and sea of bones. Only with the accumulation of billions of corpses could a single innate spirit be born. The King Yanluo of the present age, this hall master actually had such a background. After everyone understood this, there wasn't a single person who didn't feel their blood run cold. This sort of thing in itself represented reincarnation, and could directly send a person to the afterlife, to the end of their life. Haha. He laughed coldly as he strode forward. Two beams of strange light shot out from his eyes. Wherever the dark light swept across, large numbers of celestial soldiers and generals were reduced to withered bones, their flesh, blood, and energy completely vanishing. Boom, Yi Fan punched out, and at the same time, two beams of divine light shot out from his heaven's origin immortal eye, exploding with brilliance that made the sun, moon, and stars lose their color. It had to be said that the power of his eyes could be said to be heaven-defying. He had created it on his own in this era, and it was unprecedented. It was extremely destructive against the soldiers of the underworld. The leader of the Yama Palace was able to withstand it, but the sea of ghost soldiers and generals behind him were collapsing in droves. One by one, their skeletons exploded under the holy power. Let me deal with it. The woodcutter stepped forward and blocked Yi Fan's path. This Yama was too terrifying. As an innate god and at the peak of the quasi-emperor 9th heavenly layer, who could suppress him? Even if he fought with his life on the line, if he didn't have a trump card, he might also fall. With a clang, the firewood knife's chi shot up to the heavens, like a river of stars flowing in reverse. This place was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness, and the cold killing intent shook the vast starry sky. The woodcutter had made his move against the current Yama. Everything that exists is an illusion, only death is the true representation. The Yama Palace Master spoke softly, calm and steady. His hand slowly moved, and the heaven and earth split apart. Mountains of corpses and seas of bones appeared, surrounding the cosmos. Although the woodcutter's knife was strong, it had fused into this world of death and was dissolved. The dusky chi was like bone dust flying in the air, and it was as sinister as a knife scraping at the bones. One after another, the skeletons stood up and devoured the knife's energy and essence to strengthen themselves. Then, they walked forward. This was a kingdom of death. In the cosmos, every star was formed from skulls. The aura of death was thick, and the desolate land of death was filled with cold killing intent. This strange world had trapped a peerless expert. The woodcutter revealed a solemn expression, and his eyes flickered. It was as if thousands of years had passed in an instant. His woodcutter slowly pushed forward, and on the edge of the blade, a world was being created. Primordial deities rushed out from the new universe and wreaked havoc in this world of death. Roar. The roar shook the sea of dried bones. When the blade reached its peak, it split the heavens and earth, evolving into the sun, moon, and stars, and recreating a brand new universe. The woodcutter used this life force to fight against Yama's kingdom of death. Boom. This was a great confrontation between the extreme laws. Both worlds collapsed, and the stars exploded. A great collapse occurred here, and the two were flung out. The starry river turned into dust, and the countless skulls and stars shattered. In the end, only the two were left standing. Reincarnate. Yama Palace Lord's voice was calm, but it was very cold. His eyes were empty, and then suddenly, two gray beams of light shot out. They emitted an incomparably dense aura of death, continuously stripping away the life force of this part of the starry sky. In the distance, some people with slightly weaker cultivations. directly turned into withered bones. Their flesh and blood shriveled up, turning them into dried corpses. The gray beams of death formed a door. That was a reincarnation land, and it wanted to suck the woodcutter inside, turning him into the ashes of history and ending his life. Dong, dong, the woodcutter brandished his blade, and every time it descended, there would be a thunderous sound. Dense yang energy spread out, engraving runes one after another in the void, protecting and suppressing this part of the void. Bang, the reincarnation door exploded, but it couldn't swallow the woodcutter inside. However, the two people in the battle were still heavily injured. They staggered backwards, their bodies drenched in blood. The struggle between two peerless experts shook the cosmos. On the other side, Yi Fan didn't stay idle. He launched a fatal attack, sweeping in all directions without holding anything back. His attack power was world-shaking. The heaven source immortal pupil swept across, and all the Yin spirits exploded, turning them into fine powder. Yi Fan's eyes were like two burning torches, and in this cold cosmos, it was exceptionally shocking and eye-catching. And at this time, the troops of the celestial court were chanting the human salvation scripture. At this time, the effects were evident. Runes filled the sky, suppressing the black tide-like Yin army, making it difficult for them to display their ruthless destructive power. Yi Fan killed a powerful war slave, a pioneer on the path of the quasi-emperor. He was shocked to death by the myriad chi cauldron, and turned into a white bone imprint, sinking into the cauldron's wall. This battle made him feel the terror of the underworld. He almost suffered light injuries, and there was more than one such war slave. With millions of years of accumulation, the underworld definitely didn't lack the remains of the quasi-emperor. They were buried in the Yin tomb and nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years. Once they were reconstructed, they could reproduce their matchless divine might. Over there, the yellow-toothed old man called out, signaling for Yi Fan to reinforce the other side of the battlefield. The bearded quasi-emperor was covered in blood. When he clashed with the divine general of the sun and moon, he had been ambushed by the war slaves of the underworld, so he was rather heavily injured. He was clearly unable to hold on for much longer. The divine general of the sun and moon saw Yi Fan approach him, and his eyes immediately widened. His aura erupted, and his blood rumbled like the ocean. A great sun appeared above his head, and a heavenly moon revolved behind him. He seemed like a god or demon. Let me. Yi Fan replaced the bearded man and used a secret technique from the immortal scripture of sun to fend off the opponent's divine fist of the sun. It was truly a head-on clash. Crack, golden lightning danced about, expanding into the surroundings with this place as the center. Those who were not at this level would have retreated a long time ago, or they would not be able to fend it off. Crackle, crackle, the stars were struck by the golden lightning and all exploded, like flowers blooming in the netherworld. They shone brilliantly for a moment before directly dimming again, extinguished forever. You killed Kuan Tian. How cruel is the outcome? The divine general of the sun and moon said sorrowfully. Cruel? Don't you find it childish to say something like that in a battle of life and death? Yi Fan looked at him calmly. I'm not saying you're cruel. It's just too cruel to him. He didn't die at the hands of the invincible divine general at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer in ancient heaven, but he was killed by a descendant of the 6th heavenly layer. The outcome is unbearable. The divine general of the sun and moon smiled miserably. He didn't die for nothing. You'll see whether dying to my hands was worth it or not. Yi Fan's entire body shone as he unleashed his full potential. He walked towards the divine general of the sun and tremendous blood chi alarmed the various realms. All sorts of phenomena appeared, wrapping around him as he shone with immortal light. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. If we were at our peak, if we were in the primordial era, how would you fight us? The divine general of the sun and moon roared as his body swelled up. He was filled with far too much reluctance. He could not unleash his full battle prowess in the past, so he felt very helpless. If I were born in the primordial era, you wouldn't exist. If we were at the same realm of cultivation, there would be no need for us to fight at all. Yi Fan's reply was very cold and very merciless, directly ripping apart the divine general of the sun and moon's final bit of conceit. In reality, the divine general of the sun and moon himself knew that the young man before him was just too powerful. If they really fought at the same level of cultivation, they were destined to become corpses on his path as emperor. He had seen two people like that before. It was a tragedy to be born in the same era as them. No one could stand up to them. However, he really struggled to accept this reality. The former apatheicized gods of the primordial era, the 8 generals who commanded the world, who had intimidated the entire primordial era and left behind a great name in history, were they going to meet their end like this? They had once been invincible and glorious, and the entire world prostrated beneath their feet. They were the greatest heroes of their era, but now, they were about to meet their end. Their pride and dignity were written in the annals of history, shining through the ages. They had never thought that there would be a day like this, that a young expert from the later generations would end all of their glory, causing them to dejectedly leave this world, ending everyone. Kill. The divine general of the sun and moon erupted. The blood in his entire body burned, and his spirit rose sharply. His forehead cracked. He didn't care about the price. Even if he died immediately after the battle, he wanted to fight in glory and not die in humiliation. The result was already decided. There was no suspense. In that strange scene, an immortal king sat cross-legged. The golden tabusi was boiling, and a powerful figure stood there, tearing the divine general of the sun and moon into 2 halves. Blood splashed everywhere. That figure walked while bathed in blood, like a supreme demon lord. Everything I have is in the primordial era. I shouldn't have come to this world. The divine general of the sun and moon was willing to die in the primordial era. He would rather be killed by the divine generals of the ancient heaven than be killed by a rising youth of the later generation. All the heroes were astonished. The 8 divine generals were legendary figures they had heard of since childhood. They were the invigilators who had followed the undying heavenly emperor in ancient times. Now, 2 of them had died in the blink of an eye, and they had all been killed by the same person. How could they not be shocked? Yifan walked over. His entire body was covered in blood. That was the divine general's blood. When it landed on his body, even his hair was splashed. It gave him a demonic temperament. The golden divine sea surged violently under his feet. He stood there proudly and looked down on all directions. Many people were so shocked that they couldn't speak. You killed my 8 divine generals. Remember, your blood will not be shed in vain. There will be people who will come to kill you in the future. An iron guard on top of the phoenix nest cried and shouted. These were all experts who had survived since ancient times. However, war was just this cruel. There was no such thing as blood oaths here, only cruel reality. Yifan pointed out with a finger. A streak of divine light flew out. With a pu sound, that person exploded, turning into a pile of broken bones and a bloody mist. After a short period of silence, the undying heaven empress' clear and cold voice reverberated. The sky sovereign is immortal. He will know of your efforts. Sooner or later, he will return and take revenge for you. He will give you glory. For glory and immortality, go and kill all your enemies. Dong, dong, the concentrated sound of the war drums caused people's blood to boil. The calm battlefield once again shook with shouts of killing. All the major battalions risked their lives and charged forward with all their might. Boom, the old woodcutter and Yama Lord's battle had reached its climax. They had long since left the battlefield and were engaged in a peak confrontation. No one could approach them. Both of them were covered in blood and had suffered heavy injuries. However, their fighting spirit was high and they did not retreat. Extreme laws and secret techniques burst forth, turning this place into a land of annihilation. Boom, suddenly, extreme divine might erupted. Everyone's faces turned pale as if they had returned to that night 300 years ago. The appearance of the Emperor's laws, the dark and chaotic era. The impression was difficult to erase. That was a confrontation between Emperor weapons. A green lotus appeared in the woodcutter's hand, and a black nether spear appeared in Yama Lord's hand. Death energy surged like the sea. No one had thought that the two would use extreme weapons. Who could approach them in a battle like this? Kill. In the distance, countless soldiers could be seen. An army had arrived to reinforce them. Meanwhile, there were even more experts within the phoenix nest. They rushed out like a sea, pouncing forward to kill. The Holy Ji Palace, God's organization, and the celestial court suffered heavy losses. The enemy's army was like the sea, more powerful than they had imagined. The only fortunate thing was that Yi Tong, Komatsu, Shan Huang, Yang Shi, and the others were all at the quasi-emperor realm. Their strength was formidable, and they were able to quickly stabilize the situation and launch a counterattack. Yi Fan and Gu Xianxia charged into the ocean of troops, causing this place to collapse. Anyone who stood in their way was swept away. Woo woo. Dizun's bugle horn sounded as the white-haired sword god charged forward, slashing the experts of the phoenix nest one by one. The old god himself was also moving closer to the phoenix nest. The undying Heaven Empress expression was solemn. She struck the war drum and took the initiative to step forward. She wanted to fight to the death with the old god. The atmosphere in this place immediately became many times tenser. Puff, puff, the white-haired sword god was too powerful. He could kill one person with a single sword strike. The iron guards that were rushing over from the phoenix nest were smashed into pieces. Wung, the phoenix nest trembled. It was actually a huge formation that swallowed the white-haired sword god and temporarily trapped him. The undying Heaven Empress and the old god faced each other. Both of their faces were filled with coldness. Between the two, one of them had to fall and fight to the death. Amidst the Yin soldiers and the phoenix nest sea of troops, Yi Fan killed his way in and out. His body was covered in blood, and no one could stop him. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal realm. Golden light spanned millions and millions of miles as he walked through the great army. No one could stop him. A path constructed of blood and bones appeared under his feet. Without a sound, a lame horse appeared. It was carrying a white-haired old man who was staring at the phoenix nest in a daze. On the other side, a youth wearing beast skin clothes appeared at the same time. His eyes were clear and bright as he said, "I've lived until now just to wait for you. As expected, you're still in this world." First Divine General. An iron guard on the phoenix nest shouted. He was so excited that he was trembling as he stared at the white-haired old man on the sickly horse. As for the undying Heaven Empress, her body trembled and she suddenly turned around. When she saw that the heroic genius of the past had already aged, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. Back then, the youth on the white horse was invincible in the world with a single spear. How high-spirited he was. Ah, time had actually made him like this. The youth carried a hard bow on his back and a stone staff in his hand. He said, "Back then, I was chased miserably by your heavenly celestial dynasty. I was the only one left in the celestial court. How could I defy the heavens? Now, the tables have turned. Your situation isn't too good. Your brothers are also being killed one by one." "They aren't my brothers," the first divine general said expressionlessly with his white hair draped over his shoulders. "Oh, that's right. You're different from them. You don't have any friendship with them. You're only doing this for that woman. Haha, why don't I help you get rid of her? One death is all. You'll no longer have any worries. From now on, you can focus on the emperor-breaking path. How about it?" The youth laughed. "You can try." The first divine general's eyes were frightening and incomparably resplendent. "How boring." The youth shook his head and said, "After living for so long, I finally can't seal myself anymore. I've always been thinking of a glorious battle. If you still don't show up, I'm going to destroy a forbidden zone of life." Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Who was this person? He was too arrogant. It's the first divine general of the ancient heaven. I can't believe he's still alive in this world. The old god's lips were trembling. He was so excited and happy that his eyes were brimming with tears. The crowd was in an uproar. Some people knew the youth's background and were all shaken. Back then, he really was an existence who dared to break into the forbidden zone of life to kill people. Because there were too many legends about him. That old bastard emperor of the underworld is one of the scourges that caused the collapse of the ancient heaven. He doesn't have much time left. I almost went to the underworld to settle things with him. But now that you've come out, it seems like I can't seal myself anymore." The youth laughed self-mockingly and said, "It's so cruel for people like us to end like this. It can be considered a different way to achieve the Tao, just like that Saint Physique." It is indeed a pity to end like this. The first divine general said softly. He was a bit sentimental, a bit disappointed and frustrated. The youth carried the stone rod and casually swung it around. He was extremely relaxed as he said, "You also feel that it is a pity? Then let's carry out a different type of decisive battle." "How are we going to fight?" the first divine general asked. "One person will charge into a forbidden zone of life and unleash a massacre. Let's see if we can kill one or two supreme beings." The youth laughed unbridledly. He was extremely radiant and heroic as he said, "When they achieved the Tao, it was their fortune that they didn't encounter us. However, we also have to let them know that there were two people like this. If they were in this world, they wouldn't have a chance." The first divine general sighed. He was born 9,000 years later than the undying heavenly emperor. When he rose up, the other party had already achieved the Tao. He didn't have a chance no matter what. Then what are we waiting for? Let's fight our own battles. The true unrivaled heroes are only people like us. The youth laughed in a carefree manner. "The underworld emperor is mine. Don't fight with me over him. That old thing has lived for too long. It's time for him to die." Then, he turned around and looked at Yi Fan. "You have the bearing of my youth. Your fighting prowess isn't bad. I won't fight with you guys in this world. This era belongs to you guys." Haha. The first divine general suddenly laughed loudly. However, it was somewhat desolate as he said, "Who would have thought that there would be a day when we could talk like this instead of fighting to the death? That's because you and I are the same kind of people. We were born on opposite sides. However, the current era is different." The youth picked up the stone rod and said, "Let's go. I can't wait to kill that bastard underworld emperor." This youth had this kind of demeanor, this kind of brilliance, and this kind of unrestrained boldness. It made people sigh in admiration. How carefree and powerful was he? He said he was going to kill the supreme beings of the ancient times, yet he said it so casually. This was truly an unrivaled hero. Everyone was shaken. Many people's blood began to boil. The first divine general finally shook his head and said, "I can't leave, at least not now. I can't watch her die." In his eyes, there was a graceful figure that made his expression very complicated. Looking at the undying heaven empress on the phoenix nest, he wasn't willing to leave. "She's just a daughter. It's been so long, yet you still can't let go?" the youth shouted. "How can you let go of the obsession in your heart? If it had been completely severed, you would already be an emperor. However, you still can't let go of it. You blame yourself and sigh over the collapse of the celestial court. When you guys are destroyed and the underworld collapses, I can let go of it. But now, your ending is already decided because you met me. After this matter is over, I will go to the underworld and kill the underworld emperor. Then, I can achieve the Tao and live for another 2 lives, the youth said sonorously. In the distance, the undying heaven empress on the phoenix nest stopped beating the drum. She looked at the first divine general's aged appearance in a daze. Her face was already full of tears. The youth who used to ride a white horse and a silver robe was now so old. Even his celestial horse was lame and had entered its twilight years. Such an unrivaled hero of the past had actually reached this day. The youth raised his head and shouted towards the phoenix nest, "That woman, he has sacrificed a lot for you. Do you want to see him die in regret? If you think for him, you should die immediately. Let him let go of everything and achieve the Tao. Don't be too selfish." "Is that so? If I die, you can achieve the Tao?" The undying heaven empress' beautiful face was filled with sparkling tears. She said with a trembling voice, "If possible, I will help you achieve the Tao." The first divine general shook his head and said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. You're so sentimental. I will help you achieve the Tao. Then, we will go to the forbidden area to kill people. Otherwise, you will be far inferior to me in your current state." The youth made his move and slapped towards the phoenix nest. Everyone was shocked. What kind of expert was he? He was so confident that he could slap the undying heaven empress to death with one palm. Chong, a dazzling silver dagger axe was raised horizontally, blocking the youth's path. The first divine general took action and met his attack head-on. The imperial Tao law spread and everyone prostrated. They couldn't bear it and couldn't help but kowtow. The only fortunate thing was that the laws were controlled within a certain range. Otherwise, everyone would have died. Woman, you ruined his previous life. In this life, he also had the chance to transcend and kill supreme beings in the forbidden area. However, he encountered you and was ruined again. The youth sneered. If I am a burden, I am willing to die immediately. The undying Heaven Empress shed tears. She no longer looked like a female expert, but rather a weak little girl who didn't know what to do. When she thought of the past, her heart was in great pain. The first divine general shouted, "Foolish! You have been struck by his heavenly note, a mortal curse. He is forcing you to die. Whether you live or die is fine. It has already been engraved in my heart." When the undying Heaven Empress heard this, her heart was in even greater pain. She didn't leave or abandon him. The white horse silver-robed youth always guarded her side, never leaving. Clear tears tumbled down her face. She couldn't say a single word, only sobbing with sorrow. Truly boring. You are pedantic to this extent. No wonder you can't achieve the Tao. Let's go, I can make them leave her life and not kill her. For people like us to end up with mutual destruction, it truly is a tragedy of the world. People like us should at least kill a supreme being and bury a forbidden area with them. Life was born in the wrong era, unable to act independently. Death naturally has to be chosen by oneself. Die in extreme glory. Your distinguished self has sent down a divine decree. This time, we naturally won't kill the heavenly empress, said the old deity. This universe is too filthy. It is meaningless to you and me. Let's go choose a graveyard. The youth roared with laughter and displayed a great divine ability. This place immediately collapsed and forcefully shifted the battlefield. He and the first divine general disappeared. Everyone was stupefied. Did they really slaughter their way into the life-forbidden area? They were truly unmatched heroes. It had been a long time since those two left. This battlefield was still quiet. The appearance of these two stunning figures made heaven and earth lose their brilliance. They were truly heroic. I live, I laugh, I am free and unrestrained, I am angry, I am angry, I am supreme. When I came to this world alive, I couldn't make my own choices. When I die, it is up to me, not up to the heavens. I am going to die in extreme glory. They were going to the life-restricted region. They laughed loudly, not caring about the road ahead. Their faces were just that brilliant, this unrestrained and carefree. They were going to kill supreme beings. Everyone was stupefied, unable to say anything. How could there be these types of people? They were going to rush into the life-restricted region. It was better than taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard, laughing crazily, carrying a metal spear on their back, fighting just like that. There wasn't any grand display, no world-shaking power, it was just that simple. At the end of fate, the brilliant fiery light erupted with a brilliance that illuminated all of cultivation history. It was unknown where it came from, but a wave of powerful fluctuations transmitted over. It was as if raging waves were beating against the shore, as if rocks were piercing through the sky, startling the entire cosmos. Space-time fragments flew over. In a daze, everyone saw that lame horse transform into a dragon. All of its injuries were gone, its entire body snow-white, without a single strand of mixed hair, becoming an unmatched heavenly horse. Meanwhile, a silver-robed youth on top of it held a shining spear in his hands, pointing it towards the 9 heavens. He was in high spirits, domineering beyond compare. On the phoenix nest, undying Heaven Empress stood there, her body on the verge of collapse. Her face was covered in tears, silently sliding down. That blurry scene, even though it only appeared for a moment, she saw it clearly. That was the past #1 divine general, his style exceptional, unmatched. He fought with his spear alone, tearing apart the 9 heavens. However, she knew that after today, she would never see that person again. That silver-robed youth on the white horse, an unmatched heavenly talent, stepped onto the peak of his own extreme Tao, but he would never return, thus disappearing from this world. Haha. In a daze, everyone heard that youth's clear and bright laughter again. Then, he entered underworld Earth, wishing to kill ancient supreme beings. The stone rod moved through the heavens, his domineering aura matchless. That instant of radiance illuminated eternity. After who knew how much time had passed, the people of this place were still in silence. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Behind Yi Fan, the void shattered. A spiritual battle corpse that had just poked half of its body out was smashed into pieces by a scorpion's tail swing without even turning its head. Even the law of the Great Path and the fragments of its weapon were sent flying in all directions. This was a quasi-emperor battle corpse. It attacked, but was dealt with by him. If you want to kill me, then do it openly. These are useless. Even if you all come at me together, it won't be enough. Yi Fan laughed coldly. He broke the silence, walking forward step by step. He wasn't that fast, but there was a powerful pressure that made the sky dome tremble. Boom, boom, in the end, every time Yi Fan took a step, a large part of the starry sky would collapse, and the army of Yin's soldiers in front of him would suffer unimaginable damage. Even with the corpse of the quasi-emperor leading the army, it was not enough. Yi Fan didn't hold anything back. All the blood in his body was boiling, and the light from his skull shot into the sky. He was glowing from head to toe like a god from ancient times, emitting an unimaginably terrifying aura. This was a kind of invincible might. A person's power covered the entire sky dome. For the Yin soldiers, this kind of intense power was fatal, and they were all burning up. Rebirth! Yamahal Master shouted. A grey Yin chi flew over, and the 6 paths of reincarnation flashed together. It flew towards Yi Fan, wanting to devour him and send him to the underworld earth to die. Yamahal Master was a little anxious. The youth from the ancient heaven was too terrifying. He wanted to go back and send a message to prevent the sleeping emperor of the underworld from having an accident. But how could he let him do as he wished? Yi Fan himself didn't even move. A green lotus had already flown over, shattering the ancient void and shattering the 6 paths of reincarnation gate. The grey mist scattered. The woodcutter took action. He had Qing Emperor's weapon, so he naturally wouldn't sit and watch as the Yamahal Master bathed this place in blood. His mission was to restrain and kill him. Kill, the era of the ancient heaven has long passed. Protect our God, fight for him, and kill all of them. For the glory of the past, for the dignity of the ancient heaven, wash away the shame, kill the remnants of the undying heavenly emperor. Battle cries shook the heavens, and the battle spread far and wide. Every part of the starry sky was boiling, and experts were like trees in a forest. Killing everywhere. Laws fell like rain, falling continuously. Even great sages would be quickly submerged in this kind of battle. The legends of the strong would be easily shattered in this kind of magnificent battle. Because there were no weaklings among the heroes. They came from various supreme races. Everyone was a great sage. Only the quasi-emperor could stand alone in this world. Yi Tong's entire body blossomed with the divine light of the sun, and she fought a great battle with the Imperial Guard commander who rushed out of the phoenix nest. It was a female quasi-emperor with a terrifying cultivation. Komatsu and Gu Shinao also took action together, killing the experts of the underworld. Those ancient corpses all had astonishing origins, and from time to time, people would cry out in alarm, recognizing them as the peerless clan masters of a certain generation. Xianxia, Shan Huang, and the others also attacked in the sea of people, slaughtering in all directions, fighting the heroes of the ancient races. The universe was really too big. This time, the general drums of the heavenly sovereign and the war bugle call of the sovereign martial emperor had really affected a lot of people. It was unknown how many races had been alarmed, including many quasi-emperors who had crossed over. How many years had it been since there had been such a large-scale battle like this? This was definitely the most bitter battle after the darkness turmoil. Human lives were cheaper than grass, and experts fell in large numbers. Blood dyed the heaven and earth red, and this was a scene of doomsday. Everyone went crazy. The undying heaven empress wiped away her tears, and her expression became very cold. She continuously beat the drum, and the oppressive drum sound was like the roar of an ancient beast from the immortal world, intimidating everyone's soul. This kind of drum sound affected people's will, and made them go crazy. The descendants of the 8 tribes and all the other followers went berserk, almost to the point of insanity. They charged forward without fear of death, and many people's blood was boiling. Heaven Empress, are you still not going to retreat? Even if I promised not to kill you, there are still others. If you continue to be so obstinate, it will be too late for regrets, shouted the old god. Haha. In this world, everything is empty. If I don't reach the peak, then let the entire world be buried with me. The undying Heaven Empress had gone crazy. There were tears and malevolence on her face, and her elegant and moving face was filled with complex emotions. It was impossible for that white horse youth to return alive. Her heart was filled with endless pain, and rather than that, she might as well shatter the universe. With the Heaven Empress' strength, you still can't do that, right? Said the old god without any trace of politeness. Can't do it? I will let all of you understand that this world is going to tremble and shatter, shouted the undying Heaven Empress. Boom, what responded to her was the rumbling of a bugle horn. The old god ascended the phoenix nest and fought fiercely with her. The Heavenly Emperor's general summoning drum and Prime Emperor's bugle horn collided, emitting strands of immortal light. The sound was shocking, and it tore apart the universe. The two fought fiercely. Immortal sounds rose in all directions, and divine winds surged. It was as if two ancient emperors had reappeared and were fighting in this world. The Heavenly Emperor's secret weapon against the Prime Emperor's magical weapon was like a tit against an awl. It was like a battle between ancient emperors. They were both great characters whose names had shaken the ages. Since ancient times, how many people could be compared to them? The general summoning drum that the Heavenly Emperor painstakingly refined is only SOSO. Even a targeted blood sacrifice couldn't suppress the Prime Emperor's bugle horn. I heard that the Prime Emperor's bugle horn is a true dragon horn. It doesn't look like much, but it actually can't break open the Heavenly Emperor's bugle horn. How disappointing. As the undying Heaven Empress and the old god fought, the guards of both sides were also fighting to the death. Not only were they fighting, but their mouths were also not idle. They were destroying each other's fighting spirit and making their minds unsteady. Bang, no one could stop Yifan from going out. The old god was fighting against the Heavenly Empress, and the woodcutter old man was fighting against the Yama Lord. Right now, he was the only supreme powerhouse that was free. He slaughtered in all directions as if he had entered an unstoppable realm. Brat, come here. You're full of vigor. Take my place and let this old man rest for a while. The old man with a mouth full of yellow teeth shouted. There was a terrifying palm print on his back, and his clothes were tattered. He was ambushed by a battle corpse, and he was almost sucked into the Yama Lord's gate of reincarnation. He had long since been injured, and fighting against the netherworld demonic god was a bit strenuous. Alright, I'll go. Yifan rushed forward and took the old man's place. As a result, as soon as the old man left the battlefield, he was full of vigor again. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He leapt high into the air and pounced towards the phoenix nest. His eyes shone with a thieving light as he said, I'm coming. This wretched look immediately made Yifan lose his temper. This guy was obviously aiming for the treasures in the phoenix nest. His current excitement allowed him to fight another 10 battles in a row without a problem. The netherworld demonic god was truly powerful. Even though he was no longer as grand as he was in the past, Yifan still felt a huge pressure, as if he was facing a desolate beast from the time when the heavens were opened. In reality, the netherworld demonic god was truly a desolate beast. The power of his race's bloodline was powerful. Even though he had transformed into a human, the huge figure behind him was still like a mountain. It could transform into a physical body at any time and pounce over. Heaven's pride of the 6th layer, let me see just how extraordinary you are. The netherworld demonic god roared and rushed over like a dark cloud. His blood energy was like the sea, and his body was like a devil. A green lamp lit up the universe, and the law spread along with the light. He did not look down on Yifan, because he knew that although his cultivation level was high, his body's condition was not good, and he could not display all of his strength. Boom, the green lamp shone, and there was a little person sitting cross-legged in the wick. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the laws and immortal light that Yifan had shaken out, transforming them into his own essence energy. The wick's flame blazed and erupted. This kind of flame was very special. It was surrounded by a large expanse of mist that covered the sky and covered the earth. It could corrode one's essence energy and primordial spirit, and it could even disintegrate the physical body. It was rumored that this was the power of destruction from the time when the heavens were opened. Yi Fan's palm struck out. Originally, it could shatter the sky, but it was disintegrated by this extremely soft and yin power. His heart immediately jumped. Kill. This was not a battle that could end in a short period of time. It would be a bitter battle. In reality, this also proved all of this. The netherworld demonic god became more and more courageous as he killed. There was a wave of medicinal power in his body. Clearly, it was the medicinal power of the 9 revolutions immortal pill that was taking effect, and his condition was developing in a good direction. The person who was praised by the number 1 divine general of the ancient heaven, "You are very strong, but don't ever give me a chance. Otherwise, killing geniuses and covering the sky with one hand is my style." The netherworld demonic god's body was covered in blood as he spoke coldly. "I won't give you a chance. Your era has come to an end, and everything will become a thing of the past. This era belongs to the next generation," Yi Fan said calmly. After thousands of attacks of life and death, flowers of blood appeared on Yi Fan's body. At this moment, he had already seen through all of the other party's battle skills and triggered the divine restriction. Boom, the celestial emperor's fist was unparalleled in this world. Blazing golden light sprinkled down. Yi Fan was like a great emperor on a journey. He smashed the green lamp in front of him with a fist, and at the same time, the netherworld demonic god's body also exploded, and blood spilled in the cosmos. Everyone felt a chill. Yi Fan was too powerful. He killed 3 divine generals in succession, and they were all supreme experts who had followed the undying heavenly emperor in the past. Almost all of these people who had lived to this era had died in his hands. No matter how great an expert was, they were nothing in front of the passage of time. In the end, they would only be left with specks of blood. Boom. Suddenly, in the depths of the starry sky, a terrifying aura filled the air, shaking the world of mortals. "It's the direction of the underworld." Yi Fan suddenly raised his head. The fluctuations there were intense, and space-time fragments flew out, rushing in all directions. A youth could vaguely be seen. He whistled through the heaven and earth, and the sky-bending bow was about to shoot down a supreme being. Those were the fragments of time that scattered across the cosmos. The true scene couldn't be seen, only some fragmented scenes. Clearly, that part of the cosmos had been smashed to pieces. The young man's eyes were bright and spirited. He was incomparably focused. The pitch-black bow was drawn. There were no feathers. He summoned a heavenly river and condensed it into a cosmos divine arrow. It contained his essence energy that could split the heavens and earth. In the distance, an ancient figure walked out from the broken underworld earth. He was clad in black armor. His entire body was pitch black, and the armor even covered his face and eyes. Only black light flowed about. Even though they were separated by who knew how many galaxies, the aura of death still made people tremble. It was as if they were looking at a dead immortal. This was a terrifying supreme being. Before he became the underworld emperor, his corpse's past life was an emperor-level character. His accomplishments were incomparable. At this moment, he stepped out from the underworld earth like an immortal demon that could destroy the world. The young man was fearless. His face was even more brilliant. He towered under the starry sky, his black hair flying about. Unfortunately, people could only see this scene. The other scenes turned into fragments of time and flew everywhere, never to be seen again. Everyone knew that the young man had taken action against the underworld emperor. The unrivaled general of the ancient heaven was a heaven-defying existence. He didn't really kill his way into the life-forbidden region of the legendary era. He wanted to kill an emperor and fight to the death. Dong, in the depths of the cosmos, the sound of a world shattering could be heard. Terrifying laws pervaded the air. Everyone trembled, but in the end, they couldn't go and watch the battle. Kill. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, everyone returned to reality. The decisive battle unfolded. This was a blood-stained picture scroll. The great battle continued. Yi Fan killed the 3rd divine general. There was no one else beside him. Not a single expert dared to approach. This was the unrivaled style of killing. Everywhere he passed, everyone would retreat. On the battlefield, Yi Tong, Komatsu, Xianxia, Shan Huang, and the big bearded man could almost stabilize the situation. Now, only the decisive battle in the Phoenix Nest and the battle between the woodcutter old man and the Yama King remained. Hong Yifan didn't care anymore. At this time, he no longer held back. The great Tao precious bottle above his head rose and fell. The heaven-devouring evil jar appeared, emitting an undying radiance. What, a monarch weapon! On this battlefield, everyone was trembling. Another emperor artifact appeared, moreover the most famous one, the heaven-devouring demonic jar that shook endless generations. How could they not feel fear? There were too many legends about this supreme artifact. It was rumored that as long as there was enough divine force and it was activated and refined to a certain degree, great monarch Vicious would reappear in this world and control the cycle of life and death. He would be invincible. It was because this was refined from her body, buried within her first life body. There were also primordial spirit laws and soul left behind after the transformation. In this world, the most mysterious great emperor was none other than her. Even to this day, no one knew if she was dead or alive, because there had always been a legend regarding her longevity. No one knew how many eras she had lived. Moreover, this demonic jar hadn't been broken even in the darkness chaos 300 years ago. It had fought a bloody battle against a supreme being, but it still didn't break. From this, one could see just how terrifying its demonic nature was. As a divine body, Yifan's most powerful aspect was his blood energy. His essence energy surged like a vast ocean, shaking the endless starry skies. It was as if a supreme emperor had come into being. His entire body was shining. He used all of his strength to activate the heaven-devouring demonic jar and slaughtered in all directions. No one could stop him, wiping out a large portion of the Yin army and Phoenix Nest's troops. Wherever he went, there were only bones and blood. There wasn't a single person left. This was the path of a great emperor, an unrivaled Tao. He wouldn't be able to find another opponent. Then, he took action against the Phoenix Nest. Heaven-overflowing blood energy wrapped around the heaven-devouring demonic jar as he smashed it against the enormous ancient nest, using all of his strength. Yifan was already at the 6th heavenly layer of the quasi-emperor realm. His blood surged, and he used his ocean-like essence energy to refine the emperor artifact. Reviving the heaven-devouring demonic jar naturally wasn't an issue. Hong Long Long, the heavens were trembling, the stars were trembling, and the entire world was collapsing. The extreme divine might erupted, and endless auspicious colors surged. Everyone retreated. Those who stood in the way could only die. Under the pressure of the extreme Tao, the great sage could only explode and turn into a bloody pulp. He couldn't even take a single blow. Wherever the heaven-devouring demonic jar went, there was no longer a single opponent. Weng, the Phoenix Nest disintegrated. Undying Heaven Empress, who was standing on top, had a trace of blood seeping out of her mouth. Her ice-cold gaze looked over, but she couldn't stop anything. The great battle with the old god had reached its climax. Yifan used the heaven-devouring demonic jar to break open this undying nest made of phoenix wood. It was a magical artifact in itself, and there were many densely packed runes carved on it. However, at this moment, it couldn't hold on any longer. There were even imperial runes left behind by the undying Heaven Emperor, but the heaven-devouring demonic jar possessed a terrifying devouring power. It directly swallowed the power of those runes. The trapped white-haired sword god rushed out, and the yellow-toothed old man turned into a beam of light. They roamed about the fragmented phoenix nest and plundered wantonly. "You guys are forcing me!" Undying Heaven Empress screamed. Her beautiful face seemed very sinister. "I'm not forcing you, but I'm going to kill you," Yifan said coldly. These days, as long as he closed his eyes, his mind would be restless. The scenes of the future would always appear in his mind. The 10,000 years of loneliness, the 10,000 years of indifference, the 10,000 years of desolation. It made him feel so much pain that he wanted to die. That corner of the future made him unable to calm down and close his eyes. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others had all died in battle. Yitong and Komatsu had been smashed to pieces by the undying Heaven Empress and the powerhouses of the underworld. Their blood splashed across the starry river. It was incomparably tragic. Jizue turned into blood and was buried in the ruins. Little Violet was so young and immature that she couldn't escape this calamity. What he saw was blood. When he closed his eyes, it was all he could see. He couldn't sleep at night, and every moment was spent in anxiety. This was the reason why Yi Fan didn't care about the price and did his best to start this battle. Passively waiting for disaster to descend wasn't his choice. He wanted to change everything and kill the Undying Heaven Empress first. Boom! Yi Fan activated the heaven-devouring demon jar and dealt heavy blows to the Undying Heaven Empress. Even his primordial spirit was about to burn. The Undying Heaven Empress and the old god fought. Both wielded terrifying immortal treasures left behind by the ancient emperor. They were originally evenly matched, but now the balance was broken. She was heavily injured and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Fan's mind trembled, and he pulled back at the right time because he sensed that something was wrong on the other side of the battlefield. The woodcutter and the Yamahal master were both burning. Their divine blood and fighting with their lives on the line. Clearly, the Yamahal master had a bad premonition and knew that the situation was hopeless. He wanted to break out of the encirclement, and the woodcutter was doing his best to stop him. Kill. Yi Fan took a step forward, and his understanding of this profound meaning had long reached the pinnacle of perfection. Time and space froze. He approached and activated the demon jar to smash down. Rumble, this was a great battle. The black spear in the Yamahal master's hand was like the sea of death as it met the heaven-devouring demon jar. With a clang, sparks flew in all directions, as brilliant as the heavenly river flowing backwards. Junior, you have cultivated for hundreds of years, and you still dare to bully me? The Yamahal master's expression was sinister. The giant horns on his head flowed with demonic light, and his green claws were terrifying. He stood there with his spear in hand, looking majestic without being angry. This is no longer your era. It's time to end. Everything belongs to our generation. Yi Fan said mercilessly as he attacked again. With a rumble, the divine restriction was activated, and his battle prowess rose rapidly. The demon jar on his head opened, and endless immortal light gushed out, blasting towards the Yamahal master. He stood at the sixth layer of heaven of the quasi-emperor, and wanted to fight against someone who also wielded an emperor weapon. Naturally, he was at an absolute disadvantage, but he had activated the divine restriction and instantly closed the distance. He could fight. Two beams of green light shot out from the Yamahal master's eyes. To be able to cultivate to this level, he was naturally the most terrifying person. He could also activate the divine restriction, but he couldn't do as he pleased. This made him feel great anxiety. He had to get rid of Yi Fan, or else he would definitely become the most terrifying enemy of the underworld in the future. Vaguely, the Yamahal master seemed to have seen the rise of a great emperor. He had to stop this change and cut off Yi Fan's path forward. Rumble, the emperor weapons collided, and the woodcutter also attacked. I'll stop that spear of death. You go and stop him, the woodcutter said. Yi Fan nodded, and the two of them attacked separately. The Yamahal master roared and tore through the void, but he was smashed out by the Green Emperor Lotus and the heaven-devouring demon jar. The woodcutter used all his techniques and placed the Green Lotus on the Nether Death Spear, locking it in place so that it couldn't break free. The Yamahal master was terrified. The woodcutter didn't attack him and was only responsible for restraining his weapon. Meanwhile, Yi Fan held the heaven-devouring demon jar and erupted with the Supreme Emperor's might, crushing forward. I want you to understand that the gap between us can't be bridged, not even divine restrictions. I will achieve the Tao, and my comprehension of the Emperor realm is not something that divine restrictions can touch. The Yamahal master shouted, not letting go of the Nether Death Spear. While confronting the woodcutter old man, he also tried his best to attack Yi Fan. The black spear burst forth with strands of light, shooting forward. It's useless to say anything. Your era is over. We will rise in this era, and swear to flatten the underworld. Yi Fan roared. The demonic lid flew up, and the jar's mouth rushed forward, aiming at the Yamahal master. It fiercely attacked, and millions of rays of light submerged that place. Clang, the Nether Death Spear and the Green Emperor Lotus trembled, resisting the divine might. This place was in chaos. Still not enough. the Yamahal master retorted. Even though he couldn't pull back the nether death spear, he could still borrow the power of his own laws to resist the two of them. Under his desperate struggle, he erupted with extraordinary strength. Still not enough? Then let's fight again. Yi Fan roared. He stood in the divine forbidden domain, connecting heaven and earth. His battle prowess was boundless, suppressing the surrounding star domains until they collapsed. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock, and they all fled. This battlefield was cleared out. Yi Fan used the all-character secret art. His entire body surged with battle intent, and his battle prowess soared to the peak of his life. He had never reached such a level before. Now, the all-character secret art could only be used in the divine forbidden domain. It increased the quality of one's body in all aspects. Regardless of whether it was battle prowess, speed, or primordial spirit, they all directly rose to 10 times. This was a heaven-defying secret art. Even though it was difficult to use and had too many restrictions, once one reached this realm, once it was used, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers would lose their color, and heaven and earth would collapse. Great Emperor? Everyone was shaken as they felt the aura of an emperor. There was a barrier in the Great Emperor's domain, blocking all attacks from those below and restricting all kinds of methods to break in. However, at this moment, everyone seemed to feel some kind of aura. The heaven-devouring evil jar flew up and fell down, directly causing the Yamahal master to let go. He threw away the nether death spear, and the 3 emperor weapons flew out at the same time. Yi Fan looked down on the world, his thick black hair fluttering in the wind. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but want to kneel down. There was a faintly discernible imperial might. Perhaps he wouldn't be any weaker than the #1 divine general of ancient heaven, right? Yi Fan took action, fighting in close combat against the Yamahal master. This was a great battle without weapons. Kill. Boom, every punch saw blood, and every punch entered flesh. This was a great battle that ordinary people couldn't imagine. Yi Fan fought against the Yamahal master. He was at the peak of his life, standing at the absolute peak of life. The power he displayed was unparalleled. Ah, the Yamahal master roared. His whole body was covered in blood. Even though he resisted, even though he was unparalleled and domineering, even though his battle strength was heaven-defying, he was still shattered by Yi Fan's celestial emperor fist. Only his primordial spirit escaped, turning into a ray of green light that tore through space and time. The heaven-devouring evil jar flew up, and strands of celestial light directly sucked him in. The demonic lid closed, and with a clang, everything returned to silence. The Yamahal master's corpse lay on the ground. His huge body was split into pieces and exploded in the starry sky, forming a path of blood and bones that extended to the feet of Yi Fan. Everyone knew that no one in this era could stop Yi Fan's imperial path. A great emperor was about to rise in this era. The Yama Temple Master was dead, killed by Yi Fan and turned into a pile of blood and bones. His corpse lay at Yi Fan's feet. Anyone would be horrified by this result. A person who was about to achieve Tao had died just like that. How could they not be shocked? As a powerhouse of the underworld, he controlled the fates of the world. He was an innating god, but he couldn't control his own life and death and had stepped into reincarnation. This part of the universe was deathly silent. The people of the underworld and the phoenix nest felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Fan already had such world-shocking combat strength. If he was given more time, who would be able to stop him in the future? Was the legend that a saint body couldn't become a monarch going to be broken? Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. Woo, the nether death spear trembled and pierced through the void, disappearing from this place. Yi Fan and the woodcutter didn't stop it. They couldn't destroy it. Keeping it by their side would require a monarch weapon to suppress it. Sooner or later, it would be a disaster. The Yama Temple Master was dead, and the underworld army had collapsed. Yi Tong, Komatsu, Gu Jiao, Yang Shi, Big Beard, Shan Huang, and the others had utterly defeated them. How could the nether soldiers and war slaves stop them? Their morale had been destroyed. Dong. In the distance, the undying Heaven Empress and the old god were fighting. Her face was full of anger. She couldn't accept this result, but if this continued, it wouldn't change the result. Suddenly, a small Dao platform flew out from the top of her head. It was simple and holy, emitting an ancient aura. It quickly enlarged. What is this thing? Everyone was stunned. Immortal Phoenix platform. The old god's expression changed. The people of God's organization were all palpitating. They were descendants of the ancient heaven and had naturally heard of the rumors. They were extremely nervous and even a little afraid. Heavenly Emperor, show yourself. I know you're still in this world. Didn't you take action when that person suppressed me in the Purple Mountain? The Undying Heaven Empress said calmly. Then, she chanted an incantation. Ancient runes flew out one after another and branded themselves in the void. Then, they poured into the simple Tao platform. The divine platform started enlarging and stopped when it was 30 meters wide. It floated in the universe without any luster. There were only spots of blood on the platform, emitting the aura of the great Tao. This is the ancient Phoenix stage where the immortal Heavenly Emperor comprehended the Tao. It was a divine item that represented the magic and Tao of the paramount god of the past. He had spent most of his life sitting cross-legged on it, and as such, it held extraordinary significance. All the heroes felt their blood run cold. The Undying Heaven Empress expression was so solemn that it was as if she was talking to an ancient sovereign on the Tao platform, as if there really was a person there. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see an illusory figure sitting cross-legged on the Phoenix Tao platform, not moving at all. This left everyone horrified. The Sky Emperor was still alive, and could he reappear in this world? This was unbelievable. Heavenly Emperor, are you still not coming out? I'm about to die, how can you bear to do this? Undying Heaven Empress shouted. When these words were spoken, it caused everyone's hair to stand on end. No wonder the Undying Heaven Empress said that she could bury the entire universe with her. If the most terrifying Undying Heavenly Emperor was still alive, he could really do it. However, the Phoenix stage still didn't show any reaction, to the extent where that indistinct void figure also disappeared, no longer appearing, only Imperial Tao natural law swirling about. Sky Emperor, why don't you come out? When Wuxia suppressed us in Mount Purple, didn't you take action? Are you really so heartless today? The Undying Heaven Empress faintly said. These words shocked everyone. What happened back then? Great Emperor Wuxia entered Mount Purple, suppressed the Undying Heaven Empress, and even drew out the Heavenly Emperor. This was simply earth-shattering. Everyone's ears rang with wing-wing sounds, not daring to believe her words. The Heavenly Emperor had lived until the Desolate Era and had once fought with Great Emperor Wuxia. This was simply like a legend, surpassing everyone's understanding, and such a world-shaking battle hadn't spread to the world, so the whole world didn't know about it. That must have been the most terrifying battle. This was Great Emperor Wuxia, the most powerful Great Emperor since ancient times. He had suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and there was no one he couldn't deal with. He was invincible throughout his life, intimidating even the forbidden regions into silence. Even the powerful underworld, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, could only keep a low profile when facing Great Emperor Wuxia. They sealed themselves in their immortal treasures, not daring to resist. As for the Undying Heavenly Emperor, there was no need to even mention him. No one would have thought that Great Emperor Wuxia still had such a glorious battle, clashing with the highest Heavenly Emperor of the ancient times. Whether he lived or died, whether he won or lost, everyone wanted to know. This is too terrifying. Even now, Great Emperor Wuxia's experiences cannot be known by the world. Everyone sighed. However, on that Tao platform, the indistinct figure completely disappeared. Even the natural laws were restrained, and nothing could be seen. The Undying Heavenly Emperor didn't appear. Heavenly Emperor, you are so ruthless. The Undying Heaven Empress sighed. She felt so unresigned. Even her most powerful trump card was useless. She couldn't use it, and this made her sink into despair. The Heavenly Emperor was emotionless and wholeheartedly pursued the Tao. There was nothing in this world that could restrict him, and the 8 divine generals had all heard of him. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel a chill. Could it be that you lost against Wuxia? Impossible, I know you are still alive, still in this world. When these words were spoken, everyone trembled even more. Even their souls were throbbing. What kind of heaven-shocking news was this? The Undying Heavenly Emperor was still alive. At this moment, there was no sound. Great waves surged in everyone's hearts, and they couldn't calm down. What kind of great world was this? Long live the supreme undying deity. The heavenly emperor is immortal, and his long life can be seen. In this era, we are willing to abide by the oath and fight to the death for our emperor. Suddenly, the 8 divine generals and many powerful great clans all shouted loudly. Their voices were like landslides and tsunamis. They were full of confidence, and their blood vessels surged. They were greatly encouraged. The faces of everyone from God's organization turned pale. This was the most terrifying result. The venerable emperor was no longer here, so who could suppress the undying heavenly emperor? That person was considered the most terrifying since ancient times. Apart from the unmatched venerable emperors, how many people could fight against him, especially in this era? If the undying heavenly emperor returned, then it would announce that ancient heaven was completely finished. Even if there were descendants, they couldn't defy the heavens. Do you think she's alive just because she said she's alive? She's long dead. The old deity spoke. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and the woodcutter elder were even more unmoved. They pressed forward. Who cared if the heavenly emperor was alive or not? They were going to kill the heavenly empress and not give her a way out. Heavenly emperor, are you still not going to appear? I don't believe you're dead. Could it be that Wuxia is really that terrifying? You two have been confronting each other all this time, unable to separate yourselves? The undying heaven empress shouted. Her beautiful hair flew about. She was unwilling and didn't want things to end like this. Unfortunately, the heavenly phoenix stage was extremely calm. Nothing appeared. Pa. She slapped out with her palm, heavily striking the heavenly phoenix stage. However, it didn't shatter. At this moment, her situation was worrying. Yi Fan and the woodcutter elder walked over with emperor weapons in hand. They were going to encircle and annihilate her, sealing off all of her paths of retreat. The result could be imagined. There was no suspense at all. Hong, in the depths of the cosmos, resplendent radiance suddenly erupted. Spacetime fragments flew about chaotically. Fragmented scenes appeared one after another. A youth with a white horse and silver robes had an exceptional bearing. He was currently engaged in the most glorious battle of his life. He wanted to slaughter an emperor and cut down a supreme being. If he succeeded, it would naturally shake the heavens of all ages. After the undying heaven empress saw this, her expression became even more sorrowful. Tears slid down her face as she said with a trembling voice, Ning Fei. She called out the first divine general's name. In the distance, that figure disappeared. That was only a spacetime fragment and not a real person. Goodbye, Ning Fei. I've missed out on the archaic era. Being able to meet you again in this world already leaves me with no regrets. If we can meet again in the next life, I'm willing to turn into a flower and bloom at your side. The undying heaven empress cried out in grief. Then, she laughed loudly. Sparkling and translucent tears rolled down her cheeks as she released heaven overflowing killing intent. The war drum in her hand seemed like it was about to shatter. Strands of blood flowed out from the space between her brows. Then, it turned into a sparkling and glistening little phoenix. Its entire body was bright red. It spread its wings and soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone's expressions froze as they sensed the aura of an ancient supreme being. During this process, the undying heaven empress removed a silver hairpin from her head. It was actually a small silver dagger axe. She placed it in the void and softly said, "Goodbye, we'll meet again in the next life." Hong, however, the small silver dagger axe actually exploded, burning into a resplendent radiance. It tore through the cosmos and rushed into the distance. This shocked everyone. Even the undying heaven empress herself was dumbfounded. A silver path spread out from the depths of the cosmos to this place. A white celestial horse trod on the heavenly path, causing a hurricane to sweep through the cosmos and shatter many stars. The first divine general appeared. He was just like in the past, looking down on the world. The silver dagger axe in his hand cut through the 9 heavens. He was dressed in a silver robe and looked otherworldly. He spurred his horse over and stood above the gods as if he was about to ascend to immortality. He attacked with the heavenly dagger axe in his hand and tore through the encirclement, sending the old god flying. With a dang sound, he collided with the Azure Emperor's weapon. The celestial horse was like a dragon as he entered the battlefield. Even the two supreme experts couldn't stop him for even a single step. At this moment, he was like a deity descending to the mortal world. He was matchless and unparalleled. His white horse and silver robe swept through the world with no opponent. The undying Heaven Empress tears fell like rain. At this final moment, only this person had come to save her. This caused her to silently weep. She thought of the ancient past. It was filled with too much bitterness and regret. The first divine general Ning Fei brought the undying Heaven Empress onto the back of his horse and was about to charge out with her. The old god moved with the venerable emperor's horn. The woodcutter frowned and said, "I can't stop him. He has already died in battle. This is only his undying obsession. He insists on bringing away the person he is protecting. If his wish isn't fulfilled, he won't leave until he dies." Ning Fei. The undying Heaven Empress cried out in fear when she heard this. She used her hand to touch the silver-robed youth's face. Her crystalline fingers were trembling and her entire body was trembling. "You're dead, and you'll never return. You can't protect me by my side. I hate you. Ning Fei, come back to life." The undying Heaven Empress cried out mournfully. Her beautiful face was filled with despair and her heart was filled with endless sorrow. The silver-robed youth didn't say anything. His entire body was burning with silver radiance. The celestial horse he was sitting on was also the same. One man and one mount were as pure and holy as a deity. They wanted to bring that woman away. "Ning Fei, I don't want you to die. As long as you come back to life, I'm willing to let go of everything and leave with you." The undying Heaven Empress cried out in fear. Unfortunately, that was only the obsession of an undying divine soul. Although it still looked as peerless as before, there was no longer any response. The undying Heaven Empress' flawless countenance gradually turned malevolent. Her hatred overflowed to the heavens. She couldn't accept this result and was filled with sorrow. The heaven-devouring jar above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down. He walked forward step by step. Although he had seen a tragedy and this tragic ending made his heart sink, he wouldn't stop. He wanted to keep the undying Heaven Empress. Let him go. His obsession is too deep. If he can't fulfill his wish, he won't leave until he dies, said the woodcutter. The woodcutter said. Even if he wasn't the real first godly general, he still possessed terrifying battle prowess. All was silent. No one spoke. Whether it was friend or foe, they all had complicated feelings. The first divine general Ning Fei was so outstanding, yet he had fallen to such a fate. It made people sigh. Such a proud son of heaven had fallen just like that. There were also people who sympathized with the undying Heaven Empress. The two had been separated by a lifetime. It was clear that she and Ning Fei had a story, but in the end they hadn't been able to be together. The heaven-devouring demon jar floated above Yi Fan's head. His eyes were like lightning. He didn't have a heart of stone. The first divine general was so persistent that he would protect the woman he once loved even in death. This made his heart heavy, but he had seen a corner of the future. The undying Heaven Empress had personally killed Ji Tong, Komatsu, and Little Purple. Thus, he didn't want to let the Heaven Empress go even if he had to pay a great price. Bang, the world shook. The aura of a supreme being came from the depths of the distant starry skies. It swallowed the sun, moon, and stars, shocking everyone. Yi Fan's expression changed for the first time. He sighed and stepped aside, no longer blocking Ning Fei and allowing him to leave. With the undying Heaven Empress. This was because he had thought of something even more terrifying. The first divine general of ancient heaven and Ning Fei had just gone to kill a supreme being. Had they succeeded? Or had they died in battle, unable to accomplish anything? If the supreme being from the Forbidden Zone came out to destroy the world, that would be terrifying to the extreme. Silver divine splendor shot into the sky. Ning Fei leapt into the sky and disappeared from this place, vanishing into the depths of the universe in the blink of an eye. The stars twinkled, constantly retreating. The undying Heaven Empress wept. She stroked that heroic face, trembling. She was afraid that if she blinked, she would never see him again. But she also knew that this was truly an eternal farewell. The silver-robed youth who had protected her for a lifetime would never see her again. He had once been so outstanding, unstoppable. Not even the 9 heavens and 10 earths could trap him. Now, all of this was history. In the deepest depths of the starry skies, after the undying Heaven Empress was safe, the Pegasus came to a halt. His entire body began to burn, and the peerlessly heroic number 1 war general began to blur. Silver light flared, and he no longer existed. The undying Heaven Queen threw herself forward and cried loudly. She held the silver hairpin in her hand. It was a small silver battle spear. She wanted to become one with the youth. However, this was clearly futile. The heroic silver-robed youngster quickly aged and then disintegrated. Even the heavenly horse was like this, experiencing an entire life in the shortest amount of time. From a heavenly dragon descending into the world of mortals, to its fur losing luster, its long and healthy legs becoming limp, falling into the dust of the cosmos. No. The undying Heaven Empress let out a mournful cry filled with despair. Within the silver firelight, an old man with 1 foot in the grave nodded at her, saying his final farewell. At the last moment, his soul had awakened. Seeing that she had survived, he was finally free. Ah! The undying Heaven Empress staggered forward, wanting to hug that figure, but it was all in vain. In a daze, in the last brilliant silver firelight, she saw a silver-robed youth with a white horse smiling at her. He was so otherworldly, and his snow-white teeth were very brilliant. The undying Heaven Empress felt as if she had been struck by lightning. This was the scene of their first meeting, and he was so peerless. Boom, the silver light exploded, and everything ceased to exist. That figure had been obliterated, but it had forever been imprinted in her heart. A heart-wrenching cry of grief came from this part of the cosmos. On the battlefield, Yi Fan and the others gazed into the depths of the cosmos. They hadn't sensed the appearance of a supreme being. Although they weren't completely at ease, they had calmed down a little. And at this time, the battle had been completely settled. There was no suspense left. Kill! The old deity shouted. They were mortal enemies with the bloodline of the undying Heaven Emperor, and it was impossible to resolve the enmity. They had been opposing each other since ancient times, and everything had to come to an end. Even though their greatest enemy was still living in the life-forbidden zone and couldn't be shaken, they could now settle this karma. Not to mention Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, Yi Tong, and the others, even the yellow-toothed old man, the woodcutter, and the others took action. There was no mercy on the battlefield, only life and death. This was a massacre. Blood dyed the sky red, and the sun and moon lost their light. No one knew how many people had died, and this place had become a battlefield of carnage. The descendants of the 8 tribes were all killed, and countless powerful races that followed the bloodline of the Heavenly Emperor were also killed. Even the starry sky was dyed red, and it was a tragic sight. In the end, the heavenly soldiers and the people of the Holy Ji Palace and God's organization couldn't kill anymore. Yi Fan and the woodcutter had long since stopped, and only then did it end. The leaders were all executed, and the rest surrendered and were all suppressed. This place became a blood-stained demonic land, and after thousands of years, it became a terrifying burial ground. Anyone who spoke of it would change their expression. This battlefield was preserved and written into the annals of history. Tens of thousands of years later, there would still be people coming here to pay homage and reminisce. In the depths of the starry sky, the undying Heaven Empress knelt on the ground and sobbed. You are no longer here, and I have missed out on another life with you. What meaning is there? Just which restricted area is this? I will get revenge for you. She didn't know if Ning Fei succeeded in killing the Supreme Being, but he had indeed died in battle. Her eyes were filled with madness, and she wanted to get revenge regardless of the price. Underworld Emperor Old Ghost, I can't give you the Heavenly Emperor's blood that you want. I want revenge. The undying Heaven Empress went crazy, laughing loudly as if she had gone mad. Blood continuously dripped from the space between her brows. It was first bright red like a blood diamond, and then other colors appeared. In the end, it condensed into 5 colors that were brilliant and dazzling. It turned into an immortal phoenix in front of her head, spreading its wings and taking to the skies. This was the blood of the undying Heaven Empress, and it possessed the characteristics of the undying immortal medicine. The murderous aura and laws within had long been cleanly refined into her body, extending her life for another life. However, now, she was carrying out a reversal, producing the phoenix blood once again. It condensed in front of her brows, erupting with resplendent radiance. Then, she summoned that Tao platform once more, making it float in front of her, and then she poured all of the 5-colored divine blood onto it. The simple and unadorned Tao platform was like a sponge, absorbing all of the blood. Then, it began to shine, and 5-colored divine radiance rushed into the heavens, tearing apart the cosmos. A void figure appeared on that platform. It was terrifying and enormous, shaking up this cosmos. It possessed a power as boundless as an ocean. The Heavenly Emperor isn't willing to appear, so I have come to summon you. Divine warrior constructed from natural laws and order, you shall fight for the 8 armies of vengeance. The Undying Heaven Empress said. Outsiders wouldn't have thought that the Undying Heaven Empress Tao Comprehension platform actually had this type of unmatched divine chain of order. It actually developed intelligence, constructing an indistinct figure. Heaven Empress understanding of me is too little. I already don't have the strength to fight. I was originally condensed from the power of faith, not the deity of this Tao platform. However, that mental power body has long been disregarded and suppressed, and now, only the remnant of natural laws remains. I won't be able to hold on for much longer, said this indistinct figure. Even the Undying Heaven Empress was stupefied when she heard this. She immediately thought of many things. The Undying Heaven Empress ruled over the world. His magical power was boundless, unparalleled in the world. He received the worship of all the races in the cosmos. Endless power of faith converged, forging an immortal divine body for him. That person was formed from mental power and was similarly incomparably terrifying, so much so that it was almost comparable to the Undying Heaven Empress. That was because everything the Heavenly Emperor knew, that mental power body also knew. The two were originally the same person. Your divine body has been suppressed by Wuxia. You are his remnant spirit. The Undying Heaven Empress sucked in a breath of cold air. The Heavenly Emperor Supreme will has left and bestowed a new life upon me. However, I've let the Heavenly Emperor down. I've lost face for the Heavenly Emperor, said the remnant spirit. He had lost. Although his will wasn't as strong as the Heavenly Emperor's, that divine body wasn't much weaker. However, it was still suppressed. The Heavenly Emperor's technique has transcended nature, shaking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. He has seized so many fortunes on the path of immortality, and his strength is one of the best since ancient times. However, Wuxia is truly too heaven-defying and can even defy immortals. In a true battle, they will most likely be evenly matched, said the remnant spirit. The Undying Heaven Empress was silent. She knew that if the Undying Heaven Empress didn't come out, it wouldn't end with both sides suffering heavy losses. If he was in a confrontation with Wuxia, he might not be able to escape for the rest of his life. The Heaven Empress was rapidly aging. In an instant, her beautiful hair had turned white, and her beautiful face was also covered in wrinkles. She hugged the small silver halberd in front of her chest and said with a mournful smile, "It's useless even if I summon you." That might not be the case. If we must fight, I still have another method. The Undying Heaven Empress was already running out of time. After forcing out the phoenix blood, she seemed to have aged several thousand years in an instant. She opened her mouth and said, "I don't have much life left. Please bring my bones and bury me at the place where the first divine general died in battle. Since you still have a method, then go and flatten that forbidden region." "This is against the rules," said the phantom. "I will summon you out as long as you do this. Moreover, Ningfei might have already killed the Supreme Being there. You are only responsible for burying my bones." The Undying Heaven Empress said in a mournful voice. She didn't have much time left. She was heavily wounded, and her heart was wounded. Her lifespan had been stripped away. Her hair was white, and her face was red. Her life was approaching its end. "All right, I will do my best," said the figure on the phoenix platform. Then, he began to chant an ancient incantation. Runes flickered, and then they turned into the rules of the great Tao that rushed into the universe. He was summoning a supreme treasure, a sect's most terrifying great killing weapon since ancient times. At the edge of the universe, chaotic energy surged violently. A heavenly blade as bright as lightning tore through the primal chaos. All kinds of essence energy from before the heavens opened surged over and entered the stone egg under the heavenly blade. If the woodcutter old man was here, he would definitely be shocked. Because he had seen this scene many tens of thousands of years ago, he sealed himself in this era because he wanted to see a result. But in the 100 or 200 years since his awakening, he had never obtained anything. If Yifan was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this heavenly blade was exactly the same as the replica he obtained after killing the heavenly prince back then. This was the true undying heavenly blade. This blade's killing intent was oppressive, and energy waves were boundless. At first glance, it looked like a single entity. It was a simple and unadorned color, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was divided into 5 colors. It was actually forged from 5 types of divine metals, perfectly fusing together to form a whole. There was a rumor in the world that when all kinds of divine metals were melted together in a furnace and refined into a perfect emperor weapon, there was a chance that it would become an immortal weapon. Its offensive power would be unparalleled. After so many years had passed, the stone egg under the heavenly blade still hadn't come into being. There were no changes. It was devouring starlight and absorbing chaotic energy. At this time, the incantation of the ruined deity on the Phoenix platform was sensed by the undying heavenly blade. It was summoning it, making it fight. Wiping out the forbidden region, impossible. The undying heaven blade was like the first ray of light before the creation of the world. The blade's body was sparkling and translucent, and the light it emitted was incomparably resplendent, intimidating people's hearts. The blade chi spread out like the sea, shaking the ancient starry sky. This blade's reputation was too great. Since ancient times, there had always been a legend about it. The heaven blade symbolized the heavenly Tao, and this was the undying heavenly emperor's confidence. He saw himself as the number one since ancient times, and no one in the mortal world could rival him. The ruined deity's incantation revived it, but it didn't acknowledge it. Its attitude was cold and ruthless. Why did they sweep through the forbidden zone of life? It had no obligation to do so, nor could it do so. On this day, a resplendent saber light streaked across the sky, cutting through the boundless universe. The darkness and coldness were cut apart. The heavenly saber was present in this world, and nothing could stop it. The most terrifying radiance swept past. Even the stars in the sky dimmed, and nothing could contend against it. This blade possessed an indescribable divinity, and all the radiance in the world paled in comparison. It was awakened and moved. It cut open the great cosmos and directly arrived at the star domain where the undying heaven empress was. At this time, there was no heaven empress left, only a pile of bones. The once extremely beautiful woman had already disappeared. Death was the most simple law in the universe. Even if you were a great hero or a peerless beauty, you would still end up as a pile of bones in the end. All the myths about longevity would pale in comparison. Some people could endure for a long time, but in the end, they could not defy the heavens. She hopes that you can destroy the forbidden land. The remnant god said. Nonsense. A ruthless voice came from Skyblade, interrupting his words. This heavenly blade was truly unordinary. The deity within was extremely clear-headed, as if there was a living great emperor that looked down on all directions. No one could look up to it, everyone had to lower their heads. You dare kill the group of 8. Skyblade's voice was very cold. It once again cut open the starry sky and disappeared from this place. The remnant god sighed. This was all he could do. At most, he could bury the undying heaven empress. His divine body was forged from the power of faith of all living beings. Later on, he was bestowed with true life by the heavenly sovereign, and he was known as the immortal Taoist. During the desolate antiquity era, he was suppressed by the great emperor Wu Shi, and only a wisp of his remnant spirit was preserved in the phoenix stage. Meanwhile, after today, after using up all of that phoenix blood, he would also die, because he was summoned out of the phoenix platform. As the battlefield went further away, Yi Fan and the others retreated. Everyone constructed a stargate and prepared to set off. Suddenly, Yi Fan had a bad feeling. An ominous feeling shrouded his heart, causing his heart to palpitate and haze to linger. Be careful for the next few days, he said seriously. The battle was over, and the 3 parties prepared to embark on their victorious return journey. The woodcutter elder and the old god felt uneasy as well. They felt that something was going to happen, but they didn't immediately lead everyone away. Instead, they seriously analyzed and deduced what was going to happen. The undying Heavenly Emperor might really still be alive. After killing his troops and wife, if he feels anything, it will definitely be a great disaster. I've even killed the Heavenly Prince. If he comes looking for me, I'll definitely be the first to be killed. Yi Fan said. Master, the Black Emperor has been behaving strangely recently. What he said might really be something we should be wary of, Xianxia reminded. Get into formation, the battle is not over yet. Yi Fan suddenly shouted. The two giants of the Holy Ji Palace and God's organization quickly gave their orders as well. They were about to retreat, but the fear in their hearts grew more and more intense. At their level of cultivation, their instincts were as sharp as the gods. Boom! Suddenly, before they could react, this part of the starry sky was cut open. A huge heavenly blade flew out and the stars exploded one after another. A large number of the heroes died instantly, and the place became a sea of blood. Ritual implements and broken bones flew together, and many people were killed before they could even scream. The attack came too quickly, no one able to defend against it. This blade cut through several half-emperor artifacts, turning those supreme treasures into fine powder, immediately exploding. The undying heavenly blade, the woodcutter elder cried out. He had seen this weapon guarding a stone egg back then, and he finally saw it again in this life. Colorful lights shot out in all directions, and the blade chi was like an ocean, stirring up tens of thousands of waves, extinguishing the galaxy, and pressing down on everyone. Woo woo, Dizun's horn rang out, and the old god blew it with all his might to resist the attack. The chaotic green lotus covered the sky, blocking the boundless blade chi of the heavenly blade. The two supreme treasures shone, protecting everyone, and the entire army was covered by a screen of light. Outside this area, the galaxy collapsed, and everything was destroyed, turning it into a land of death. Everyone was shocked, and their bodies went cold. Who could block such a powerful attack? This was a great disaster. Star domains were destroyed, and entire galaxies collapsed, turning into cosmic dust. Everything was destroyed with just a single slash of the blade. Everyone was trembling, and their bodies were cold. Many people were covered in cold sweat, and their bodies were wet. This was too terrifying. Just one attack had caused such a result. The dark turmoil was nothing more than this. If it wasn't for the Azure Emperor's weapon and Dizun's war horn at the front, would anyone here still be alive? They would probably be crushed into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. This is too terrifying. Someone swallowed with difficulty, and his heart was full of bitterness. Was this still human? No one in the world could block such an attack. Is the undying Heavenly Emperor coming? Someone said with a trembling voice. A battle of this level made them lose all will to fight. If they went up, they would only die. The difference was too great. Chi. Another streak of snow-white blade radiance hacked over. This time, it was even more terrifying, forcing the old deity to wave the Dizun's horn. Woo-woo sounds rang out continuously, and the aura of an Dizun flowed out. The blade radiance tore through a corner of the defense, and blood immediately overflowed into the heavens. That group of experts all died, chopped into meat paste, and then annihilated together with the stars. The Heavenly Emperor's general summoning drum sounded, breaking free. This spoil of war flew out from the hands of the celestial quartz troops, shaking Xianxia and the others until they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This secret artifact struggled free, and returned to the undying heavenly blade. It merged with the stone egg, and was surrounded by chaotic energy. How were they supposed to fight? Everyone knew that this was the undying Heavenly Emperor's weapon. The Heavenly Blade had already appeared, so would that Supreme Deity appear? It's impossible for the undying Heavenly Emperor to come. He was blocked on the path to immortality by Great Emperor Wuxi, and will never appear again in this generation. Yi Fan spoke. He couldn't let everyone feel fear. He couldn't help but admit that the undying Heavenly Emperor's reputation was too great. Just the revival of his weapon was enough to make everyone's faces pale and lose their will to fight. If this person's true body appeared, perhaps only Dizun and Great Emperor Wuxi could stop him. Otherwise, it would be a great disaster. Fight, the old deity shouted. He, the woodcutter old man, and Yi Fan all had supreme weapons in their hands. They confronted the heavenly blade, and there was no way out. They could only fight to the end. Boom, the heavenly blade was too powerful. There was no one leading it at all, and it revived on its own. Everything was under its control, and it carried out a massacre. The blade radiance was fierce. The woodcutter old man met the attack with the Azure Emperor's weapon. A terrifying collision occurred between the two, and divine blood immediately sprayed out. The woodcutter old man coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and his body became dim as cracks appeared. This was a great collision of extreme Tao. Even with the protection of the Azure Emperor Lotus, there were still shockwaves that caused him to suffer serious injuries. The sky behind the heavenly blade shattered, and the starry sky behind the Azure Emperor Lotus also caved in. Many people died. This result made people's hearts ache. This blade had a demonic nature, and it was too terrifying. Dong, a drum sound rang out. The Heavenly Emperor's general drum released strands of chaotic energy, wrapping around the stone egg and flying away, disappearing into the cosmic sea. There was more than one Emperor weapon here, and the undying heavenly blade was also quite apprehensive, fearing that something unexpected would happen. All of you, quickly retreat! Yi Fan shouted. The heaven-devouring evil jar above his head rose and fell as he blocked in front. Stargates appeared one after another. They had already been constructed before, and now, they quickly took shape. The great army retreated in large numbers. However, the undying heavenly blade clearly didn't want to let them go. It shrunk to 1 zhang in length. It was no longer as shocking, but it was even more terrifying. It was like a streak of lightning, tearing apart the void, rushing over, preparing to unleash a slaughter in all directions, kill everyone. Dang, Yi Fan walked up, his entire body's blood boiling. The heaven-devouring evil jar rushed into the heavens, colliding with that heavenly blade. A deafening sound rang out. This strike shocked heaven and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood as he flew outwards. Even though the heaven-devouring evil jar blocked the great murderous power, there were still some aftershocks. Weng, the void trembled. The heavenly blade cut apart the cosmos, disappearing from this place. It suddenly appeared from the stargates. This was a great disaster. The Allied army's losses were disastrous. It was just a single blade, yet 20% of the army was erased, dying forever, turning into a bloody mist, their bodies and spirits erased. This was still the result of the heaven-devouring evil jar and primal chaos green lotus suppressing over at the same time, protecting this world. Otherwise, not a single person would have survived, all of them dying. The undying heavenly blade defied the world, too terrifying. It revived on its own and carried out attacks, no one able to stop it. Pooh! Pangbo exploded. He just happened to be near a stargate. Even though he wasn't struck by the blade, he was blasted apart by the aftershocks. In addition, a few of the 12 saints who were brothers with Longma also fell one after another, turning into bloody paste. Yi Fan's eyes were about to split open as he shouted loudly and rushed forward. Woo, the blade whistled through the sky, and the radiance changed directions. It encountered Yi Fan's disciple and hacked downwards towards Yi Tong. The immortal light of the sun shot out. Yi Tong turned into a streak of divine radiance. The travel character allowed him to exceed extreme speed, but he was still swept by the aftershocks and exploded there. The heavenly blade didn't hit, and the laws of the great emperor didn't land on his body either. However, this kind of powerful aftershock was just this terrifying. Yi Fan's heart was in intense pain. He painstakingly defeated Phoenix Nest, thinking that he could change the future and force out the great calamity. In the end, he still couldn't break free. Komatsu was also slashed by a streak of ghostly radiance. Half of his body exploded, and the other half floated out. His tender face was full of pain, and his injuries were very terrifying. Yi Fan shouted loudly, "Heaven-devouring devil jar, fight! Not just revive, but come back to life. Recreate the power that you used to swallow the universe and suppress the undying heaven blade." Boom, suddenly, a huge green lotus rose and took root in the void. The azure the archweapon turned into a living immortal lotus. It propped up the universe, and the green leaves covered the sky, drowning this place. The undying heaven blade was blasted away and left this part of the starry sky. The danger was finally resolved. Pang Bo, Yi Tong, Komatsu. Yi Fan rushed forward and picked up the remaining half of Komatsu's body. He urged all the blood energy in his body to help him force out the terrifying killing intent in his body. Yi, I'm fine. I'm still alive. In the distance, a tall and sturdy man was reassembling. He was bathed in divine light and stained with blood. Pangbo had reappeared. Master, I'm also alive. On the other side, Yitong appeared. In their hands, a pile of ashes scattered down. That was the damaged ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman. It had helped them block this calamity, but the originally damaged ancient talisman had been completely burned to ashes this time. Good, it's good that you guys are alive. Yi Fan found it difficult to calm down. His nose was a bit sour, and tears almost fell. Just now, he had once again experienced the parting of life and death. He deeply felt his own powerlessness and was filled with despair. The undying heaven blade is different from other weapons. You guys retreat immediately, the woodcutter said, ordering everyone. Yi Fan also gave the same order. The only fortunate thing was that the Azure the Arch weapon and the heaven-devouring jar were also extraordinary. He would fight against the heaven blade with the other two giants. The green lotus took root in the cosmos, absorbing the power of the void to strengthen itself. It was even larger than a heaven-reaching ancient tree, its roots thick and solid like horned dragons, entering the starry sky. It was growing explosively, supporting the cosmos, as if it was opening heaven and earth. Chaotic energy surged, and eventually, stars curled around it one after another, becoming decorations. This place was covered in green light. A green lotus supported the cosmos, scattering down endless strands of essence energy, protecting this place. The heavenly blade was forced back, not immediately attacking. Stargates were already built one after another. The great army left in batches, quickly withdrawing. This heavenly blade was too terrifying. If they didn't leave now, then everyone might die here. It was just as the woodcutter elder had said. This heavenly blade was different from other emperor weapons, close to immortality, exceeding normal reasoning, possessing incomparable offensive power. Weng, the heavenly blade was trembling, its entire body bright, shining with endless glory. It hacked over again, world-shaking. Yi Fan released a long roar, his thick long hair standing on end. He activated the heaven-swallowing demonic jar, fighting back. With a dang sound, it collided with the heavenly blade, both weapons trembling fiercely. After an intense confrontation, the heaven-swallowing demonic jar was still the same, incomparably simple and unadorned, not showing any special changes. On the contrary, the undying heavenly blade became even more resplendent, divine light erupting, shaking the distant starry river until it completely collapsed. The entire star domain exploded, turning into cosmic dust. This type of scene was like the end of the world, leaving everyone in despair. How were they supposed to resist? What could they use to block it? This heavenly blade was too powerful, truly representing the will of the heavenly Tao, incomparable. Yi Fan backed up, a strand of blood flowing out from the corner of his lips. This was caused by the undying heavenly blade's divine force shaking, even someone as powerful as his body was injured. Chi, a streak of dazzling light flashed past. That heavenly blade turned into a zhang in length, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, avoiding the heaven-swallowing jar and rushing towards the green lotus. It still wanted to kill everyone, not letting them go. Hong, the primal chaos green lotus swayed, blasting out chaotic energy that covered the sky. The tremendous fluctuations shocked the human realm, making even the saints in the distant desolate edge of the cosmos tremble inwardly. The green deity's weapon came back to life and took root here, blocking the way forward. The undying heaven blade's attack was ineffective. It was unable to break in and was blocked outside. All the leaves were swaying, and the blue sea and blue sky appeared in the cosmos. This green lotus had a huge life force. It was as if it had come back to life, as if the green the arch had been reborn. This strange change stunned everyone. Sure enough, this weapon was not ordinary. It had a secret that outsiders could not understand. In any case, its defensive power was astonishing. It temporarily protected this place and bought time for everyone to retreat. The starry door flickered, and the army quickly left. Skyblade floated up and down, suspended not too far away, confronting the people on this side. It was searching for an opening, wanting to rush in and unleash a massacre. The green lotus swayed, tens of thousands of leaves shining with clear splendor. It was like an enormous ancient tree, unexpectedly releasing waves of rustling pines, like a sea of trees swaying in the wind. Strands of green light flew out from the leaf, extending into the depths of the cosmos. Upon closer inspection, it was rushing towards the direction where the heavenly emperor drum had taken the stone egg. It was searching. What a good green lotus. You want to devour the essence energy of the immortal egg? A cold voice came from the undying heaven blade. It was somewhat ruthless and angry. The atmosphere became tense as both sides confronted each other. As expected of a weapon forged from 5 types of immortal gold. Do you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with venerable emperor? The old deity sighed. His heart was incomparably heavy. The enemy's strength was beyond imagination. And what he was worried about was not only this weapon, but also the undying heaven. Emperor. If he was still in this world, how could he resist? If venerable emperor did not revive, who else in this world could fight against him? The entire world became quiet. The Skyblade was looking for an opportunity. It wanted to destroy everyone with the smallest price, and it did not want to truly fight to the death with Qing Emperor's weapon. Yi Fan was accumulating battle power. The blood in his body rumbled and surged, and the divine prohibition state had yet to recede. At this moment, he once again used the all-secret, and his body rumbled. Blood energy surged like the sea, and his entire body was enveloped in multicolored light. Even the top of his skull was steaming with bloody mist. The holy light outside his body burned fiercely, and he became a blazing deity-like existence. The woodcutter stood on the Qing Emperor lotus and carried out a defense. The old deity blew the secret weapon, venerable emperor's bugle horn. The interference heaven blade was not a true imperial magical artifact, but it possessed a strange divine power. Yi Fan was the main attacker, and multicolored light blossomed in front of his frontal bone. Being in the divine prohibition domain, his body instinctively broke through the taboo, and his strength increased by a large margin. After using the all-secret, he became 10 times stronger. The space between his brows was as brilliant as a divine lamp that could illuminate through the ages. A golden little person walked out from the frontal bone. It sat cross-legged in the starry sky, and then its hands moved. Strands of celestial light flew out and entered the heaven-devouring jar. Yi Fan was using his primordial spirit to connect with the devil jar, and he used his heart to sense and awaken it. He firmly believed that this jar's power was unparalleled. A bronze ring appeared in the hand of the golden little person in front of his forehead, and it blossomed with brilliant celestial light. He softly called out, "Not to become an immortal." There was still half of the sentence that he did not say, and it was only to wait for you to come back in this mortal world. This sentence was like a curse, and it caused the devil jar hanging above his head to tremble. It released a huge wave of vitality, and then the sky trembled. The ring in the golden little person's hand was sparkling. It was made of ordinary copper, and the reason why it could be like this was completely due to the nourishment of divine power. As the ring flew up, it approached the devil jar. This emperor weapon trembled violently, and the devil face imprint on it looked like there were teardrops rolling down. It was vivid and lifelike, and it was shocking. This ring was given to Yi Fan by Ji Ziyue before they left. It was for him to use to save his life because this artifact had a great connection with the heaven-devouring jar. Back then, there was an immortal corpse that exploded in the bronze immortal palace, and this was the benefit that the Ji family obtained. It was the only artifact contained in the flesh, and it was a divine object that the ruthless great emperor treasured even more when he was alive. Ding! When the ring fell into the jar, a clear sound rang out. The heaven-devouring jar had completely awakened, and it swallowed the sun, moon, and stars. The radiance of the starry sea in the depths of the universe all gathered and entered the jar. Wang! The undying heaven blade shone brilliantly. It seemed to have sensed something and took the initiative to attack. It turned into a blazing light and hacked down, wanting to destroy the heaven-devouring devil jar. The blade light rushed into the sky, severing the universe and blocking all the starry radiance. It became the only thing that fell straight down, turning into a boundless divine waterfall. The heaven-devouring devil jar trembled as if a person was about to come back to life. It shook the ancient heavens, and many experts across the universe felt a strange feeling. It erupted with a heaven-overflowing battle aura. This kind of sharpness was definitely not weaker than the heaven blade's sharpness. Tens of thousands of great Tao symbols attacked the sky. With a boom, the two emperor weapons collided. This time, it was even more intense. The aura of opening the heavens engulfed this place, turning it into a boiling ocean. Yifan retreated and stood on the huge green lotus. At this point, he didn't even need to use it anymore. The heaven-devouring jar had come into being in a state that defied common sense, and it had truly come back to life to face the undying heaven blade. These two weapons couldn't be calculated with common sense, and they were unfathomable. At this moment, the universe collapsed. This was an intense battle after the two weapons came back to life. Only now did the heroes under the protection of the primal chaos green lotus let out a sigh of relief. They had finally blocked the heaven blade. The vicious great emperor's talent was unmatched, the most brilliant since ancient times. As expected, it wasn't just for show. He cultivated to such a heaven-defying level with an inferior physique. At this moment, a corner of the legend was revealed. The heavenly blade was like a rainbow as it continuously hacked down, weaving about in the sky. Lightning erupted, and the rain of light that descended was incomparably terrifying. Every single streak could destroy a star system. Meanwhile, there was already nothing left to destroy here. Most of the stars had already turned into dust. Wang, the heaven-devouring devil jar trembled. The lid flew up and erupted with auspicious brilliance. There were primordial spirit fluctuations that spread outwards, and the jar itself was like a bottomless pit as it devoured the essence energy of the world. In the end, a wave of immortal light flew out from the jar's opening and turned into chains. They wrapped around the undying heaven blade, wishing to drag it into the jar and completely suppress and refine it. Everyone's hearts jumped. This heaven-devouring jar was too powerful, about to directly devour the heaven blade. How domineering was this? Chong, chong. The heaven blade trembled, hacking apart streak after streak of immortal light, avoiding this type of devouring power. Then, it rushed over from the side like a waterfall, hacking towards the jar. Blade radiance flickered about, cold energy freezing the cosmos. Killing intent extended outwards. Even some of the stars in the distant cosmos sea became dim, shattered by its impact, their essence energy scattering. The radiance released by the heaven blade was like a starry river, vast and terrifying. It swept up the cosmos, tearing apart the darkness and shattering the ice-cold cosmos. The heaven-devouring devil jar released Xing sounds, releasing strings of sparks. It was sturdy and imperishable, not suffering any damage from the collision and hacking, withstanding the power of the heaven blade. Everyone was extremely nervous. After all, the heaven blade was forged from 5 types of immortal gold, refined into one. It was known to be able to reach the heavens, becoming an immortal artifact. Everyone feared that the heaven-devouring jar would be hacked apart. The heaven blade became faster and faster, turning into a streak of blazing lightning. It danced around the heaven-devouring jar, and as long as it found a suitable opportunity, it would hack down, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. However, Yifan instead relaxed, because the little golden figure seated between his brows sensed an almost inaudible sigh. That voice was extremely indistinct, extremely illusory, like the sounds of nature, as if it came from the immortal realm beyond this region. The heaven-devouring devil jar was advancing, undergoing a step further transformation. The heaven blade became more and more resplendent, the radiance sharp. After the blade energy became like a sea, it truly became unmatched under the heavens, exceeding normal reasoning. It was as if an ancient emperor was taking action, becoming more and more powerful. Meanwhile, at this time, the heaven-devouring devil jar was extremely peaceful, moreover gradually becoming indistinct, almost impossible to see clearly, no longer possessing the jar's shape. That is, heavens. A moment later, many people cried out in alarm, all of them revealing expressions of disbelief, shocked to the extreme. Even Yifan's blood was surging, his face full of shock, speechless. That tangible jar body became more and more indistinct, slowly disappearing. In the end, it turned into an indistinct female figure. She gradually became clear, towering under the endless starry skies, overlooking the world. Vicious Great Emperor. The woman with the most talent since ancient times. Everyone cried out in alarm, simply not daring to believe everything that was happening. There was a legend in this world that the heaven-devouring jar was forged from Vicious Great Emperor's first reincarnation. When it was worshipped by later generations, when certain conditions were met, she would once again rule the world. This was a miracle. The great Empress Vicious had revived and reappeared in the mortal world. Everyone was dumbfounded and tongue-tied. This was simply the most inconceivable miracle. The jar turned into a human and reappeared in the mortal world. That figure became clearer and clearer as it emerged from the void. It walked out from the ancient times and broke free from the restraints of the river of time to live and enter the present world. Her beautiful hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. A tall and slender figure with exceptional beauty appeared as if she had walked out from a mythical world. She was transcendent, like an immortal descending into the mortal world. Great Empress Vicious. Many people said with trembling voices. They were indescribably shaken. The person from the legends had appeared and was standing in the mortal world. Her temperament was transcendent, as if she did not belong to this world. There was a type of otherworldly aura, as if she could ascend to become an immortal at any time. Everyone was shaken. They stared unblinkingly at the most controversial, talented, and mysterious Great Empress. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Her white dress accentuated her graceful and proud immortal appearance. Her skin was sparkling white as if it was carved from fine jade. Her style was unmatched. A powerful Great Empress was known as the #1 beauty since ancient times. She alone created 9 great immortal techniques that could contend against the highest 9 secrets of Taoism. She single-handedly resisted the 9 celestial beings. She was actually such a graceful woman. She slowly turned around. Everyone nervously held their breaths as they gazed forward in anticipation. They wanted to see her true appearance. Based on their intuition, they knew that this was definitely a beauty that could reign supreme under the heavens. They were disappointed because they could not see the Great Empress' true appearance. There was a devil mask on her sparkling white face, only revealing a pair of beautiful pupils that were as clear as autumn waters. That mask was naturally not unfamiliar to Yi Fan. It was precisely the design that accompanied the Great Empress throughout her life. Her joys and sorrows, her parting and reunions, everything about her was displayed within. This was the devil mask imprint on the heaven-swallowing jar. Now, it had turned into a mask that covered the face of that peerless beauty. No one could see through it. This made everyone feel regretful. The world's most stunning woman was mysterious and unfathomable. There were too many legends about her. Today, she had finally revealed her true appearance, yet they still could not see her true appearance. After letting out a soft sigh, everyone was content. How many outstanding talents and geniuses had not been able to meet the Empress, yet they had the chance to do so? This was like a fine jade beauty. Her figure was tall and slender, her entire body sparkling and pure white, without the slightest blemish. She quietly stood there, extremely quiet. It was hard to imagine that this was the powerful Great Empress who had once swallowed the mountains and rivers and shocked all the races in the universe. She was the one who killed the Imperial Fire Spirit. She was the one who destroyed the broken Sky Mountain range with a single sword strike, turned the Holy Spirit royal family's ancestral grounds into ruins, and flattened a forbidden zone with a single sword strike. She was the one who fought against the 9 great celestial beings' backup. She even fought against the living ones. She conquered the 9 heavens and 10 earths and created the 9 ultimate profundities that were comparable to the 9 secrets. She was also the one who entered the Undying Mountain and sat under the Enlightenment Tea. The ancient emperor did not dare to speak and remained silent. She was also the one who entered the immortal ascension land of Kunlun and shattered the immortal ascension cauldron with a single palm. She killed 10,000 ancestral dragon heads with a finger and transcended the world. She ignored the wishes of the ginseng fruit tree and floated away. She was also the one who lived generation after generation and created the miracle of longevity, not to become an immortal, but to wait for you to return in this world of mortals. And these were only the bits and pieces of her life. There were too many things that had dissipated in the long river of time. Outsiders could not know, and the truth was buried in the past. People only knew that the great empress' life was accompanied by controversy, but it was also full of legends. Her experiences and heaven-defying deeds were hard to count. It was precisely this kind of person who appeared again today. The great empress is someone who has already defied the heavens. She created an unimaginable longevity method, someone said in astonishment. Even the old deity was trembling. He silently compared this woman and Dizun. Could she live forever like this? How heaven-defying, everyone was shocked to the extreme. What they had seen and heard was absolutely world-shattering and would be passed down in the future. The empress possessed unmatched elegance. She quietly stood there, looking down on the world. Even someone as powerful as the undying heaven blade hesitated a bit. Should it still attack, it already swore that it would kill everyone here to get revenge for the 8 divisions. However, the woman before it was too terrifying, deep and immeasurable. You aren't the empress, you are just a weapon. The heaven blade said. Its entire body erupted with radiance, but it didn't immediately attack. It was testing things out. The woman didn't say anything. She raised her left hand. On one of her delicate fingers was a ring made of bronze. It was rather simple, not an immortal treasure, but she treasured it greatly. She lowered her head and looked at that ring. There was a special type of radiance in her eyes. After a long time had passed, it became dim again, carrying unwillingness and gloominess. It made one's heart tremble and break. Chang, the undying heaven blade erupted with heaven-reaching immortal light, killing intent endless. It was as if mountains and rivers erupted, as if a great sea burst through a dam, as if the starry skies were collapsing. Rumbling sounds rumbled, blazing lightning submerging the cosmos. This place became a sea of natural laws. It was incomparably terrifying, destroying all life. The undying heaven blade hacked down. It was truly matchless and unstoppable. Everyone's souls were trembling. The heaven blade's power was too great, exceeding normal reasoning. Dang, however, when faced with this world-shaking strike, that exceptionally graceful woman didn't make any great movements. She only raised her right hand and struck upwards, gently slapping the heaven blade. This sound was like the cry of a dragon in the 9 heavens, like the cry of a phoenix in the immortal realm. The vibrating sound lingered on endlessly. All of the boundless blade energy between heaven and earth disappeared, disappearing just like that. This was an extremely abrupt change. Just now, it was still surging with killing intent, yet in the blink of an eye, a sparkling white palm slapped towards the sky, immediately calming this place. It was just too shocking. Xiao, the undying heaven blade flew out in reverse, disappearing from this place in the blink of an eye. It floated in the boundless heavens. It was extremely shocked, feeling a trace of danger. This weapon could threaten it. The empress lightly brushed her beautiful hair. The bronze mask was ice cold, her face gentle. This was a type of contradictory combination. Her appearance was extremely beautiful. Only her lower jaw and eyes were exposed, so moving. Meanwhile, the devil mask seemed to lack vitality. Time flowed on, dust and sand everywhere. 200,000 years was enough to bury everything, yet she could still remain in this world, watching the world of mortals, recalling the past like smoke. Her eyes carried perplexity, sadness, and gloominess. She gazed into the distant northern Dipper star domain, into the depths of the starry sky. The blue seas turned into mulberry fields, everything changed. Even the star systems had collapsed who knew how many times. You are very strong, but I am the will of the heavenly Tao. Even I cannot contend against you. The undying heaven blade spoke. The blade was brilliant, almost translucent. Then, it began to burn fiercely. That was the flaring of natural laws, the immortal laws of the immortal bell. Yi Fan was shocked. He saw the indistinct divine chains of order, feeling a familiar aura. There was a portion of the immortal bell's laws within, condensing within the blade. He obtained the immortal bell's natural order chains from Mars, and now, they were imprinted within his all-life energy cauldron. Even though he didn't completely research these laws, he could still recognize them. The undying heavenly emperor was terrifying as expected. He had long imprinted a portion of the immortal bell's laws into the blade. This was to nurture a true immortal weapon, and the 5-colored immortal gold was the best medium. The undying heaven blade flew down, and this time, the attack was even more vast. Killing intent engulfed the cosmos like waves, and the distant starry sea was collapsing. The blade cut through all ages. Whoosh, this time, two astonishing rays of light shot out from the Empress's eyes. She was completely different from her previous tranquility. It was as if she had awakened from a deep slumber, no longer quiet and quiet, turning into a war god. Her gaze pierced through the horizon, and her black hair fluttered about. The Empress rushed into the sky, taking the initiative to attack. Her power was shocking. She directly slapped the blade. Heavens, that is, the power of ascension. Many people cried out in alarm, trembling from excitement. Their bodies were convulsing. A rain of light scattered down, dancing like flower petals, covering the cosmos. That was the power of ascension, created specifically to resist the battle saint technique. Its offensive power was matchless. A rain of light filled the sky, as if someone was ascending, about to break through the world barrier and enter the immortal domain. It was too powerful. Just that type of aura alone made people tremble, unable to endure it. Even the great sage was subservient, kneeling on the ground, prostrating himself in worship, involuntarily kowtowing towards the Empress. The undying heaven blade changed directions. It actually didn't face the attack head-on, avoiding this attack. This was an inconceivable thing. It was unstoppable, destroying all things, yet today, it took the initiative to retreat. However, the Empress' power was unimaginable. Her body was like a dream, and the river of time seemed to have frozen, stopping for her. She turned into a streak of immortal light and streaked past. This was the immortal Tao law comparable to the travel character. It disappeared in a flash, chasing after the undying heaven blade, lightly pressing down with a palm. Dang, this sound shook the endless blue skies. The cosmos collapsed, and the undying heaven blade flew outwards. The blade radiance that filled the sky became dim. The deity within the blade was shaken. If it didn't explosively retreat again at the crucial moment, that attack's power would have been many times greater. If that happened, would it have been able to completely endure it? This woman was too demonic. She was a heaven-defying existence, everyone was stupefied. The Empress had only made a single move, yet the powerful undying heaven blade was already sent flying. The blade lost its luster and was slightly trembling. This was simply too shocking. Is the legend true? Can she really break through the immortal realm's barrier and grasp the power of the fairy realm? Everyone couldn't help but ask this question. Their hearts were palpitating, and they didn't dare believe it. It's clearly just a weapon. It definitely can't be that person from back then. The undying heaven blade said to itself. It was full of anger and impatience. It was like a wild beast, swallowing the spiritual essence of the world. The cosmic sea was about to be extinguished, and all of the starlight was gathering towards it. The Empress didn't immediately follow after it. When she saw it like this, she crossed her hands and slowly raised them. It was as if she was holding a precious vase, and she aimed it at the undying heaven blade. Slowly, a precious vase of the great Tao appeared in those sparkling and translucent hands. There were 3,600 symbols on it, and the mouth of the vase was aimed at the undying heaven blade. The undying heaven blade's murderous aura was like the sea, but it felt a terrifying chill, as if a giant beast was staring at it. Without thinking, it shifted its position and dodged the attack. However, the Empress's speed was too fast. She controlled the dragon with her delicate hands and changed directions. Hong, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The universe collapsed. The power that gushed out from the precious vase was as vast as the sea. There were millions and millions of symbols, and it directly submerged the undying heaven blade. As for the boundless blade energy, it was completely dispersed. Dang, the heavenly blade flew and was almost broken. It used a substitution technique, and another virtual body exploded there. It also suffered serious injuries. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everything changed too quickly, and they couldn't accept it. The insufferably arrogant heavenly blade was now being suppressed by the Empress. This doesn't make sense. She's just a weapon and not a real person. How could this happen? The heavenly blade was furious. A delicate and sparkling white jade foot descended, and without a sound, it appeared in the void. The Empress suddenly appeared. She was the most glorious person in the world. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind, and her style was unmatched. She stepped on the heavenly blade. This scene, how could anyone remain calm? A pure white jade-like foot stepped on the heaven blade, facing the astral winds of the universe, peerless in style. This kind of beautiful and shocking scene, even after many years had passed, it still remained in people's hearts and was difficult to erase. That was the undying heavenly emperor's weapon, yet it was suppressed just like that. It was just like a legend. This type of battle accomplishment made one's heart surge, blood surging. They wanted to shout along with it. Roar. Suddenly, the heavenly blade actually emitted a human roar. It was like the violent waves of the deep sea striking the heavens, causing people to feel horrified. The heavenly blade surged with energy, and with a hong sound, the entire place was shaken to the point of exploding. This type of destruction, natural laws collapsed the cosmos, turning this place into an expanse of vile land after a great calamity. It was ruined, primal chaos overflowing. The heaven saber disappeared. The empress moved and soared through the air. The abyss-like void didn't swallow her up. She changed her position, her clothes still fluttering in the wind, and she looked otherworldly. A heavenly river stretched across the sky. That was the reappearance of the undying heavenly blade, appearing in another part of the starry sky. It rested there, its killing intent shocking the human world. It was furious. Who was it? Among the weapons, they were already considered to be the most respected. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Yet today, they were being trampled underfoot. This was something that had never happened before. Such a stain could never be erased in this lifetime. If it wanted to wash away this humiliation, it could only kill the woman in front of it. Only then would it be able to get rid of everything that had just happened. Otherwise, this humiliation would follow it for the rest of its life. The heaven knife swayed, and a group of gods and demons appeared around it. With another flash, a rain of light appeared. It was also the power of the fairy realm, and it was surrounded by the northern celestial light. Everyone was shocked. Did this heavenly blade connect to immortality? It was rumored that those were all things on the path of immortality, yet it actually absorbed so many of them, and now, it was released. Rumble. At the heavenly blade's sides, 100,000 gods and devils roared. These were all heavenly geniuses it had killed before, and now, they became devil souls for it to use. They endured its natural laws and Tao, dancing together to increase its killing intent. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This type of emperor artifact had long mutated, fast like a person, understanding all types of secret methods, displaying them one after another, carrying out a great confrontation. Boom, the magnificent army galloped forward. The heavenly blade carried unmatched divine might as it slaughtered over. All types of natural laws and secret techniques erupted at the same time. This was an attack that wanted to shatter the heavens and see the emperor's blood. The great empress waved her hands, and all sorts of starlight danced in the air, forming the bodies of experts in front of her. With a flick of her sleeves, the million-strong army charged forward. Every single one of them contained a strand of supreme natural law. It looked like scattering stars to form soldiers, but it definitely wasn't just that. It was because this was a technique she created to resist the army character. As expected, as her hands moved again, the heaven blade shook violently as if it was being pulled by a terrifying force. It was about to be pulled over. At the same time, the million figures rushed over murderously, killing gods and devils, slaughtering the experts, scattering immortal light, shattering everything. Everyone saw the other side of Sovereign Ruthless. Although he was peerless and magnificent, his attacks were incomparably sharp and terrifying, directly destroying those gods and devils with a single strike. His killing intent was extremely heavy. Crack, the blade radiance shot out by the undying heaven blade blossomed and collapsed. It struggled free from the great empress' control, but in the end, it didn't fly over. It suspended in the distance and didn't attack for a long time. It was reflecting. This weapon was abnormally powerful. It began to suspect whether this was the heaven-devouring jar or a great emperor that defied the heavens and came back to life. I am about to evolve into an immortal weapon. Why are you also so powerful? Could it be that the person behind you still hasn't died and has been continuously refining you for so many years, turning you into an immortal weapon? However, you still shouldn't be able to surpass me. From the Heaven Blade's words, one could see its arrogance. It didn't believe that there was an emperor weapon more powerful than it in this world, because it had an absolutely great background. I merged with more than one imperial magical artifact to have this kind of accomplishment. What qualifications do you have? It stared at the great empress. Hong, the reply was a flying immortal art. A rain of light scattered down, illuminating the cosmos. It was as if the most dazzling fireworks were blossoming at the end of the world, becoming eternal. A loud dang sound rang out. The undying heaven blade flew out and was almost shattered. It continuously moved through the air and continuously retreated, dispersing this attack with great difficulty. This time, it was even more moved. Its entire body flourished with radiance and began to speculate. Could it be that you really aren't a weapon, but rather a great emperor? The great empress didn't say anything and walked over with her bare feet. She was aloof and otherworldly, yet she possessed such great destructive power. Throughout the ages, how many people could contend against her? Her hands overlapped and formed a precious vase stance. She was like a fairy descending to the lower realm, stirring up the 10 great wastelands. As soon as she raised the precious vase, there was a type of cosmos collapsing fluctuation that spread. The great Tao precious vase reappeared, suspending above her head. The opening of the vase was aimed at the heaven blade, and a terrifying beam of light shot out. It was ferocious and tyrannical, incomparable. Dang, the heaven blade flew out and was struck head-on. The radiance immediately dimmed to its lowest point, and right at this moment, a sharp and clear sound rang out. A crack appeared on its surface. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. The great empress was truly unmatched, almost shattering the insufferably arrogant undying heaven blade. Just how powerful was this attack to destroy the undying heaven blade? Wang, the heaven blade trembled. With a single move, it crossed half of the starry skies, standing in the dusky sky dome. It was furious. This was a humiliation it would never be able to get rid of. It truly wasn't her opponent. 5-colored immortal light streaked past. That crack shrunk a bit, but it didn't disappear. Unmatched divine will, with the power of all life, in the name of the heavenly emperor, command the wills that once existed, the consciousness that didn't scatter, to return together. The heaven blade roared loudly. It shone again, but this time, it didn't approach the great empress. Instead, it displayed a type of ancient secret method, using a type of forbidden power from the distance. This was related to the power of faith. It condensed the sea of consciousness of the past, guiding the divine senses of those who still worshipped the heavenly emperor and believed in the heavenly emperor, reassembling their faith. The undying heavenly emperor was the supreme deity of the past. He was worshipped by all races, so there were naturally many people who believed in him. Even now, they were still chanting his name. At this moment, his forbidden secret method was effective. Hong Long Long, endless willpower converged. It was shockingly tremendous. This was the power of all life, and the heaven blade wasn't just a simple summon. The undying heavenly emperor had previously created this type of magical technique, possessing a specialized divine ability. It was terrifying and exceptional. The willpower reorganized itself, arranging itself according to special rules, forming a type of exceptional Tao law. Then, it condensed on the blade radiance, turning into a heavenly river that hacked outwards. This sound was like thunder collapsing the heavens, as if blazing lightning splitting the earth, destroying this part of the world. This was the application of willpower, and it was displayed to the extreme. It was hard for everyone to believe that a heaven blade, just an emperor weapon, was actually like a great emperor. All types of magical laws and secret techniques appeared endlessly, leaving everyone shocked. The great empress' forehead shone. Through the bronze mask, it released heaven's shocking auspicious light that scattered over. Yi Fan's mind jumped. This was a divine technique similar to the before secret technique, specialized in cultivating the primordial spirit, yet it was displayed by a weapon. It really was too strange. Even if she was a great emperor's body, it shouldn't be like this. Was she really just an emperor weapon? This type of light was extremely special. When it scattered into the cosmos, all of the power of faith was ignited. Even though it turned into a type of heavenly Tao law, exceeding its original power, it still couldn't resist. With a honglong sound, even the cooperation of many powerful races and endless creatures couldn't do anything. Under the illumination of the light released by the great Empress' forehead, they were all scattered, disintegrated, and burned. Impossible, you aren't a weapon, you are still alive. The Heaven Blade cried out. It represented the pinnacle of Emperor weapons, so how could it be defeated like this? When it saw the other party's forehead shine, it realized that it was wrong before. This was a living person. Yi Fan also stared at the great Empress, also carefully observing her. His mind was full of questions. Calculate the heavens, calculate the earth, deduce the Tao fruit, let me see what's going on with you. The Heaven Blade said to itself. It was unwilling to accept such a defeat. That was because the heaven-devouring pot's current performance seemed to be comparable to the immortal cauldron and the immortal bell. It was incomparable. Everyone was shaken to the extreme. Moreover, the undying Heaven Blade was too special. It was like a living supreme being, knowing all kinds of secret techniques. It didn't seem like a weapon at all. With a dang sound, the Heaven Blade shook violently, and 2 cracks appeared on its surface. However, the blade also reflected a blurry scene that disappeared in a flash. It cried out in alarm, there is indeed something strange. Your true body is still alive, and even though you are an old body, you still have a portion of vitality. You can be considered a living dead person. When these words came out, not to mention the undying Heaven Blade itself, even this part of the cosmos shook and trembled thrice. Everyone's hearts palpitated. What kind of news was this? The great Empress was still alive. Over 200,000 years had passed, yet she was still in the mortal world. Where was she now? Everyone was greatly shaken. This news was too astonishing. They couldn't help but tremble as they recalled her life. The Empress really did what she said. Not to become an immortal, but to wait for you to return from the mortal world. Her determination, her conviction, and her vow had yet to dissipate. She stood at the other end of the starry sky, standing in the mortal world. What kind of determination was this? It was too shocking. Everyone felt their blood boiling and their primordial spirits trembling. Only Yi Fan could still be considered calm. After so many years, he had already understood some things regarding the great Empress, so this result was not out of his expectations. However, for the people of the world, this was undoubtedly earth-shattering. Had the great Empress achieved immortality, after the undying Heaven Blade understood the result, it first became silent, but then it felt relieved. It wasn't defeated by a pure Emperor weapon. This was the greatest consolation for it. However, it was also frightened. The undying Heavenly Emperor had an enemy. Now, there wasn't just one great Empress Wuxia. There was another great Empress, and they were definitely experts of the same level. Go. This was the first decision it made after understanding the secret. The heaven-devouring jar had revived due to special reasons, allowing the Empress to become half alive. It was impossible for it to be her opponent. However, the great Empress cut off its path, not allowing it to escape. Formation extermination. The Heaven Blade shouted loudly. A vast formation pattern appeared. This was a great imperial formation left behind by the undying Heavenly Emperor. The people of the world trembled because this was a flawless formation. Apart from the great Empress, who else could break it? The Empress didn't disappoint. She didn't ponder or try to deduce and directly attacked. As she stepped forward, immortal light flickered and a row of Empresses appeared. There were a total of 9 of them. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Yi Fan was shaken. This couldn't be a supreme secret technique created to deal with the all-secret, right? Hong. The 9 figures weren't stable, and after unleashing a single attack, they vanished. The flawless Heavenly Sovereign Grand Formation was instantly destroyed. It wasn't a complete secret technique and wasn't equivalent to 10 people attacking at the same time. However, it was still extremely terrifying and shocked everyone. If this secret technique was successfully researched, one person could turn into 10 great Empresses. Just the thought of it made everyone tremble and their bodies go cold. This was a true immortal technique. It was truly heaven-defying. Gotcha. Even though the undying Heaven Blade had avoided the great storm and attack, it was still struck by the Emperor's true body. The blade broke apart and turned into a glaring cold light. Everyone was stupefied. The undying heavenly blade that was known as the #1 blade since the ancient times broke. Cold light swept through the stars, divine radiance illuminating the world. This result left everyone shocked. Meanwhile, the Empress was powerful to an indescribable degree, barehandedly tearing apart an Emperor artifact. One has to understand that this artifact was different from the masses and couldn't be judged with normal reasoning. It was already close to an unmatched immortal artifact. It was as if an expanse of the starry sky collapsed. The heavenly blade became the source of destruction. It was broken into two, cold light engulfing everything. It was like a silver waterfall, but also like a vast ocean, torrential and unending. This was its unwillingness and anger. The once invincible weapon had actually fallen to such a state. Humiliation and sullenness, as well as the pressure of survival, caused it to explode. However, it couldn't change anything. Its own rupture had long become a foregone conclusion, and this was an indescribable bitter fruit. Xiao. The undying heavenly blade entered the void. It wished to escape, not wishing for its soul to truly perish here. Meanwhile, during this process, the two halves of the blade were extremely strange. They both surged with scarlet multicolored light, as if they were bright red blood. It was a ghastly sight, and then they joined together. What is this? Everyone was shocked. This is the phoenix blood scarlet gold's ultimate profound mystery. The old deity said, his eyes flickering with radiance. True to its name, the scarlet phoenix blood gold possessed the characteristics of the immortal phoenix bird. It could undergo nirvana and be reborn. Skyblade was clearly undergoing such a metamorphosis to protect himself. The scarlet multicolored light that gushed out was the natural laws and profound mysteries of the phoenix blood scarlet gold. It was born while bathed in immortal blood. At this type of critical moment, the undying heavenly blade displayed its heaven-defying side. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder there was a legend that in order to become an immortal artifact, one needed to smelt all kinds of divine metals. This wasn't without reason. Every single type of divine metal had its own supreme quintessence. For example, the divine scar violet gold could imitate the remnant great Daos of the world and capture the quintessence of the scriptures in the ruins. This phoenix blood scarlet gold represented undying and revival. It could undergo nirvanic rebirth. This was a type of astonishing potential. Of course, there was no shortage of divine metal, but not everyone could refine weapons to this level. The source characteristics of supreme treasures also needed to be developed. What a terrifying heavenly blade. It really is going to be invincible under the heavens. If it is given time, once it transforms into an immortal artifact, it won't be able to be destroyed even if we want to. Scarlet blood dyed the starry sky, and the broken blade reformed. The great Empress stepped forward and attacked again. At the same time, the green lotus of chaos that had taken root in the void suddenly moved. It disappeared from its original position and headed straight for the deepest part of the universe, where the stone egg had disappeared. Heavenblade roared. This time, it was truly anxious, even more so than if it had been smashed into pieces. That was the immortal egg it was guarding, and it had yet to be born. Nothing could happen to it. It frantically attacked, its entire body burning with bloody light. Phoenix blood scarlet gold surged, gushing out like true blood. At the same time, the other four types of divine gold also moved rhythmically, each displaying great divine abilities, wishing to escape into the void. Skyblade unleashed the most powerful attack of his life. He sliced open the universe and fled toward the stone egg to stop the destruction of the Qing Supreme Thearch's weapon. The Empress followed him unhurriedly. All of you, retreat. Yi Fan ordered. Just now, many people had stopped to watch. With the protection of the Lotus Emperor, they were not worried. Now, all three weapons were rushing towards the cosmic sea. Although they wanted to know the result, they understood that it was too dangerous. After hearing the order, they left in an orderly manner. The old god, Yi Fan, and the woodcutter old man, the three peerless experts rushed toward the cosmic sea. They hoped to see the result, and if necessary, they would fight to the death. That heaven blade was truly a great threat. However, no matter how powerful they were, they could not keep up with the rhythm of the three weapons. Along the way, they saw broken galaxies, destroyed galaxies, and ruins one after another. Finally, they saw some fragments of time, that was the final battlefield. The Green Lotus of Chaos found the stone egg, and one of its roots tore open the universe like a dragon. It took root and went straight for the immortal egg. Heaven Blade attacked with all his might, wanting to cut off that root of the Green Lotus and not let it get close to the stone egg. Behind him, the Great Empress acted calmly. Her whole body was enveloped by the light rain of the fairy realm. Her jade-white hands began to form seals and pressed forward. Dong, the Sky Emperor drum vibrated and blocked the front of the stone egg. The green root pierced through the drum skin and took root. This scene was shocking. Ah, the Heaven Blade roared angrily and shattered the galaxy. It burned itself to display a power that surpassed common sense. It disappeared in an instant and cut through the river of time. It blocked the root of the Green Lotus in front of the stone egg and then chopped down. The Green Emperor Lotus was incomparably huge, and its main body was not far away. Its branches and leaves covered the entire universe. This was only one of its many roots. It did not take the Heaven Blade head-on and retracted at the right time. However, just from the fact that it could penetrate the Sky Emperor General Drum with a single strike, one could tell that it was extremely frightening and astonishing. In the distance, the old god, Yi Fan, and the woodcutter old man looked at each other. Indeed, none of them were weak. Regardless of whether it was the last great emperor after the primordial era, the Sky Emperor revered by all races, or the most talented and ruthless person in history, they were all heaven-defying. The Great Empress had arrived. She walked calmly without any emotional fluctuations. She seemed to have sensed something, and her hands moved slowly. This part of the cosmic sea was suddenly filled with powerful astral winds. It was about to be destroyed. You all have gone too far. I would rather sleep for 10,000 years in exchange for the undying Sky Emperor to come down to the lower realm and invite the Supreme Ming to descend. The Heaven Blade shouted crazily. It had been forced into a desperate situation. It had no choice but to use the path of destruction. Even though it was known as the Undying Heaven Blade, just like the Sky Emperor of the past, it was difficult to kill. It still had to pay a great price. The blade burned and shone. A mysterious and unfathomable power spread outwards, summoning a supreme power. With caw-caw sounds, the Heaven Blade was covered in cracks. Then, it continuously collapsed. It actually broke into 7 or 8 pieces, paying an unimaginably terrifying price. Hong Long, an illusory figure descended. It was a tall man. Even though it was hazy and indistinct, making it hard to see clearly, one could still feel his power. He was the undying Sky Emperor. On the other side of the River of Stars, the woodcutter old man, Yi Fan, and the old god's expressions changed. This supreme expert of history had truly appeared, and he actually had this kind of method. It's not his true body, just a void figure. After calming down a bit, he said calmly. This was something the Sky Emperor left behind in the past, and not the true phoenix body descending into this world. Bang, the Empress made her move, facing the void figure head-on. She immediately used the power of ascension. Within the rain of light, that pure white palm seemed incomparably sharp and powerful. After the undying Sky Emperor's void figure saw the scene before him, he was clearly shocked. He stared at the Empress and the Green Lotus, but he did not confront them. Instead, his body scattered, turning into a blazing Dao La, wrapping around the broken Heaven Blade, Sky Emperor Drum, and Stone Egg. He escaped into the chaotic star sea ahead. The Green Lotus and the Empress chased after him, not stopping. Yi Fan and the woodcutter old man both sighed, feeling a bit regretful. Since the undying Heaven Blade paid such a great price to summon a void figure, escaping most likely wouldn't be a problem. At the same time, they were all horrified. What exactly was that stone egg, to make the Heaven Blade care so much that the undying Sky Emperor left behind a void figure to protect it? One had to know that even the Heavenly Prince and the undying Sky Empress had never received this kind of treatment. The difference was extremely obvious. After a long time, in the chaotic star sea, a simple and unadorned jar landed in Yi Fan's hand. With a ding sound, a ring fell into his palm. A green lotus returned to its normal size, floating in the void. The battle had ended. Yi Fan and the others stood in silence for a long time, then said their goodbyes to each other, preparing to step on their own paths back. There are many possibilities in the future, and they are ever changing. They might not necessarily come true. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He looked at the old god, because the Black Emperor had predicted that the old god would die under the heaven blade, but the result was not like that. The old god had survived. However, just as he finished speaking, the old god, who had stepped into the star door, coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body staggered a little, and he turned back to Sai, saying, "I've already been hit by a streak of blade chi, and I still have a few decades to live. I'll go back and make arrangements for the future generations." Yi Fan was stunned. He had originally thought that he had already deviated from the path of the future, but now he felt a chill. Were some general trends really hard to change? In the end, the old god was going to die. He had long been injured by the heaven blade, but it had just been delayed for a period of time. Yi Fan had destroyed the phoenix nest, killed all the divine generals, and forced the undying heaven empress into a dead end. He had gotten rid of this great threat, but could he really solve this once and for all? He thought of the underworld. In the future, it was these two great powers that destroyed the celestial court, killed Ziyu, Komatsu, Pang Bo, the Black Emperor, Little Purple, and the others, and now the underworld had yet to be pacified. This meant that a tragedy might still happen. He could not relax yet, and he could not let out a sigh of relief. He still had to fight and make himself stronger. When they were bidding farewell, Yi Fan bluntly said that he wanted to give the old god Bodhi branches and leaves, as well as the king of medicine, and other things for him to heal. However, he was tactfully refused, because the old god knew that the blade chi had entered his primordial spirit, and he would definitely die. It was not something that could be reversed by immortal medicines. And now, the reason why he could not die was because he had used his lifestyle fruit to suppress his body. Once he relaxed, he would instantly disintegrate, and his primordial spirit would explode in the starry sky. The end of this battle had a great impact. The universe was in an uproar, and there were sounds of discussion everywhere. The illustrious phoenix nest had been destroyed, and the insufferably arrogant undying heaven empress had fallen in the starry sky. This news was too shocking. Everywhere in the universe, many great powers were shaken, and the clamor in the outside world was deafening. In this battle, Yi Fan had consecutively killed 3 divine generals. His name had spread throughout the starry sky, and he was known as the person with the greatest potential on the great emperor's road. From this day onwards, whoever wanted to step on the emperor's road would have to pass through him. This was a reality that was placed in front of all the supreme experts who had ambitions on the emperor's road. The rise of the celestial court was already unstoppable. It had truly soared into the heavens, and it had become one of the strongest powers in the universe. The phoenix nest had been destroyed, and the celestial court had replaced it. Together with the Tao Palace, the underworld, and the others, they had become the giants of the universe, ruling over all regions and commanding the heavens. Boom! Just as everyone was sighing with emotion, a riot came from the depths of the universe. That was the aura of a supreme being pervading, and it instantly swept through the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains everywhere. The first divine general of the ancient heaven. Yi Fan sensed it immediately. The battle between the youth and the emperor of the underworld hadn't ended yet? At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. If he was defeated, it might cause a dark upheaval. An imperial aura spread, but it quickly calmed down, as if nothing had happened. However, everyone's hearts were filled with nervousness and fear as they silently waited. Nothing happened even after a long time had passed. Did the great chaos end? What happened to the divine general of ancient heaven? The people of the world were puzzled and uneasy as they quietly waited. However, in the end, nothing happened. The cosmos was still as calm as before. Everything was peaceful, no dark chaos erupting. In the end, he completely let go of his worries. However, the underworld wasn't this peaceful. Underworld Earth was in ruins. It had experienced an unimaginable calamity. It was unknown just how many stars fell from this black and gloomy land. There were craters everywhere. Mists curled about. Below those craters were burial grounds. The entire underworld was a sea of corpses. Now, it had been smashed apart and reappeared in the world. It was hard for people to imagine just how this place was formed. It was as if all of the creatures of the cosmos were buried together. Underworld Emperor held a war spear in his left hand and a black golden shield in his right. There was even an underworld spear on his back. He stood on this black land for a long time before slowly turning around and walking into the sea of corpses. Cough, outside underworld Earth, a youth was laughing. He was also coughing out blood, but he was still just as brilliant and extraordinary. How could someone like me die like this? If I don't bury a life-restricted region, I would be letting myself down. The youth laughed loudly before turning around to leave underworld Earth. His injuries were extremely serious, but this could be considered a miracle. He hadn't truly achieved the Tao and wasn't a great emperor yet he dared to cause such a great disturbance, almost splitting the great earth of the underworld apart. The youth laughed loudly. Blood scattered everywhere as he left alone through the starry skies. In the end, he walked faster and faster until he tore apart the cosmos. He entered the boundless starry river and turned into a brilliant shooting star. Pung, the void exploded. The number 1 divine general of ancient heaven walked out. There was a phoenix platform in front of him, as well as a void figure, as well as an expanse of ashes. It's you? Undying Taoist's ruined deity was shocked. I was worried that the Empress would bring disaster to everyone, so I left behind an imprint to track her down and beat her up when necessary. I never thought that her soul would already return to the yellow earth. The youth shook his head. His eyes were sparkling as he stared at the bloodstains on the phoenix platform and then at the ruined deity. Undying Taoist's remnant consciousness's expression changed. He was fully aware of how terrifying this youth was. If he had not met someone who achieved Tao before him, he would definitely be an emperor-level expert. Despite this being the case, he still blazed a different path, cultivating an unmatched divine ability. He didn't achieve the Tao, but he could still be considered to be comparable to this domain, possessing exceptional strength. It was difficult for him to meet his match in this world. The remnant god had already lost his former glory. Now that he encountered it, he would definitely meet with misfortune. Moreover, the immortal phoenix blood that supported him would definitely fall into the hands of this youth. The consequences would be unthinkable. Ningfei had already ascended to the extreme and died in battle, and you deceived him. The ruined deity roared. Nonsense, how could I be that kind of person? His heart is worried about that woman, so his fate has already been decided. The youth said coldly. But you survived. The ruined deity's eyes were ice cold. Someone as carefree as me and as infatuated as him are both true men. Character determines fate, and everything has already been decided. We are two extremes. Speaking up to here, he paused and said, if I don't flatten the underworld, how could I be willing to die? He smiled brilliantly as he stared at the ruined deity. Undying Taoist's remnant consciousness immediately became sluggish. He had a premonition that the situation was far from reassuring. As expected, the youth laughed heartily and said, were you waiting for me? It's hard to refuse such great kindness. Speaking up to here, he reached out and grabbed forward. His aura surged as if a wild beast had come back to life. However, the youth's brilliance did not diminish in the slightest. That was the remnant consciousness of the undying heavenly deity. Killing it didn't bring him any burden, and on the contrary, he felt a type of pleasure from taking revenge. This wasn't a true deity. The heavenly deity's consciousness had left his body, and undying Taoist had been bestowed with a new life. Even though he was once matchless, he was still crippled. The youth grabbed him with one hand and smashed him with a fist, causing his head to explode on the spot. Then, he absorbed specks of primordial spirit light and read his remnant consciousness. Then, he stood on the blood phoenix stage and laughed heartily. Undying heavenly deity, you old thing. Actually, my greatest wish is to kill you. Today, I'll first kill a remnant of your deity and then use your method to bathe in your own blood. This is the so-called giving you a taste of your own medicine. The blood on the phoenix stage evaporated and turned into strands of scarlet multicolored light. Then, it poured onto the youth's body. He was still optimistic and laughed heartily even though he was seriously injured. As expected, the effect is excellent. Emperor of the underworld and the underworld, just wait to be buried with me. So what if you've achieved the Tao? Sooner or later, your Tao will collapse and your spirits will be extinguished. The bones all over the first divine general's body crackled. Not long after, he was full of vigor again. He was 100 times more spirited than when he left the underworld. Those who achieve the Tao later, come out as soon as possible. I'll keep the underworld in check for you for 100 years, he said softly. He sat cross-legged on the Phoenix stage and disappeared. The outside world was in an uproar. There were many discussions about the great battle today. There were many coffins in the celestial court. 3 of the saints who had been brothers with Longma had fallen, and 4 of the 13 demons had died. The casualties of the celestial soldiers and generals were not small either. The main reason was the appearance of the undying heaven blade. It had almost turned the situation around and killed everyone. Even Yi Tong and Pang Bo had been blasted to pieces on the spot. If not for the protection of the ancient Chaos Imperial Talisman, they would have died without a doubt. Even Komatsu had been cut in half and had almost died. They had obtained a great victory in this battle, but they had also paid a price. They had been worshipping the heroic spirits for many days, and the atmosphere was a little gloomy. Only after half a month did the atmosphere ease up. They knew that there would definitely be deaths in war. This was unavoidable and would definitely happen again in the future. After a month, the celestial court finally recovered, and laughter gradually returned. 3 months later, it slowly returned to normal. This was a chaotic world, and the laws of survival were very cruel. Everyone seized the time to cultivate and raise their own cultivation levels. The blood-colored divine wood had formed a phoenix nest, but it had already been torn apart. It had been divided among the celestial court, the palace, and the gods' organization. These were all divine items. There were not only secret treasures in the phoenix nest, but there were also books of the way. It was a pity that they could not find the residue of the divine elixir of 9 turns. It was assumed that the Empress and the divine generals had eaten it clean. Apart from that, the broken phoenix nest itself was also a treasure. There were imperial formation patterns carved within it, shining one after another. That was part of the undying heavenly emperor's achievements. In these 3 months, the Black Emperor had forgotten to eat and sleep. He had immersed himself in serious research. It was only 3 days ago that he had woken up and told Hua Hua to continue working hard. The red sun was setting in the west. The Black Emperor slept for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. Hua Hua came over and said, "Uncle Master, I've torn down the phoenix nest." "Is it the ones I've studied?" the Black Emperor asked. "No," Hua Hua said embarrassedly. "If you're well, it's a sunny day," the Black Emperor said calmly. Then, he revealed his snow-white teeth and said, "If you're not well, I'll smack your butt into 8 pieces. Help, murder." There were cries of pigs being slaughtered in this place. A sunny day. 8 pieces. The dog is bullying people again. Baldy is so pitiful. Little Violet blinked her big eyes and sat side by side with little Nan Nan. Even the 2 little fellows held their chins in their hands. They were both pink and tender as they looked forward. The autumn wind rose and fell. Yi Fan sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, comprehending his own laws and Tao. The battle between the undying heavenly blade and the heaven-devouring devil jar had a great impact on him. In the past year or so, he had been comprehending. Finally, he opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at his daughter who had grown up a little in the distance, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. The 2 little fellows ran over together. "Big brother. Father." Time passed quickly. The battle of the past had ended. In a flash, nearly 2 years had passed. Little Violet was already as tall as little Nan Nan. They were like 2 porcelain dolls, and their black gem-like eyes were looking at him at the same time. Yi Fan smiled, patted their heads, and said, "It's been so long, did something happen?" "Yes, Big Brother Qingdao is here. He has always wanted to see you, but you are always sleeping and can't wake up." The little fellow pouted and said, Let's go see him." Yi Fan nodded and left with them. Half of a dark red ancient mirror appeared on the jade plate. There were spider web-like cracks on it, and half of it was missing. It was the void mirror. Back then, the little Taoist master, Zhang Qingyang, Long Yuxuan, and Zhang Wencheng came to the celestial court from Big Dipper with this half of the mirror. Yi Fan exchanged it with the Ji family. "All these years, we have always been summoning the god in the mirror, hoping that he will wake up. At the same time, we have found little ancestor Jizi's corpse, but we have all failed. Ji Qingdao said. The Ji family had tried all kinds of methods, watering it with the blood of their clansmen. The broken mirror had once reacted, and its entire body was bright red. However, it only lasted for a while before it completely dimmed. All these years, the Ji family had no way to revive the broken mirror. They brought it to the celestial court to seek help, hoping to borrow Yi Fan's peerless battle prowess. Yi Fan took the mirror and felt it was especially heavy. Not only did it drink the blood of several supreme beings, it was even stained with its own master's imperial blood in the end. Thinking of the battle of the past, Yi Fan was silent. The half of the broken mirror was buried in the void. This scene seemed to be still before his eyes. In that battle, he lost a few close relatives. Gai Jiuyou, white-clothed divine king, Ji, all of them were so stunning, but they would never return. Put it down. I will go research and find the whereabouts of their corpses. Yi Fan was a bit emotional. The white-clothed divine king who was like a teacher and a father, his good brother Ji who fought side by side with him through life and death, as well as senior Gai Jiuyou who was full of heroic spirit, shouting in front of the supreme beings, their voices and smiles seemed to be right before his eyes. Yi Fan went on his way. This was a special type of cultivation, searching for friendship that was even deeper than mountains and seas. These people made him miss them. Whenever he thought of them, he couldn't help but shed silent tears. They were all exceptional geniuses, every one of them stunning past and present. However, for the sake of quelling the darkness chaos, they were forever buried in the ice-cold cosmos. Even now, their corpses couldn't be found. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. He was full of emotions as he walked on the heavenly path, walking alone in the boundless cosmos. He arrived at Big Dipper and gazed into the life-restricted region. He had previously heard that after that battle, there were damaged weapons and flesh that fell into the restricted region. He stood silently in these places for a long time. In the end, Yi Fan left Big Dipper. He aimlessly entered the cosmos with the broken void mirror. A star hung in front of him, 9 moons revolving around it. It was extremely pure and holy. Yi Fan raised his head. He couldn't help but be stunned. This was actually the flying immortal star. He had previously avoided it, never entering it. Now, he unknowingly arrived here. This was a mysterious and terrifying star. The ancient land was sealed with great terror since the ancient times. There were secrets and existences that ordinary people found difficult to understand. Since I've arrived, I won't miss out this time. Let's go take a look. Yi Fan said. It was because he saw that the mirror body seemed to have flickered. According to the ancient legends, this great star was originally a life-forbidden land. Of course, in the extremely distant past, it changed later on. Many powerful races appeared and lived here. The star was enormous and not smaller than any great life star Yi Fan had seen before. Ancient trees towered into the heavens, great rivers overflowed, and majestic cliffs appeared. It was an exceptionally magnificent sight. The Forbidden Land of the legendary era, also known as the place closest to immortals. Yi Fan said softly with a sigh. After so many years, his understanding of the cosmos was much greater than in the past. Especially when it came to things like the flying immortal star, he was naturally an important target of investigation. Alho, Yi Fan descended and stood in a mountainous region. An elephant dragon rushed over. It was over 10 zhang tall and looked like a mammoth. However, its entire body was covered in green scales. In its mouth was a bloody giant tiger that was currently tearing it apart. On the other side, there was a nest at the peak of a majestic stone mountain. A giant silver bird over 60 zhang in length looked downwards and suddenly spread its wings before swooping down. Pooh! Bloody light splashed out. The giant silver bird's sharp claws reached down and tore apart the elephant dragon on the spot. It dragged it towards the mountain peak's nest and carved it into strips of flesh to feed the young birds. Waves of silver flames rose from the nest. That was the awakening of the young birds' divine power. These were all powerful desolate beasts and birds of prey. Each and every one of them was extremely outstanding and comparable to an expert. They had all grasped divine laws a long time ago, but they still lived and struggled in the simple food chain. The strong lived while the weak became meat. It was an extremely cruel and bloody life. This was the flying immortal star. Yifan had just arrived and only saw this corner. He already knew how cruel it was to survive here. They were all experts. He walked towards the vast central Great Land. He wanted to understand more about this place and what kind of secrets were hidden here. Dong, a loud sound rang out. In the distance, a scarlet-haired divine ape blocked in front of him like a mountain. It was over 1,000 zhang tall and could be considered a colossus. It carried a stone axe in its hand and emitted a heaven-overflowing divine might. Yifan was astonished. He had never thought that he would encounter a primitive giant that only existed in the desolate era. It was emitting a terrifying pressure. "Human, where did you come from?" A huge spiritual will rippled out. This was the king of the primitive giants. He was shaped like an ancient ape, and the hair on his body was several meters long. He noticed Yifan, and his voice rumbled like thunder. "I'm from the outer realms." Yifan told the truth. This giant king was a great saint, so his power should be quite strong. He warned, "I can feel that you are very dangerous and very powerful. However, I want to tell you that you must not try to break the seal of the central ancient land. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the flying celestial planet." Yifan was surprised and politely communicated with him to understand the situation here. The primordial giant sat cross-legged and explained to him. It was rumored that the central ancient land was a restricted area for life during the legendary era, as well as a place where immortals could truly be seen. It was full of legends and secrets since the ancient times. However, for some unknown reason, it was sealed by the supreme beings, and the immortal realm could no longer appear in the world. Since the ancient times, many great emperors have come here and made a trip there. "I see that you seem to be a powerful contender for the emperor's path, so I fear that you will act rashly and break the seal there," said the scarlet-haired giant. This information was quite astonishing. Yifan had heard rumors many years ago. At that time, it was said that the flying celestial planet's seal had loosened, and a supreme existence had already emerged to attack other ancient lands. No, that is just a rumor. The true central immortal land has always been in a sealed state. It's just that the great seal there has been loosening day by day. The true experts that are attacking outside are all from Kunlun's remnant races. Kunlun's remnant race was a powerful title. They weren't a single race, but rather a collective name for a group of races. In the distant past, they used to live in Kunlun's immortal mountains. They were the uncrowned kings of the legendary era. Their strength and terror were well known throughout the world. It could be said that in that period of time, they were incomparable. Later on, only experts like the venerable emperors dared to attack them. In the end, they broke through Kunlun's immortal mountains, killed the slumbering supreme beings of their clans, and overthrew their dynasties. Yifan was silent. That was a glorious and splendid era. The cultivation civilization was extremely developed, and all races competed with each other. Tens of thousands of powerful races stood in great numbers. It was incomparable. However, it was precisely in that era that it was filled with blood, war, and slaughter. It was unknown just how many powerful races were wiped out and disappeared in the extremely splendid era. Kunlun's remnant races live here. There are dozens of powerful races, and they are one of the rulers of the flying celestial planet, said the primordial giant king. Yifan nodded. He had long heard that this planet was very dangerous. In that case, the creatures on the flying celestial planet will attack the other shore every set period of time. It's not only for the sake of the ancient heaven, but also for the sake of Kunlun's immortal mountains. That's their ancestral land. They also want to find the immortal bell and obtain their lost supreme ancestral artifact, said Yifan softly. He noticed the giant king's words. The Kunlun's remnant race was only one of the rulers of this planet. There were other powerful forces. There's another group of people known as Qi practitioners. They devour and consume energy. Although their numbers aren't great, they are all extremely powerful. They are outsiders and seem to be searching for something. When he heard this, Yifan's expression trembled. He unexpectedly heard news of the preaching Qi practitioners. This was indeed unexpected for him. They were a group of heroes from Earth, and all of them had great origins and backgrounds. In the past, he had once pursued them in order to find out their whereabouts. Unexpectedly, they were on the flying celestial planet. Yes, the Kunlun remnant race attacked Earth in order to ascend the Immortal Mountain's ancestral land. After the rise of the preaching Qi practitioners, they must have followed this path and arrived here, said Yifan to himself. The giant nodded. The two sides were indeed enemies. In the past, terrifying bloody battles had taken place, but in recent years, it had been relatively peaceful and no longer fought. Great waves surged in Yifan's heart. He thought of many things. Perhaps he could meet many ancient people on Earth on this planet. Some of them were well known, and some were like gods and people at the same time. They were full of mysteries. In the past, he didn't have the strength and couldn't come here. Even if he came, he would only die in vain. Now, it was different. He had become one of the overlords of the universe. Unless the supreme of the restricted zone came out, not many could match him. Yifan bid farewell to the primitive giant. With a flash, he traversed the earth and arrived at the central celestial ground. The so-called celestial ground was withered. Not even a blade of grass grew. It was desolate beyond recognition. The earth was scarlet red without a single plant. It was cold and desolate. It was completely different from what he had imagined. The territory here was vast and boundless. It was as if there was a space-time formation enveloping this place, making it boundlessly vast. As Yifan strolled about, he could sense a faint ripple. It was as though there were a few supreme deities locked down by iron chains, fighting and roaring at the top of their lungs. This kind of feeling was very strange. It felt illusory and indistinct. Yifan frowned and used his heart to sense it. The result was different again. This time, his sea of consciousness captured a large expanse of brilliant light. It was as if people had ascended to immortality and gods had descended into the mortal world. It was a boundless immortal realm. There were immortal birds and auspicious beasts flying about. There were grand palaces suspended on the white clouds. It was an auspicious and peaceful scene. And in the scene of ascending to immortality, there were a few immortal masters whose lives were about to dry up. They were trying their best to say something as if they were warning the creatures of the mortal world. What a strange feeling. Yifan was truly shocked. As powerful as he was, Quasi-Emperor Sixth Heaven, he might break through to a higher level in the next few years. But at this time, he couldn't tell what was real and what was fake. He couldn't tell which one was true. The more he probed with his divine sense, the stranger it was. The more unusual it felt, the more bewildering it was. He probed carefully again and saw a few great immortal kings sitting cross-legged on meditation mats. Below the meditation mats, there was a black mist billowing into the sky. A few demon ancestors were roaring, and their bodies were penetrated by immortal chains of order. What is going on? He believed in his own senses and divine might, but they were obstructed here. All kinds of illusions and clouds appeared from time to time, and it was difficult to tell what was real and what was fake. Yifan didn't act blindly without thinking. The seal couldn't be broken at this time. He believed in the words of the primitive giant king. He turned and left, entering another land. Roar, who dares to break into the holy land of my Kunlun lost tribe? In the roar of a demon king, a huge figure appeared high in the sky, looking down at Yifan and roaring. This was a fierce person formed after the Supreme Array formation was activated. He was a mark, but he was not much different from a real person. He had actually reached the quasi-emperor level. Yifan's eyes flickered. The Kunlun lost tribe was indeed powerful. He had just revealed his head, and there was such a quasi-emperor level mark manifesting. If an ordinary person came, it would be difficult for them to escape death. And he also clearly saw a huge monument in front of him, and on it was written, Xianxia tribe. Yifan revealed a strange expression. There were many records of this kind of fierce beast in the myths and legends of ancient China. There was a description in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, saying, there is a beast on the Shao mountain. It looks like an ox, and its stomach is like the hair of a hedgehog. Its name is Xianxia, and its sound is like a hyena. It is a man-eater. The quasi-emperor level creature in the sky was Xianxia. Yifan looked over. There was a powerful tribe in the mountain range, and they were all this kind of creature. This was one of the Kunlun lost tribe. He did not fight and turned to leave. He entered the vast neighboring territory and saw the Swanee, Hundun, Taotai, and other fierce beasts. The four great beasts were all Kunlun lost tribe. As expected, they are powerful. Yi Fan sighed. These were divine beasts and fierce beasts from ancient times, and they could all be seen here. Finally, he saw a terrifying mountain range. It was as red as blood, and its aura was as strong as a dragon. It stretched for millions of miles. The Torch Dragon tribe. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. This was definitely a terrifying race, and this was their habitat. The Torch Dragon had been mentioned in various ancient books, and it was recorded in Chu Yuan's Heaven's Questions. Is the sun not here? Where does the Torch Dragon shine? There were also records in the Classic of Mountains and Seas and Huainan Zi, describing its shape, origin, and birthplace. There were too many sayings about it. When it opened its eyes, it was daytime, and when it closed its eyes, it was night. There were also records that said it split the heavens and earth and created all living things. All in all, it was enough to prove its strength and terror. Yi Fan speculated that the Torch Dragon was the supreme of the Kunlun lost tribe, and it was destroyed in the Age of Legends. This could be deduced from the legends. Yi Fan crossed this area, but he did not really go deep into it. However, he could feel how powerful they were. Each of them had astonishing magic power, and there were at least a dozen combat divisions. In the end, he crossed over and came to another terrifying area of the flying celestial star. This place belonged to the Qi practitioners. As soon as Yi Fan arrived, he was stunned. It was really the same style as the ruins and buildings of ancient China that he knew. It was as if he had returned to Earth. Not long after, when he walked to a strange terrain, the style of the buildings changed drastically. The Great Thunderclap Temple. Yi Fan's gaze froze. He saw this famous temple here again. It was grand and dignified, and bathed in the sunset, it was stained with an inviolable divine splendor. Is Sakyamuni inside? He asked softly. He stared blankly for a long time, but he did not enter. This area was full of temples, and there were ancient temples hidden deep in the mountains. When he crossed over and came to another area, he saw Taoist temples one after another. He was shocked. This place definitely had unparalleled masters like the Quasi-Emperor. Some of the masters of ancient China were probably hiding here. He crossed mountains and rivers without using his magic power. He walked through the vast area and finally stopped at the foot of a nameless small mountain. He saw a small shabby temple. An old Taoist was smiling at him. It seemed that the old Taoist had long sensed him. He had been staring at him since he appeared on the horizon. Benefactor, should I call you Saint Physique Yi Fan, Celestial Emperor Yi Fan, or Venerable Emperor? Yi Fan was stunned. Why did he say this? Oh, you are probably not Venerable Emperor. I was wrong. Let's call you Benefactor Yi. The old Taoist nodded and greeted him on the small mountain. The mountain was not high, and the small Taoist temple was also very dilapidated. It had gray tiles and rotten wooden rafters. An old grapevine was next to it, accompanied by a diseased tree. It was a desolate scene. Behind the small Taoist temple was a green vegetable field and a well. It was full of antiquity. This place was very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. Just like the Taoist, if one did not look closely, they would think that he was an old Taoist in the mountains without magic or immortal roots. Yi Fan cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Taoist." The old Taoist returned the greeting. He was very polite and did not put on any airs. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that the other party was Quasi-Emperor Sixth Heaven, similar to him. He was a powerful master of Taoism. The most peculiar thing was that this person's ability to hide his breath. If he did not come close, even Yi Fan might not be able to detect him from a distance. It was really amazing. However, the main thing was that he did not open the source celestial pupil, so he was too embarrassed to look at him. Why did you call me that just now? Benefactor, please forgive me. I was rash. The old Taoist said that an ancient Taoism master had once made a deduction that a similar flower would appear. Perhaps in this life, it would be like the emperor. Although I live in a remote corner and hide in the mountains, I heard some of Benefactor Ye's achievements and past events. I mistakenly thought that you were that flower. Now that I see you and carefully recognize you, I don't think so. A similar flower might appear? Yi Fan was quite surprised. The future is illusory. Even the ancient Taoist's deduction may not come true, the old Taoist explained. May I ask for your name? I used to have a name, Gu Xian, the old Taoist said. Yi Fan was shocked. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still overwhelmed. He finally met a cultivator from ancient China, and he was extremely powerful and extraordinary. Who was Gu Xian? He was one of the most important figures in Taoism. He was regarded as the founder of the Gezhou sect by the Taoists of the Lingbao sect in later generations. He was called Gu Xianwing. The Lingbao sect respected the Xianxia, which was also the Lingbao celestial being. It was one of the most important sects in Taoism, and Gu Xian was the founder of the sect for an era, so one could imagine his status. Apart from that, he was respected as one of the four celestial masters of Taoism. His status was high, and it could be seen from his name, Gu Xianwing. Greetings, Senior. Yi Fan saluted with mixed feelings. In the past, he had only learned about such people through ancient books and didn't believe that they could fly. Later on, he accidentally set foot on the road of cultivation. Now that he had seen them in person, he was filled with endless emotions. Benefactor, please take a seat. Gu Xian invited him to sit on a praying mat. Not only was Gu Xian an extraordinary person, but he also had a grandnephew named Gu Hong, who was the author of the book Biopuzi. He was even more impressive and had once become the leader of Taoism during the Eastern Jin dynasty. In the course of the conversation, Yi Fan could not help but mention Gu Hong. This person had mentioned the 9 secrets in his writings, stating that as long as one constantly recited the 9 secrets, one could exorcise evil and protect their body. Gu Xian admitted that his grandnephew's cultivation level was higher than his master's. It was indeed impressive. May I know why Xianwing is hiding here? Yi Fan naturally wanted to ask. The Qi practitioners of ancient China all came to this place, it was really a mystery. Swallow the clouds, eat the dew, pursue the Tao, whatever it is to become an immortal. Gu Xian said, then he shook his head and sighed, but in the end, everyone is buried in the soil, unable to obtain any creation. Yi Fan was shocked. This group of people came to search for immortals, but they did not choose the Big Dipper back then, but here? He asked for confirmation, and sure enough, the answer was confirmed. All the Qi practitioners believed that there was a path to immortality here. Not all the Emperor Dao experts thought that the Big Dipper was the right place to become an immortal. There were also some who believed that it was on the flying celestial star, here. The universe can be divided into yin and yang. Maybe the Big Dipper and the flying celestial star are two symmetrical yin and yang, both of which can lead to the celestial realm. But after the battle 300 years ago, it proved that this path is no longer possible. Therefore, the Qi practitioners believe that the path is on the flying celestial star. They were only searching for immortality. Yi Fan sighed. In the ancient history of cultivators, all the conflicts and large-scale bloody battles were mostly caused by immortals. Longevity was an eternal topic, and it was the Tao fruit that all cultivators dreamed of. But so many years had passed, and everyone was still searching for immortality, but they could not achieve it. Is there really a path to immortality here? Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a praying mat and had a long conversation with Gu Xian. According to some primeval venerables, the path to immortality will appear in the sealed land of the flying celestial star, which is also the forbidden area of the mythological era, the old Taoist answered. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity, but they did not dare to break the seal. Yi Fan was silent. How many people were trapped in immortality? Since ancient times, all the cultivators had been working hard. The so-called immortals in the historical records were still on this path. Not only them, but others like Shakyamuni had also arrived on this star and built their sections. However, there were no traces of them, and it was suspected that they were searching in the outer realm. Where is the little immortal? He asked Gu Hong. Although the number of Qi practitioners was not very exaggerated, it was not small either. Many of them were well known and had great fame in ancient China. Gu Xian said bluntly that while others were in seclusion on this star, there were even more people wandering the outside world, visiting ancient immortal sites one after another in order to obtain the method of longevity. Among the people who were still alive, the strongest were naturally Laozi and Shakyamuni. Everyone was waiting. They believed that the failure of the Big Dipper immortal path did not mean that this place would be empty. Sooner or later, the opportunity to ascend to immortality would appear again. The sealed land of the flying celestial star is definitely strange. If it is opened, there will be a great calamity when we charge in, Xian said. If there were really living beings sealed here and they were still alive, then the path to immortality would definitely be occupied by them and they would be able to break through. According to people's speculations, there might be a great crack in the immortal world here. Back in the day, there was a great battle between beings from the immortal world and even the primeval venerables. This place was suppressed and sealed. Is the flying celestial star as its name suggests? Later on, Yifan and the old Taoist talked about many things. Naturally, they mentioned the Kunlun remnant tribe, which was similar to what he had guessed. The Kunlun remnant tribe also knew the secrets of the flying celestial star. They needed to find the celestial bell and even wanted to move the celestial mountain to Kunlun. The celestial bell and the ancient wasteland tower are too ancient. Some say that they were created by the heaven and earth. Others say that they were involved in celestial dynasties and that there was even a real celestial emperor. These were all old stories. Only the people of the era of the Kunlun ancestor and Dizun could understand a little. In this era, they could only speculate and lacked evidence. The two of them had a rather congenial conversation. They discussed many things from ancient history to cultivation. The old Taoist was recognized by the Spirit Treasure sect as the patriarch of a generation. He had recreated the inheritance of the ancient celestial being, so he was naturally outstanding. It was also because of his guidance that Gohong's path was formed. I had some opportunities and obtained some scriptures and inheritance. Guxian and Yifan discussed Tao and mentioned the scriptures. The two of them agreed that the salvation scripture was the most mysterious and unfathomable among the scriptures of the Spirit Treasure celestial being. Guxian recited one of it. It was a secret book that could not be seen by the world. Yifan took out the ghost face lamp and recited one too. The two were similar and corroborated each other, making it even more mysterious. After reading the proper scripture and comprehending the ghost face lamp mark, this scripture will be considered complete, Guxian said. Yifan nodded in agreement. He had gained a lot from this discussion. The old Taoist passed on an ancient recipe called the Xianxia Golden Elixir Scripture. It was said that it was left by the Spirit Treasure celestial being. Yifan was surprised. He had long heard about this elixir scripture of Taoism. It was seen in the world for mortals, but he had never obtained the scripture for cultivators. Now, he saw the true scripture. After sitting cross-legged for 7 days, the two of them talked freely and exchanged many insights. They also touched upon many secrets. In the end, Yifan got up and left. He walked on the flying celestial star and felt lost. After walking on this path and growing to this day, he could be considered a peerless expert. Looking back, many things had changed. In the past, he felt that Qi practitioners were so powerful, like people of legends. However, when he got closer, he realized that they were just trekkers on the road to immortality. Unknowingly, Yifan walked through many regions and saw another old man. He introduced himself and said, "I am Xianxia." Yifan was shocked and then sighed. He had really met the ancient figures of China. Although there were not many, they still gave him mixed feelings. The holy whip was left by Senior, right? Yes. Back then, I encountered some trouble in the Big Dipper, so I kept the whip and left to wait for fate, the old man said. The wooden whip couldn't be underestimated. It was a part of the Dizun's immortal tree and had boundless divine effects. Yifan bid farewell and continued on his way. He felt a little disappointed. If it wasn't for the huge pressure brought by the underworld, which forced him to raise his cultivation level to protect his family and friends, he would feel that the end of the path of cultivation was really illusory and ethereal. What's going on? Why do I feel a little empty after coming to the flying celestial star? Why am I not excited after seeing the Qi practitioners of ancient China? Instead, I'm like this. Yifan was silent for a long time. Then, he suddenly raised his head. This wasn't his personality. He seemed to have been affected by some kind of power. The heaven origin immortal eyes can see through all falsehoods, he shouted. In the next moment, the magnificent mountains and rivers disappeared. All he could see were white bones like snow. It was a vast expanse of withered bones that had been weathered by the wind. There were no plants, no divine waterfalls, and no celestial mountains. The scenery had all disappeared. There was only death here. It was indeed strange. Unknowingly, he came to a place not far from the seal. He was greatly affected and almost lost. The Guxian and Xianxia I saw just now couldn't be fake, right? He turned around again and walked into the distance. As expected, he saw a large expanse of ruins. More than half of the Qi practitioners' residences had long been destroyed. There was rubble everywhere. But fortunately, that short mountain was still there and the small Taoist temple still existed on the mountain. But Guxian was long gone. Yifan kept his immortal eyes open all along. His eyes flickered as he walked. When he entered another area where the Qi practitioners resided, he saw some Taoists and asked them. At least half of the Qi practitioners died. It was very strange and terrifying back then. Some people's corporeal bodies had perished, but their obsessions didn't scatter and could still manifest. They thought they were still alive, and it was difficult for others to detect them. It was said that the immortals and demons sealed underground were causing mischief. They were truly reproducing everything about those people, said the little Taoist. He drew out a range and said that those areas couldn't be entered because they had long become ghost regions. Yifan's entire body was ice cold. The Guxian and Xianxia he saw just now were in those areas. Was he conversing with the heroic spirits and their obsessions? Immortal Elder Guxian and the others have indeed perished many years ago. Immortal Master Guhong is still wandering in the outer realms. He obtained the answer. The terrifying creature sealed underground was leading all of this. It wanted to take his divine soul away as well. He was exchanging blows with the creature in the restricted area of the mythological era. If there wasn't the power of the seal, it would be very troublesome. Yifan sighed. He believed that what Guhong and Xianxia's heroic spirits said was true. But those were only obsessions that were being used and weren't their real bodies. Cultivation was truly cruel. For the sake of longevity, many people ended up empty-handed. They were bloody and empty. Yifan walked through more than half of the area and saw many places of death. Many Qi practitioners had perished and only less than half were left. Moreover, most of the strong ones were wandering outside. There will definitely be a battle here in the future, said Yifan softly. The time should be when he achieved great success, or in other words, the day he achieved Tao. Dong, the sound of the bell reverberated, cleansing one's mind and relaxing one's pores. There was even a feeling of enlightenment. This was the great thunderclap temple. In the end, Yifan still came here. When he walked in, an old monk welcomed him and an arhat led the way. They were all very courteous to him. Sakyamuni had already left and was no longer on the flying celestial star. However, there were still experts overseeing this place. No one dared to barge in. Xianxia, Taowu, Torch Dragon, and other powerful races were also unwilling to provoke them. Brother Yi, long time no see. When he entered the Hall of Great Strength, a white-robed monk came over and greeted him. He was very young, otherworldly, and had an extraordinary bearing. It was Golden Cicada. It had to be said that this person was very powerful. Over the years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had long since advanced to the quasi-emperor realm. Beside him was a woman with an outstanding temperament. She was also an old friend who had fought alongside him in the Big Dipper. She was West Bodhisattva Ju Qing. After so many years, seeing the two again, Yifan maintained his smile. Although he was surprised, his emotions were no longer affected. My master is searching for the way to become an immortal and the path to immortality. He hopes to break through the shackles on the path to immortality and see immortality, said Golden Cicada. Yifan nodded. As his strength increased, he felt more and more helpless. Powerful cultivators had to face the ultimate barrier of life and death when they reached the end. Everyone wanted to break through, but who had truly become an immortal? As they talked, they brought up many anecdotes from the past. Golden Cicada said, I saw Brother Sacred Prince fighting with another divine ape. Yifan's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes burst with light. Had the two finally met? This made him a little worried for the monkey. I went up to persuade them, but in the end, we got into a scuffle and almost died for nothing. Golden Cicada smiled bitterly. The sacred prince and the six-eared macaque had encountered each other. The two were sparring and fighting, and no one else was allowed to participate. They wanted to determine the winner and the loser. In terms of bloodline, the sacred prince had the advantage. However, at the quasi-emperor realm, this was no longer the deciding factor. After all, at this realm, who was still ordinary, moreover, the six-eared macaque grew up soaking in celestial beings' life-spring divine liquid. Its constitution was excellent and it was almost immortal. He had wandered the universe for so many years. His 6 ears moved and he listened in all directions. He had obtained many secret arts and scriptures and was very powerful. I don't think the two of them are fighting to the death. Otherwise, there would be no result. Blood would have been spilled in the starry sky long ago, said Golden Cicada. Yifan gave him a strange look. 2 monkeys and a monk. Fortunately, things did not develop to a tragic end. Everything was still under control. Half a day later, Yifan left, strolling about the star. He didn't want to fight, but rather to search and explore. He already understood many things, and now, he arrived at the restricted region. Blood-colored soil, air-dried corpses, and vast territory made this place spacious and desolate. It was extremely strange. This time, the space between his brows shone. He operated the forward secret and opened his immortal eyes to see through all fabrications. In the future, a great battle might erupt here, and he wanted to see the battlefield clearly. There was still a strange power affecting him, but it could no longer confuse his mind. Suddenly, Yifan felt an artifact on his body tremble and become a bit hot. He took it out and found that it was actually the void mirror that had reacted. The restricted region of the legendary era made the ancient mirror scorch. This surprised Yifan a bit. He held it in his hand and walked forward, carefully sensing and searching. He stopped after traveling for over 100 li. The void mirror shone, and the dim bloodstains on its surface became bright red, as if they were about to drip down. This kind of power made even Yifan feel a powerful pressure. He felt that it was astonishing. The blood of an ancient supreme being was too powerful. This place was still dry and desolate, not a single blade of grass growing here. This was a stone forest. The deepest part was extremely dry, and there was a small cave that led all the way underground. It gave off an immeasurable feeling. Suddenly, Yifan felt a type of great danger. He couldn't help but retreat. A strange sound rang out, and a half-meter-tall small tree appeared. He was shocked. That was a flame that surged and throbbed. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it could burn 10,000 worlds. The temperature was blazing, and natural laws interweaved. This wasn't a flame in the ordinary sense. It wasn't that large, but it was formed from symbols. It was formed from interweaving divine chains, and symbols were throbbing one after another. This was the immortal flame from the Northern Dipper flame domain. He never expected it to appear here. This wasn't the first time Yifan saw it. He had previously discovered it, and he had the chance to see it up close. Now, he saw it again. Was it brought into the starry sky by Gaijiryo? Or did it believe that this place would become an immortal ascension place, so it chose to come here on its own? Yifan didn't know. The void mirror had drunk the blood of more than one supreme being, but it was still on the verge of connecting to immortality, possibly evolving into an immortal mirror. However, in the end, it was shattered. It was truly a pity. The immortal flame appeared. The ruined mirror that had remained silent for many years moved again, struggling free from Yifan's palm. Then, it began to shine with brilliance, continuously flickering as it descended towards that flame. Yifan was stupefied, and then he backed up. The blazing heat wasn't the key. Those symbols were the foundation, the reason why the immortal flame was terrifying. The ruined void mirror descended. The symbol flames throbbed, submerging it. The ruined mirror trembled, releasing King Chong sounds. Then, the shattered parts began to melt, unexpectedly reforming. Yifan was shocked. This void mirror was using the immortal flame to reforge itself, carrying out repairs, bathing in this type of mysterious flame to reconstruct the mirror's body. Later on, many of the cracks on the mirror disappeared, becoming smooth again. However, there was still only half of the mirror, missing the other half. Only heaven knew where those fragments were. Suddenly, a figure flashed past in the mirror. Yifan was stupefied, as if he was a clay sculpture. In that instant, he saw GZ, or perhaps it should be said that the Void Emperor's appearance flashed before disappearing. Even though it was indistinct, even though it was faint, just a shadow, it was the person of the past. He released a light sigh. He sat down, waiting for the void mirror to finish repairing itself, not disturbing it. This process continued for 8 or 9 days. During this time, there was unexpectedly a rain of light that flew over from outer space. These were the void mirror's fragments. When they landed on the fiery light, they merged with the ruined mirror, repairing a small portion. However, there was still a gap. In the end, it was still a ruined mirror, only much stronger than before. The cracks disappeared. Could it be that this place really is going to become an immortal ascension place? Is the immortal flame waiting here ahead of time? After a long time had passed, the void mirror flew back. The immortal flame withdrew, entering the underground cave. Yifan didn't chase after it, nor did he want to go down. He had a vague feeling that this might directly enter the sealed land. If he investigated it too early, there wouldn't be any benefits, and it might bring about a great disaster. In the end, he still isn't a supreme being. Otherwise, where wouldn't he be? Able to go? He said with a sigh. Yifan left this star, heading into the depths of the star domain to search for the sacred prince and the six-eared macaque. He didn't wish for anything unexpected to happen. In the end, he met the sacred prince, chatting for a bit. From their conversation, the monkey was quite appreciative of the six-eared macaque, unexpectedly developing a bit of friendship. Even though they weren't friends, the two likely wouldn't face each other to the death. He ate a complete 9 revolutions immortal pill, his muscles and bones transforming to a freakish degree. It truly is heaven-defying natural luck, extremely powerful. The monkey said, revealing this secret. Yifan was speechless. Recently, he often heard about this type of immortal pill. Others only ate the remains, yet the six-eared macaque ate a complete one. It truly was heaven-defying. One has to understand that this was a great Tao pill treasure refined by an ancient great emperor for him to live another era. Yifan left. He comprehended the Tao, searched, and moved according to his heart. He understood well that the future path was difficult to see. His enemies should have already set their sights on the life-forbidden region. Right now, he was extremely strong, able to sweep through the experts of this world. However, when facing a sleeping ancient supreme being, it was still far from enough. Dang. Long and drawn-out bell sounds rang out unendingly. There were temples everywhere. This was the ancient Umaba star. Yifan's body moved according to his heart's desire. He traveled through the cosmos, comprehending, and then descended here. He arrived at the central ancient temple of the Buddhist sect. That temple looked like it was cast from gold. Radiance scattered down, making it look extremely holy. Yifan came to pay a visit. Even though this was the ancestral land of the Buddhist sect, where experts were as common as trees in a forest, they had no choice but to take him seriously. Important figures came out to greet him. A familiar person came out to greet him. He was tall and sturdy. He was a Buddha. Hundreds of years ago, Yifan had traveled together with him. They used to be competitors. You are Kutuchuo? I didn't expect you to still remember me. The middle-aged Buddha sighed lightly. He was already a great sage, but he was still far from Yifan's quasi-emperor realm. In the past, on the ancient road, Kutuchuo, Yuxian, Oyemo, Muguanghan, and the others were all very powerful. They traveled together with Yifan and were also seated contestants. Becoming a great sage was enough to rule a region. After all, the cosmos was vast and geniuses came forth in large numbers. It was impossible for all geniuses to have the hope of becoming a quasi-emperor. What about them? Yifan asked the other geniuses he met on the ancient road. Like me, I can dominate a region, but I definitely won't be able to do so in the entire cosmos, Kutuchuo said. This was the final destination for people like them. Their lives had already been decided, and they would end up on the emperor's path just like that. When he and Kutuchuo entered the depths of the temple, Yi Fan's heart shook. He sensed another familiar aura at the back of the mountain. There were a few small temples there. They weren't all that grand, and they seemed to have returned to simplicity. An old friend of yours is cultivating there, Kutuchuo said. Yi Fan arrived at the back of the mountain and saw an old monk in the ancient temple. To be more precise, it was an old monkey with fiery eyes and golden fur. He was as steady as a boulder as he sat on a praying mat. It was actually the victorious fighting Buddha. After so many years, they met again here. Greetings, Senior. Yi Fan saluted. He had received protection from the monkey in the past and had always been grateful. Child, you may dispense with the formalities. The monkey's uncle had long since become the quasi-emperor. He pulled Yi Fan up. There was another old man sitting on a praying mat beside him. It seemed like his status was just as respected as the victorious fighting Buddha, sitting on equal footing with him. This person was very old, but he was full of vigor and spirit. His eyes were like torches. He was also a powerful quasi-emperor. This is Tao brother Gu Tianshu, the victorious fighting Buddha introduced. Yi Fan was stunned when he heard this. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. This was a supreme expert of the Purple Mountain. He had once been willing to guard the mausoleum of great Emperor Wushi. The old monkey had once fought with Gu Tianshu on the Purple Mountain. The two of them didn't get to know each other without fighting. In the end, they became friends. Later on, they came to the Umaba Star field to cultivate and lived in semi-seclusion. When Yi Fan saw these two, there were too many things he wanted to ask, especially Gu Tianshu. He had once come into close contact with great Emperor Wushi, so he wouldn't know any less than the Black Emperor. Even I don't know whether great Emperor Wushi is dead or alive. Gu Tianshu's first words stopped many of Yi Fan's questions. However, his next words greatly moved Yi Fan. He talked about many of great Emperor Wushi's deeds. They were all secrets, and he even talked about how Wushi had created the technique. It was a glorious life. Yi Fan lingered here for several days. In the end, he left with great gains. He once again ascended the heavenly road and entered the starry sky. This was a kind of cultivation and Tao comprehension journey. This time, he didn't go far. He had just crossed a star system when he stopped. He knew that he was going to face tribulation again. Millions of lightning bolts descended. The tribulation of the quasi-emperor's seventh heavenly layer descended, drowning the star field and shaking all directions. Is he going to face tribulation again? On an ancient star, a powerful aura filled the air. A large hand reached out and slapped down with a rumbling sound, causing the entire star field here to collapse. That star was the Overlord body's ancestral star. It was obvious who the attacker was. The stars in the sky were like fireflies. At this moment, they were quickly extinguished. A large black hand reached out from the darkness, covering the starry sky. The stars all exploded. This type of scene was too terrifying. The large black hand reached out from an unknown place, covering the entire cosmos. All things before it seemed insignificant, not even comparable to a speck of dust. This type of scene left everyone shocked. There were cultivators who passed by nearby, scared until their souls were about to leave their bodies. What kind of power was this? It was impossible to estimate. There was an ancient supreme being who appeared, taking action here. This was the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind. There was simply no other reason. Did the most powerful individuals from the ancient past appear again? Pooh. The sages who passed by this starry sky found it hard to struggle. They cultivated for thousands of years, reaching the peak, able to rule over a region, yet before supreme beings, they were still as weak as ants. The ancient sages directly exploded. The large black hand didn't even make contact, yet their bodies and spirits were already erased under the pressure, turning into bloody mist. The people from outside this region went cold from head to toe. They trembled, backing up in panic, their entire bodies contorting, inwardly terrified to the extreme. They fled into the distance. Was this a deity that created heaven and earth? A hand covered the starry sky, everything destroyed. There was only a black hand left in the ice-cold cosmos. Just how terrifying of a scene was this? This was a true legend, the scene of the most ancient era's world destruction. It was extremely shocking. In front of the large black hand, there was an enormous sphere of lightning radiance. It similarly overflowed into the heavens, drowning out large amounts of the starry sky, quickly rushing into the distance. The large black hand was too terrifying. It looked like it was slowly descending, but it could catch up to and even exceed that extremely fast sphere of lightning radiance. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. The one in the lightning radiance was naturally him, facing the most terrifying great tribulation. Right now, he operated the rho symbol art to avoid the black hand that chased after him. His situation was extremely terrifying. While facing the unmatched lightning tribulation, there was even an ancient supreme being who appeared, wishing to take action against him. This was simply a situation of inevitable death. Supreme beings acted out, the day came so quickly. It really happened. In the past, he was already extremely strong, considered an exceptional expert in this world. However, in the eyes of those supreme beings, he was still like an ant, never placing him in their eyes. As long as he didn't succeed, didn't achieve the Tao, he wouldn't care about those people at all. Supreme beings were unmatched, and they were arrogant as well. Today, did he finally catch the eye of some people, waking up from his slumber? This was to strangle him on the path of great success, not giving him a chance. Yi Fan pushed the rho formula to its limits. Even the river of time stopped for him. He moved quickly, and along the way, the space between his brows glowed. He was summoning the heaven-devouring pot to battle. In order to pass the tribulation, he didn't bring the jar with him and hid it in another domain. Boom, the huge black hand covered the boundless starry river, and even the heavens were enveloped. In the blink of an eye, it was about to cover Yi Fan. It was unknown how many stars were destroyed. This kind of terrifying scene where one hand covered the sky and the universe could only bear one dark hand shocked the world. Yi Fan's brows stood erect. There wasn't enough time, the situation was critical to the extreme. Could it be that he had to break apart the all-life source energy cauldron and make the laws of the immortal bell explode? What a pity. But if he didn't do that, he wouldn't even be able to summon the heaven-devouring demon pot in time. Death was so close. The ancient supreme beings were high above, and Yi Fan, who was already in danger of passing the tribulation, had now encountered a great disaster and might die. It's the overlord body. Yi Fan felt a similar fluctuation. It was the same as the bloodline of the overlord in the past, and he could feel it. That purple blood ancient lightning was already boiling, and it was about to break him. Clearly, the overlord body had appeared, and he had used his strongest attack. He didn't want any accidents to happen, and he wanted to destroy the Saint Physique Yi Fan in one strike. These two races had been at war since the era of legends, and it was hard to resolve the feud. He came to kill Yi Fan, and he didn't want him to reach great success. There was no need to talk reason. The ancient supreme being had made his move, and it was his strongest attack. It wasn't a casual attack. No one in this generation could stop such a terrifying outcome, unless Yi Fan reached great success or achieved the Tao. Overlord body, you dare to touch the person I fancy? Be careful that I don't destroy your bloodline. A cold voice was heard, and another big hand slapped down, colliding with the big black hand with a bang. This was a youth with clear eyes, and he carried a black hard bow on his back. He held a stone rod in his right hand, and he looked disdainfully at the surroundings as he stood under the starry sky. Just now, he had used his left hand to block the peerless attack of the overlord body. The big black hand faded, and a tall figure appeared. His long purple hair danced in the wind, and he looked majestic. Compared to when he was born in the past, his chi and blood were much more vigorous. He was very silent, and he stared at the youth for a long time without saying a word. In the distance, a sea of lightning covered the sky, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Stars were exploding one after another. Yi Fan had started to pass the tribulation, and he couldn't control it at all. He had encountered a great tribulation, and now that the youth had appeared, he knew that he could deal with his tribulation in peace. You are the #1 divine general of ancient heaven, Chuanying? You live up to your reputation. The overlord body spoke. His voice was low, and it had a terrifying penetrating power that could directly shatter stars. Chuanying was a living legend, and even the venerable emperor was amazed. He personally sealed him, wanting to leave him for him to achieve the Tao, but because his obsession was too deep, he came into the world in advance. So it wasn't your true body. You only came with an incarnation, and it's not enough for me to kill. Chuanying smiled very brilliantly. The incarnation used a secret technique, and it might be able to display the power of the true body for a short period of time, but after a long time, it would definitely be killed. You think he can achieve the Tao? After a moment of silence, the overlord body asked coldly. His chi and blood were exuberant, and his purple hair was like a river of stars. The light in his eyes was astonishing. Haha. I don't need a reason for someone I value. If you dare to touch a finger of him, I'll kill you. Chuanying laughed impudently. He was just a youth, and there was a special kind of madness in his carefree appearance. In this world, who dared to be so disrespectful to the ancient supreme beings, and face them with such a high attitude, looking down on the ancient imperial path experts? Since I was born, many people have said this to me, but they are all dead. The overlord body said calmly. Hong, the youth didn't say anything else, carrying the stone rod and rushing over, carrying out a great slaughter. The rod streaked across the sky like a grey azure dragon, suppressing the cosmos. Its power was unparalleled in this world. The sky collapsed, and the stars exploded one after another. What sun, moon, what stars? They all turned into fireworks. The overlord body was ferocious and tyrannical. He immediately used an overlord fist, shaking the cosmos until it rumbled. A supreme being battle erupted, both of them were experts, experts among experts. The effects of this battle were naturally great, shaking the great cosmos and leaving every region alarmed. Weng, the purple light hammer flew over from the distance like a purple waterfall, smashing towards Chuanying. This was a supreme being artifact that suppressed over from the overlord body's ancestral star. Dang, the number one divine general of ancient heaven struck out with the stone rod in his hand, colliding with this artifact. The radiance that erupted was incomparably brilliant. Now, there were no more stars in this region, all of them turned into fine powder. Even Yifan in another region was affected, suffering from the impact. The sea of lightning became even more violent. The battle continued, but this temporarily had nothing to do with Yifan. He calmed his heart to resist the lightning tribulation and break through. After an unknown amount of time, the cosmos calmed down because Yifan's great tribulation had ended. The sea of lightning disappeared, and he breathed in and out the essence of heaven and earth to replenish his body. On the other side, there was a youth sitting cross-legged. After seeing him finish, he smiled and said, "Not bad." "Many thanks, senior." Yifan bowed in gratitude. "I just couldn't stand it," the number one divine general of ancient heaven said. Then, he added, "The overlord body's ancestral star isn't easy to provoke. There's definitely more than one overlord body at large. According to my understanding in recent years, there are still people who killed the supreme beings with holy physiques on the ancient path. They are still alive and have sealed themselves in the ancestral cave." When Yifan heard these words, his eyes immediately burst with radiance. It was really as he had expected back then. This lineage was terrifying enough to form a forbidden land and have supreme beings living for a long time. And this was also what he had hoped for back then. If the people of the past had all died and passed away with the glory of killing the holy physiques, then perhaps it would be even more regretful. "I'm relieved that they haven't died," Yifan said. "Ha ha ha, good, you have guts." The first divine general of ancient heaven laughed, then he shook his head and sighed. Achieving the Tao is destined to be a lonely path. In the final glory, one can taste one's loneliness and bitterness. The first divine general left quickly. He came quickly and left just as quickly. Yifan's cultivation soared, and his strength reached the 7th layer of the quasi-emperor. He was close to reaching large success, and he could feel the aura of achieving the Tao one step further. In this cosmos, if he hadn't met the ancient supreme beings, he could truly sweep through the world. At the same time, he began to think deeply. In the past, he was an ant in the eyes of the supreme beings and didn't amount to much. But as he approached large success, perhaps some people would be startled awake and wouldn't be able to sit still. Just like this time, the large success tyrant body was like this. It wanted to destroy him with a single palm and strangle him on the way to achieving the Tao. Perhaps every single person who achieved the Tao had experienced this before. The ascension of the great emperor would threaten the safety of individual supreme beings, and they would think of ways to stop it. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the colder his entire body became. He wasn't worried for himself, but for his friends and relatives. He thought of the demon emperor Shui Wuqing. He left for 500 years and wasn't willing to return to his hometown, waiting for his young lady's soul bone to return to the yellow earth, leaving behind a lifetime of regret. There were too many secrets to this. Presumably, he was afraid of bringing the disaster of achieving the Tao back to his homeland, so he wasn't willing to return until he achieved the Tao. Yi Fan surveyed the cosmos. He had to make preparations early. As his cultivation deepened day by day, the gazes of those giant dragons would be drawn over one by one, and they would begin to pay attention to an ant like him. If he wasn't allowed to transform into a dragon and be killed in the mortal world, this might be the terrifying disaster he would encounter one day in the future. Achieving the Tao is destined to be a lonely path. In the final glory, one can taste one's loneliness and bitterness. The words of Ancient Heaven's number 1 divine general clearly hinted at something. Was he hinting at the bleakness of this path? If he wanted to achieve the Tao, not only did he have to be stunning and pass through that trial, he also had to face the terrifying suppression of the other ancient supreme beings and bring disaster to his loved ones. A chill arose in Yi Fan's heart. If he achieved the Tao alone, all his loved ones and friends would die. What was the point of achieving the Tao? But now, there was already no turning back. The large success tyrant body took action, and the other supreme beings would also begin to pay attention to him. There had never been anyone who could become an emperor in one leap. The final 8, 9, and emperor tribulations were more terrifying than the one before. Every tribulation required one to use one's life to fight for life and death. Perhaps, he would have 3 supreme being disasters, and each one would be more terrifying than the one before. The first 2 in particular were the most difficult, and some people wouldn't allow him to achieve the large success. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the cosmos and began to ponder on how to stop all of this. What he wanted to do was to rule the world and seek immortality, and not watch as the people around him perish. Yi Fan sat there, not moving for an entire day and night. In the end, he opened his eyes, feeling extremely tired. Yes, he was mentally and physically exhausted. He wanted to do his best, but he really didn't have any feasible methods. Those were supreme beings. Even if he used all kinds of schemes, it was still difficult to stop them. He had the heaven-swallowing pot and the laws of the immortal bell, but even if they could stop one supreme being, could they stop 2 or 3? Even if he made all kinds of arrangements and schemes, setting up a killing trap, it was still useless. In front of absolute strength, these things were like ants trying to shake a tree in the eyes of those supreme beings. They couldn't stop their footsteps at all. Right now, he had a secret technique to hide his aura. Once he crossed the tribulation, he would definitely be exposed. 3 great tribulations would shake the entire universe. There were 3 chances to kill him, and some supreme beings wouldn't miss it. In other words, he, an ant, was strong enough. He was starting to enter the eyes of supreme beings. Yi Fan stepped into Quasi-Emperor's 7th heaven and was already very powerful. However, he felt an unprecedented fatigue. The future path was becoming more and more difficult, and it wasn't easy to break through. It doesn't matter if I die, but they can't be buried with me. Yi Fan's strength improved greatly, his blood energy flourishing, and his lifespan increased. However, there were a few strands of white hair mixed in with his jet black hair. He felt extremely tired. Along the way, he walked and thought at the same time. He returned to the celestial court. Looking at the flourishing home of the universe's most powerful inheritance, he found it hard to calm down. All of this was the result of everyone's hard work. It should have been extremely glorious, but in the future, it might attract a great disaster. If supreme beings appeared, they would definitely flatten it. Is there no way? He saw a corner of the future. One underworld was already so terrifying. Now, with the addition of the great completion overlord body and the supreme beings of the other restricted regions, how could they resist? Yi Fan suddenly felt his body become cold. The road ahead was difficult. No wonder the great emperors were so unfortunate. Not a single one of them was truly smiling amidst their glory. They were all so serious. They experienced joys and sorrows, lost too much, and the price they paid was unimaginable. "Uncle, you're back." A strong-looking youth ran over and greeted enthusiastically. Then, a group of children rushed over. This was Li Heishui's child, already more than 10 years old. He was quite sturdy, and because he had consumed the 9-aperture stone man divine elixir since he was young, his bones were excellent, far surpassing his father. "Uncle, did you bring us any gifts?" The one who spoke was a 14 or 15-year-old girl, the youngest daughter of a savage. She wore a beast bone necklace, and her hair was combed into a small braid. Strings of Deluo silver essence bells were tied to the braid, swaying with divine radiance and jingling. These were the descendants of the celestial court. Every single one of them was extremely talented, and any great power would be envious of them. This was because Yi Fan, Li Tian, Black Emperor, and the others were willing to invest in them. After they were born, they were soaked in the divine liquid of the celestial being's life spring and fed with the 9 orifices divine fetus liquid. They were even refined with the essence of the undead Qilin medicine and the Bodhi tree, refining them into precious pills for them to build their foundations. It could be said that these children were the celestial court's most valuable assets. They represented the future and hope. I came and went in a hurry without any preparation. Today, I will teach you a few great divine abilities and explain the celestial scripture of Sunday. Yi Fan smiled. "Alright, Uncle is going to preach. Come quickly." The children's cheers immediately attracted more people. Many members of the celestial court also rushed over to listen to his lecture. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a blue stone. Below him, there were many people, mostly children. All of them opened their eyes wide and listened attentively. Of course, there were also rebellious little ones who were laughing and jumping around in the distance. They were very lively. Among them, 2 little fellows were the boldest. They climbed up the blue stone one after the other. The little girl held her chin and sat there quietly. She was quite obedient. As for Little Purple, she was like a little monkey. She climbed onto Yi Fan's body and, with a smacking sound, left a patch of saliva on his face. "Father, I missed you," she said in a sweet and innocent manner. Seeing her blinking her big eyes and pretending to be obedient, Yi Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could not blame her, so he only pushed her to the side and continued to preach. The celestial court was really very warm. All kinds of familial love, friendship, permeated and intertwined. It made people want to protect it with their lives and not allow anyone to trample or destroy it. The children dispersed. The Bodhi tree's leaves were green and swayed with green light. Fragments of laws scattered down, making people easily fall into a state of enlightenment. Yi Fan lightly sighed and stood up. "Yi, you're back. Come, let's drink." "Haha, many people have returned recently. Let's drink to our heart's content." Li Heishui and Dongfeng Yi ran over to invite them. "Haha, it's worth celebrating. Quasi-Emperor Peng Bo has consolidated his realm and just came out." Li Tian also laughed in the distance. "Okay, let's go drink." Yi Fan nodded. When they gathered together, they would naturally toss out all kinds of delicacies. What was snake soup, golden crow wings, there was everything. They were all the archaic species they had killed in the past. The fragrance of meat and wine wafted through the air. Yi Fan, Yan Yishi, Peng Bo, Dongfeng Yi, Li Heishui, and a large group of people sat together and drank to their heart's content. Not long after, the group of little ones were all drooling. Regardless of whether they were little boys or little girls, they all ran over like a swarm of bees, fighting over the wine like a group of little bandits. Everyone laughed. "You little brats, you dare to fight over wine at such a young age. And you, Li Hu, why don't you control your little sister and let a little girl like her drink too? Hey, little Violet, you little girl, you're only 2 or 3 years old. You can't even walk properly, yet you dare to secretly drink like them?" The group of adults were angry and amused at the same time. "Don't be so stingy. Little Violet is only tasting it." The little girl explained and then drank it in one gulp, afraid that she would be deprived of her rights. In the end, as soon as she drank it, she spat out her little tongue and complained that it was spicy and disgusting. Nan Nan is still the most obedient, someone said. Only she was the quietest, obediently sitting beside Yi Fan. In the distance, the sound of a dog barking could be heard. The Black Emperor ran wildly, shouting that everyone was ungrateful and didn't call him. You're too busy. You're wholeheartedly in the phoenix nest. I called you twice, but you didn't hear me. The mountain phoenix and the other great demons, as well as Longma and the golden-winged great Ping King, all rushed over when they received the news. The drinking group immediately increased, and in the end, many heavenly generals joined in. If I am well, then the sky is clear. However, I really can't. This King Phoenix nest is like a hornet's nest. Martial Uncle Black Emperor, please spare me. Hua Hua screamed miserably. He had suffered a lot these days, and his butt was almost beaten into 8 pieces by the Black Emperor. When the laughter ended and he sobered up, Yi Fan sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree again. He was as still as a boulder and as withered as a dead tree, not moving at all. Yi has something on his mind. What kind of difficulty did he encounter? I feel like he is thinking hard about a solution. I think it will definitely be very troublesome. With his current cultivation, he won't have a headache over ordinary matters. It most likely involves an ancient supreme being. Pang Bo, Li Tian, and Li Heishui understood him very well. They immediately saw that something was wrong and gathered together to discuss. In the end, they walked over with wine jars and asked directly. Yi, what's the matter? Let's think of a solution together. Don't sweat it out alone. Our cultivation is inferior to yours, but it shouldn't be a problem for us to come up with an idea. That's right. Let's share the burden together. Don't take everything on your own. Don't treat your friends as outsiders. The group of people looked at him. All of them were close friends who could go through life and death situations together with great enemies. Yi Fan was very moved. They could see through him when he was deep in thought and revealed an abnormal expression. He sighed and told them what had happened not long ago. What? That old bastard Overlord Body also made a move? How shameful, bullying others too much. He really isn't a good person. Look at him. Overlord Body, he actually attacked when Yi is going through his tribulation. Does he want to feed his old face to the dogs? Woof, this emperor is warning you. You can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. Yi Fan laughed. This group of people had always been like this. They could still laugh even when they encountered such great difficulties. The atmosphere lightened up. In the past, Yi Fan had never been afraid. As long as he was strong enough, he could crush the great enemies in front of him. But now, this was not equal. His enemies were ancient supreme beings. Every one of them was once the strongest person of an era and had been invincible their entire lives. I've thought about it again and again. There's really no other way. The celestial court is too big. In the future, it will definitely suffer a destructive blow because of me. I want the celestial court to disperse and gather again in the future. When these words came out, everyone fell silent. The current celestial court was incomparably powerful. Once an order was issued, everyone would obey. Now that it was at its most glorious stage of ascension, they actually wanted to cripple their own martial arts and directly disband. But they knew that even though it was hard to bear, what Yi Fan said made sense. The best choice now was to let the various departments of the celestial court go into seclusion first and wait for the future to gather again. As for our children, I want to seal them and let them reappear 100 years later. I need 100 years to desperately charge forward. If I succeed, no one will dare to anger my celestial court anymore. If I fail, my soul will return to the yellow earth. From then on, the supreme beings won't care anymore, said Yi Fan. The scene fell into an even quieter silence. No one spoke. In the end, everyone nodded and silently agreed to this decision. The final result was that the celestial court would be sealed for 100 years. The celestial soldiers and generals would return to the fields and all go into seclusion. I'm sorry. I've caused everyone to suffer, said Yi Fan. What are you saying? From now on, you will have to fight with your life on your own. If you succeed, the celestial court will be glorious for all eternity. If you fail, you will be doomed eternally. Our brothers can't help you at all. At this moment, there is only helplessness and pain. Yi, you have to work hard. Don't say those words. For you, in this 100 years, there will be 2 deadly trials. As for the 3rd trial, it's fine even if you don't go through it. 2 great achievements are enough. Yi, remember, it's fine as long as you survive. We don't ask for anything else. These brothers who had gone through thick and thin with him revealed their true feelings. No matter what, he must survive. Crippling his own martial arts and disbanding the celestial court was a difficult decision. The impact was too great. It was simply earth-shattering. Many people might not understand it. It's okay. We can definitely start over again. When the time comes, when the banner of the celestial court is raised, I think many of the celestial soldiers and generals will come back. Our brothers won't blame you, they comforted him. Father, what are you doing? Why are all of your eyes red? Little Violet ran over from afar. These men naturally wouldn't shed tears in front of the little girl. However, when Yifan thought about how he had to personally seal little Z and leave her here, letting her fall into a deep sleep, he felt a wave of sadness. She was still so young. If he lost, this would be the last time he would see his daughter. Moreover, there were other things at the moment. How was he going to face the people of the celestial court? It's my incompetence. Yifan looked up to the sky and sighed. No, you're already strong enough. Since ancient times, few great emperors at your age could have such cultivation, said the Black Emperor. Although that was what he said, when Yifan walked out and stepped onto the general selection platform step by step, he looked at the black mass of troops below and found it hard to speak. His heart felt terrible. I've been forced to this step. This day has come. I'm helpless. He muttered in his heart as he looked at the faces. How was he going to announce this news? Below the platform, there was a group of people with solemn expressions. They were very dignified and respectable. They were the old generals who had walked since the establishment of the celestial court until today. There was also a boundless army. They were full of fighting spirit and were in high spirits. They were the generation that had witnessed the glory of the celestial court. There was another group of slightly immature faces of the new army. They were full of vigor and were full of hope for the future. They were the troops of the celestial court that had just joined not long ago. This scene made it difficult for Yifan to speak after he opened his mouth. All he felt was bitterness. Yifan couldn't speak and couldn't announce such news. On the platform, he was alone. He opened his mouth several times but was blocked by bitterness. Their gazes were either as calm as the sea, as sharp as immortal swords, or as scorching as flames. They had enough confidence to protect their homeland and declare war. At the same time, they were full of hope for the future. They believed that the celestial court would become stronger and stronger. They would create an immortal dynasty with their own hands that would shake the world and be glorious and everlasting. Cult Master, there must be a big battle, right? Please give the order. We are invincible and invincible. Wherever the army goes, we will win. A middle-aged man spoke. They were a group of people who had walked with the glory of the celestial court. They had the most drive and would never retreat no matter how great the difficulty was. The celestial court is invincible and invincible, the army shouted in unison like a landslide or tsunami. Victory in battle and victory in attack. Everyone shouted. Their voices were like the beating of war drums in the heavens, shaking the surroundings and making people's blood boil. Golden spears and armored horses, cold light flashing across the sky, opening up the battlefield on the 9th heaven. Such a long time, such a great battle, it was full of hot blood and passion. However, they didn't know that all of this was about to leave them. They were a group of brave warriors who had grown up with the celestial court and experienced the trials of blood and fire. This vast territory was exchanged with their lives. I don't know how to say it. Yifan's emotions fluctuated violently. Standing on the platform, he couldn't control his emotions and said in a low voice. The army of the celestial court was like a black mass with flags fluttering in the wind. The weapons in the hands of the warriors shone brightly in the 9 heavens. We've encountered some trouble. Yi Fan looked at everyone below. No matter what the difficulty is, please give the order. We will march forward bravely and splash the starry sky with blood. Even the calm old soldiers expressed their opinions. They had experienced the most difficult times of the celestial heavens. They had followed them since the founding of the celestial heavens, and now, they had become the most precious treasures of the celestial heavens. They were heroes who had survived hundreds of battles and would never easily declare their position. Once they made a promise, they would use their lives to pave the way forward. At this moment, they could feel Yi Fan's hesitation and indecision, so they stood out and firmly expressed their stance. Cult Master, we will live and die together with the Celestial Court. No matter who the enemy is, even if it's the underworld, as long as we give the order, we will fight our way in. Their words were deafening and sonorous like the roar of 100,000 heavenly blades. They were the unwavering will and words of the heavenly generals. They swore to advance and retreat with the Celestial Court, to live and die together. Yi Fan was moved. Looking at these undying veterans, he felt even more bitter in his heart. How could he speak? However, he had to say it. Otherwise, these heroes who survived the bloody battle would die in vain in the future. The Celestial Court is our home. Just like everyone else, my feelings for it are as deep as the ocean. However, we might have to face the Supremes. If they want to make things difficult for us. Yi Fan's voice resounded throughout the vast arena. Everyone quieted down. The veterans' expressions were grave as they listened attentively. The younger generation clenched their fists tightly, their spirit undiminished. The youths were unwilling and all of their sword-like eyebrows furrowed. For the Celestial Court to be able to reach this day is the result of everyone's hard work. It was paved with the lives of countless brothers. Blood and bones are scattered all over the starry sky. Yi Fan was somewhat sentimental. Indiscriminate destruction, we will fight to the death with them. As long as the Celestial Court is not defeated, we will never retreat, many people shouted angrily. They raised the weapons in their hands to defend their home. Yi Fan looked at the heroes. It was moving to have such a group of troops, but his heart was similarly heavy. This kind of feeling was difficult to cut off and return, and his heart felt increasingly stifled. There are some things I don't want to say, but I have to say them. Yi Fan raised his voice like heavenly thunder, suppressing everyone's voices. He had to make this decision. Everyone had a premonition of what he was going to say. They all revealed anxious expressions, and some of them were extremely anxious. They couldn't help but shout, "Sect Master, you can't make that kind of decision. Sect Master, the Celestial Court is our blood, sweat, and tears. It definitely cannot be scattered." Their faces were filled with fear. None of them wanted to see that kind of result. The Celestial Court will not fall, and will forever remain in the human realm. Yi Fan shouted loudly. His gaze became increasingly sharp, and like two tangible beams of light, they swept in all directions. Since he had already made his decision, then he would reveal it in a bloody manner. There was no need to be tactful anymore. He looked at everyone and slowed down the speed of his speech. However, it became even more resounding and powerful as he said, "Temporarily enduring silently doesn't mean that my Celestial Court will no longer exist. I want to give all of my brothers a break. Wait for 100 years, give me a period of time, and at that time, the Celestial Court will definitely reappear." But Sect Master. Everyone became anxious. They didn't want this result, all of them speaking up to stop him. Yi Fan raised his hand, his voice suddenly becoming resounding. "As long as the Celestial Court doesn't fall, the Great Banner will reappear. This is my promise, that I will reunite with my brothers." His battle intent surged, golden blood energy engulfing the heavens, submerging the entire Celestial Court. At that time it will become even more glorious, even more brilliant. I want its name to be left behind through the ages, I want it to be immortal in this world, I want it to intimidate supreme beings. I want all of the heavens and 10,000 realms to bow down before it. Everyone looked at the grand and imposing platform, at the demon-like Yi Fan. "Please believe me. Give me 100 years, and I will return to you all an even more powerful Celestial Court. At that time, no one in the 9 heavens 10 earths will dare provoke our Celestial Court." Yi Fan swore under the starry sky. He was full of emotions, forcefully roaring out. Right now, we aren't a match, withdrawing, all for the sake of survival. Sooner or later, we will return, this world will tremble because of us. I want you all to understand that the current glory, when that time comes, isn't much, the current humiliation is also just an interlude. 100 years later, we will return, stand tall under the starry sky again. My celestial court's banner won't fall, it will flutter in the wind, become even more glorious and brilliant. Yi Fan roared with all of his strength, his entire body surging with war blood. A giant dragon-shaped pillar of light surged from the crown of his head, entering the 9 heavens, making this world tremble intensely, even the heavenly Tao trembling. There will be a day when we will reunite. At that time, we will truly rise up, you all will discover that the journey has only truly begun. It is because in the future, we will conquer the 9 heavens, slaughter our way into life-restricted regions one after another. That is our battlefield. Right now, we are only refining weapons, still far from true glory. Moreover, life-restricted regions aren't our only battlefield. We will slaughter our way into immortal domain, shatter legends, shake the undying, seek eternal life, that is our final objective. Our ultimate battlefield is far greater and greater than what you all can imagine. What can these things count as now? It is just a transition before we truly fight hot-blooded battles, just a type of sharpening. What I want to say here is that everyone, please do not neglect your martial arts. We want you all to endure silently, not to truly shed your armor and return to the fields, but rather to cultivate. All brothers, you all have to understand that in the future, there will be boundless and grand battlefields waiting for you all. Our eyes are not limited to this age, we are going to rise above the endless past. It is because we are going to establish the true celestial court, the celestial court of the undying and eternal life. We will establish miracles that have never been seen since ancient times, even the life-restricted regions can only tremble before our path. That is all, they are definitely not the final destination. Under the starry skies, on the martial arena, the old soldiers who had fought through hundreds of battles clenched their fists. Meanwhile, the younger generation and heavenly generals couldn't help but roar out. Their battlefield was actually this vast, not even the life-restricted regions the end. This made everyone's blood boil, emotions surging. This was, without a doubt, a giant battle diagram, the vision in Yi Fan's heart. What did these things count as now? They were just small skirmishes, far from being glorious. In the future, if all of this came true, then they would truly establish an unprecedented grand event. An everlasting glory was waiting to be unfolded, a boundless grand plan laid before them. Fight, fight, fight. Perhaps only these 3 words could express the passion in their hearts, their unwillingness, their desire, their sullenness, their excitement. All of this flowed through their surging blood, turning into roars as they rushed out. We will return. Yi Fan used these words to temporarily end his speech. His firm conviction, as well as powerful will, moved many people greatly. Glory was in the future. Everything they had just set sail. What did the occasional storm count as? It would pass in the end. When they soared into the sky, what they soared through would be an immortal river, and not the mortal world seas. Everyone was looking forward to this. Sect Master, these 100 years will be extremely difficult for you. Can you make it through? There were old soldiers who were worried. Their words weren't loud, but they hit the main point. In the next 100 years, Yi Fan would fight a bloody battle against supreme beings. For the sake of stepping on to the absolute peak, the dangers he would face would be unimaginable. He was going to struggle alone, and they couldn't help him at all. Since the ancient times, more than one great emperor has succeeded. They could defy the heavens. I, Yi Fan, will not be weaker than anyone on my path. Yi Fan said loudly, clearly roaring out his desire. He wanted to create a miracle. Others had done it, so he wanted to do it as well. A few people still had a haze in their hearts. The number of people who could achieve the Tao since the ancient times might be much more than true great emperors. Only a few people with heaven-defying luck and opportunities were able to avoid death, ultimately succeeding. Yi Fan's path was extremely difficult. Could he have this kind of opportunity? 300 years ago, they couldn't even kill me. Now, do you guys think they still have a chance? Yi Fan said in a feigned relaxed manner, appearing very optimistic. Everyone laughed. Seeing him so confident, they all felt a bit relieved. The depressing atmosphere was somewhat alleviated. However, the hearts of the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Shan Huang, and the others were heavy. It was difficult for them to truly relax. They knew that Yi Fan's path was too difficult. It wasn't that simple. This era was different from the past. In the past, the supreme beings in the restricted regions were asleep. Perhaps the great emperors of the ancient times would only awaken the supreme beings in the restricted regions when they were crossing the final emperor's tribulation. However, it was already a bit too late to stop them. Of course, there were also people who encountered the same problem as Yi Fan. And today, it was truly completely different. When the path to immortality opened, the supreme beings in the restricted regions were almost all awakened. Only 300 years had passed, and it was difficult for them to truly enter a deep level of sleep. At the very least, the great success tyrant body was watching. There was also the underworld. The underworld emperor had also been injured by the number 1 divine general of ancient heaven and had already woken up. He wouldn't miss this opportunity. Perhaps, there were others as well, the last 3 layers of tribulations. Since ancient times, no one had been able to cross them in one step. Every layer was a tribulation of death. One had to risk their lives to block it. The 3 great tribulations would alarm those half-awake people. A great calamity was bound to descend. The path is under one's feet, it is walked out. I will return, it is not some miracle. I look forward to the day when the banner of the celestial court is raised and everyone returns from the fields and the mountains. We will establish a one and only immortal and glorious celestial dynasty. We will break through eternity and seek immortality, unprecedented. Yi Fan roared loudly. His body and heart clearly expressed his choice, his voice deafening. The celestial court was disbanded. The soldiers took off their armor and returned to the fields. A vast inheritance became a thing of the past just like that. When the news came out, no one believed it and felt that it was fake. But nothing was impossible in this world. Time proved. Everything and the truth couldn't be hidden. The celestial court had really collapsed and dispersed in a day. Those experts and generals left one by one through the starry sky and rushed in all directions. Some entered the mountains, some headed for the desolate border of the universe, and some entered the ancient battlefield. Such a huge celestial court had collapsed just like that. It was unbelievable. Why did this happen? What unforeseen event had happened? Yi Fan's strength was known to the world. He was known as a peerless expert and could kill the ancestors of the various sects with a single thought. But he had made such a decision. It was too preposterous. Has he gone mad? He actually disbanded the celestial court. Has his cultivation gone berserk? Is there something wrong with his mind? The entire universe was discussing this. This was a huge storm and the impact was too great. The celestial court had crippled its own martial arts. No major power had ever done such a thing before. There were no airtight walls. After the truth came out, some people were happy and some were worried. Everyone had different reactions. Without a doubt, the celestial court had become the biggest topic in the universe. Some major powers even moved quickly to recruit the people of the celestial court. Everyone knew that these troops were the strongest elites. They were invincible and had never been defeated in battle. The myriad realms were in chaos and there was clamor everywhere. You have to take care. Gzus sent him off with tears in her eyes. She knew that Yi Fan would die this time. He was wrong to say that he would die no matter how she looked at it. I won't die. Yi Fan gently wiped away her tears. It made people's hearts ache. They knew that he was risking his life. The road ahead was dim and it was hard to see hope. Not far away, others came to send him off. Yi, take care. Don't force yourself. Pang Bo and the others had tears in their eyes. They were afraid that they would lose a good brother like this. Perhaps this would be the last time they would see each other. The banner of the celestial court will rise again. I will meet all of you on that day. Sooner or later, we will step into the celestial realm together. Yi Fan clenched his fists tightly, waving them forcefully, his words resounding. Actually, we just hope to survive. Li Heishui's eyes were red, his voice low. The others were the same, feeling extremely disappointed. Master. Yi Tong, Komatsu, Huahua, Yangshi, and the others all stepped forward. They were reluctant to part with him. Their hearts were filled with indescribable sadness. Take care of yourselves as well. Once I transcend the tribulation, you will be in danger. Protect yourselves. Yi Fan exhorted. The Black Emperor walked up and said with a heavy voice, "Don't worry, with this emperor here, they won't have any problems. The heaven-deceiving formation patterns have reached perfection, and after so many years of searching, the true divine materials have all been gathered. They will be able to avoid the Supreme Being calamity." Yi Fan resolutely turned around and set foot on his own path. "Yi Fan, you have to come back." Ji Ziyue called out. "Definitely, this is a promise. I will come back alive to see you." Yi Fan still had some things to do. The group of children had to be sent away. They were the hope of the celestial court, they represented the future. He was not willing to entrust them all to the Black Emperor's formation patterns. Even if there were accidents, he wanted these children to survive. The starry sky flickered, beautiful and resplendent. Yi Fan stepped on the sky, shuttling through the endless ancient region. No one knew his path, this could not be leaked. "Father, little Violet misses you, and also misses Mommy." These were her last words, and she fell into a deep sleep. Tears hung on her little face, making her look very pitiful. She curled up in Yi Fan's embrace. This scene made Yi Fan's heart ache, and tears almost fell. He sent little Violet into the interior of an uninhabited star. This was a vast origin vein that seized the fortune of heaven and earth, it could protect her for 100 years. Genesis runes crisscrossed, sealing this place. "Child, don't blame your father. If I die 100 years later, the runes will collapse, and they will find you and bring you home." Yi Fan turned around and left. He rushed to the next place, using his Genesis runes that seized the fortune of heaven and earth to find a place that defied the heavens to seal the children of the celestial court. By now, his Genesis runes had already surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries, and no one could match him. He had surpassed the ancestors of the Heaven Origin sect and reached the peak. He had developed this domain of techniques. Now, the celestial court had a Heaven Origin scripture, which was written by him, for future generations to read and cultivate. As Yi Fan walked, the number of children in the cauldron decreased. They were all sealed by him. The places he found were all very heaven-defying, and he even found a small half of a fortune origin eye. Back then, the undying heavenly emperor left the heavenly prince with a fortune origin eye, shocking the world. After so many years, Yi Fan only found this half. The reason why he said it was half was because it was not a real fortune origin eye, it only had this kind of characteristic. "Uncle, when are you coming to pick us up?" "Boo-hoo. I miss my mother." "Uncle, I don't want to sleep, I want to go home." The older children were strong, but the little girls were crying. Yi Fan also fell silent. He was a little reluctant and sour, but he could only seal them. These heaven-defying places were of great benefit to these children. Even if he did not consider safety, it was worth doing so. After so many years of accumulation, the celestial court does not have much divine origin liquid, Yi Fan whispered. Even if his Genesis runes were extraordinary and he searched everywhere, it was difficult to find more divine origin liquid in this era. There was only a little, which was barely enough. They were all found in small worlds or sealed ancient cave dwellings. Finally, at this step, Yi Fan embarked on a lonely road. From this day on, many important figures of the celestial court disappeared one after another, disappearing into the vast universe. Of course, there were still active figures who were still fighting. I didn't expect the Saint Physique to have such a day. I really don't think he will succeed. The tyrant body is still alive. As long as he passes the tribulation, he will definitely be discovered. The first divine general of ancient heaven can protect him for a while, but he can't protect him forever. There were all kinds of people. There were those who stood on the side of the celestial court, and there were those who were hostile. In particular, the remaining forces that were defeated by Yi Fan back then were extremely excited. What do you know? This saint physique is destined to defy the heavens, break the curse of not becoming an emperor, and create the most glorious era since ancient times. Okay, let's wait and see. Let's see how he will face the Supremes. The universe was in an uproar. In the following years, everyone was talking about Yifan, paying attention to his movements, and waiting for the results. However, he seemed to have disappeared. From that day onwards, he never appeared again. He was completely silent. The topic couldn't always maintain its popularity. After a few years, people began to pay attention to other things. Of course, deep in their hearts, they still cared about it. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. During such a long period of time, Yifan still hadn't appeared. It was like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. No one had actually seen him. People even suspected that he had met with misfortune, killed by the tyrant body or the supremes of the underworld. There were also people who thought that he was about to break through, because there was only a time limit of 100 years. Not to mention the last tribulation of becoming an emperor, even the first two were incomparably terrifying. It was extremely difficult to use blood and bones to fill up that road. 30 years had passed. No matter what, he should have passed the first tribulation. Otherwise, how could he have the time and hope to pass the other two tribulations in 100 years? I think he can't do it. There were so many amazing geniuses in history, and weren't they all considered to be unparalleled in the world? But in the end, they all fell short of success. It makes people sigh. I think there will be another tragedy. Another 10 years passed, and there was still no terrifying tribulation in the universe. At this time, many people realized that there was most likely a big problem. Logically speaking, Yifan should have passed the tribulation. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have a chance anymore. There was a terrifying silence, and no tribulations appeared in the world. One had to know that the divine physique Yifan's heavenly punishment had reached the last few stages. Once it appeared, it couldn't be hidden at all. It would definitely shake the world. It was too vast and terrifying. More and more people believed that he had most likely met with an accident. In the blink of an eye, 45 years passed. This was not a short period of time. The universe changed. There were old experts who passed away, and new geniuses were born. On this day, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the North Sea of the Ziwei star region. It caused a sensation. Someone saw Yifan there. This was like a shocking thunder that exploded everywhere in the universe. Many people went to verify it, and some people personally went to see what was going on. This was because after so many years, even though people didn't say anything, they were all waiting for the result. They wanted to see how far this heaven-defying person had gone. Unfortunately, people went too late. Only some people from the Ziwei star region saw Yifan. He quickly disappeared from there. Is it true? Could it be that someone is pretending to be him? It's absolutely true. I can't be wrong. He went to the Sun Saint Emperor's burial ground. How is he now? He doesn't feel very good. His white hair is scattered, and he looks very old. When this news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. The divine physique Yifan's blood qi was as vigorous as the sea. How many people in the world could compare to him? At this level of cultivation, one could live for at least 10,000 years. How could he have aged? It's been 45 years, and he hasn't even passed a single tribulation. He's getting old. There must be a problem with his cultivation. That's right. Haste makes waste. It's a pity that he's such a talent. If he goes on like this, he will destroy himself. Many people sighed. After verification, people were sure that the person who appeared in the North Sea of the Ziwei star region was Yifan. This result made people sigh. Cultivation was a gradual process. It couldn't be forced. It had to be done step by step. It was important to follow the natural law. One couldn't attack fiercely. Otherwise, there would be a disaster of death. After several springs and autumns, the setting sun was stained with blood. At the border of the universe, a person was walking alone. This was already the 50th year. Half of a century had passed, and Yifan still hadn't passed his tribulation. He was discovered again. The divine physique Yi Fan has appeared again. He's on the ancient path that the Moon Saint Emperor once walked. His body really can't take it anymore. He's getting older. Once the divine physique's blood qi dries up, can it still be called a divine physique? With this kind of physique, once he enters his twilight years, he will lose the glory of being invincible. What happened? Why did he lose so much of his lifespan? People were full of questions. But just like last time, when even more cultivators rushed over, Yi Fan was nowhere to be seen. He continued on his way alone, advancing alone. Many people were disappointed. If this continued, would there still be a need for the ancient supreme beings to take action? Yi Fan stepped on a terrifying path of death. He walked on a path that was half destroyed. Peach blossoms filled the mountain. The old trees were like dragons with strong branches. It really looked like an otherworldly peach garden. An old figure walked alone. He would occasionally stop to look at the sunset in the distance and the peach blossoms in front of him. His white hair draped over his shoulders, and his face was covered in the marks of time. He was Yi Fan. He had come to a world that didn't belong to cultivators. All he saw were mortals. Few knew that this place hid an unknown secret. This was Shui Yueqing's favorite place. He had once met a young girl here and had a warm past. This was the place that left the deepest memories of the Demon King's life. After so many years, the peach garden was still the same as before. A stone tablet stood in the middle of the peach forest. There were 3 ancient words carved in demonic script: Peach Garden. Yi Fan walked in silence. Millions of years had passed, but this scenery didn't change much from what he had read in the ancient books. The demon king of a generation, Shui Yueqing, was from a weak race. He went against the path of immortality and finally became an emperor. He became the most powerful person in the universe. However, he had so many joys and sorrows, so many helplessness. He was powerful to the extreme, but in the end, he didn't even get to see the woman he loved one last time. That woman transformed into the Tao, her corpse no longer remaining, only leaving behind a withered flower. In the end, it became his most cherished possession, bringing it with him even in death, leaving it in the tomb. The Demon King obtained the peach tree of immortality. Did he discover it here? Yi Fan wandered for more than 10 days and caught on to a mark that ordinary people couldn't. He also saw the footprints of the Western Empress. She had also come to pay her respects. 50 years, but it feels like I've aged 5,000 years. Yi Fan said softly. His white hair danced in the wind as he strolled in the peach garden. He didn't use any magic or techniques. He was still walking on this path. He didn't give up. There was always a flame in his eyes. It was an unyielding light. He had seen many of the paths and paths of the predecessors. Those people were all emperors and sovereigns. All these years, he had been chasing after their footprints. But in the end, they didn't belong to him. However, he managed to capture some of their feelings and emotions, which triggered his inspiration. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years had passed. Time flew by people's fingers, and they couldn't be held back no matter what. In the past 70 years, almost an entire generation of people had passed away in the mortal world. Life continued to change, but it was difficult for people to hear any news about Yi Fan. Yes, there had been no news of him since the 50th year, and it was thought that his condition was getting worse. It was to the extent where there were some who speculated that a single year was equivalent to 100 years, wasting away his own years. Now, he really was heading towards his declining years, forced into a desperate situation by an ancient supreme being, forming a vicious cycle. During the past few decades, the winds and clouds in this world changed, many things happening. This was especially the case in the recent years. Some life-restricted regions underwent abnormal movements. In the underworld, the entire vast underworld was submerged in a black fog. It was hard to see clearly. Even someone as powerful as the Quasi-Emperor couldn't see through it. A terrifying change had occurred there. There was a wave of powerful fluctuations that seemed like the sound of breathing. It was as if a colossus was swallowing the essence of heaven and earth, about to awaken. During this period of time, a youth sat cross-legged in the starry sky, his eyes closed as he faced the black underworld earth. His hair was completely white, and he had truly aged 7,000 years. However, he never left for even a moment, always facing the underworld earth alone. Some people saw him, and there wasn't a single one of them who wasn't shaken and in admiration. He faced the underworld alone and stood guard here. Just how great of a spirit was this? How could an ordinary person dare to do such a thing? As for the ancestral star with the great success overlord body, it couldn't calm down during these days either. People heard a terrifying low roar that was extremely oppressive, shaking the great Tao of the universe. Everyone on this star trembled, and some people saw with their own eyes that there was something roaming about in the ancestral cave of the tyrant heavenly bloodline. In the end, it came out. It was a vicious beast with black scales all over its body. Dark light was eerie and cold, and mist curled up around it. It was like a terrifying demonic god that wanted to destroy the world. It was like a predator, like a jackal, wolf, tiger, or leopard. There was a savage aura, and it was naturally even more powerful and terrifying. The scales and other parts made it look extremely sinister, especially the tens to hundreds of enormous spear-like thorns on its back. They shot towards the sky, terrifying and eerie with dark light. In addition to its mouth full of snow-white teeth, it swallowed and spat out stellar streams. It was simply like a beast lord of calamities from the era of creation. This was a heaven-murdering, vicious beast that was raised by feeding it the blood of 10,000 spirits. Its origins on this ancestral star were astonishing, because it had once followed a great success overlord body to conquer the world. The path it took was covered in blood and bones. As long as it appeared, it meant that war had arrived. It was the terrifying guardian beast of the tyrant heavenly bloodline. The mount of an overlord of a generation appeared, causing the entire star to be greatly shaken. No one could sit still any longer. This matter was too great. Could it be that the tyrant ether blood was going to reappear in this world and control the rise and fall of the universe? Master didn't come out, but he's very unhappy. He wants all of you to move out and find the whereabouts of the divine Fiziki fan. This terrifying vicious beast stood in the heavens, swallowing and spitting out stellar streams. Clouds and mist curled up around it as it looked down on the entire great star. Its blood energy engulfed the earth, making everyone's hearts palpitate. They felt waves of discomfort, and many people knelt down. We obey the decree of the tyrant heavenly bloodline. Someone immediately shouted, expressing that they would do everything they could to find the whereabouts of Yi Fan. The others followed suit. The great success overlord body was the sacred ancestor of their race, and no one dared to go against him. Moreover, from the bottom of their hearts, they also revered him, and all of them unconditionally accepted the decree. The heaven-murdering vicious beast nodded. Its eyes were scarlet red, and its scales flickered with black light. It was awe-inspiring, and it turned around and disappeared into the starry sky. It had also set out. So many years had passed, and there was no movement from Yi Fan. Although the hope was getting slimmer and slimmer, the people of the tyrant heavenly bloodline were still worried. They wouldn't forget that the great success tyrant heavenly bloodline who was almost about to become an emperor was killed by the other party's ancient ancestor. They were deeply wary of the sacred physique's bloodline, and that was their greatest enemy, even though they had obtained the advantage on the ancient starry sky path in these tens of thousands of years, it didn't mean anything. The war between both sides originated from the legendary era. From ancient times until now, those few victories were too insignificant. Big Dipper, this was a place people yearned for, yet also feared. This was the legendary Emperor Burial Star. There were too many secrets buried here, and it used to be extremely glorious. There were traces left behind by many great emperors and ancient emperors. Even now, there were still 7 great life-restricted regions. It was incomparable, and it could be considered the most powerful place under the heavens. In Origin Ancient Mine, a melodious flute sound rang out. It was like a clear spring that flowed into the desert, nourishing all things between heaven and earth. It made everyone feel a type of joy and elegance. Everyone in the northern region was shocked. After several hundred years, they heard this flute sound again. There were people who had heard it as early as when Yi Fan was making a name for himself. Heavens! Multicolored light filled the sky. A heaven-defying figure has appeared. Fairy Lingbo is treading on the sky. That day, many people in the northern region were shaken. Powerful cultivators saw an inconceivable scene. Multicolored mist rose from the absolute beginning forbidden region, and auspicious light shot out in 10,000 streaks. An exceptional beauty moved through the sky, playing the flute as she entered the starry sky. Many people were petrified. What was going on? It wasn't like it was the Dark Era, so how could a powerful figure appear? Did you all know? There has always been a rumor in the cosmos that someone is going to become an emperor, drawing the attention of the great restricted regions. I've heard about it, but not every restricted region is going to take action, right? There have been such things in the past as well. I feel like watching coldly from the sidelines is the choice of most restricted regions. This type of thing, who can say for sure? The northern region was in an uproar, the eastern wastelands panicking. What everyone feared the most was the darkness chaos descending. It seems like they aren't necessarily going to take action against the one who became an emperor, but rather just to understand the situation, see what kind of attitude the one who achieved the Tao in this era has towards them. The one who appeared just now shouldn't be a true supreme being, but he shouldn't be too far off. There was a restricted region in the eastern wastelands that erupted with a demonic cloud, directly rushing into outer space. That was a terrifying cloud of smoke. It's a mortal tomb, someone has appeared as well. It was rumored that this was the burial ground of immortals, the most ancient cemetery known as Immortal Tomb. There were others who said that this was a restricted region from the legendary era. Soon after, the sea of reincarnation trembled. A streak of blood light pierced through the sun and moon, turning into a rainbow, disappearing into outer space. This startled the world of mortals. The great restricted regions all made strange movements one after another, making everyone feel uneasy and alarmed. Would there really be someone who achieved the Tao in this era? This drew the attention of the great restricted regions. The benefits were at stake. The people in the life-restricted regions all believed that this era was unordinary. Were those who achieved the Tao going to appear? Were they trying to determine if there was any conflict with him? Could it really be Yifan? However, from the rumors of the past 70 years, his condition was extremely terrible, not even making it through a single tribulation. The Tao comprehension tea tree swayed with Walala sounds, its leaves flickering. A powerful creature emerged from Undying Mountain. With a single step, heaven and earth trembled, also rushing into the heavens. What is going on? No matter how you look at it, it seems like someone really will achieve the Tao. How can they be so sure? That day, great waves were stirred up in the cosmos, all sides unable to calm down. Abnormalities appeared in the life-restricted regions, making everyone tremble. In the end, an important piece of news spread, and only then did everyone understand. Someone discovered the chaotic body, moreover already reaching the quasi-emperor realm, drawing the attention of the restricted regions. Someone used the sky-reflecting crystal to record a scene in the cosmos, truly recreating the scene they saw. It was brought back by the disciples outside the restricted regions, triggering a great commotion. The sky-reflecting crystal could remember true history. There were people who copied and replicated it, allowing ordinary people to see that scene as well. In the dark heavens, there was a white-clothed individual seated with his back towards everyone. Chaotic energy surged from the crown of his head, defying the heavens and rising, incomparably terrifying. The surrounding stars lost their radiance, all of the spiritual essence absorbed by him, ultimately turning into primal chaos immortal essence. Did the chaotic body really appear? Was he going to become an emperor? It drew the attention of the restricted regions. This really was a terrifying great era. What was unexpected was that some of the visitors from the restricted regions were searching for the chaotic body, and there were others who were actually searching for Yifan's whereabouts. This result left the people of the world shocked once again. This cosmos was going to become chaotic. Everyone sensed the calm before a storm. Someone was going to become an emperor. Pfft. On a Tao platform within God's organization, the old God suddenly exploded. His body shattered into hundreds of pieces, and his primordial spirit also shattered, turning into a large expanse of light rain. He had died a miserable death on this day. This sudden event triggered a great sorrow. All the members wept loudly. The old God had actually died at this time. Some people saw 3 people from Big Dipper passing by on the day of the old God's explosion. This made people have a bad feeling and caused a great commotion. They were experts that came from 3 different restricted regions. Some said that they were ancient supreme beings' relatives, and of course, there were others who said that they were mounts that took human form. There were many different opinions, and those who believed that it was the former occupied the majority. The three of them were called the three otherworldly deities, because this time they came together, advancing and retreating together. This is too terrifying. The old god of gods organization actually exploded. How could this be? Did those three secretly take action? God's organization was in chaos. Many people believed that this was most likely a murder and that someone had secretly harmed the old god. However, there were also people who objected. Outsiders didn't know the details of that battle back then, but the experts within God's organization all knew that the old god couldn't hold on for much longer. He had only come back to make arrangements for his funeral. He had lived for another 70 years, which was already his limit. God's organization was in chaos and almost broke into a quarrel. In the end, the white-haired sword god took action domineeringly, splitting the sky with a sword and stabilizing the situation. All kinds of disturbances were incessant. Everyone knew that the universe was about to become chaotic. The peace was about to be broken, and the power structure was about to change. At the old god's funeral, the appearance of a young man attracted many people's attention. It was actually Yi Tong, the eldest disciple of the Saint Fiziki fan. He hadn't gone into seclusion during these years and had always been fighting and fighting. He wanted to truly share the burden of Yi Fan and fight shoulder to shoulder with him. He had also been extremely outstanding during these years. 30 years ago, he had personally killed the ancient prince and caused a sensation. In terms of age, Yi Tong was only 20 to 30 years younger than Yi Fan. They were master and disciple, but from the perspective of cultivators' long lifespans, it wasn't wrong to see them as the same generation. With his powerful talents, it wasn't surprising that he had obtained such accomplishments. Now, at such a sensitive time, his appearance naturally attracted attention because the entire universe was paying attention to his master's movements. Yi Tong came as a representative of the celestial court. She solemnly bowed, presented flowers, and nodded at the white-haired sword god. Not long after, she left. However, he hadn't gone far when an expert chased after him. "Brother Yi, please wait a moment. My master is waiting for you." "Who is your master?" "Xianxia," the incomer replied. Yi Tong gazed into the distance and saw a seductive figure standing on the stellar river. She nodded and smiled at him with a smile that could topple cities. She was extremely beautiful and otherworldly, and she held a jade flute in her hand. He ascended into the sky and arrived at the Milky Way. "Don't tell me it's from a life-forbidden region? Why is there an indescribable aura?" Yi Tong's eyebrows twitched. At his level of cultivation, his divine senses were extremely terrifying. Naturally, he could sense many things. He felt that this might be a supreme being's descendant, or perhaps a relative. There was a special type of charm and aura that made even his fine hair stand on end. This person was extremely powerful. If they truly fought, he would definitely be a great enemy. Yi Tong's current cultivation was extremely powerful, but he still felt that this woman was extremely dangerous. "I don't have any ill intentions, only wishing to meet with your master and ask him what his attitude towards the restricted regions is." The woman was extremely calm, directly stating her intentions. "My master has gone to cultivate. No one knows where he is," Yi Tong said. "Is that so?" The woman looked at him, her eyes revealing 7 colors. Then, she nodded and said, "I understand." This woman was extremely powerful, possessing a power that could penetrate one's soul. Even Yi Tong, who had personally killed the ancient prince, couldn't help but have a serious expression, facing her seriously. However, the other party didn't reveal any killing intent. With a relaxed smile, she then drifted into the distance. "Master, where are you? What exactly is going on?" "The great restricted regions are truly concerned about your current situation, viewing you and the chaotic body as people who are going to achieve the Tao," Yi Tong said to himself. During these years, they were extremely worried, because the 2 times Yi Fan appeared, there wasn't any exciting news. Even though they didn't see him, the people of the world were all talking about how he had aged. The people from the celestial court didn't search for him. Yi Fan had repeatedly warned that no one should set foot on his path. Not long after Yutong left, the three otherworldly deities arrived. They came from three different life-restricted regions, and they walked together, appearing in the starry sky where Yutong had stood. I want to meet the divine physique or someone related to him. Who can provide that information? The three were extremely calm as they spoke outside the gods' organization, asking everyone. Everyone trembled inwardly. These people didn't come with good intentions. Powerful cultivators from the restricted regions had appeared, and if they really came for the celestial court Fan, it might lead to a riot. After this day, many people in the cosmos knew that supreme experts from Undying Mountain, Immortal Mausoleum, and Sea of Reincarnation had appeared. They paid more attention to Yifan than the chaotic body. The people of the celestial court were scattered throughout the cosmos, and no one jumped out. They also didn't want to cause trouble at this critical juncture. There were only 30 years left, and there would be a result. There was no need to resist now. Even Yutong didn't provoke them. He deeply understood how terrifying the restricted regions were, and now wasn't the time for a great battle. It could be assumed that the restricted regions wanted to understand Yifan's attitude. However, there were some things that couldn't be avoided even if one wanted to. There would always be people who would come knocking on one's door. In the starry sky, a beam of golden light was flying at extreme speed. He displayed the Rho formula to the extreme, scattering drops of golden blood as he fled for his life. Xianxia had suffered serious injuries, and scarlet blood and golden blood scattered everywhere. He was fleeing in the starry sky. If he hadn't cultivated the Rho formula to the extreme, maintaining extreme speed and protecting his primordial spirit, he would have truly been in danger. Behind him, there was a huge vicious beast emitting overflowing flames. Its entire body flickered with black light, and its scales were dense. It was as savage as a jackal, and it was precisely the heaven-devouring beast from the tyrant body's ancestral star. Buzz. On its back, a spear-like spike flew out, transforming into a beam of black light that pierced through the cosmos as it shot toward Xianxia's back. Not long ago, Xianxia had suffered similar injuries. His cultivation realm wasn't as high as this vicious beast's, and there was a difference of several heavens between them. It wasn't easy for him to survive. Xianxia rapidly evaded, tearing open the sky to evade the black spike. However, this vicious beast was simply too powerful. It was suppressing him purely with its cultivation realm, and it followed him like a shadow. It used a type of secret treasure to lock onto Xianxia. Every time it was shaken off, it would find Xianxia again. As long as you tell me where Yifan is, I'll spare your life, the vicious beast said coldly. You're just a mount. Don't try to act like a tyrant. If you have the ability, take me down. Otherwise, don't boast. Xianxia replied. Just like Yutong, he had always been tempering himself outside, and he hadn't gone into seclusion. Talented people like him needed powerful opponents to temper themselves. 2 days later, Xianxia's body was covered in blood, and he was almost crippled. He had finally shaken off his pursuers, and he returned to a secret location in the celestial court. There were no heavenly soldiers here, only a few familiar friends. Mother **Ker. What happened? Who did this? The Black Emperor was hopping mad. It's a heaven-devouring beast from the Overlord body star. It's the mount of a first-rate Overlord body. Xianxia said. Go and summon Yutong, the sacred prince, the human devil, and the mountain phoenix. Let's kill it together. The Black Emperor was furious. Before Yifan left, he had asked him to protect everyone, and he had left everything to him. He had believed that the Black Emperor, who had followed Great Emperor Wuxia for many years, had many ways to deal with this. But today, Xianxia had almost died outside. How could he not be furious? Not long after, news arrived that the sacred prince had also been ambushed, but he was safe and sound. He had returned to the celestial court. Maybe it was the three otherworldly gods. They didn't show themselves, and I only managed to block them with my immortal iron rod. Mother **Ker, let's all move out and get rid of the heaven-devouring beast first. Since we're enemies, we'll clash sooner or later. Let's kill it first. No one would have thought that the celestial court would react so fiercely. In the era when Yifan had disappeared, they had scattered and kept a low profile. But now, they suddenly flew into a rage. If we want to kill it, let's kill it thoroughly. Everyone, gather up. Oh right, go and report to the first Divine General. Ask him to keep an eye on the Overlord body ancestral star. We've never been afraid of trouble. In a short half a month, the human devil, Yi Tong, Komatsu, the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, the Mountain Phoenix, the Sacred Prince, and the other quasi-emperor level forces were all mobilized. According to the Black Emperor's protective nature, he even wanted to invite the victorious Fighting Buddha and Gu Tianshu. He had already learned from Yi Fan that the two were on the ancient Amaba planet. This was the battle that the quasi-emperor mobilized the most in the past 70 years. They cast a net across the cosmos and secretly searched for the high-profile heaven-devouring beast. In the end, they decisively took action. This battle was extremely bloody. No one had expected that the Celestial Court, which had been silent for 70 years, would be so terrifying. They weren't ordinary experts, but a group of quasi-emperor rebels. Old thing, do you think you can do whatever you want just because your realm is high? You're just a mount, yet you dare to kill in all directions. Today, I'll kill you. Pfft. The heaven-devouring beast's front leg was directly smashed by everyone and turned into a large expanse of bloody mist. This was an ancient beast that had once accompanied the Supremes to conquer the cosmos. It had seen all kinds of grand scenes, but today, even it was terrified. A group of quasi-emperor went crazy and attacked it, causing it to suffer a great loss in the first exchange. Its realm was indeed high, but it couldn't resist the powerful killing weapons in the other party's hands. They smashed a broken emperor weapon at it, beating it until it didn't even have the slightest bit of temper. Who dares to fight me alone? The heaven-devouring beast shouted. Fight your sister. Let's reduce your realm to the same level as us. We can go up one by one and beat you until you go crazy. Right now, we're ganging up on you. The Black Emperor went berserk. Old thing, who told you to bully my nephew again? Today, this old phoenix grandpa will beat you to death. The Mountain Phoenix revealed his true form. All the feathers on his body stood erect and then all of them shot out. At this moment, he had simply transformed into a large pheasant that had shed its feathers. He was very wretched and terrifying. Almost all of his feathers stabbed into the heaven-devouring beast's body. Nephew, take it easy. Don't ruin my new clothes. The old pheasant saw Xianxia smashing the heaven-devouring beast with the immortal iron rod given to him by the Sacred Prince. Xianxia was so excited that he was trembling. He had thoroughly crippled the large success tyrant body mount. There was no suspense in this battle. The heaven-devouring beast was killed. In the end, the human devil and the Sacred Prince who hadn't made a move yet came forward and dissected it, turning it into a pot of delicious food. After this matter spread out, the entire cosmos was shaken. The strength of the Celestial Court was too terrifying. Even if it was disbanded, it still couldn't be provoked. After hearing this, the three otherworldly gods became quiet. They didn't look for Yi Fan or anyone related to him in a high-profile manner. Of course, after this battle, the people of the Celestial Court also disappeared, never to appear again. The tyrant body ancestral star went berserk. But on this day, a white-haired youth appeared. He sat cross-legged on the star with a terrifyingly hard bow across his legs. I still have 30 years to live. If you're not satisfied, then break open your immortal source and come out to fight. Let's see who's more ruthless. He sneered. As long as the sacred body passes the tribulation, the two of you will die, someone said coldly. Is that so? I'll wait. I can still wait for 30 years. Chuaning faced the tyrant body ancestral star and then turned to look in the direction of the underworld. 10 years, 20 years. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 100th year had arrived. 100 years passed in a hurry. A generation of mortals had turned to dust. The passage of time had obliterated many things. Yi Fan still hadn't appeared. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth, never to return. There was no news of him at all. Many people sighed. Was he going to die just like that? After suffering for 100 years, he still couldn't defy the heavens. In the 100th year, Yi Fan didn't appear as scheduled. This made people feel deeply regretful. Everyone knew how competitive he was in the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's road. He had endless potential, but under the enormous pressure of the ancient supremes, he ran into a big problem. Some people were happy, some were worried. Their standpoints were different, so their reactions were naturally different. Haha. The old killing Saint Chi-Luo laughed sorrowfully. This result was too cruel. The people of the Celestial Court had endured humiliation for 100 years, waiting for the day Yi Fan returned. They had never thought that this would be the result. Master. Komatsu's eyes were red. He stood on a cliff and gazed at the starry river. Around him, the pine trees rustled. Large drops of tears rolled down his face. Did he die just like that? In the underworld, the vast underworld was drowned in black mist. A cold voice came from the prison suppression palace. What a pity. Someone sighed in the Dao Palace. Did he really fail? This saves me a lot of trouble. A ruthless voice reverberated in the starry sky from the ancestral star of the tyrant heavenly bloodline. 100 years of waiting, 100 years of waiting, 100 years of silence, and finally, it ended in such a way. It was plain and indifferent, not even a ripple was stirred up. In general, Yi Fan's influence in the universe was huge. An entire generation had been influenced by him, fighting against the ancient supremes and conquering the dark chaos, leaving behind an illustrious name. His failure, his sad ending, made many people feel sad. Many youths had once made him their goal, but in the end, the person in front of them had fallen. This was the end of an era. The glorious era belonging to Yi Fan had come to an end. You said you would return. That was the promise you made with me. On the mountain peak, the snow orchid trees swayed in the wind, scattering large patches of white petals. Ji Ziyue's face was filled with tears, looking dejected. She did not cry loudly, but her tears fell silently. She had experienced too many parting of life and death. Her tolerance was already very strong, but her heart still ached. Yi Fan, you bastard. Hurry up and come back. If you die like this, will you be able to face Ziyue and us brothers? Pangbo roared. Yi Fan, what did you promise us back then? You'll definitely come back in 100 years. We don't hope for you to break through, we just want you to live. Li Heishui also roared towards the sky, tears streaming down his face. Within a private room, there was a soul lamp. Many people rushed in to see what was going on. It's broken. The sacred prince sighed. When they heard these words, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces became pale. Was there really no hope at all? When he left back then, he crushed it himself, the Black Emperor said. Before Yi Fan left, he secretly shattered his own soul lamp to not let others know if he was dead or alive. What did he do like this? Maybe he had already predicted the ending. Without a soul lamp, he gave everyone some hope. How can this bastard do this? He said he would come back, he said he would come back. Pangbo roared. He then hugged his head and squatted on the ground. Tears flowed down continuously. He and Yi Fan came from the same place and had gone through life and death together. They had experienced so many hardships, seen blood and bones, and reached this day with great difficulty. In the end, they were separated by life and death. It was hard for him to accept this. 100 years had passed, and the various departments of the Celestial Court were all restless. They had waited for too long, but when the agreed date arrived, Yi Fan did not appear. There were many rumors in the outside world, but one thing was pretty much the same. Yi Fan had failed and died on the path to Emperor. Ascension. His soul had already returned to the earth, and it was impossible for him to return alive. How could it be like this? We don't believe it. The great banner of the Celestial Court still has a day to rise again. We want to conquer the 9 heavens, and even the restricted regions are not our destination. We want to enter the immortal domain, and there is a boundless battle map waiting for us. How could it be like this? The Celestial Court had dozens of battalions, and each division had over 10,000 people. 100 years had passed, and they had already begun to reunite. But now, it was all for naught. I still want to see for myself. Unfortunately, he's a short-lived ghost. I won't have the chance to take his head, ha ha ha. Under the starry sky, someone laughed loudly. Moreover, he was standing in the original headquarters of the Celestial Court. Now, this place had long been abandoned, and there was only a spacious palace left. During these years, people continuously came out from the restricted regions. There were ancient supreme beings' mounts, personal guards, and bloodline descendants. All of their identities were astonishing. After the Black Emperor, Yi Tong, Xianxia, and the others killed the heaven-devouring beast, the world had been quiet for a period of time. But after they went into seclusion, these years were not peaceful again. So it's a Tao brother from the Sea of Reincarnation. Are you here to express your emotions? The master of reincarnation of your bloodline has fallen. It is said that the holy Fiziki fan from more than 400 years ago, although he was not strong, he still played a role in it. A woman descended from the starry sky. She could not be considered beautiful, but she had an otherworldly aura. There was a third vertical eye between her eyebrows, and her aura was oppressive. The ruins of God are not much better. Even the Thunder God Prince who came out later died in battle. The young man from the Sea of Reincarnation turned around and looked at the woman. He said, "Are you the daughter of the ruins from back then?" "That's me." "Are you brother Wanxing from the Sea of Reincarnation?" the woman asked indifferently. "Correct." "It seems that you don't want to attack me, do you?" Wanxing said. The daughter of the ruins said, "Why would I attack you? I heard that there are 3 old guys who have joined forces and come together. They are called the 3 gods outside the world. They are looking for the chaotic body. We can't do nothing." Wanxing immediately laughed and said, "I also want to attack. I heard that the Celestial Court has an extraordinary background. Why don't we join forces and destroy this bloodline? That's exactly what I want. Even the holy Fiziki fan is no longer here. I think we should completely turn this school into ashes. I hate this name." The daughter of the ruins said. "Yes, I also hate this name. The masters cannot come out, so only we can wipe them out." Wanxing laughed, and his snow-white teeth flickered with cold light. When this matter is over, the universe should be peaceful again. At that time, the other immortal path should be about to open. I hope that this time, I can see the immortal domain. The daughter of the ruins said with a smile. The light in her eyes was extremely frightening. After this day, a portion of the restricted region's disciples came together, forming an alliance. They were going to kill Yi Tong, Komatsu, Xianxia, and the others. They were going to eliminate all of them. They decided to eliminate the Celestial Court completely. This was a terrifying decision, as well as a terrifying alliance. Every single one of these people had astonishing origins. Even though there were only a few of them, they were enough to sweep through the universe. There weren't many who could match them. The Golden Lion army has been wiped out. They were completely wiped out. Only the Lion King was pushed into the Realm Gate and luckily survived. More than 10,000 people were wiped out. The Black Emperor's face was frighteningly overcast. After receiving this grievous news, he almost jumped up, almost summoning all of the quasi-emperors to attack together. However, he endured it. The other party was forcing them. The children of the restricted region joined forces to eliminate important figures like them. Now, they were going to use a great slaughter method to force them to appear. The Sky Scorpion army has also been wiped out. This time, it was even more thorough. Even the Sky Scorpion saint who had followed Yi Fan on the ancient starry sky path had died. His head had been crushed by the reincarnation sea's deceased prince, his body and soul extinguished. This was an iron-blooded massacre. It made the troops of the Celestial Court furious. They had already endured. 100 years had passed, and they were scattered in all directions. Now, there were still people who wanted to kill all of them. Only a few battalions have reunited, but they were wiped out just like that, Yi Tong said in a low voice. Order them to endure and not gather together. The enemy is too strong. Now is not the time to fight them head-on. The Black Emperor held back a mouthful of blood and forcefully swallowed it. 2 battalions, tens of thousands of people were killed just like that. This made the flames of anger burn in their hearts. They wanted to immediately kill their way out. However, the brothers couldn't hold it in anymore. They felt that they were too angry. They wanted to establish the banner of the Celestial Court and reunite their former generals to get revenge for their fallen brothers. Xianxia said. The dozens of battalions of the Celestial Court and the millions of elites were all furious. Even though they were scattered in all directions, they still reunited after receiving the news and were about to act. Those people from the restricted areas also want us to go out. Isn't this playing into their hands? The Black Emperor said coldly. He was murderous. Then he looked at the sky and said, "Don't forget, this is the 100th year. There is still 1 year left. The 101st year hasn't arrived yet. Master, can he still come back?" The voices of Yi Fan's disciples were trembling. They had been burning with anxiety these days and were filled with sorrow. However, they could not show it because they still had to deal with all kinds of battles. Wait, tell them to endure for another year. If Yi Fan dies, this emperor will go all out and lead them to turn this universe upside down, the Black Emperor said viciously. It had to be said that the Black Emperor had a certain level of authority. He had followed Great Emperor Wuxia before. When he became serious, the battle generals of all the battalions felt slightly fearful. All right, we will endure and wait for the Celestial Court's banner to rise again. Many battalions endured the pain and replied. We know that we are no match for the children of the restricted areas. We hope that our Celestial Court's quasi-emperor will lead us out as soon as possible. Since we still have to endure, we will obey. They were filled with unwillingness and sullenness as they waited for the order. Is that so? A few children of the restricted areas have joined hands and want to eradicate the Celestial Court. Very good, let the descendants with the tyrant ether blood flow in their bodies go out and attack with them. Kill them all for me. On this day, a few people walked out of the tyrant body's ancestral star. Although they did not have pure tyrant blood, they were still incomparably terrifying. 2 of them had even broken out of the ancestral cave. The Immortal Crane Battalion's commander was killed by someone. He was unable to reform his battalion and was only discovered by someone with tyrant blood flowing in his body. He was killed by someone with tyrant blood flowing in his body. When they received this news, all the battalions of the Celestial Court were furious. 30 years ago, they were so furious that they killed the tyrant body's mount that they became famous in the universe. Who would have thought that this clan would make a move again today to kill their heroes? One of the battalions could not endure it and used an incomplete emperor formation to attack. However, it failed and was massacred by the tyrant body bloodline. More than 12,000 of our brothers died and blood dyed the starry sky red. When he received this news, the Black Emperor was furious. He let out a loud roar that shattered the main hall and stood up. During this period of time, tens of thousands of members of the Celestial Court were killed. They did not die in the glorious war of the past, but were sullenly killed by someone who came knocking on their door and killed in a dignified manner. You humiliated my Celestial Court and killed my comrades. I must take revenge for this. The Black Emperor swore. He began to speed up the arrangements and prepared even more terrifying Great Emperor formation patterns. At the desolate edge of the universe, on a piece of chaos stone, a white-haired man stood horizontally. His hair was snow-white and his body had long lost its luster. It was dim and yellow, and there were traces of his bones penetrating through his skin. He was very weak and had 1 foot in the grave. He did not have any signs of life and there were no fluctuations. It was as if he had died 10,000 years ago. Many battalions can't hold it in any longer. They are crying out in sorrow, asking us to start the war. With the quasi-emperor leading the way, we will kill those tyrant blood experts and kill the children of the restricted areas to take revenge for our fallen brothers. In the past, the Celestial Court was so glorious. Wherever the army went, the invaders would turn to dust. Who dared to oppose them, but now that they were disbanded, they were still attacked. This was a kind of humiliation, and even more so a great grievance. Many people would rather fall in the glory of the past and die in battle than be like this. I know that the brothers are very angry and wronged, but the Celestial Court has long been thoroughly studied by others. If they dare to act like this, I think they definitely have a powerful backup plan. You have to know that those people come from the restricted areas. They have emperor weapons and divine formations. They are just waiting for us to jump out and capture us all. The Black Emperor said with a gloomy face. He had followed the great emperor before, and no one knew better than him how terrifying these people were. Now that these people had joined hands, how could it not be shocking? It was doing all it could to have all kinds of backup plans and power. If it really can't be done, let Nan Nan go out. Xianxia said fiercely. He was in the pro-war faction and really wanted to turn the world upside down. When little Nan Nan was mentioned, more haze appeared in the Black Emperor's eyes. He sighed and shook his head in denial. Before Yi Fan left, he didn't hide anything from it. He told it about the corner of the future he saw and evolved it for it. He told it to be careful. Even though the trajectory of the future had deviated and changed, it hadn't been completely overturned. Otherwise, the old god wouldn't have died. In that corner of the future, little Nan Nan moved out, but she provoked more than one ancient ego. They wanted to swallow her and refine her as a supreme Tao fruit. Thus, it triggered a great war that had never been seen since ancient times. The degree of bitterness could no longer be described with words. The universe collapsed, and all the experts fell. There weren't many life stars and traces of experts left. The future that Yi Fan saw, in the end, did not have little Nan Nan. After the Black Emperor learned of this, his heart jumped. He didn't dare to really push the little girl out anymore. He was afraid that a tragedy would happen again. He was afraid that there would be no turning back. "Master, you must come back," Komatsu said softly. There was still 1 year left, and the deadline would be over, but Yi Fan hadn't even survived a single calamity. Up until now, almost everyone thought that he was doomed, otherwise he would have appeared long ago. The situation didn't change. Occasionally, there would be generals of the Celestial Court who were killed. Even though the Black Empress had given a strict order to hide and not gather, there were still people who were found and died in battle in the starry sky. In the end, the demonic man couldn't bear it anymore. He took the stone artifact that was close to the Emperor realm and went on a killing spree. In the end, he suffered a bitter end. The people in the Forbidden Region were indeed prepared. They were serious. This time, they brought out Imperial formation runes, and some even brought out magical artifacts of this level to encircle the old man. If it wasn't for his unparalleled Xian art and the great improvement in his cultivation in recent years, he would have definitely died outside. Even so, he still suffered heavy injuries and came back covered in blood. "Don't go, I almost accidentally entered the Imperial killing formation. These people have prepared more than one trump card," the old man said with a gloomy face. This result made everyone fall silent. "Mother Vasterisk Kerr, don't make me go crazy," the large black dog shouted fiercely. "What other trump cards do you have? Use them all. If you can destroy them, use them as soon as possible," Hua Hua said. "You can destroy them, but I will also disappear, and you will never see me again. Do you want that?" The Black Empress revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth as she looked at her. "No." Hua Hua shook her head. While the Celestial Court was covered in dark clouds, various major events were also happening in the outside world. The 3 otherworldly gods found the traces of the chaotic physique, and chased after him. Unfortunately, they only saw his back, which they recorded with the heaven-reflecting crystal. The appearance of the chaotic physique distracted the attention of the children of the Forbidden Region. They also chased after him, wanting to get to the bottom of this. This was because this was very important. In the era of legends, the chaotic physique was the most transcendent bloodline, and it was said that once it appeared, it would definitely be invincible in the world. In a sense, the appearance of this person took some of the pressure off the Celestial Court. Many people in the world were speculating that since the chaotic physique had reached the quasi-emperor realm, it was impossible for it to remain silent for so many years. It must have come out to gain experience, and someone should have seen it. "It's him, we've seen that person," the little Taoist master Zhang Qingyang said in surprise. Within the Celestial Court, there were also people discussing the chaotic physique. Even the Black Empress admitted that perhaps only the innate holy physique could be on par with the chaotic physique. "When we came to the Celestial Court back then, we saw him crossing the tribulation, chasing the tens of thousands of kilometers long azure dragon, snake, and others. The chaotic energy was boiling, and it was incomparably terrifying," Long Yuxuan added. That day, they came to cross the galaxy with Zhang Wencheng and rushed to the Celestial Court. On the way, they captured the scene of a young man crossing the tribulation, and it was also the back view. Now, comparing the scene with the heaven-reflecting crystal, they recognized that it was the person they had seen that day. That man's spiritual sense was terrifyingly sharp, and he had even chased after them back then. If they hadn't been in the spatial passage, the three of them would have died. Unfortunately, even they hadn't seen that person's appearance. It was too far away, and it was all a blur. This person's realm shouldn't be as high as Master's, so he hasn't been sensed by the Supremes yet. But if he's crossing the tribulation again, it might be soon. The appearance of the chaotic physique and the disturbance caused by Yi Fan made the Sea of Stars feel like a storm was coming, and people always felt that there would be a world-shaking battle. Several days later, the chaotic physique showed up again, and one of the three otherworldly deities chased after it. A great collision occurred, and that deity was seriously injured. This result caused a huge uproar. Every part of the universe was in an uproar. This person was indeed amazing. Even one of the unfathomable three otherworldly deities had been defeated and was no match for him. Moreover, through this battle, it was clearly confirmed that he had the chaotic physique, and it wasn't just a rumor. Overnight, the chaotic physique shook the universe, and his fame skyrocketed, making people feel his strength and endless potential. It was like another young great emperor was rising on the emperor's path. 100 years had passed, and the two people had two different fates. Yi Fan had also been shining brightly, and many people had placed endless hope on him. But now, his life and death had become a mystery, and he hadn't appeared yet. The other person soared into the sky in this chaotic world, and it seemed like he would fly out of the sky. The eyes of the whole universe were focused on him. Hee, is this fate? I thought highly of you, but unfortunately, you didn't come back. Now, another person has appeared, and he's so dazzling. If the chaotic physique really achieves the way, he might be able to compete with venerable sovereigns, right? Outside the underworld, a youth sat. Cross-legged, facing the vast black underworld earth alone. Although he had a baby face, he already looked old, and his hair was snow-white. Many years had passed, and he had returned to this place, intimidating the underworld emperor in the underworld. He was facing the most ancient great force alone, and this could be considered a kind of unparalleled power. Unfortunately, his life had finally come to an end, and his life flame was about to be extinguished. He felt a little regretful and sad as he looked into the depths of the starry sky. It's time for the curtain to fall on me. The chaotic physique appeared briefly, and disappeared not long after, never appearing again. He had completely broken free from the pursuit of the experts from the restricted area, but there was no end to the topic of his divine ring and body. As he disappeared, the pressure on the celestial court multiplied again. The children of the restricted area and the people of the tyrant's bloodline were all chasing after his traces, wanting to eliminate him. The Black Bear Saint has died in battle. What, the old bear has been killed? CK their grandpas, I'm going to fight it out with them. Lama was anxious. Only a few of the 12 saints from back then were left now, and they had been killed like this. It made his blood boil with anger. The only fortunate thing is that the various combat divisions are no longer restless and have all endured, scattered to various parts of the universe. There shouldn't be too many casualties, said the killing Saint Chi Luo. Despite this being the case, the troops of the Celestial Court still felt heartache. Quite a few people had died in the end, and every one of them had a flame hidden within their hearts. They wanted nothing more than to immediately start a massacre. If Yi Fan dies, this emperor will throw caution to the wind and lead the brothers in a massacre. We will pierce through this universe and get revenge for our fallen brothers. In the end, the Black Emperor expressed his stance, using his life as a guarantee. The casualties decreased, but the storm never calmed down. Those children of the restricted area rampaged through the cosmos, directly threatening to wipe out the Celestial Court. They wouldn't give them a chance. That's right, the Celestial Court must be destroyed. This was their voice and decision. It could be said that they were bullying others intolerably. They massacred the troops of the Celestial Court, and they were still so high profile, acting unrestrained in the starry sky. They didn't put the Celestial Court in their eyes at all. The people of the world all sighed. This world's most powerful power was indeed a life-restricted area. They were incomparable, and who could contend against them. The tyrant bloodline was even more direct, never stopping, not even letting heavenly soldiers go. During this period of time, they used all of their power to search for them, slaughtering the troops of the celestial court. Their savagery, the blood on their hands, was even greater than that of the restricted area children, even more hateful. Only in the end, when it became difficult to find the people of the celestial court, did their steps slow down a bit. The world was in chaos, the smell of blood becoming more and more intense. Great chaos was about to rise, disaster about to arrive. Even the restricted areas weren't at peace. This made the people of the world feel suffocated. In the desolate border of the cosmos, on top of the primal chaos stone, that weak figure moved. He slowly got up, sitting up. Even though he was no longer in his prime, his youth fading, his eyes still released two streaks of cold lightning, sharp and world-shocking. He didn't die, instead as if he woke up from some type of Tao comprehension state. His face had traces carved on it by the blades of time that were difficult to erase, but his spirit didn't decrease. 100 years passed in a hurry, yet it feels like 10,000 years. He said to himself. Immediately afterwards, he took steps, leaving the desolate border of the cosmos, entering the depths of the boundless sea of stars, walking towards ancient lands of life. Someone with the tyrant Empyrean blood flowing through his body? He heard some rumors along the way, and his brows furrowed. When his eyes opened and closed, the beams of light were astonishing, suppressing the sun and moon. Woo, old man, be careful. You can't go to that star domain up ahead. I heard that the troops of the celestial court are hiding there, and the tyrant bloodline is currently investigating and hunting them down. The white-haired man didn't pay him any attention. He took a step out, disappearing from this place, directly entering the river of stars up ahead. Something's not right. That person just now looked a bit familiar. Heavens, could it be him? Damn it, I can't be seeing things, right? Under the river of stars, there were experts of the tyrant bloodline's ancestral star overseeing it. Countless great armies were heading over here, searching for the few military divisions hiding in this star domain, wanting to cleanse them with blood. Who are you? Someone shouted. Then, a group of fighters rushed over. The white-haired man's eyes blazed, and in an instant, they lit up as he stared forward. A terrifying thing happened. These people actually seemed to have encountered the wrath of an immortal king, and all of them collapsed, turning into blood and bones. Up ahead, the great army was shocked and roared as they charged over, but the white-haired man's eyes blazed. As he swept his gaze over, swathes of people were directly turned into ashes, exploding in the cosmos, turning into blood mist, and turning into fine powder. This person was simply like a deity descending to the mortal world, looking down on the common people. Any movement, any kind of fluctuation, or even his gaze, could cause this world to collapse. This person's white hair was like a waterfall, draping over his chest and back. The light in his eyes was like a torch, and the army in front of him was turned into ashes. Wherever his gaze passed, all the experts suffered. The reincarnation of the celestial emperor. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind when they saw him. He was too terrifying. Just his gaze alone was enough to turn an entire army into ashes. How could they resist? Formation! Someone shouted from behind, but what was the use of that? The one who came was cold and emotionless. He looked forward. The starry sky collapsed, the sun and moon exploding, this place splitting apart. Heavens! This scene made their scalps go numb and all of the fine hairs on their bodies stand on end. A few people knelt on the ground. This was a miracle. How were they going to fight? The two sides were not on the same level at all. The difference was like heaven and earth. Everyone was in despair. This was an unrivaled hero. Even though his hair was white, who could face him head-on? Even the appearance of an ancient supreme being was nothing more than this. Everyone's hearts turned cold. They were people from two different worlds. Even if there were 1,000,000 of them, they would not be able to harm a single hair on the other party's head. Who are you? A loud shout came from afar, and a figure quickly approached. This was a middle-aged man with a head of purple hair. His eyes were resplendent like golden lamps. In his hands was a bronze heavenly spear, battle intent surging. He was a powerful quasi-emperor, and he was full of anger. In this great world, who dared to violate the life-forbidden zone? The person who came was actually so fearless, starting a massacre. However, when he saw Yi Fan's appearance, he instantly felt as if he'd fallen into an ice house, and all his rage transformed into cold air. He felt cold from head to toe, and his entire body trembled. You are, the holy physique Yi Fan. You are still alive. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's ears, causing their blood to almost freeze, and all of them turned pale with shock. The main character still didn't die, actually coming back. This person's reputation during the past several hundred years was too great, his might shaking the cosmos. He killed ancient princes, fought against ancient supreme being bloodlines, his hands covered in blood. To enemies like them, this was a peerless demon king. There were traces of age on Yi Fan's face, but his majesty didn't diminish. Instead, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. His eyes were as deep as the sea of stars, making people sink into them at first glance. Even their souls were about to be lost and collapse. No one dared to look him in the eye. Moreover, how could that type of aura be so terrifying? It was almost comparable to that of an ancient supreme being. The person in charge of the tyrant body's ancestral star was a powerful quasi-emperor who had broken out of the ancestral cavern and followed the tyrant body. What had he not seen? But from the moment he laid eyes on Yi Fan, he couldn't help but tremble. He knew that things weren't looking good. Go! He shouted loudly, ordering everyone to quickly retreat. It was because he understood that staying here meant certain death, without the slightest bit of hope. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their backbone, the strongest quasi-emperor, was scared to this extent. Just how terrifying was the other party? Could he be a true great emperor? The army of tens of thousands rushed in all directions, wanting to escape. There were even people who tore open the void and crossed the universe. However, everything was futile. Although Yi Fan's white hair was disheveled, he was incomparably powerful. With a flick of his sleeve, a rumbling sound was heard as it covered the entire starry field. Tens of thousands of people were sucked in, and some of the sun, moon, and stars were also sucked into his sleeve. This scene was too terrifying. Those were great stars, and they were sucked into the sleeve along with the army. The entire universe was in the palm of his hand. Bang! With a flick of Yi Fan's sleeve, the army of tens of thousands of people turned into ashes. There was no lack of sages among them. They turned into powder along with the star fragments, and the ashes scattered into the cold universe. You killed them all. With such a heavy killing intent, aren't you afraid that the heavens will punish you when you cross the tribulation? The quasi-emperor from the ancestral cavern of the tyrant body roared. His eyes were red. When you killed the troops of my celestial court, did you ever think like this? Yi Fan did not speak, but there was a powerful will spreading between heaven and earth. It was as if the divine sound of the great Tao was rumbling, resonating with this part of the universe. The path of cultivation is to break the eternal, to go against the heavens, to seek immortality. Having reached this step, will I still follow the rules set by the heavens? A boundless will rippled out, as if a supreme deity was asking a question. Yi Fan stood there, not opening his mouth this entire time. Everything in this world, even the cosmos and stellar rivers, were ringing for him, rumbling with noise. If you want to achieve the Tao, you will definitely fall on the day of tribulation. The expert from the tyrant body's ancestral star shouted, but his eyes were filled with fear because he saw a huge hand pressing forward and covering him. All divine arts and techniques were useless, and he could not escape. Pfft! His body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, scattering in the universe. Sect Master, is that you? Brother Yi, is it really you? The heavens have pity on you. In the distance, a figure appeared. There were many troops of the celestial court in this star region, or else the tyrant bloodline would not have come to wipe them out. The nine-tailed crocodile was covered in blood. 8 of its golden tails were broken, and the horns on its head were shattered. It was dripping with blood, and its scales were torn in many places. It was a miserable sight. But now, it was laughing, and tears were flowing out. Behind it, the veterans of the celestial court gathered, all of them trembling with excitement. They could not help but roar and shout. Haha, the celestial court will have a day of reunion. Many people laughed and cried. They had waited for too long, and they finally saw the light of day. Yi Fan's strength just now was enough to prove that the celestial court was going to prosper. Bloody light rushed out of Yi Fan's skull and turned into huge dragons, entering everyone's body. In the blink of an eye, all the veterans' injuries were healed, and their blood qi reached the peak. The starry sky was filled with his aura, and his blood qi permeated the sun and moon, enveloping the galaxy. Brothers, it's been a long time. From this day on, the celestial court will return. These were Yi Fan's first words. Rebuild the celestial court. Everyone's blood heated up, and they roared at the sky. They had waited for this day for too long. I've let you brothers suffer. Please tell me, who is targeting the celestial court? Yi Fan asked calmly. When this question was brought up, many people's eyes turned red. Too many people had died, and several combat divisions had turned to dust. The Black Bear, the Great Sage, and many other generals had died a violent death. The Forbidden Zone Children's Alliance, in the starry sky behind Yi Fan, the first cultivator who had warned him out of kindness shouted and rushed into the distance. The divine physique Yi Fan has returned. Many figures were startled in the galaxy where he was. Then, news spreading to all places, spreading with the fastest speed possible. Crack, in the universe, dozens of stars experienced abnormalities, and the great Tao formation patterns inside them collapsed. At the same time, runes appeared in the secret room of the celestial court, and they rushed out with astonishing light. Those were the coordinates of the galaxy, shining with divine light in the brilliant light. Go and bring the children back first. The Black Emperor and the others knew that Yi Fan's 100-year seal had expired, and the heavenly source formation had automatically disintegrated. Even though they were sad, everyone still rushed to the major galaxies. These children were the hope of the celestial court, and they represented the future. They must not be lost. Mother, how long have I been sleeping? Where is father? Why didn't he come to pick me up personally? Little Z came out of the source, opened her eyes in a daze, and looked at Jizue. Your father is in seclusion, and it will be a while before he can return home. Jizue resisted the urge to cry, but in the end, crystal-clear tears rolled down her cheeks. Mother, you're crying. Where is father? Don't lie to little Z. The child was precocious, and he had a premonition. He woke up completely, opened his eyes, and shook Jizue's arm with all his might. The children of the celestial court had returned, and all of them had received great benefits. They were divine acupoints that gathered innate essence one after another. After being nurtured for 100 years, the foundation of the group of children had improved greatly. Even though they were in grief, and even though they felt uncomfortable, everyone was still shocked. They couldn't believe all of this. Yi Fan's Genesis technique was superb, and he could recreate heaven and earth. It could be said that his means were extraordinary, and all the children had received great benefits, making up for their innate deficiencies. Where's Uncle? Why isn't he back yet? An older child asked. Father, where are you? Mother, don't lie to me, I want to see father. Little Z cried, wiping her tears with her white hands. Everyone was silent, speechless. Suddenly, a loud shout came, Yi Fan is still alive. As soon as the voice came out, the celestial court was in an uproar, and everyone rushed out. Li Heishui returned, bringing the latest news. He shouted excitedly, he's been found, everyone outside is talking about it now. In the next moment, a figure flashed in the celestial court, and a white-haired man appeared. Little Z broke free from Jizue's embrace and rushed over, shouting, Father, I miss you. The group was stunned, and then they all rushed over. Yi Fan's return made the place boil. Yi. Master. Yi Fan. Everyone was extremely excited. This was like a dream. Yi Fan appeared in real life. It was just too sudden. Although he looked old, they were also satisfied. It was good that he could come back alive. Jizue was so happy that she cried. Yi Fan helped her wipe her tears, hugged little Z, and said to everyone, I'm going to deal with the great calamity. Don't come out, wait for me, we'll meet again soon. After saying this, he put down little Z, turned into a blazing light, and disappeared from this place. Woo, the celestial court should be destroyed, that's what we're going to do, get rid of them. What can anyone do? The path that the children of the restricted area walked on was filled with blood, and no one dared to oppose them. They were unrestrained, directly declaring without any concealment. What, Holy Fiziki Fan is still alive? How unexpected, I thought he had transformed. When they received the news, they were all stunned. This news is a bit shocking, we need to report it. The children of the restricted area felt restraining fear. Some people were on the way back, and they naturally didn't dare to treat Yi Fan like they did the people of the celestial court. He wasn't someone they could kill just because they wanted to. Hong, on the way to the Big Dipper, a blazing light descended from the sky. A foot stepped down, directly trampling towards Reincarnation Ocean Prince, Reborn, even more arrogant than him. You dare. Reborn stepped on the path of return. He never expected that this type of secret would still be discovered by someone, moreover coming to kill him. Reborn opened his mouth, spitting out a forbidden artifact refined by an ancient supreme being. It smashed murderously towards that large foot. However, something that left him shocked happened. Yi Fan swung out his sleeves, directly collecting the forbidden artifact, not displaying the slightest bit of fluctuation. Pong, that large foot trampled down with unstoppable force, landing on his body, breaking his bones and snapping his muscles. Not even the ancient emperor's bloodline could hold on. He opened his mouth, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. That foot stepped on his face, forcing him to kneel down. Meanwhile, the other foot also descended, stepping on his chest, making him fall weakly onto the ground. The one who came lowered his head to look at him, saying, "Were you one of the ones who killed my troops?" "So what if I was?" He pretended to be unyielding, loudly asking. Yi Fan raised his head, no longer giving him a look, instead gazing into the starry sky. Reborn immediately had a bad premonition. He cried out in alarm, saying, "Wait a moment." Pooh. Unfortunately, Yi Fan didn't pay him any attention. His foot exerted a bit of force, sending bloody mud flying high into the air. Reborn released a miserable cry, his face full of fear, and then he exploded. Under another starry sky, the ruins girl's face was as pale as snow. She personally witnessed this process. She was also secretly hurrying towards the Big Dipper, but her path forward was similarly cut off. "There's also you, right?" Scarlet blood splashed out from beneath Yi Fan's feet. This was the blood of the ancient emperor's bloodline. Divine light erupted in an extremely dazzling manner. However, he didn't even give it a single look, as if he was crushing a bug, not treating it like anything important, only staring at the ruins girl in the distance. This scene was a bit terrifying. That was a glorious ancient prince, someone who was high up no matter what era it was, yet today, he couldn't even take a single blow, truly like a chicken or a dog under Yi Fan's feet. It wasn't that this type of thing hadn't happened before, but it was extremely rare. Only the great emperors when they were young could do this. They were all recorded in the most important historical records, things that couldn't be lost. The ruins girl's heart was pounding, color completely draining from her face. She was the pride of the heavens, yet when facing this matchless demon king, she couldn't even produce a trace of superiority. Even she herself didn't know that she was backing up. This was her soul's instincts, feeling great fear when facing the one before her. How could she normally be like this? The ancient emperor's bloodline was prideful, conceited, yet now, her soul was throbbing, full of unwillingness. Her body was betraying her will. Holy body, wait a moment and listen to me. There are supreme beings watching you right now, so if you cross tribulation, you will definitely be discovered, provoking a great disaster. The ruins girl said, forcefully putting on a calm front. Do I need you to teach me these things? Yi Fan pressed forward, his white hair like snow. Meanwhile, the ruins girl's face was also like snow. She felt great worry inside, a bad omen rising, becoming more and more fearful. She was the daughter of a supreme being, her bloodline noble. She had never placed the experts of the mortal world in her eyes, because no one dared to provoke them. They were above the rules of the mortal world. The so-called restrictions, the so-called human realm's rules, were all a joke to them. However, today, she was lacking in confidence. Your father's generation was previously respected by others, but now, He abandoned this world, walking towards decay. As for you all, Yi Fan sneered. He closed in with a single step, loudly shouting, since you're here, then let's end this. He didn't make a move. With a loud roar, the surrounding stars collapsed and the world exploded. The daughter of the ruins screamed and the secret treasure in her hand flickered as she resisted. This was a magic treasure that the ancient emperor had helped her refine, but now it had exploded. It was completely useless. She could not withstand the sound waves and pressure. She covered her ears with her hands and knelt there, screaming like a madman. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. This type of scene was too terrifying. The high and mighty empress didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Her body exploded inch by inch, her face full of horror. Then, she froze, and with a pu sound, she shattered under the starry sky. Who is it? This vast sound wave shook the universe. Even the slumbering paragons sensed it. In front of the underworld, the #1 general of ancient heaven, Chuanying, opened his eyes. He was already extremely old, with a head full of white hair. At this moment, he stood up and said, I should bury myself. I can't hold on much longer. This carefree and domineering divine general, even in his old age, still had a baby face, but there were wrinkles engraved on it. His life reached its end, difficult to continue. You appeared alive, only, I don't know if you will succeed or not. He released a sigh. He looked into the cosmos' starry sky and said, this world of mortals, really makes one yearn for it. What a pity, since the ancient times, there hasn't been a single person who could truly live forever. He straightened his back and laughed loudly. Ning Fei, do you still need to listen to me? How can people like us silently die? Even if we die, we have to make heaven and earth tremble, cry out for us. He held the stone rod in his hand, the black longbow on his back. He walked towards underworld earth with large steps. He wanted to end this glorious battle. Senior, where are you going? A voice sounded from behind him. A white-haired person appeared. Yi Fan arrived. Ancient Heaven's #1 general turned around. He laughed and said, you aren't bad, reaching this step. You should go deal with the great calamity. I don't dare speak of other places, but I will help you defend the underworld. Go. No, I will deal with it myself. Yi Fan spoke. He didn't want to see Ancient Heaven's #1 general die. I've already lived long enough. If I don't kill the undying Sky Emperor, my obsession won't disappear. However, right now, I can't find him, so just let me end things here in the underworld. Chuanying said. He had a smile on his face, turning around to look towards the underworld. Senior, please drink this blood. Yi Fan opened his mouth and palm. A sphere of scarlet flames jumped about. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was bright red blood. However, it was moving like a flame, moreover extremely sparkling and brilliant. I've drunk the Emperor's immortal blood, and 100 years ago, I also bathed in the undying Sky Emperor's blood. It's no longer that useful. Right now, I only wish to fight to my heart's content. Chuanying said. Then that's good. I will accompany Senior to the underworld. We'll deal with this place first. Yi Fan said. You can't suppress it anymore. Don't waste your strength here. Otherwise, when all of the supreme beings lock onto you, there really won't be any hope left. Ancient Heaven's #1 general shook his head and said, save some strength. I will help you defend and block this place. Yi Fan remained silent. Then, he turned around. This was the last time he saw Ancient Heaven's #1 general. This carefree, heroic hero was ultimately defeated by time. From this day forth, there would no longer be Chuanying under the heavens. The astral winds of the universe blew over. Yi Fan's white hair danced in the wind. He passed through one river of stars after another. In his eyes, there were the destruction of the sun and moon, the collapse of the river of stars, the scene of the beginning of the world. Right now, the cosmos was in great chaos. Yi Fan's return stirred up great waves in the various lands. Meanwhile, the news of him wiping out the tyrant's blood army with a raise of his hand had long spread. Moreover, not long ago, the matter of him stepping on death to return to life, roaring at the ruined Shatterer Girl was also discovered by someone through the ancient supreme treasure Heavenly Dharma Eye, shocking the entire cosmos. The Heavenly Dharma Eye was originally Big Dipper Demon Imperial Palace's unmatched divine object. Now, it was lost in the starry skies. Even back then, when Yifan and the others were dragged into Big Dipper by the 9 dragons, they were still sensed by it. When the news spread, the restricted region children's faces all paled. Everyone was in danger, all of them going into hiding immediately. This was especially the case when Yifan strolled through the starry skies, passing by where they were. These people's hearts were all raised to their throats, fearing that they would be discovered. That day, Yifan set out. The people who walked out of the life-restricted region were all quiet, not a single one daring to jump out. They all fled into the stellar streams. It could be said that they were fleeing at the sight of the wind. The people of the world simply didn't dare believe all of this. The previously insufferably arrogant restricted region children, so conceited, were now scared to this extent. It was truly shocking. However, this was also understandable. Up until now, the restricted region children who died under Yifan's hands numbered at least 8 or 9, if not 10. How could they not be scared? Gonborn and the ruined Shatterer Girl died not too long ago. There wasn't a single person who wasn't scared after being taught a bloody lesson. Even those who had previously threatened to wipe out the celestial court all obediently lowered their heads, going into hiding, not daring to utter a single harsh word. In reality, Yifan's attention wasn't placed on them at all. He was making his final preparations. To put it a bit more bluntly, the restricted region children already didn't enter his eyes. The path he walked through was quiet, all of his enemies fleeing at the sight of the wind. In the end, Yifan chose a dim starry sky. This place was full of dead stars, lacking life fluctuations, nor were there any traces of cultivators roaming about. He sat in the void, his entire body starting to shine. Within the rumbling sounds, there was blood surging, rivers and seas roaring, deafening. A type of strange fluctuation spread, affecting the surrounding stars, making them all tremble, resonating with Yifan's breathing. Yifan's body was shriveled up, his hair snow-white, looking extremely aged. However, at this time, a wave of powerful life force suddenly appeared. It was just that abrupt. Pooh! Yifan's body almost exploded, flesh and blood badly mangled. A scarlet-red streak rushed out from the crown of his head, a cauldron appearing above his head. Red radiance rushed into the heavens, submerging the sea of stars in an instant. Inside that cauldron was actually endless scarlet blood. It was like a sea, the life force boundless, shocking past and present, leaving others in disbelief. Yifan's withered body continuously cracked apart, drop after drop of golden blood flowing out. Moreover, he even more so opened his mouth to spit out a golden streak. That was golden blood, splashing everywhere. He was removing the golden blood, and within the cauldron above his head, blood surged crazily like a waterfall. Scarlet blood poured down, all of it entering his body, the scene terrifying. After all these years, there were 2 important reasons why Yifan aged. The first was that he could see a corner of the future, turning it into a true scene in his mind. 100 years of time, he felt like he experienced 10,000 years. He fought intensely on the battlefield, comprehending the Tao, exhausting all of his mental strength. The second was that he refined the scarlet blood, continuously extracting it from his body, and then sealing it. He used the divine will in the cauldron to guard it, excavating and squeezing out his own body's potential. Now, the cauldron's seal was undone, essence blood returning. It poured down like a sea, returning to his flesh. Yifan's flesh seemed like it was about to explode. His bones broke and reformed, the golden blood completely discharged, his body becoming a bright red expanse. What was even more important was that at this moment, he began to transform. His withered body began to shine, old skin peeling off, broken bone pieces squeezed out. This was a cruel transformation, shedding the mortal body and exchanging the bones. It was extremely domineering, unbearable to watch. Yifan's true blood returned, his aged state immediately changing, his white hair turned to ash, scattering downwards. His flesh erupted with radiance, white bones sparkling with brilliance. A tall and sturdy body was being formed, flowing with precious splendor. Of course, following this transformation, heaven and earth also began to move. Stellar streams exploded, lightning radiance exploding at the very top of the heavenly dome, starting to descend. As his true blood returned to his body, his entire body began to flourish with vitality, his constitution transforming. The great calamity was about to arrive, and now, there were already signs of it. The precious blood in the cauldron was endless, practically a sea of it. It all entered Yi Fan's body, flowing towards his limbs and bones. His body was shining, blazing like a sun. Intense changes continued. Bone pieces, old skin, and other things continuously fell. This type of body transformation was too intense, and normally, it was done in an orderly manner. Who had ever seen it being carried out like a blade or axe? Finally, the shedding of the mortal body and exchanging bones concluded. Yi Fan's body was sparkling and shining like a divine glass lamp, brilliant and dazzling. His hair was pitch black and thick, flickering with luster. His body was tall and sturdy, full of power. Meanwhile, his pupils became even more deep, as if they were immeasurable like a sea of stars. At this moment, his aura could no longer be hidden. Violent lightning flickered in the heavens above. This type of scene was too terrifying. This entire cosmos was covered, completely submerged. The great calamity had arrived. Blood condensation, bones forging, rebirth. Yi Fan reached the most powerful state he could currently stand in. His body's constitution was improved in all aspects, and even his primordial spirit was sparkling and full, incomparably abundant. At this time, he was like a heavenly deity, his entire body shining, flesh sparkling and brilliant like a bright lamp in the immortal realm, illuminating 10,000 mountains and rivers. His body was untainted by even a speck of dust. This was the most powerful state of his life. The crown of his head shone with bloody light, illuminating heaven's will. Scenes appeared one after another, shooting into the heavens. A supreme being was rising up, stepping on the path towards the imperial throne. This scene was a bit terrifying, leaving one shocked. The crown of Yi Fan's head shone, illuminating heaven's will, shattering mountains and rivers, shattering the universe. A small golden figure walked out from the space between his brows, ascending into the sky. It released a long roar, devouring all of the scenes of heaven's will, turning them into nothingness. He ruled over everything, not acknowledging heaven's will, not accepting the imperial decree. Everywhere, an oppressive aura descended, filling up this cosmos. This was an endless sea of lightning, turning into the greatest tribulation Yi Fan had ever seen. Wang Long Long, a muffled sound rumbled like a war chariot from the heavens, crushing over. It was as if a ruler had descended, personally dealing with Yi Fan, suppressing and killing him. Endless lightning radiance descended, the 81 Great Purple Sky Tribulation. This was the light of the Great Tao, turning into purple pressure as it descended. It was supreme, boundless and incomparable. One could see the 99 Great Tribulations, each one like a layer of the heavens, purple energy hazy, crushing down until the rivers of stars collapsed, the cosmos shattered. This was just the beginning, yet all of the great stars in this cosmos exploded, turning into powder, not a single one left. This scene made one tremble, their blood run cold. There was no great tribulation like this, destroying this cosmos as soon as it appeared. At the very least, ordinary cultivators had never seen it before. Yi Fan had never faced it before. His great tribulation had arrived, because his body had reached the peak state of his life. His blood and qi were exuberant, surging like a sea, unable to be suppressed any longer. He was going to cross the tribulation. Rise! Yi Fan roared. The cauldron above his head flew up into the air, filled with primal chaos energy. The mouth of the cauldron expanded rapidly, swallowing up all 81 bolts of violet night tribulation lightning. Heaven and earth became a vacuum, with nothing left behind. This scene was too horrifying. If there was a cultivator here, they would definitely go crazy from fright. Just how great of a magical force was this? The sea of lightning that filled the sky disappeared. One had to understand that this hazy purple energy even shattered this cosmos, stellar rivers scattering, turning into fragments, ultimately never to exist again. The cauldron suppressed all things, devoured heavenly punishment, completely the methods of a supreme being, exceeding the understanding of the people of this world. Meanwhile, at the same time, the various parts of the cosmos couldn't calm down anymore. Such a great disaster was about to happen, shocking all lands the moment it appeared. This was especially the case when the supreme beings in the life-restricted regions woke up. They sensed a familiar aura, because they had all walked through this step before. It's going to be a great disaster. This person might become an emperor-level master. Such a great tribulation, its potential is limitless. If it ascends another level, it will be unpredictable. When the Great Tribulation appeared, it was useless no matter how one tried to hide it, not even heaven-deceiving formation patterns. It was because a sea of lightning of this level was too boundless, impossible to hide at all. The Great Tribulation became even more ferocious, mysterious light eradicating the world, vast and boundless. This shattered cosmos became the source of destruction, everything being destroyed, nothing existing anymore. The sea of lightning was boundless, exceeding the imaginations of the people of this world, incomprehensible. It turned this place into vile earth. As long as life entered, they would inevitably be hacked to pieces. Yi Fan's expression was grave, carrying out resistance. This was just the beginning, yet the Great Tribulation was already so berserk, enough to blast Quasi-Emperor into ashes. No matter how powerful he was, he still had to treat this carefully. The cosmos wailed, the sea of lightning overflowing into the heavens, its light filling all directions. There were no stars flickering about, every strand of blazing lightning interweaving and surging. The traces formed from the cosmos' most fundamental natural laws hacked apart everything. This was the opening of the heavens. The aura of the absolute beginning surged, and the world-destroying divine force was also surging. This great tribulation didn't stop, other divine tribulations descended. Several dozen types of tribulations descended, roiling about. Yi Fan opened his mouth and released a clear roar, fiercely resisting. This place became the most terrifying place in the cosmos. Nothing could be seen anymore, blazing light illuminating past and present, heaven and earth trembling. It was as if the ruler of the underworld had arrived here, incomparably dignified, about to suppress and kill Yi Fan. Break! The space between Yi Fan's brows shone. The golden little figure soared into the heavens, opening its mouth to take in and spit out all types of lightning radiance, cleansing itself, refining the primordial spirit, and then guiding it towards the flesh. This great tribulation was a type of test. Yi Fan refined his body, refined the cauldron, and forged his primordial spirit under the most terrifying lightning radiance, making himself stronger, becoming a living true deity. This was, without a doubt, an intense process full of danger. He could be turned into ashes at any time under this rarely seen blazing lightning, but if he made it through, it would be difficult for him to have any great enemies under the heavens. Lightning radiance was like a waterfall, continuously descending into the cauldron, leaving behind all types of engravings on its surface, becoming a part of the precious cauldron's great Tao symbols. This was a natural construction, not intentional. The cauldron rose and fell, undergoing a baptism together with the golden little figure. All life source energy hung down like a curtain, replacing the stellar river, making this place grand and magnificent. Yi Fan raised his head. His flesh was like a bottomless pit. As he resisted the endless sea of lightning, he also continuously opened his mouth to swallow the lightning radiance. Meanwhile, every inch of his flesh was like a precious vase, long absorbing who knew how much lightning. His flesh and primordial spirit were undergoing a terrifying transformation. Now, every drop of blood contained the secrets of opening the heavens, thunder rumbling within. As long as any drop of blood flew out, it would inevitably destroy the stellar river, blasting apart the great sage. Dang, within the heavenly punishment, the primal chaos bell rang, disturbing time. It was as if an endless amount of time had passed, making even Yi Fan's body go rigid. At this moment, he felt as if an entire life had passed, his body aged, turning into dust. Then, along with the dust, he reincarnated into plants, beasts, and others. Duo! Yi Fan released a loud shout, making the golden little figure calm and clear. He operated the highest divine technique, stabilizing his body. He disregarded the chaos of time, immediately calming down. Then, the space between his brows shone. The front and action characters were operated, activating the taboo power time. It pressed towards the heavens, opposing each other with equal harshness, resisting the heavenly tribulation. This was a terrifying place. All types of natural laws interweaved, power surging. The Quasi-Emperor battle clothes Yi Fan refined had long turned into flying ashes. When the lightning hacked down, it couldn't be preserved at all. Now, only his flesh wasn't broken, and the cauldron could exist forever. Other artifacts, under the lightning strikes, not even something as powerful as the Quasi-Emperor artifact could do anything. They would inevitably turn into flying ashes. This type of boundless great tribulation was rarely seen since ancient times. Kacha. The great Tao evolved, turning into a true form, throwing itself over murderously. There were all types of creatures, including the vermilion bird, deities, and others. They fought intensely against Yifan, fighting together. The terrifying scene was incomparable, making one tremble. Every type of heavenly tribulation was enough to wipe out the quasi-emperor of the world, but in this place, there were more and more of them. Starting from the 81st Great Purple Night Tribulation, the number of lightning tribulations had been decreasing, but it became even more terrifying, suppressing downwards in an unending stream. With a boom, the five elements' immortal light rushed into the heavens, drawing out an indescribable aura in the cosmos. The great five elements tribulation had appeared: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth evolved together, merging into one. In the end, they forged a world-grinding plate, crushing downwards, posing a great threat to Yifan's flesh. Moreover, there was a demon head on the millstone, a real head that had been severed from the neck. It was dripping with blood, and at the very top of the millstone, fangs were spitting out from its mouth, hair disheveled as it stared at Yifan. There were records in the ancient texts that in the most terrifying Great Tribulation, there would be all types of indescribable things that couldn't be explained clearly. For example, this type, some people said that this was a type of sacrifice, drawing in the heavens, drawing the most terrifying lightning technique from the ruler. There was a bloody demon head on the millstone formed from the fusion of the great five elements tribulation. This was enough to prove how terrifying this tribulation was. As expected, under Yifan's head-on attack, specks of blood splashed out from his body. It was worthy of being a forbidden great tribulation that was summoned from the heavens in the form of sacrifice. It was incomparable. The starry sky was crushed, and even the fluctuations that were released spread to the distant star systems, making the stars there explode one after another, turning them into powder. Yifan's palms were covered in blood as he faced the millstone head-on. White bones were about to appear. This was something that had never happened before. What a powerful heavenly tribulation, truly rarely seen since ancient times. At the very least, it's difficult to encounter one at this cultivation realm. A cold voice sounded. A figure appeared in the distant starry sky. His figure was over a zhang, and his head of purple hair danced about. He stood at the edge of the sea of lightning, staring at the person in front of him. His eyes were like the edge of a blade, and his entire being was domineering and full of aggressiveness. There was a powerful aura that made others feel suffocated. There was no doubt that this was an ancient supreme being. The overlord body of completion had come. Today, Yifan had reappeared, and the great tribulation shocked the world. He couldn't sit still any longer and personally rushed over. You're very strong and can be said to be a heaven-warping genius. To be able to achieve such achievements at this age, it's rare even if it's not seen since ancient times. The overlord body of completion nodded inside. He admired Qinmu from the bottom of his heart. At the very least, he knew that he couldn't do it back then. When he transcended the tribulation, he was already over 1,000 years old, and his achievements were already praised as rare since ancient times. This is nothing. Some people touched the realm of achieving the Tao at 500 or 600 years old, but after that, it was difficult for them to advance even an inch. Meanwhile, some people only obtained the Tao after a few thousand years and directly became supreme beings. Yifan didn't think much of it. He was transcending the most terrifying tribulation, and he had also met the most aggressive person in this world, yet he was still so calm and seriously discussed the matter. He was very calm. The overlord body of completion had a dark mark on the heart of his brows. At this moment, it was slightly throbbing, and his gaze became sharper and sharper. The light beams shot out like two bolts of purple lightning as he stared at Qinmu and said, "What a pity that such a talented person is about to fall. He won't be able to see the beauty of the starry sky and the beauty of life anymore. Are you that confident that you can kill me?" In the heavenly tribulation, the world millstone plate became even more terrifying. That demon exploded, and fresh blood poured out. This caused the divine power of the five elements millstone to increase explosively, and its aura shattered the stars. Saint blood splattered everywhere from Yifan's fist. He revealed a grave expression as the millstone pressed down on the sky. An apparition appeared on the millstone, and the man and the millstone became one. That was the will of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and it didn't allow him to attack. What confidence do I need to kill you? In the era when I was unrivaled, even your ancestors had to submit. Back then, the same physique of completion was destroyed by me and collapsed in front of me. That feeling of bathing in saint blood was really wonderful. I haven't felt it in a long time. The overlord body of completion had his hands behind his back as he stood proudly in the starry sky. He looked down on the world, and he was incomparably conceited. People in this realm were like this. They were confident that they were invincible since ancient times. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to reach this stage. People with this kind of character were not rare in the mortal world. Those who failed would naturally become a laughingstock, while those who succeeded would shine brightly and be strong all their lives. That kind of conceit became a distinctive characteristic of their character. The tyrant body of great success was obviously the latter. He was invincible in the world, and it was related to his character. He had always been so confident, and he didn't look at anyone else. Pass your quasi-emperor level 8 heavenly tribulation in peace. Otherwise, killing you would dirty my hands, he said softly with a cold expression. He spoke softly with a cold expression on his face. These words were very unpleasant to hear, but in a sense, they were also the truth. He had come from this step and was already considered a different kind of Tao. He had personally killed the tyrant body of great success, so he naturally had the right to say such words to someone on 8th heaven. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Yifan laughed. Even though his fists were bloody, he was still very bold and said, "You still don't know how the word death is written. Today, I will hold your head and let you see it clearly." The tyrant body of great success's face turned cold as he said, "If you don't want to live and want to die quickly, I will fulfill your wish." Boom, in the field, the millstone became even more terrifying, and the figure on it became more realistic. This was the will of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and its divine power was matchless. Yifan's fist collided with his, and both of them were badly mutilated. White bones could be seen, and blood splattered everywhere. Flesh and blood, with a form and spirit. What the hell is this? I don't believe it. It's just a lightning carving the spirit of a master in the past. Kill you! Yifan shouted, and all the pores on his body relaxed. His body flowed with immortal radiance, and his hands formed a seal. Instantly, an aura that shocked the mortal world came out. His left hand moved, carving a rune in the void. With a boom, the word time appeared, shattering the heaven and earth. There was a sound like the river of time rushing past. Around it, time was chaotic, and the world was blurred. Everything seemed to no longer exist. It was thrown into the ocean of time and completely overturned. His right hand formed a seal and began to move. A huge symbol also appeared in the void. When the word void appeared, the universe collapsed and the starry sky trembled. The power of space spread, overturning this place, making the world tremble. This was a type of power that could tear through everything. The sky collapsed and then reformed, changing along with Yifan's right hand. This kind of magic technique was too terrifying. The left hand represented time, and the right hand represented space. When the two were combined, wouldn't it be time and space? What kind of boldness was needed to create such a secret technique? The tyrant body had a cold expression on his face. He realized that if this secret technique continued to evolve, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. It would be on par with the 9 secrets, and its prospects would be astonishing. Sure enough, Yifan pressed down with his left hand and struck out with his right. The time in front of him became chaotic, and space exploded. This forced the foe god to retreat, coughing up blood. Boom, next, Yifan put his hands together and fused them together. It was as if he had passed through the chaos of the universe and condensed heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if he was creating the world exploded, and cracks appeared on the world millstone plate that was suppressing it. It emitted a terrifying cautious sound before exploding. It was destroyed just like that, and the power of the 5 elements completely dispersed. Yi Fan's golden primordial spirit flew into the sky and swallowed the 5 elements: celestial light and the lightning tribulation. The same was true for the cauldron. It floated there and swallowed the fragments of the world millstone plate. The body of the cauldron became even more ancient. As for his physical body, he didn't need to deliberately control it. All the pores on his body opened up, and every cell was like a bottomless pit that swallowed the 5 elements: divine tribulation. That terrifying tribulation had condensed into a millstone plate. Even the will of the great Tao had descended and turned into a faux god. However, it was shattered by Yi Fan's hands at the crucial moment. The faux god also dissipated. It was imprisoned by the golden primordial spirit, which swallowed it and refined it into immortal essence. He didn't waste a single drop of power and refined it all into his own body to refine it. This was simply unheard of and shocked the world. Who dared to do this? To loot the heavenly tribulation like this, greedily swallowing it, not leaving a single blade of grass behind and not wasting a single drop. This was simply unreasonable because it was difficult for others to survive. Dominator Body Kanglin's eyelids twitched, and he felt that something was wrong. His opponent's strength was too strong and exceeded the scope of 8th heaven. It seemed to be on another great level. Impossible. His eyes burst out as he stared at Yi Fan. He couldn't believe it. The whole world knew that the last stage of the Quasi-Emperor was more difficult than the previous one. One couldn't surpass the last stage and could only cross it one level at a time. Since ancient times, apart from unverified legends, there had never been a single example. No one had ever been able to cross the last 8 or 9 levels of tribulation. They could only go up one stage at a time. Everyone needed to accumulate. That was an unshakable legend. However, why did he feel a little palpitate at this moment and feel a little threatened? A strong sense of danger emerged in his heart. His most acute divine instinct told him that there was a big problem. Boom. Above the 8 levels of heavenly tribulation, another shocking heavenly punishment descended. It was unimaginably large, covering this place and piercing through all the lightning of the 8 levels of tribulation. This scene was shocking. It was like the light of destruction descending from the celestial world, destroying all things. Everything would be flattened and turned into dust. The Great Tribulation arrived, destroying the original 8 levels of heavenly punishment and breaking through the Thunder Sea Great World. A higher level of celestial power appeared, surrounded by primal chaos mist. It was a kind of boundless wave, very strange, very mysterious, and endless. One moment it was illusory, the next moment it was misty, and the next moment it was like a vast ocean sweeping across. The most ancient laws of origin were spreading, wanting to recreate the world and destroy this place. Dominator Body Kanglin sucked in a cold breath. He couldn't believe what he saw, but he had to admit that someone had really crossed 2 levels and broken the legend. This was so unreal, like a dream. It made him dumbfounded. A living example was placed in front of him, confirming the legend. Dominator Body Kanglin retreated. He didn't really stain that kind of heavenly punishment. Although he had experienced it before, he didn't want to enter rashly. 9th heaven. Completion. His eyes were filled with an astonishing light, like the raging flames of the heavens. Today's matter might be the only one since ancient times. Rumble, blood light burst out from within Yi Fan's body, and his body trembled. His left hand formed the universe seal, and his right hand formed the universe seal. The collision produced the most resplendent light. With a buzz, his blood and bones changed drastically, reaching a higher level. His blood energy covered the sky and earth, drowning the universe. This space and time were collapsing, and the river of time penetrated through. The scene here was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan had taken a step forward, surpassing the ancients and doing something that even Dominator Body Kanglin couldn't believe, breaking common sense. He didn't hide his realm when facing the number 1 god general, but he still held back when facing Dominator Body Kanglin. He was strong enough, so he didn't have to spend much effort to deal with the Great Tribulation of the 8th heaven. Now, he had triggered the supreme Great Tribulation of the 9th heaven. So what if it's the 9th heaven? I've already trampled it in the past. Kanglin calmed down. After all, he was a supreme being who had once ruled the world in a great era. Although he said this, he didn't let his guard down and was ready for battle. This was because Yi Fan's monstrous performance had exceeded his expectations. Crossing two heavens was a grand event that had never happened since ancient times. In the past, there were such legends such as Ruthless, Void, and Wu Shi, but no evidence was left behind. This was because there was another kind of legend, which said that the celestial bell protected and the ancient desolation tower covered the sky. Today, Yi Fan could be considered a real example. As a supreme being, he was the most sensitive to this kind of situation. Kanglin knew that Yi Fan's future was limitless. Perhaps he could really break the curse and become a saint-body emperor. Boom, the unparalleled great tribulation of the ninth heaven was truly the end of the world. The heaven and earth were in chaos, and lightning swept everything. The sky cracked, and everything in the world was destroyed. As powerful as Yi Fan was, he was almost split into pieces on the spot. In just one face-to-face encounter, his flesh and blood flew everywhere. Blood rained down, and white bones were exposed. It was incomparably terrifying. Yi Fan's body almost collapsed, and white bones were exposed in some places. This was a terrifying scene. Since ancient times, many people had reached this step, but they all died in the lightning tribulation. There was no lack of heroes in the world. Yi Fan's great tribulation was far more powerful than the ninth heaven of others. The strength of the lightning was comparable to that of legends, and it was directly proportional to his strength. This tribulation was among the strongest since ancient times. However, after the huge lightning descended, it suddenly stabilized. It surged in the void and no longer struck down. Moreover, this place seemed very auspicious. There were strands of immortal energy lingering around and drifting over, giving people a feeling that they were going to ascend to heaven and ascend to immortality. This was not an illusion. A large rain of light sprinkled down, and Yi Fan's whole body glowed. His wounds healed immediately, and his essence blood became even more vigorous. Is this, the ninth heaven immortal tribulation going to appear? The tyrant body was shocked. Once a cultivator's tribulation was stained with the word immortal, it was absolutely extraordinary and would definitely shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. He felt that the great tribulation was brewing, and the legendary ninth heaven immortal tribulation was really going to appear. This junior from the bloodline of his old enemy made his expression increasingly gloomy. It was now, and it was best to get rid of him as soon as possible. The lightning didn't appear and condensed high up in the sky. Only the immortal mist floated around and the rain of light sprinkled down. Kanglin rushed over and swallowed the rain of light in large mouthfuls. Moreover, all the pores on his body relaxed and madly absorbed these golden raindrops. "You're old." Yi Fan didn't stop him. He only said these three words, very cold and very ruthless. And it was these three words that made Kanglin's body tremble. He suddenly turned around and stared at Yi Fan with eyes as sharp as knives. The other's words stabbed into his heart. He longed for living matter and hoped for this kind of immortal reign so that he could live longer. But if he was the same age as the young man opposite him, how could he be like this? The other party had just started to rise, and his vitality was as vigorous as the sea. He didn't care about these things at all. These three words made his mind uneasy. The other party was right, he wasn't young anymore. Hee hee. Ha ha. Kanglin laughed, and his purple hair danced in the wind. He pressed forward and said, "Your bloodline is nothing. It's not like I haven't killed a tyrant body in the past. It's just a pile of useless bones that witnessed my glory. I'll kill until you all surrender. Your heart is weak, you can't do it." Yi Fan's words were very concise. "Is that so?" "Kill." A great battle broke out. The two used forbidden divine techniques right from the start. It might take hundreds or thousands of moves to determine the victor, but they hoped to have an instant result. The 9 divine forms of the tyrant body appeared and then merged into one. It was actually a war immortal. This result was exceptionally terrifying, and anyone would be shocked. It wasn't without reason that he could dominate the world and be invincible in the universe in the past. Strange phenomena appeared around Yi Fan. His left hand formed the universe seal, and his right hand formed the universe seal. He cut through time and space and violently collided with the war immortal and the tyrant body. Pfft! Blood splattered, and Yi Fan's shoulder was pierced through. A terrifying string of blood blossomed, but he didn't turn his head back and rushed over. Behind him, there was even more blood. The tyrant body's entire arm was torn off, and it almost fell off. Only a layer of skin was attached, and it was almost severed from the shoulder. And the most terrifying thing was that Yi Fan's strange phenomena merged and condensed into the body of a celestial emperor. It was exactly the same as him, and it looked down on the world and trampled on the war immortal. He forced the war immortal to kneel down, and he shouted, "Surrender!" And Yi Fan also turned around and looked at the true body of the tyrant body coldly and emotionlessly. Who exactly is surrendering to who? The heavenly emperor was unmatched, his divine might matchless, impossible to contend against. He was no different from Yi Fan, his thick black hair scattering down, his eyes like cold lightning. There was callousness, but also fierceness, erupting with electrical radiance. Just like that, he stood proudly in this world, one foot trampling down on the war immortal's body, suppressing him. He shouted out in submission. That war immortal knelt there, trembling intensely. The might of a heavenly emperor was difficult to describe with words. He looked down on the mortal realm, shocking the world, making everyone tremble with fear, their minds pounding. Pooh! Kanglin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his arm made a cracking sound. He slapped it hard, and the broken arm connected together. His bones grew, and his face was full of frost. This was a type of extraordinary shame and humiliation. Not too long ago, he swept through the world, unmatched in the 9 heavens 10 earths, unmatched in loneliness, yet now, he was forced to kneel on the ground by a younger generation member. This was simply unimaginable. This was even more unbearable than killing him. Not only did his body feel intense pain, the humiliation he felt in his heart made him go crazy. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. The tyrannical blood in his body rushed to the top of his head. Forcing his ultimate godly form to kneel was the same as forcing him to kneel. Such a severe consequence was equivalent to slapping him repeatedly. It was unbearable. Ah, that war immortal roared angrily, fiercely resisting. All of the flesh on his body ruptured, even his bones exposed. He wanted to shake off that foot that was stepping on his body. However, he couldn't get rid of it at all. The foot was glued to his body and couldn't be moved. It made him even more unbearable. Even his head was pressed down and touched his knee. "You're going too far." Tyrant body bellowed. He would rather die in battle. He had never been humiliated like this before. "Don't you like the feeling of bathing in sacred blood? Why don't you give it a try?" shouted Yi Fan. There was also a wave of anger in his heart. The other party had mentioned time and time again that he had once killed a great perfection saint physique and viewed them as useless bones. It was fine if it was only once, but he actually mentioned it again. Therefore, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Kill! Song Lan roared angrily. That war immortal's entire body shone, igniting a divine flame. He was about to explode. Pooh! The celestial emperor, who was none other than Yi Fan himself, looked down coldly. He stamped his foot down, causing Yi Fan's body to tremble violently. At the same time, he slapped his palm down. With a paw sound, Yi Fan smashed apart the crown of his head. Blood and brain matter flew in all directions, the scene terrifying. One had to understand that this was a supreme being's war figure. If it was him, he would have been killed just like that. Boom, the war immortal collapsed. With a wave of fury, it turned into a mass of essence energy and soared into the sky. It turned into a dense mist of light and quickly entered the deep-tide true body. His tyrant body shook violently. Although the essence, qi, and spirit of his divine form had returned, it had also caused him to suffer heavy injuries. At the same time, the feeling of being forced to kneel down had surfaced in his heart. "I'm actually being bullied by a junior like this." Ah! Song Lan roared angrily. He thought of the past, of the divine physique that was no longer youthful, and the desolation of being defeated by him. Back then, he was high-spirited and looked down on the world. He tore apart that old divine physique and bathed in his blood. How domineering was that? Now, it was his turn. With his old body, he faced a young and vigorous, shockingly young divine physique. Was this really a reincarnation? Everything back then had been reversed. How sorrowful was this? However, he did not give in. He did not concede to his old age. This was only the first round. Being defeated for a while did not mean that he would ultimately fall in this divine battle. Who would be able to laugh in the end? It was still not certain yet. Song Lan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A dragon flew out from his head, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It roared above his head. He was sullen and unwilling. Then, a vermilion bird, a white tiger, a snake. All kinds of immortal beasts and auspicious birds appeared. Within the bloody light, wild beasts and birds of prey soared. It was as if they had entered a mythical world. As long as any one of them walked out, they would be able to sweep through the mortal world. This time, he did not turn into a war immortal because it was difficult for a true war immortal to appear in this world. He could not evolve it to perfection. Although his divine form just now was very strong, there were still flaws in the end. Yi Fan found it and directly suppressed it. Kacha, the azure dragon, flew down and merged with his head. He had a dragon head, but it was also like an azure dragon helmet that flickered with azure gold. Then, the immortal phoenix swooped down and entered his back. A pair of fiery red divine wings spread out from his ribs, covering the sky and earth. Immortal flames surged and scarlet multicolored light filled the sky. Then, the white tiger roared. A mountain-like giant tiger rushed down from the sky and quickly disintegrated, merging with his four limbs. The white tiger's claws were sharp and cold, able to easily tear apart the universe. Then, a snake transformation appeared. It was unknown how long it was, but a casual swing of its tail could shatter stars. It quickly shrank and entered Song Lan's back, allowing him to grow a giant tail. He was undergoing a terrifying transformation. He was no longer a war immortal because that kind of thing did not exist in this world. Even though its offensive power was great, it had a fatal flaw. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't compare to the emperor of fighting in history. The monkey's father was matchless and unmatched. Back then, he almost succeeded, but the instant he merged with his body collapsed. It was still a bit short of perfection. He used taboo methods to break down and reconstruct all kinds of divine forms, finding the most suitable for himself. It wasn't a pure divine form, but a fusion of natural laws and the evolution of the war body. All of these methods were combined together, turning into another type of creature. This was the Overlord body's ancestral body. This monster had a dragon head, a snake tail, white tiger claws, phoenix wings, Qilin armor, black tortoise back. All kinds of advantages were gathered in one body. It was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Sure enough, when this Overlord body appeared, the world erupted. It was a great sin of blood and fire. Even the heavens wouldn't accept it, causing tens of thousands of lightning strikes. As soon as he took a step forward, the world collapsed. The powerful power was unmatched and terrifying. Back then, he used this ancestral body to defeat the great completion of the divine body, becoming unrivaled. Young divine blood, I still desire it. Perhaps it can help me prolong my life, place me in a divine furnace and turn me into a 9 revolutions holy pill. Kanglin roared, swooping over. At this moment, not only did he use the ancestral body, all types of secret methods were used as well. The space between his brows shone, becoming as dazzling as a precious wheel, crushing this place apart. Every inch of his body released energy, every cell a divine treasure gate. Tyrant blood surged, divine force surging crazily. Yi Fan's expression was grave. He released a great roar, and that heavenly emperor returned, merging with him. This was himself, displaying a dignified appearance as he overlooked that monster. Pop! That monster was truly terrifying to the extreme. With a casual grab, this part of the cosmos was torn apart, and then with a slash, another stellar river in the distance collapsed, turning into smoke and dust. This was the power of an ancient supreme being. Normal people couldn't understand it. A random strike could destroy a star domain. No expert, even if it was the quasi-emperor, couldn't block this strike. Pong, Yi Fan faced it head-on, immediately sending out a palm, colliding with the other party's fist. The heavens collapsed and the earth split, ghosts wept and deities howled. All types of shadows appeared here, belonging to ancient heroic spirits. The two clashed violently, shouting everywhere. In the end, a lot of blood appeared on Yi Fan's body, riddled with wounds. However, the large success tyrant body was in an even more miserable state. Its phoenix wings were torn off, and several of its ribs were broken, exposed outside. Meanwhile, the snake's tail was even more so, broken by Yifan. White bones could be seen, blood dripping everywhere. Even the dragon's head was almost pierced through by Yifan, and then it was almost cut off. When they met on a narrow path, no one avoided it. They fought a bloody battle. Originally, it would have taken thousands of moves, but now, it was condensed, and the result was decided in a few dozen moves. There was blood on Yifan's body, and even a bloody hole appeared in his chest. However, this was the price he paid. The large success tyrant body was in an even more miserable state, almost torn apart. His ancestral body suffered serious injuries, on the verge of collapse. He couldn't understand. Based on how long he had cultivated for, achieving the Tao through a different method, how could he not defeat this younger generation? Even his experience and knowledge were useless. The person on the other side was a natural-born fighter, truly like a heavenly emperor, omnipotent in the domain of confrontation, suppressing him. In reality, Yifan didn't have it easy. Even though he had reached the peak of the 9 heavens, almost entering a different domain, he still didn't hold back in the slightest when facing this tyrant blood expert. After all, the other party was a supreme being, shocking past and present. Yifan used all of his taboo methods for the sake of intimidation, to let the other supreme beings in the dark understand that if they wanted to stop him, they had to pay the price of blood. Of course, whether or not it was effective still needed to be verified. Right now, he had to take action fiercely. If he didn't kill until the ancient supreme beings felt pain, it wouldn't be effective. He had to kill until he was ruthless, kill until the supreme beings were terrified. He had to clearly tell those people that if they dared to stop him, then they had to pay the price of blood and life. Right now, he looked powerful, but in reality, he was extremely dangerous. Kill! The great completion tyrant body roared. His heart was filled with sorrow. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a crushing defeat. He walked arrogantly, coming here to kill the Saint Physique, yet the result was so bitter. It was clear that another supreme being had risen up, stepping on his corpse to advance. The new generation would replace the old. In reality, there were other supreme beings watching in the dark. Their eyes were cold as they penetrated the endless void and saw the scene here. Everyone was shaken. Crossing 2 great tribulations in a row exceeded their expectations. If they were to stop him now, the price would be great. If it was the Saint Physique of the 8th heavens, perhaps a few slaps would be enough to make Yifan die with a grievance, but now, everyone had to reconsider. This was unprecedented since ancient times. A heaven-defying Saint Physique had crossed 2 tribulations, making all the supreme beings silent. Should they stop him? If they did, the price would be great. If they didn't, then his future accomplishments would be limitless. Kill! Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. A wave of light rushed over from the direction of the tyrant body's ancestral star. Another supreme being made a move to prevent Yifan from killing Kanglin. That was a type of extremely powerful Tao ripple, the force of impact astonishing. All of the stars in its path were extinguished, opening up a vacuum passage that led straight ahead. Kanglin moved horizontally, preparing to withdraw from this life and death danger zone. He had never felt such an unbearable sense of defeat like today. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a great defeat, and he couldn't even keep his life. What a desolate feeling this was. Buzz. The void trembled and then froze like a picture scroll. Yifan's physical body was moving as he brandished the celestial large fist. It was extremely firm and young, breaking through the eternity. It soared into the sky and met the wave of light, blocking it all horizontally. At the same time, his glabella shone, and the little golden person walked in the sky with a small cauldron in his right hand. He was displaying the secret character of line, surpassing the speed of the world and freezing time. At the same time, the golden little person's left hand formed an imprint. The Ian character profound mysteries were raised to the extreme, displaying it to the extreme, also affecting time. His primordial spirit merged with the Tao, controlling the cauldron to attack, catching up to Kanglin. With a pu sound, this type of attack power was too domineering and ferocious, blasting his entire body until it broke apart, bones breaking and muscles snapping. Even someone as powerful as the tyrant blood supreme being couldn't endure it, immediately about to break apart. One had to understand that he was an existence that could face Emperor weapons head-on, yet now, he was about to break apart, entire body covered in blood, white bones broken, body about to explode. Hong, in the sky, Yifan scattered that giant wave of light. He turned around, his primordial spirit and flesh merging as he dove over. Pooh! He tore apart the great completion tyrant body, bathed in blood, stepping on his body, coldly looking down on him. He slaughtered a supreme being, the universe trembled, 10 wastelands in turmoil. This was a reincarnation. Great completion tyrant body Kanglin let out a desolate sigh. Before his death, he didn't think of his glorious life, but rather the scene of him killing a great completion saint physique. It was just like today, only their identities had been swapped. This day has finally come for me. This was his final voice. It was full of desolation, unwillingness, and despair. He was old and no longer the same as before. He couldn't defeat the young saint physique. Moreover, there was a hidden worry in his heart. The saint physique of this generation was exceptionally powerful, perhaps unprecedented. Even if he recovered to his peak, he still wouldn't be his opponent. Pooh! Under Yifan's guidance, the primordial spirit that was already torn apart couldn't escape at all. It was cut into ashes, and the life of the tyrant blood supreme being ended just like that. A great completion tyrant body died. He was known as the mortal enemy of the saint physique lineage. He was truly exceptionally powerful, but he still reached the end of his life. This was undoubtedly a storm. Yifan relied on his own strength to kill an ancient supreme being. He truly stepped onto the path of invincibility and rose up from this day onwards. He had the qualifications to devour the universe and aspire to the top of the world. It sounded simple, but the impact was incomparable and extremely great. Any supreme being was the strongest expert of an era. Now, one of them was actually killed. This was a great event that shook the entire universe. It was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. This was a war between deities. The world was shocked to see a supreme being killed. Such a great event shook every region and the entire world. All cultivators knew what this meant. The great power of the saint physique had been formed, and few in this world could contend against him. At the very least, the people of this world couldn't face him head-on. Not too long ago, when the darkness was in chaos, no one could stop a supreme being. There would inevitably be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Millions and millions of creatures would be executed, and all living beings would wail in helplessness. But now, the tyrant blood supreme being was killed by someone without any suspense. It wasn't a great emperor or an ancient sovereign, but a young expert who hadn't cultivated for a long time. This indicated that the glorious path of the saint physique had begun. This would be his era. A powerful character comparable to a supreme being had appeared. All kinds of fluctuations came from all parts of the universe. The supreme beings in the restricted regions were silent, but there were also astonishing lights shining from their eyes as they stared over. Countless creatures on the Overlord body ancestral star were wailing. One of their ancient ancestors had died. Countless years ago, he was unrivaled under the heavens. During the chaos of the darkness, he had stood toe-to-toe against an emperor path expert. How glorious was he, but now, it had come to such a miserable end. Blood dyed the starry river red. Inside the tyrant blood ancestral cave, there was a wave of powerful fluctuations rippling outwards. There was someone who wanted to blast apart the sky dome, rise into the air to kill Yifan. Wait, he is already a 9th heavenly layer, reaching great heights. If we go now, we might as well let him cross tribulation first and take action at the most crucial moment. Another emotionless voice sounded. I won't let him pass this smoothly. At this moment, the great Tao laws of heaven and earth became chaotic, turning into primal chaos. Something strange happened where Yifan was undergoing tribulation. Someone was interfering, trying to change the 9 heavenly tribulations. Roar. At the same time, another imperial Tao expert took action, releasing a grand Tao roar that transformed into a heavenly sound that surged over, disturbing the heavenly tribulation and affecting Yifan's attainment of the Tao. It was because there were many insights, many immortal Tao imprints hidden within the lightning tribulation. They didn't wish for Yifan to reach perfection. Hong, lightning radiance erupted, not affected by the will of the supreme beings. The world-shocking Great Tribulation finally arrived. It didn't change, just happening ahead of time. This type of tribulation was too terrifying, its power endless. As soon as it made contact, Yi Fan's flesh flew everywhere, white bones exposed, almost hacked apart. This was a heavenly punishment that took the life of a saint body, rarely seen since ancient times. Yi Fan didn't feel any fear. He operated the secret character, his entire body shining, his body immediately becoming sparkling and undying, releasing auspicious light. Even his primordial spirit was like this, like a divine lamp that was fixed there. His blood energy was unmatched, immediately recovering his injured body, returning to his peak state. The life-restricted region's supreme beings withdrew their hands, watching coldly from the sidelines, calmly watching the Great Tribulation. A few of their eyes were extremely cold, their emotions rising and falling. There were some who were thinking that they had to kill Yi Fan today, or else they would never have a chance in the future. It was clear that the people in the Tyrant Body Ancestral Cave definitely had this type of attitude. Hong, the Great Tribulation strengthened. 9 Taoist temples appeared in the sky, incomparably grand and majestic. They were in different directions, each carrying a layer of the heavens, ultimately stacking together. 9 heavenly tribulations. Someone in the life-restricted region sighed, his expression changing slightly. 9 heavenly tribulations, also known as the 9 Heavens Great Tribulation, only a few people had passed it since ancient times. Not all Emperor Realm experts had seen it before, its power varying from person to person. It was clear that it was extremely powerful. The 9 Taoist temples were ancient and stood apart in the 9 heavens. There was a living being sitting cross-legged in every Taoist temple that looked down below. They were either incomparably dignified, or sharp like blades, or illusory, or indistinct. Their temperaments were all different. The 9 heavens descended, the 9 Taoist temples suppressing the sea of lightning. Hong, Yi Fan suffered the most terrifying attack. The first one to take action was a large hand with thousands of transformations, immediately sealing off all of his paths. The killing method was unmatched, endlessly evolving. This was actually the battle saint technique, reaching the realm of perfection. It could be said that it could recreate an extreme immortal, displaying that type of profound mysteries without restraint. Yi Fan's expression changed. He vaguely knew who he encountered. He did everything he could to resist, rushing towards the heavens, wishing to fight his way into that Taoist temple and carry out a slaughter. On the other side, a Taoist's glabella shone brightly. His primordial spirit emitted immortal light, turning into a divine waterfall that rushed towards him, slashing at his primordial spirit. This was the light of the secret word for. The Law and Tao were boundless, able to move the other shore of the starry sky with a single thought. It was impossible to defend against. Yi Fan was certain that he had encountered the 9 great celestial beings of the mythological era. Their laws and Tao had turned into 9 heavens, imprinted with Dharma bodies, blocking his path here. So this was the 9 heavens tribulation, the appearance of these 9 people. This was even more terrifying than the great emperors of the past, because they had mastered the 9 secrets, representing the pinnacle of the 9 realms. They could fuse with each other, and once they became one, they could kill gods and immortals in their way. They were not isolated, not scattered, and could be smelted into one. This was shocking. Without experiencing this kind of tribulation, it was difficult to imagine how terrifying the appearance of the 9 supremes would be. It was called the terrifying 9 heavens tribulation, and it was worthy of this name. The only thing that made people rejoice was that they did not stand up and had always been sitting cross-legged in the temple. Otherwise, even if a venerable emperor were to be born, he would still have to nurse a grievance and die. There was a limit to one's strength. No matter how strong one was, it was impossible to fight against the 9 great celestial beings of the mythological era alone. Even immortals would be afraid. Yi Fan did not hold back at all, his strength exploding to the extreme. Even though he was covered in blood, he did not retreat. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, and his slender and sturdy physique blossomed with precious splendor as he began to fight the ancient venerables. Their strength actually changed with Yi Fan. The stronger he became, the stronger the 9 became. They would always be able to fight on equal footing with him. Boom, when the thunder exploded, the 9 secrets appeared, and the world changed dramatically. It was about to become the initial battlefield when the heavens opened. This was not a good sign. If this continued, Yi Fan would be exhausted to death. However, this was not the first time he was in such a passive position. He had encountered such a scene before, and he had already experienced it when he fought the 9 emperors back then. The human was alive, while the heavenly tribulation was dead. There were loopholes to be found. He weaved through the 9 temples, activating the passing self and Tao self. Yi Fan did not suppress his realm and instead did everything he could to raise his strength to the peak. He stood at the critical point of the great completion divine body. He was examining his own Tao fruit. There were existences in the life-restricted regions that frowned. Was this still a younger generation that had just entered this domain? This was the peak of the great completion divine body's reconstruction. It was the same as achieving the Tao, entering the most mysterious realm. Enemy of supreme beings, only these 3 words could explain why Yi Fan was not much weaker than them. He could already contend against ancient supreme beings, reaching the most glorious peak of his life. If he took another step forward, then he would shatter the everlasting and create a miracle. He crossed 2 tribulations and almost entered the 3rd one. This is unprecedented. There were people in the life-restricted regions who sighed in admiration. Their eyes burned with radiance, as if they couldn't sit still and watch. If they allowed him to continue growing, he might establish an unprecedented future. Meanwhile, there were some among them who were destined to stand against Yi Fan. They were enemies. Several hundred years ago, during the dark chaotic era, there had to be one side that fell. However, now wasn't the time yet. They had to wait. Once Yi Fan became weak, revealing fatigue in the Great Tribulation, that would be the time for his blood to scatter across the starry rivers. Yi Fan suffered a tribulation. This was just the beginning, yet the 9 great celestial being already appeared, carrying out a slaughter. It was still unknown what was coming next. His entire body was covered in blood. He sensed danger. If he was even a bit careless, he might nurse a grievance and die under the lightning tribulation. One could imagine that what came next would be even more terrifying. This type of great tribulation was extremely difficult to cross, but he had no choice but to do so. It was because it was related to his life's glory, his life, his loved ones, and everything else. He couldn't fail. Yi Fan saw that even though the 9 celestial being all had human bodies, they weren't all humans. They each had their own unique characteristics. The legends of later generations were clearly wrong. Some of their races were extremely special, something he had never seen before. Haha, laughter could be heard from the underworld. It belonged to the number 1 divine general of ancient heaven, Chuanying. He also took action. He sensed that Yi Fan had transcended the 9 layers of immortal tribulation that had only appeared a few times in history. He couldn't stop laughing, feeling gratified from the bottom of his heart. He began to attack wildly. His laughter became eternal, echoing through the starry river. The black underworld trembled violently. He stopped the underworld emperor from coming into being. Heaven and earth split apart as they fought bitterly. One day later, he disappeared, and the underworld emperor didn't rush to the scene of Yi Fan's tribulation. Yi Fan narrowly escaped death. The 9 layers of immortal tribulation were worthy of its name. The 9 supremes took action, their strength equal to Yi Fan's. Each of their magical power was heaven overflowing, and each of them had a secret. They were simply going to break through the undying and seek immortality. In the end, the 9 secret techniques swept over together. Yi Fan collapsed several times. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't withstand it. In a daze, he saw the faces of those 9 people. They were actually himself. 9 people with similar strength to him each used one of the 9 secret techniques. 9 types of immortal techniques merged into one. They were omnipotent, splitting apart heaven and earth, inflicting serious injuries on him. The great battle continued. His body and spirit were almost destroyed several times. He knew that even though the appearances of these 9 people were exactly the same as him, they definitely weren't him. It was the celestial venerable who possessed the secrets of his past self that attacked his primordial spirit, causing him to have an illusion. Pooh! Yi Fan collapsed once again. This great tribulation was unprecedented. It was too difficult, never as dangerous as it was now. It surpassed the past because these 9 supremes were a whole. Kill! Yi Fan roared. All types of secret techniques were used. 9 secrets, irregular phenomena, wuxia technique, flying immortal art, heaven-devouring art, all of the scripture's profound mysteries were displayed as he fought against celestial being. At this moment, his immortal techniques were advancing. Magical techniques and Tao laws merged, battle techniques and emperor techniques merged. They were merging into one, smelting within a furnace. He himself had always been creating techniques. To be able to reach this step, he relied on himself to open up a different path. The scriptures within his body were endless. At this moment, immortal light erupted. His Tao was about to transform into a fetus, waiting to break out of its cocoon. Yi Fan transformed. Every part of his body shone and the scriptures were deafening like thunder. Boom, Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation burned. The entire sea of bitterness and the wheel of life rotated, turning into yin and yang fish that swam about, entangling with each other. There was no need for a green lotus where the two intersected. The two opposing life and death energies formed a perfect structure. The reincarnation scripture he created reached perfection. At this time, scripture sounds rang out incessantly in the Tao Palace. There were 5 immortal palaces there, grand and majestic. 5 void deities sat in the middle, chanting scriptures. Runes flickered as they flew out of the palace. This was the most mysterious place. It was believed to be the hidden treasure of the human body. Once it was opened, it would possess endless divine might. At this time, Yi Fan transformed. The palace residence naturally wasn't calm. Immortal essence erupted and boiled violently. In the end, the 5 deities appeared, turning into the 5 elements of immortal light. They formed the 5 fundamental elements of the world. This was the most simple light beam, the 5 elements balanced. Of course, this wasn't the end. The 5 void deities collided together, releasing intense light. They didn't take form but truly disintegrated. This was how Yi Fan's Tao Palace was. The void deities no longer existed and they only had the form. What was truly hidden here was the past self, the Tao self, and the true self. The divine light of the 5 elements spread and the 5 great divine organs were nourished. There were no more void deities, only the true body. And at this time, the Tao Palace was filled with divine sounds. The past self was chanting for this life, unseen because he lived in the past. The Tao self was comprehending the Tao, praying for this life, unseen. Only the true self could take form and appear. In the present world, only the self was supreme. This was what Yi Fan advocated. He only respected this life, only looked at this life. That was why there was only one true self. Whether it was the past self or the future self, they were all a form, a method. They were the embodiment of his true self's power. The 5 elements Tao Palace shone, resonating with the sea of reincarnation. Then, it spread to his limbs and bones, creating a rumbling sound. This was the manifestation of the 4 extremes of the world, the 4 extremes supporting the heavens. The universe shattered and the world was split open. A huge dragon rose up from Yi Fan's back. His joints crackled like beans being fried. The golden back of the dragon swayed as it rushed up high, wanting to bite down on the immortal platform. Yes, this great dragon between the vertebrae had drawn upon the power of the yin-yang sea of samsara and had also grabbed onto the 5 elements Tao Palace's immortal essence. Its 4 dragon claws had also obtained supreme blood energy from the 4 extremities. It wanted to pierce through Yi Fan's head, the immortal foundation. Yi Fan wanted to break through to the Emperor Tao realm, breaking through his immortal foundation and stepping into a supreme domain. Countless runes appeared, imprinting themselves on his flesh and blood. He was undergoing a transformation. Within his entire body, there were countless Tao patterns. All sorts of magical images appeared, resonating with each other. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's body was like a cocoon, nurturing a Tao embryo. He only lacked the fusion of his immortal foundation and it would be perfect. During this process, his entire body glowed, and a strange phenomenon appeared. He was impervious to all magic, and the 9 great celestial being temporarily did not attack. Roar! The great dragon roared. Yi Fan's body grew even more resplendent. His sea of samsara, Tao palace, for elements and dragon transformation fused together, attempting to break through to the immortal foundation. This was extremely shocking. He wanted to barge into the emperor domain. And that dragon head finally broke through the barrier, entering Yi Fan's head, wanting to fuse with the immortal foundation and nurture its own Tao embryo. At this moment, the paragons of the various forbidden zones could no longer sit still. This wasn't 2 tribulations, but 3. He wanted to become an emperor. After not seeing him for 100 years, his accumulations were actually so deep, surpassing the expectations of everyone. The expressions of the paragons from the forbidden zones all changed. This was a miracle. Naturally, it was impossible for it to happen in a short period of time. Firstly, the 9 layers of immortal tribulation erupted. The 9 paragons all let out light roars as they acted together, wanting to kill Yi Fan. His body was like a cocoon, wrapping around his Tao. The flying immortal art, 9 secret arts, wuxia art, the essences of the scriptures didn't need him to use them, they automatically circulated to defend against the enemies. Yi Fan's body was sparkling and resplendent, his flesh and blood translucent. His Tao embryo was like a dragon, and also like a Kuan Peng. After that, it transformed into himself, transforming into a heavenly emperor. This was his Tao embryo. He did his best to break through, wanting to break through to the immortal foundation, but this time around, he ultimately failed. The 9 celestial beings acted together, they were invincible under the heavens. Their attacks landed on his body, causing his body to explode apart. Even his primordial spirit was lacerated, and that Tao embryo naturally disintegrated. The only thing that made people rejoice was that Yi Fan left some leeway for himself, protecting himself. The power of the word swordsman circulated rapidly, reconstructing his body. The word front focused on his primordial spirit, and after the reconstruction, his countenance was extremely pale. This was a setback. Although he managed to take half a step into the immortal foundation, this great dragon ultimately couldn't completely coil around his body and was forced to retreat. This trial was extremely difficult to pass. Even if the celestial being didn't rush over, Yi Fan would most probably be stuck here. It wasn't just a joke that a saint physique couldn't break through to the immortal emperor realm. He predicted that he would only be able to probe half of the dragon's body into the immortal foundation. And now, the 9th level of the immortal tribulation was so terrifying. This caused his path to be even more difficult. It was extremely strenuous for him to even probe the dragon's head. All the paragons in the forbidden zone heaved a sigh of relief. The scene earlier caused them to be unable to remain calm. If Yi Fan really managed to barge in, things would definitely be extremely troublesome. I'm unwilling to accept this, I shall continue to attempt the tribulation. Yi Fan adjusted his condition and continued to rush upwards. Just like that, he tried 8 times consecutively. In the end, he was smashed apart 8 times, his bones were crushed and blood flowed everywhere. It was an extremely miserable sight. One must know that in the current era, even if a paragon were to appear, it would be extremely difficult for him to continuously tear apart a saint. Physique. The bloody scene was extremely cruel and terrifying. However, every time the dragon body probed into the immortal foundation, it would be a little more than the previous time. He was getting closer and closer to success, but this was at the price of his own body. He was almost destroyed. For the 9th time, even the 9th level of the immortal tribulation dimmed. The 9 majestic Taoist temples and ancient venerables were about to disappear because the tribulation had persisted for too long. Again. Yi Fan roared. He was on the verge of going crazy. The grand completion was already set in stone, there was no way to change it. However, he wasn't satisfied. He wanted to defy the heavens and truly become an emperor, stepping into that forbidden zone. Even though the hope was bleak, he didn't want to give up right from the start. If he didn't try and struggle, how would he know that it wouldn't work? For the 9th time, Yi Fan's flesh and blood became transparent. His flesh shell once again transformed into an immortal cocoon. The Tao embryo in his body rushed forth, wanting to fuse with the immortal foundation. The dragon on his back surged upwards, radiance towering into the heavens. This time around, there really was a possibility of success. His Tao was evolving, his primordial spirit was transforming. His flesh became sparkling and translucent. The primordial spirit shed off and a new primordial spirit was born. The two sides worked together. The great dragon on his back moved upwards, the immortal foundation and primordial spirit moved downwards, about to fuse together. The 9th level of the immortal tribulation descended. It was no longer as powerful as before and was about to disappear. The final strike couldn't pose a destructive threat. However, at this moment, the ancient supreme being couldn't sit still anymore. A loud roar sounded from the overlord body ancestral star. An enormous fluctuation surged over. That was the light of the great Tao. It covered the sky and earth, rushing into the heavenly punishment and making up for the deficiency of the 9th level of the immortal tribulation. Yi Fan's body cracked apart. Streaks of blood appeared. He was trying to break through and didn't want to miss out on this chance. He endured the pain of life and death with great difficulty. Boom, not only the overlord body ancestral star, even the direction of the Big Dipper was affected. It was incomparably ferocious and incomparably terrifying. Countless symbols exploded here. Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't hold on any longer. His flesh broke apart and the new and old primordial spirits split apart, suffering serious injuries. Unfortunately, after the 9th level of the immortal tribulation ended, the ancient supreme being took action, cutting off his path. Otherwise, there really might have been a chance of success. Roar, there was a supreme being's figure roaring. That was a Tao wave, wanting to take this chance to destroy Yi Fan. However, he blocked it. His flesh blocked it, and his primordial spirit changed again. The two merged together and retreated endlessly. Yi Fan glanced back coldly, staring in the direction of the overlord body ancestral star and then at the Big Dipper. He didn't regret failing again. Because it was extremely difficult for a saint physique to achieve the Tao. Without anyone to obstruct him, it was difficult to truly take that step. The reason why he persevered now was because he wanted to accumulate experience. He wanted to better understand where the problem was so that he could fiercely break through in the future. Moreover, he still wanted to continue, fumbling about in this great tribulation that was rarely seen since ancient times. The Supreme Being's figure disappeared and didn't stay for long. However, the lightning in the sky didn't diminish, instead becoming even more intense. After the 9th level of the immortal tribulation, another great emperor appeared, and the celestial court appeared. Yi Fan's bloody struggle lasted for a very long time. During this period, he also tried to break through to the immortal foundation, wanting to achieve the Tao, but he failed. It was unknown when it started, but the rumbling of thunder became increasingly oppressive. The immortal domain appeared, enveloping him. Countless auspicious beasts and immortal birds rushed over, sinking him into a vast ocean. But this wasn't the main point. The most terrifying thing was that an ancient pagoda descended, melting the entire immortal domain, turning it into a single entity and pressing down. Ancient desolate pagoda. These two words weren't uttered by Yi Fan, but by the ancient supreme beings. Their expressions changed. Yi Fan's tribulation was truly extraordinary. It was a heavenly tribulation that came from the ancient times. The immortal domain merged with the ancient desolate pagoda, trapping Yi Fan below, locking him in a specific region. It was hard for him to escape. Dang! A long bell rang out. A primal chaos bell appeared in the air and instantly shrank, appearing in front of his forehead. Time instantly turned chaotic. This was simply a fatal blow. The ancient desolate pagoda suppressed his physical body while the immortal bell sealed his primordial spirit. The two attacks worked together, sealing this place. Naturally, the ancient desolate pagoda and the immortal bell weren't corporeal. They were formed from a type of law, manifesting their might and activating the most terrifying power. Yi Fan had long stopped his attempt at the Emperor's Road and focused on resisting this great tribulation. He knew that he could only enter the immortal foundation with half his dragon body. Today, it was destined that he wouldn't be able to break through. Right now, he had to focus on his grand completion sage physique tribulation. Yi Fan bit a herb king and drank some life spring divine liquid, allowing himself to return to his peak state. His expression was incomparably solemn, he could no longer be distracted. The moment of life and death had arrived. Boom! Under the ancient desolate pagoda, the immortal domain appeared once more. Lightning flashed as the ancient venerables, great emperors, immortal birds, and desolate beasts that had disappeared earlier all reappeared, lunging towards Yi Fan. The immortal bell rang out, shattering his skull and splitting his primordial spirit into pieces. The moment of the final transformation had arrived. The heavens used the extreme power of this great tribulation to prevent him from succeeding, wanting him to die here. Since ancient times, how many geniuses had fallen on the path to grand completion? They were destroyed at the final juncture. All of this was because a grand completion's sage physique was too terrifying. This was especially so for people like Yi Fan. 1 day, 2 days, a total of 9 days, it was unknown how many times Yi Fan had shattered. His blood was almost dried up, his boundless life force was being burned away. It was very hard to imagine what kind of journey this was. Yi Fan had to shatter many times every day. It was even more torturous than living in hell. This was a cruel path to grand completion. The ancient desolate pagoda and the immortal bell were both shattered. All sorts of lightning, desolate beasts, and emperor silhouettes all dimmed. After 9 days of killing, this place turned into a land of death. This was the path that a grand completion sage physique had to go through. How could one challenge an emperor? This path was equivalent to the emperor's tribulation, it wasn't inferior at all. In addition, the great dragon on Yi Fan's back had already penetrated a part of his immortal foundation. He could truly be considered someone close to it. The 9 days of bitter suffering was finally about to end. Yi Fan was about to reach the great perfection sage physique, starting his path of invincibility. A new era that belonged to him had begun. He was about to succeed, but Yi Fan was also at his weakest point. His entire body didn't have the slightest bit of strength left, on the verge of collapse. Crossing tribulation was exhausting one's life force, using the body's origin to fill it up. The main reason was because his great tribulation was too terrifying, exceeding the world's common sense. If it was anyone else, they would have long turned to ashes. After 9 days and 9 nights of torment, his primordial spirit was about to turn to ashes. Finally, the final moment had arrived. Suddenly, a matchless aura surged. The power of an ancient supreme being pressed down like a sea, abrupt and ferocious, swift and astonishing, killing intent endless. At the final moment, the life-restricted region's existence took action, wishing to strangle him at the final juncture, not allowing him to truly return. Dawn was right ahead, but darkness covered the great earth, about to devour all light. This was a type of great Tao divine law, able to cut down deities and seize souls, killing people formlessly. Originally, the heavenly tribulation was about to disappear, everything reaching its end. The appearance of this type of murderous attack was undoubtedly destructive. Yi Fan dragged his weary body, moving across half of the starry sky, avoiding this fatal strike. That place was destroyed, black holes forming, and then primal chaos exploded. On Overlord Body's ancestral star, a large hand slapped over, turning into a sky-turning imprint. It was pitch black like ink, covering the area above Yi Fan's head. It was too fast, he couldn't avoid it in time. He did everything he could to face it head-on, coughing out a large mouthful of blood with a pu sound. His body flew out, almost split into pieces. His injured body was seriously injured, his primordial spirit about to shatter, difficult to continue. Yi Fan couldn't continue fighting. The most terrifying thing was that it wasn't just a single supreme being that took action. In the direction of the Big Dipper, there were 2 enormous streaks of light that swept over, deafening. The stars were like specks of dust, insignificant under the Tao ripples. Yi Fan's expression changed, immediately flying out, quickly evading. However, this result was a bit terrifying. The radiance drowned out this place, stronger than the heavenly tribulation, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Pooh! Yi Fan was torn to pieces, because his body was already in tatters after crossing the tribulation. Now, it was smashed into pieces, turning into white bones and blood. In the sky, 3 large hands grabbed down, wanting to seize his divine blood and refine it into a precious pill. In the end, the 3 of them exchanged a few blows with each other and actually treated him as a trophy. Scripture sounds rang out. Yi Fan reformed his true body. His face was incomparably gloomy as he rushed out from the gap between the 3 large hands. He almost shattered again. He was on the verge of great success, yet someone treated him like this, not giving him a way out, wanting to take his life when he was at his weakest. The situation was extremely dire. Yi Fan didn't stop. He tore open the universe and charged into the distance. After all, the heavenly tribulation had not been extinguished. Although its power was very small, it still alarmed a large number of living beings in the universe. Yi Fan could not hide his aura, and the three big hands behind him pressed down again. Boom, it was extremely bitter. Yi Fan was smashed to pieces once again. After enduring for 9 days and 9 nights, he truly didn't have any essence energy left. It was too strenuous, and he couldn't defend himself. If it was anyone else who came here, they wouldn't have done better than him. Now, being able to condense his flesh and fly away with his life intact was already a miracle. Wang, another large hand, joined in. Another person from the tyrant body ancestral star moved, hacking down at the present world, covering Yi Fan below. Divine blood splashed out, and he was almost struck until his soul was extinguished. In the end, he didn't know how many times he had been struck. If not for his extraordinary life potential, he would have died more than 10 times over. Finally, the heavenly punishment disappeared. That final lightning radiance unwillingly turned into ripples and dimmed. The world became peaceful again. Yi Fan crossed the cosmos, hiding his aura to avoid the pursuit. He had completed the tribulation and reached great success. He needed to find a place to recover, and he needed endless essence energy to strengthen his body and reach the corresponding Great Circle realm. However, did the Supreme Beings give him this time? They wanted to kill him at this time, erase both his body and soul. This was a great escape. Yi Fan rushed to the desolate border of the cosmos, walking through the lifeless land of death. He continuously changed locations, but he just couldn't break free. More and more blood flowed out. Boom, in the direction of the Big Dipper, in the life-restricted region, it was unknown who it was. Several large hands flew over together, even more terrifying than before. At the same time, in the direction of the tyrant body ancestral star, 2 large hands also did the same. They materialized and hacked over. They attacked together, and if Yi Fan was hit again, he would undoubtedly die. No one could withstand the simultaneous attacks of several supreme beings. This is the moment. Yi Fan roared loudly. His hands moved about, and the wuxia technique blossomed with astonishing brilliance. Above his head, the myriad energy cauldron shone, and heaven overflowing light rushed out from within. This was like a vast ocean that swept over, submerging the large hands. Moreover, at this moment, a bell rang, shaking the cosmos. This place was ignited. That was the imprint of the laws of the immortal bell, the divine chains of order of the immortal artifact. At this time, it exploded, as if a great apocalypse had occurred, destroying the desolate border of the cosmos. Primal chaos submerged eternity. Blood splashed everywhere, and the imprints of heaven and earth shattered. The large hands were ghastly white, and then they melted and exploded. The incarnations of the supreme beings all suffered serious injuries. The unmatched immortal artifact suddenly shattered, causing the unprepared supreme beings to suffer greatly. Yi Fan used this rare opportunity to form seals with both hands. His left hand carved out the Ian character, and his right drew out the universe character. Heaven and earth collapsed, and a space-time passageway was formed. He rushed in just like that, fleeing into the distance. Primal chaos spread, and the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The immortal bell's law fragments destroyed the void, erasing all traces he left behind. Under the clear and cold night sky, all sounds were quiet. Yi Fan sat there, slowly breathing in and out. He didn't swallow the heaven and earth essence on a large scale, or else this entire star domain would become dim, and he would definitely be discovered. He was currently slowly refining the essence into energy, strengthening his body, starting from the most basic. This time, his injuries were too serious, and his body and soul were almost destroyed. Even with the secret character, he couldn't endure it. After crossing the heavenly tribulation, he was killed again. He was almost beaten into a cripple, and he made it through with great difficulty. The stars in the sky, the endless river of stars, every star shot out a beam of light, entering his pores. Even though he was suppressing it, he still had a great completion saint physique after all. No matter what, he had to swallow a sea of essence energy, and just a slight absorption created this kind of scene. Every cell in Yifan's body was a bottomless pit, and he wanted nothing more than to suck the entire river of stars dry. However, he restrained himself. In the end, he left this place, heading to the next place to avoid making too much of a commotion and provoking a great enemy. He sat cross-legged again, slowly entering a meditative state, nurturing his primordial spirit, and smoothing out the cracks on its surface. After who knew how much time had passed, an explosive sound suddenly rang out. Yifan's head split into pieces, and his primordial spirit almost scattered. Right in front of him, there was a supreme being that transformed into a Tao body. The attack of supreme divine laws was about to destroy his primordial spirit. In the end, he was found again. The instant his primordial spirit became unstable, his body was also pierced through. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, scattering into the distance. After reassembling, they went into the distance again. Yifan swore that he would definitely flatten some life-restricted areas, and break through the ancestral caves of the great completion overlord physique lineage. Today, he continuously suffered disasters, and these people continuously attacked viciously. Rise! Yifan roared. The azure deity weapon flew over, and he had long since hidden it in this star domain. He used the last of his strength to revive it and sweep it behind him. This was a great battle of escape. Before long, the heaven-devouring demon jar was also revived by Yifan to fight against the people behind him. The great escape began. Yifan threw caution to the wind. As long as he was given time, he would be able to strengthen himself, and before long, he would be able to rule the world. Now, it was fine as long as he survived. However, this was very difficult. He had passed 2 heavenly tribulations in a row, exceeding the expectations of the ancient supreme beings. He had missed the best opportunity to kill him, and now, this might be his only chance. How could he give up? If he was given more time, there would be no one in this world who could keep him in check. Half a day later, Yifan was found again, and he was shattered by the overlord physique while he was sitting cross-legged. His heart was boiling with anger, and he crossed into the depths of the cosmic sea. He endured his anger and temporarily avoided the brunt of the attack. What made him regretful was that this time, the heaven-devouring jar didn't truly revive and turn into an empress like when it dealt with the undying heaven blade. As a result, his situation was not good, and he could only passively escape. Only 2 days later did the situation take a turn for the better. He entered the land of death of the numinous treasure celestial being, plunging into its sea of bitterness and rushing into its life spring divine liquid. This was a type of crazy replenishment. Even though these things were of little value to the supreme beings and couldn't prolong their lives, for Yifan, they were priceless treasures. His flesh that was full of blood and cracks received nourishment, and his injuries became much better. This brought him an opportunity, giving him some buffer time. And time, to him, was life. In the following day, he crossed the cosmic sea and continuously fled for his life. Even though he paid the price of blood, he also devoured endless starlight and primal chaos essence, strengthening his body. There were supreme beings who had a premonition that the situation was already hopeless. Without leaving the immortal origin, it would be difficult to kill Yifan. On the 4th day, Yifan directly disappeared from the supreme being's line of sight, breaking free from their pursuit. From time to time, traces of him would appear in various places, frantically devouring all kinds of essence energy. In the endless cosmos, large amounts of starry rivers became dim. In the end, he directly entered the sea of primal chaos and began to breathe in and out. The outcome was already set. After 4 days of recovery, he had the power to protect himself and was no longer afraid of a battle. Of course, he had to avoid it as much as possible and wait until he fully recovered. The people in the life-restricted region sighed. They knew that they couldn't stop it anymore. At the very least, Yifan could escape and survive. No one would have thought that Yifan spent an entire month to recover his injured body and refine the damaged cauldron. In the end, his body and weapon became extremely brilliant, reaching the peak of his life. And during this period of time, great waves had already been raised in various parts of the cosmos. The great image of Yifan's divine body swept through the world like a hurricane, shocking everyone. In particular, the fact that he killed a large success tyrant body had long been exposed. The entire world was shaken. He was truly going to be unrivaled under the heavens. Another half a month passed. Yi Fan opened his eyes and stood up from his cross-legged position in the void. A small cauldron landed in his palm. It was simple and natural, and there was emperor's might pervading the air. Has this day finally arrived? Yi Fan's gaze was ice-cold. He walked through the cosmos, no longer concealing his whereabouts and aura. He could now overlook the world, no longer fearing the life-restricted region. Yi Fan, he has reached the large success stage and survived. In the celestial court, someone cried tears of joy. Then, world-shaking cheers erupted. He has finally reached the great circle of the Saint Physique and can challenge a great emperor. What will Master do? Xianxia was incomparably excited. Naturally, he will fight in the life-restricted region and flatten them. Huahua said proudly. With the great completion of the divine physique, Yi Fan's name spread throughout the world. Every part of the cosmos was greatly shaken. Without a doubt, an unrivaled expert had appeared in this world. The world was greatly shaken. Every great king race and every great creature in the cosmos were endlessly shaken. The great completion of the divine physique could challenge the great emperor. This wasn't just empty words, he truly had that kind of power. Many years had passed. The Azure Emperor passed away in meditation and Gai Jiuyou sighed with regret. Finally, such a person had reappeared. The unrivaled power of the great emperor level would appear in the present world. This was a storm that was incomparable and surpassed the past. It even spread to the mortal world. Even children had heard of the two words Yi Fan. The world was in an uproar. The 10 wastelands were trembling. A divine physique of great accomplishment was born in our era. He killed the strongest expert of the tyrant blood of the firmament as soon as he crossed the tribulation. Who can compete with him? Will the next 10,000 years be his era? A character who can challenge the great emperor has truly appeared. Will he settle things with the ancient supreme beings? The world was restless. There were sounds of discussion everywhere. Many people guessed that Yi Fan would inevitably go to the life-restricted region to demand an explanation. News of what happened a while ago had spread throughout the world. Moreover, many people had personally witnessed the scene of him fleeing for his life and being chased by a supreme being. Everyone predicted that there would inevitably be a tremendous storm. These words are incorrect. All things should be peaceful. I believe that Dao Friendly will consider things from many sides. He might not necessarily fight a great battle immediately. An old man spoke. It was precisely the great sage Hunchuo who hadn't been seen for a long time. He was in good spirits. His face was ruddy and his forehead was extremely bright. Not good, the god of misfortune has predicted again. He has a crow's mouth, every time the prophecy comes the opposite. I think the life-restricted region is going to suffer great misfortune this time. If I were a supreme being, I would eliminate this loser first. You guys are still so calm after seeing the god of misfortune. Hurry up and run. Whoever runs into him will be unlucky. An old cultivator fled in defeat. It can't be. He's already so powerful that even the divine wind great sage fled. How can he be so evil? You group of juniors were all born in the past few hundred years, right? Back then, when Hunchuo moved unhindered through the world, even your ancestors had to run. Yi Fan had achieved great success, and his influence was enormous. This was a huge uproar. Figures who had not appeared for many years had appeared again. An era that belonged to the holy physique had arrived. Perhaps it would be the start of an invincible and glorious era. Many great waves and events would take place during this period. People were looking forward to it. Conquering the life-forbidden region was no longer just empty talk, perhaps it was about to become a reality. The celestial court can finally return to the world. The ones who were the most excited were the veterans. The military divisions of the celestial court began to return. They crossed countless galaxies with their banners and turned into a torrent of steel as they headed toward the former site of the celestial court. Gather, beat the war drums, raise the flag, and summon my celestial court's army back. The Black Emperor personally gave the order. In the old place of the celestial court, great banners rumbled about, releasing the sounds of wind and thunder. True dragons coiled about, phoenixes cried out, shaking the cosmos. Hee hee, only two little girls in the celestial court could be so lively and not care about the grand occasion today. Little Z and little Nan Nan chased each other and played happily. Jizue looked at them dotingly, guarding them to prevent them from going overboard and running into the starry sky. There was no other way. Not to mention little Nan Nan, even little Z could fly now. As for Li Heishui, Dong Fengyi, Li Tian, and the others, they had long been excited. They carried wine jars and patrolled everywhere, urging their disciples to clean up the dusty old place of the celestial court. Troops appeared one after another, rushing towards this place without stopping. Many veterans were trembling with tears in their eyes. They were chased by the people of the Forbidden Region a while ago, and many of their old brothers had died. Some military divisions had completely disappeared. Now, they had returned strong and no one could stop them. The vast battle map drawn by Yi Fan in the past might become a reality. Oh, that is the army of the Celestial Court. As expected, they are all elites, a mighty army that never dies in 100 battles. Let's join the Celestial Court. Only such an army that has been through hundreds of battles is worthy of us joining. In the future, there will be fierce and hot-blooded battles, conquering the heavenly road, and sweeping the forbidden regions. A real man should fight with vigor. Along the way, many cultivators were discussing. Obviously, the celestial soldiers and generals had become the object of envy, and many people wanted to become one of them. Things were different now. Everyone knew that the celestial court would definitely be above all the major forces. No one could suppress them anymore, and even the life-forbidden regions could not act rashly. He actually made it this far. In the Big Dipper, some people sighed. Back then, they had competed with Yi Fan. Now, only a few hundred years had passed, and they found that the gap between them was so big that it was difficult to surpass it. What kind of concept was a great completion Saint Physique? But the battle with the Qing Emperor more than 10,000 years ago made their ancestors look up to and submit to him. That night, many people could not sleep, especially those who had been enemies with Yi Fan or even fought against him. They looked at the starry sky in silence. The Holy Lord of the Holy Land of Supriyen sighed. He was originally a candidate for the Son of Saint, but now he was the leader of a sect, and now he was a sage. He was already very strong. However, he could only remain silent as he looked at the figure that was high above, burning like a god and illuminating half the universe. A man with snow-white hair was also like this. He was the former Holy Son of the Holy Land of all beginnings, and now the Holy Lord. He stood alone in the night wind, looking very lonely. Back then, they were of the same generation, but now, it was as if they had been separated by thousands of years, and they were facing that bright figure who stood in the legendary era. We are no longer young, and we have reached the end of our glory. And he has just started. Such a young great completion Saint Physique, and there are not many people who can fight against the great emperor, right? Old friends of the past could only shake their heads and sigh. In the Jade Lake Holy Land, the unrealistically beautiful Jade Lake Saintess sat cross-legged in front of the 9 orifices divine fetus. She said softly to herself, regardless of the past, in this era, perhaps only you can fight shoulder to shoulder with him. The immortal stone was sparkling, and the goddess was still sealed within it. She breathed in and out the world's essence energy, and powerful immortal life essence nourished the entire Jade Lake divine land. Now, she could already return the favor to the Holy Land, and not just for herself. In the Wind Clan, some people were silent. Meanwhile, the Wind Phoenix laughed softly and said, "A great completion Saint Physique has appeared. Isn't that good? From now on, this world will be peaceful for a long time. There won't be any dark chaos, because those people can't fight and will be afraid of him." Indeed. Her grandfather's black hair was still the same, and he was tall and valiant. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Everyone in the Wind Clan knew that many people in their clan had regrets, and it wasn't like what they said. It was because in the past, there was a chance that a great completion Saint Physique could be pulled into their clan. They knew that they might be able to see Yi Fan soon, because he would inevitably come to the Big Dipper's life-forbidden region and forcefully descend to demand an explanation. Everyone was shaken at the thought of this possibility, and some of the younger disciples even felt their blood boil. How many people dared to step into the life-forbidden region and settle accounts with the ancient supreme beings? They were all great emperors, only today did they truly understand how terrifying a great completion Saint Physique was. Who in the world could be a match for a great completion Saint Physique that could intimidate all the geniuses since ancient times? However, things weren't as they imagined. After Yi Fan recovered his strength, he didn't return to the celestial court, nor did he go to the tyrant body ancestral star. He also didn't go to the future Big Dipper's life-forbidden region. The stars flickered, and brilliant light retreated from his side. He didn't conceal his aura at all, alarming all the major powers in the starry sky as he headed towards a vile land. His great completion Saint Physique was like a man with blood energy piercing the heavens. His thick black hair danced chaotically, and his gaze was like cold lightning. His first stop was the underworld, and he entered an ominous land shrouded in dark mist. The first divine general of the ancient heaven, Chuanying, had fallen. He was buried in the underworld in order to stop the emperor of the underworld. Yi Fan wanted to see what was going on and ask for an explanation. Chuanying suppressed the underworld for 100 years, buying the most precious time for Yi Fan. No matter how one looked at it, he had to come here. Yi Fan went to the underworld. This news shook all the realms. A great completion Saint Physique was going to fight against the most mysterious underworld since ancient times. This news was absolutely explosive. This would be Yi Fan's first battle after the great completion Saint Physique and the consummate tribulation. It attracted the attention of countless people, and it wasn't too far off to say that the whole world was shaken. The underworld was really mysterious. It was born from death and seized all fortunes. He was an emperor path expert when he was alive, and after death, his physical body changed again. He was the emperor of the underworld, and he was the first. His origin was mysterious, and he was unimaginably powerful. Deathly aura pervaded the air, and the underworld earth was desolate. This place had been destroyed. Stars fell one after another, smashing out endless craters here. The underworld earth was vast and boundless, like a different universe. Death was the eternal theme, and the black earth was endless. Yi Fan frowned. He saw many shocking scenes. There was no end to this vast underworld earth, and there were many corpses in the deep craters smashed out by the stars. He didn't know what era they were from. He walked through the endless black earth, and everywhere he saw was destruction. Rivers of blood, corpses, and many coffins could be seen underground. This place was ruined, destroyed beyond recognition. The underworld seemed to have reached the end of its decline. One could imagine how intense that battle was. Yi Fan was astonished. Chuanying alone was this terrifying? Could it be that the underworld really was half destroyed? It was said that there was more than one supreme being sleeping here. If they fought to this extent, even the underworld earth was half destroyed, then there was no reason for the other supreme beings to not appear. He walked forward, finally seeing the Yin soldiers. However, when these people saw him, they all backed up, not attacking. No matter how powerful they were, they all trembled under his aura. Who dared fight? This was the power of a supreme being. As long as blood energy surged, all creatures would tremble. Just the slightest bit of aura would make those powerful Yin soldiers collapse. Everyone backed up. They were like ants looking up at a heavenly dragon, deeply feeling how insignificant they were. Those enormous monuments were all previously glorious monuments, engraved with the underworld world's great era, as well as the accomplishments of the past masters. However now, they were broken into pieces, their surfaces soaked in blood. Chuanying fought his way in, fighting extremely fiercely against the emperor of the underworld, destroying many things in the underworld. The territory here was vast and boundless, and one could tell a bit from the deep craters created by the countless stars. The Yin soldiers were terrified. When faced with Yi Fan's arrival, many people couldn't endure it, kneeling on the ground. This didn't come from their hearts, but rather from the might of a supreme being. During this period, there were powerful war slaves that appeared, no lack of the most powerful quasi-emperor. However, in the end, they were all frightened, unable to get close, trembling with fear. Yi Fan charged straight into the underworld, as if he was entering an uninhabited land. In the end, he arrived at an important place in the underworld. A grand prison-suppressing palace stood before him, a person sitting on the steps there, his body covered in bloodstains. He wore black underworld iron armor that flowed with dark light. There were some areas that were damaged, black blood flowing out. In his right hand was a war spear that was propped up on the ground. In his left hand was a black gold shield that was placed on the steps. Yi Fan was shaken. It seemed like an unimaginable change happened in the underworld, different from what he had imagined. This was definitely the underworld's supreme being. This type of aura couldn't be mistaken. Only this type of person could suppress the 9 heavens like this, even if black blood flowed from his body. The Yin soldiers and generals had long scattered, not daring to come over. They were all trembling with fear, unable to endure the auras of 2 supreme beings. They were all terrified. Underworld Emperor? Yi Fan shouted. The other party was a supreme being, but he was also in existence of this level. He directly berated him, not feeling any fear at all. He came here to settle things. The underworld iron armor flickered with black light, but there were many areas that were damaged, dripping with black blood. That person sat on the steps in front of prison suppressing palace, leaning on the war spear. His pupils were like 2 blades as he looked over coldly. Even his head was covered by the black underworld iron armor, only his eyes and mouth exposed. Not even a strand of hair could be seen, difficult to see his true appearance. You came late. He said this. Even though it was simple, it revealed many things. From his cold tone and somewhat unstable fluctuations, one could sense that his injuries were extremely serious. It was clear that he was implying that Chuanying died, and he was no longer at his peak. Yi Fan stared at him. Through the half-opened palace door behind him, he saw specks of blood, as well as a few broken stone rod fragments. These were Chuanying's blood and weapon. Even though he knew that he came late, that the outcome was already set in stone, he still felt sorrow inside. It was precisely on the day he crossed the tribulation that ancient heaven's number 1 divine general disappeared from this world. Then you can accompany him in death. Yi Fan said coldly. He didn't want to speak any nonsense. His palm pressed forward, slow but powerful. Wind and lightning raged here, gods and devils roared. This kind of casual strike made heaven and earth lose color, the sun and moon lose radiance. Dang, the underworld emperor blocked with the black war spear. Sparks flew in all directions. He flew outwards, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood as he smashed into the grand palace behind him. A large portion of the ancient building collapsed. Even someone as powerful as the underworld emperor's blood splashed onto the grand ancient palace like this. It left everyone shocked. The Yin soldiers and generals in the distance all shivered in fear, their hearts completely going cold. From another perspective, it was enough to prove how terrifying the underworld emperor was. He had long been seriously injured, yet he didn't shatter under the unmatched attack of a great completion divine physique, still blocking the attack. One could see just how powerful he was. You really are old. Yi Fan said ruthlessly. Yes, I am old. Yi Fan stood up after hearing this. He knew that the number 1 divine general of ancient heaven was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be heaven-defying to this degree. Yi Fan was shocked. He knew that the number 1 general of the ancient heavenly court was strong, but he didn't expect him to be so heaven-defying. It was no wonder that Dizun thought so highly of Xiaochen, personally sealing him and saying that if Xiaochen missed a lifetime, he would become a martial emperor. At the same time, he also felt that something was wrong with the underworld. Could it be that there was only one emperor of the underworld? At this, the underworld, the underworld world, emperor, stop. Yi Fan was extremely cold. He pressed forward, his footsteps echoing through the palace. There were imperial Dao formation patterns here, but it couldn't stop him at all. Don't you want to talk to me? He's just a dead man. Even if you don't kill him, I don't have much time left, said the underworld emperor with a smile. Blood flowed from his mouth, and the space between his eyebrows was split open. Speak, I want to hear it. Yi Fan stood in the center of the grand hall, looking down on the former supreme being. The underworld emperor was an extraordinary person and didn't want to be treated like this. He snorted coldly and turned around, slowly walking to the highest throne. He sat down calmly and looked down. Yi Fan was surrounded by blood energy, and his vitality was as vigorous as the ocean. He could definitely kill the dying underworld emperor, but he didn't do so. He looked at him coldly, waiting for him to speak. I am a supreme being. I achieved the Tao, and then I fell into the underworld to study the method of immortality. The voice on the throne reverberated, rumbling and making the heaven and earth submit. I know, Yi Fan said expressionlessly. If I told you I am not the underworld emperor, would you believe me? The figure on the cold throne seemed very dignified and inviolable, and he actually said such a thing. Yi Fan's expression froze. The other party wasn't the underworld emperor. This news was indeed shocking and beyond his expectations. Years ago, the underworld emperor joined hands with someone and attacked venerable emperor at the most crucial moment. Was he killed at that time? Asked Yi Fan. No, the underworld emperor was already gone at that time. I took part in that battle with his imperial artifact, the figure on the throne said desolately. Obviously, that battle had a great impact on him. Several imperial masters had come together, but they still couldn't kill venerable emperor, and even made him famous through the ages. For an imperial figure, this was a great blow. Yi Fan pondered. From the confrontation between Chuaning and the underworld for 100 years, there were indeed many suspicious points. The everlasting underworld had more than one supreme being. How could it be so weak that it couldn't do anything when people came to kill it? Venerable Underworld, also known as the Underworld Emperor, was so talented that he was almost the supreme being since ancient times. He was the first person who was an imperial master when he was alive, and after his death, he achieved the way from a corpse. His path is hard to replicate. Yi Fan had also heard some rumors, especially the old deity who was a descendant of the ancient heavenly court. It was said that the underworld emperor was unfathomable, able to exchange blows with the venerable emperor, even though he lost in the end. The real underworld emperor wouldn't attack venerable emperor at that time, because their relationship was complicated. They were both teachers and friends. The fact that this emperor Dao expert revealed such a secret was simply earth-shattering. It shocked Yi Fan so much that he couldn't speak. Comparing it with the words of the old god, it seemed that the underworld emperor still owed venerable emperor some favors. It was only after the fatal incident on the path of immortality that their relationship became a bit messy. At that time, the underworld emperor had passed away many years ago. I came out with his imperial artifact and attacked heaven on his behalf, he said calmly. The underworld emperor is dead? Yi Fan's eyes flickered, like two surging cold air. If he was dead, the underworld wouldn't be like this, the man on the throne murmured to himself and revealed some shocking secrets. He was about to die, apparently because he met someone of the same kind, or at the same level, so he wanted to tell some ancient secrets that he had kept in his heart for a long time and didn't want to bring them to the underworld. As for those ghost soldiers and ghost generals, they might just be ants in his eyes, and they had no common words with a sky dragon like him, who occupied the clouds. Yi Fan was stunned, as if he had heard something that sounded like a heavenly book. At the end of the mythological era, the underworld emperor passed away, which should have happened millions of years ago. However, more than 1,000,000 years ago, the supreme venerable in the underworld sensed his breath and knew that he had revived, which was contrary to the result of his passing away. This doesn't prove that he is still alive, Yi Fan said. The supreme celestial treasure, or the supreme netherworld treasure, flew away tens of thousands of years ago. Apart from him coming out again, no one can summon it from the underworld, the man on the cult throne said. Yi Fan knew this divine artifact. When Great Emperor Wuxia wanted to attack the underworld, it was this secret treasure that hid the underworld, making the vast underworld disappear from the universe. At the same time, he also understood why He Chuaning attacked like that, and why he barged in like this. The underworld was obviously weak, but it didn't hide, so it turned out that it had lost the supreme netherworld. Treasure. The underworld was going to decline, it was going to be finished. When Yi Fan came to this conclusion, he was truly shocked. One had to know that this was a truly immortal force since ancient times, an organization that could challenge the ancient heaven. It was extremely terrifying. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the home of all living beings. These words were still ringing in his ears. Yi Fan couldn't believe it. The underworld was going to be finished. All these years, the nether soldiers had borrowed the way to wander around the major starry skies in search of the ancient god corpses, which made them increasingly terrifying and prosperous. How did it end up like this? Because the Emperor of the Underworld is coming back. He will take back everything that belongs to him, the man on the cold throne said emotionlessly. Just this sentence was enough to explain everything. The current supreme of the underworld was afraid of the emperor of the underworld's return, afraid that he would settle accounts with them. From this, Yi Fan came to another conclusion. The emperor of the underworld was absolutely terrifying, and his combat power might be far greater than he imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. I am the health-suppressing emperor, and I was also a former supreme. Finally, the man on the throne revealed his origin, but he didn't say the title before the health-suppressing emperor. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and he couldn't calm down. The ruler of the underworld had a shocking origin. Perhaps he was a certain celestial being in the mythological era. Yama died in the underworld, so he naturally passed away. Longevity celestial being entered the immortal mausoleum and didn't come back. There was another person who felt uneasy when the supreme netherworld treasure flew away, so he entered the origin ancient mine. Right now, I am the only Emperor realm expert in the underworld, he said the truth. If this news was spread out, it would definitely shock the human world. It was too shocking. The underworld had actually changed a long time ago, and the outside world didn't know about it at all. In these 10,000 years, the underworld had been active frequently, searching the stars. They were actually looking for the supreme netherworld treasure to find the emperor of the underworld. The hell-suppressing emperor thought that the emperor of the underworld was in the process of transforming, and he could kill him before he awakened. Unfortunately, so many years had passed, and the underworld had sent out so many troops, but they still hadn't found anything. Therefore, the underworld was empty, longevity celestial being wasn't willing to return, Yama was dead, and another person entered the origin ancient mine. Now, he was the only one left. The hell-suppressing emperor said, "The emperor of the underworld is a great talent that makes people feel great fear. I know that he will return sooner or later. For the sake of longevity, he has always been on a path. No one has walked further than him between life and death." Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil, and it was difficult for him to calm down. After a long time, he wanted to laugh out loud again. He said with indescribable sorrow, "The underworld, a vast forbidden area that started countless years ago, is actually going to end now. Is it the emperor of the underworld, or am I going to end it?" This was very unreal. The pressure that the underworld gave people was too great. Until now, it had long been engraved in the hearts of all the experts. At this moment, this result made Yi Fan feel that it was ridiculous. "You are wrong. As long as the emperor of the underworld is still alive, the underworld will still exist, and it will never end. It is just a temporary decline," the hell-suppressing emperor said. "The underworld is the home of all living beings." These words are a bit ridiculous. Was it you guys who said it? Yi Fan asked coldly. "It was said by the emperor of the underworld, and we have evidence," the hell-suppressing emperor said. He stood up shakily and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on for much longer. He walked out of the hell-suppressing imperial palace and looked at the vast underworld earth. The halberd in his hand lightly cut, and the earth immediately split open. He said, "Look, what is below?" In reality, the large crack he cut open was very wide, and it passed through many large stars. However, compared to the vast and boundless underworld earth, it was still nothing. Without needing to look carefully, Yi Fan knew that there were many corpses underground, and they were terrifyingly ancient. Say, even if the creatures on 1 star, 2 stars, 10 stars, or 100 stars all died, would they be able to create such a terrifying scene? The hell-suppressing emperor asked. It was a very strange relationship. Both sides were clearly enemies, but now they were seriously discussing. There was no other reason than that they were all supremes, and people of this level were too rare. Yi Fan's heart turned cold. He had pondered over how this vast underworld earth was formed in the past, and the more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt. It buried all the creatures in the entire universe, and not just for one epoch. "This is reincarnation," the hell-suppressing emperor said. "At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the home of all living beings," Yi Fan said softly. In the past, he didn't say it, but at this moment, he felt that these words were extremely terrifying. At the end of reincarnation, everything will come to an end. The underworld is the home of all living beings. Hell-suppressing Emperor muttered, his voice echoing in the underworld like a curse. His body staggered as he walked into the distance with the heavenly spear and the black gold shield. The path he took was covered in black blood. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer. My words have come true. This will be my end, my final home. This will be my burial ground. Hell-suppressing Emperor couldn't hold on any longer and would fall at any time, becoming the dust of history. Even someone as strong as a supreme being was about to reach the end of his life. There was reluctance and unwillingness in his eyes. Even though he had killed countless people and had a heart of stone, the wish in his heart couldn't be fulfilled. It was a deep regret. What is immortality? Ask the entire world, but no one can achieve it. In the end, you will still turn into a pile of dirt. No matter how talented you are, no matter how great of a hero you are, it still won't work. His body was cracking as black blood flowed out. His entire body was burning with a dark light. With a sad expression, he said, "Back then, Dizun, hee. Haha. He wanted to sacrifice us, but in the end, he couldn't become immortal." The path of immortality, reaching this step, reaching this realm, could be said to be high and mighty, overlooking the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but in the end, he ended up in eternal loneliness. Being invincible was useless, the path ahead had already been cut off. In this life, he was searching for immortality, wanting to break through immortality and see immortality, but in the end, he could only listen to his own funeral song in sorrow, turning into dust in the mortal world. He wasn't a single person. Since ancient times, the great emperors were all silent. Thinking back to the past, they were all heroic and all-powerful. In this world, they were the only ones who could compete with them. However, in the end, there was only one result. Even if they dominated the heavens and earth, even if they were unrivaled, they would still reach the end of loneliness and turn into dust. Hell-suppressing Emperor staggered. He was looking for his own grave, wanting to bury himself. With the battle spear in his hand, every step he took caused cracks to appear on his body, as if he would shatter at any time. Right now, he wasn't a supreme being, but an old man with one foot in the grave. Yi Fan didn't make a move, only silently watching, letting him choose his grave. The underworld is the blood of several generations of people. It's not like we don't have any experience on the path of immortality. We have searched for all kinds of true blood, wanting to condense it into true one and create immortal blood from chaos. The hell-suppressing Emperor revealed a great secret. When a man is about to die, his words are kind. It could also be said that he didn't want the crystallization of several generations of supreme beings to be destroyed in a single day, to be buried in the long river of history. This was a type of grand experiment. In theory, it could create a chaotic body, 10,000 blood returning to one, allowing one to see the immortal spirit true body. Yi Fan once again felt the terror of the primal chaos body. The fusion of 10,000 blood allowed one to see the primal chaos body. Of course, in theory, this would allow one to touch immortality, but in the end, one would still need to ascend in order to take that step. This method was extraordinary. It was not the method of the Underworld Emperor, but was brought from the outside world by the other powerhouses. They had been studying it all this time. The 10,000 bloodlines are not uniform, but we still created a monster that merged with the heavenly underworld treasure. It will be sensitive to all types of bloodlines, and one day, it will most likely find you. Perhaps it can be said that we have unintentionally helped the Netherworld Emperor. Perhaps the entire Netherworld treasure is his god. I've heard that you practice an origin technique. Actually, this is an incomplete technique left behind by the Underworld Sovereign. That heavenly Netherworld treasure knows more and is more profound than you. You should prepare yourself. These words made it difficult for Yi Fan to calm down for a long time. He stood in place for a long time, silently watching the hell-suppressing Emperor leave. Pooh. Finally, the hell-suppressing Emperor could not hold on any longer. He did not choose to leave a corpse, nor did he transform into the Tao. Instead, he directly exploded, leaving only residual blood and broken bones. He fell into a deep pit, and his spirit also dispersed. With a clang, the underworld iron battle armor flew up, the heavenly dagger axe glowed, and the black golden shield also rushed into the sky. Only a shattered black spear fell into the pit, buried with him. Yi Fan turned around, no longer looking at it. He found Xuanling's belongings and buried his blood and remnants in the starry sky. After staying here for 2 days, Yi Fan silently searched. He saw many astonishing things, and he also saw some ancient tablets. His heart was filled with waves of shock. Burying the entire universe, burying several eras, this was not a lie at all. He saw a few tablets that were terrifyingly ancient, and he could not determine which era they were from. He could not understand the words written on them, but they were beyond the scope of divine text. Then, through the records of an ancient tablet that he could read, he learned some astonishing secrets. The underworld was vast and boundless, like another universe. The people of the underworld had once dug out an immortal corpse, an imperial figure that belonged to the era before the Age of Legends, which was believed to have originated from the incomprehensible chaotic ancient era. Moreover, since ancient times, there was more than one, at least 3 were unearthed. Unfortunately, they were all damaged and destroyed in the most terrifying external war in history. At the end of reincarnation, will there be such a day? Yi Fan muttered to himself, looking up at the boundless starry sky. At his level of cultivation, just like the other ancient sovereigns, breaking through eternity and seeking immortality was his ultimate goal. He did not start a massacre here, but only called the 2 ninth-layer quasi-emperor over, telling them to gather the nether soldiers and generals so that they would have no choice but to bring disaster to the world. Without those who achieved the Tao, without the imperial experts, the underworld was equivalent to a decline. They could not defy Yi Fan's will, so the 2 readily agreed, not daring to go against it. The curtains fell on the underworld, even Yi Fan himself felt that this was all very unreal. It was regarded as the most terrifying battlefield, but in the end, it declined just like that, heading towards decline. Of course, if the underworld emperor came back to life, everything would be different, and a storm would inevitably rise again, but now, under Yi Fan's power, the underworld could only submit. Even taking it into the celestial court wasn't a bad thing. Starlight shone brilliantly. Yi Fan rode on the divine rainbow, taking a step forward, the stars moved, and the world changed. A blazing rainbow bridge traversed the cosmos, streaking across the heavens and myriad realms, directly reaching a certain star. This rainbow was too resplendent, connecting the 2 sides of the starry sky. What is that? A golden path, how can it be so long? It stretches towards the depths of the cosmos. Is this the journey of a great emperor? Soon, everyone understood who it was. Yi Fan's return from the underworld had shaken the human world. All the experts understood that the underworld could not keep him, and he was unrivaled in the world. Is he going to the tyrant body's ancestral star? A golden path passed through who knew how many galaxies, directly reaching the tyrant body's ancestral star. It was open and aboveboard, without any concealment. Yi Fan directly came to attack just like that. He had just broken through the underworld, and now he came to a terrifying forbidden area, continuously conquering in one day, shocking the heroes of the world. Was this the power of a great completion Saint Physique? His blood energy was like the sea, flooding the starry sky, like a celestial emperor patrolling, descending upon the star region where the bloodline of his old enemy was. This was a great star, surging with vitality, magnificent mountains and rivers, vast land, and abundant essence energy, very suitable for cultivation and Tao comprehension. The tyrant body's ancestral star was extraordinary, having experienced tens of thousands of tribulations without being destroyed. To this day, it was engraved with Tao marks exclusive to them, and any Tao fruit would be suppressed here. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to approach, because it was difficult to display their true combat strength here. Of course, Supreme Being level figures weren't restricted. The great golden path extended forward, and then it disappeared. Yi Fan was completely silent. He took a step forward. The fiery clouds on the horizon were exceptionally gorgeous, red as if blood had been splashed on a cloth. 5 moons had already risen in the sky. Yi Fan stood on a cliff, with a boundless waterfall below his feet. The land was lush and verdant, and wild beasts ran amok. With a slight sense, he clearly knew where the tyrant body's ancestral cave was. I don't believe that the Saint Physique would dare to come. This is the resting place of several old ancestors, and he is just one person. During the last tribulation, his physical body was shattered so many times by the old ancestors, and he narrowly escaped death. That was a lesson learned in blood. Shoo, lower your voice. The great completion of the saint physique is really not weaker than the old ancestors, and his blood energy is vigorous. Who knows, he might really come. With several old ancestors here, does he want to throw away his life? We admit that the saint physique is very strong, but if he comes alone, I think he will definitely die a tragic death here. A group of people in front of the mountain gate were whispering. At this time a man walked over. In the sunset, his body was dyed with golden brilliance, like a celestial emperor descending to the world, walking like a dragon and tiger. Who is it? Stop. The group of people guarding the mountain gate shouted. Yi Fan's eyes glanced over, and the people in front of him directly exploded, causing a bloody mist to float, making this place look very terrifying. Since he had found the right place, Yi Fan did not hide anymore, and his aura naturally leaked out as he walked inside. These people were all trembling under this aura, and they couldn't help but kneel on the ground. This was the aura of a supreme being, and it instantly swept through the vast land. All living beings wailed. Whether it was the birds or the beasts, or the people on the ancestral planet, they couldn't help but tremble and fall to the ground. Even the great sage couldn't do it, and he could only kneel on the ground. Yi Fan, the sovereign of the world, arrived behind the mountain gate. Behind the giant mountain was a vast expanse like a grassland, and only a divine peak stood in the middle, emitting purple energy. At the foot of the peak, there was a cave that emitted auspicious colors all year round. Hidden in that cave were all the strongest experts of this star since ancient times. Saint Physique, you really dare to come. In that ancient cave, dense purple energy surged, and a voice came out like wind and thunder, reverberating under the sky. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Yi Fan asked calmly. Dozens of days ago, you were like a stray dog, and now you dare to come here and show off your imperial might? The person in the ancient cave spoke ruthlessly. Just a group of jumping clowns, taking advantage of my tribulation to cause trouble, and you dare to use it as something to show off? Today, I'll flatten you all. Both sides opposed each other. Even though this kind of words couldn't shake their Tao hearts, sometimes it was still useful, causing great waves in the other party's state of mind. If you want to throw away your life, then come and try. I'll fulfill your wish. A loud shout came from the ancestral cave. Yi Fan directly made his move. His body rose, and he stood on the plains like a deity. His black hair was like a river of stars, and his eyes were like lightning. His Dharma body towered into the clouds, and he stepped on the ancestral mountain of the tyrant bloodline. This was a kind of spirit of being the soul supreme. Even though he came to the ancestral planet of the tyrant bloodline and faced more than one supreme being, he still dared to be like this, raising his foot and stepping on them. The divine peak was grand and magnificent, and it was surrounded by clouds and flowing with purple light. At this time, it suddenly swayed, and the roar of wind and thunder sounded. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone who dared to stand above this place like this. You dare to step on my divine peak. An angry roar transmitted from the ancestral cave. This was a type of contempt and humiliation. A giant foot descended from the heavens and directly trampled over. With a wing sound, a treasured wheel flew out and flickered with cold light. At the same time, all kinds of formation patterns appeared. The Supreme Great Formation was revived and covered the sky and earth. Hong Long. The treasured wheel danced in the air. There were 6 worlds revolving on it as if they were real. They wanted to swallow Yi Fan inside and possess boundless divine might. 6 Tao world, universe change, suppress. A voice shouted from the ancestral cave. The treasured wheel was scarlet red like blood, and its aura became even more terrifying. It released the sound of wind and thunder. Yi Fan's foot stepped down and collided with the treasured wheel. With a deafening dang sound, the universe rumbled and the supreme formation patterns between heaven and earth burned resplendently. 6 Tao world, connected to the 6 Tao reincarnation fist intent. Yi Fan's expression changed. He wasn't shocked by the treasured wheel's divine might but by the familiar aura within. It was formed from living flesh and blood, a great completion saint physique. Did you see through it? That's right, it's your lineage's unparalleled saint physique that evolved the true meaning of the 6 Tao reincarnation fist intent and was turned into a weapon by me. The emotionless voice transmitted from the ancestral cave, making this place incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. What a great grudge, what a great overlord ancestral star. If I don't get rid of you today, I will end my own life here. Yi Fan swore. His voice was deafening as it resounded through the heavens and into the cosmos. In a distant galaxy, there were supreme experts watching the battle. They used the heavenly Dharma eye and supreme formation patterns to capture the scene here. However, their true bodies didn't dare to approach. Come and give it a try. If I can kill your ancestor, then I can kill you. The person in the ancestral cave was extremely domineering. That domineering attitude of if I can't do it, then who can? The treasured will spun again and flew back, aiming straight for the space between Yi Fan's brows. 6 rays of immortal radiance shot out. Those were 6 ancient worlds that were connected by the saint's blood and displayed their extreme profoundness. Boundless nomological laws and boundless divine power crashed down like a sea of stars. Yi Fan's eyes erupted with light. Even though this weapon was terrifying, he could clearly hear the sobbing of a soul. That was the deity within the magical artifact, and he couldn't help himself. He was a soldier soul born from the flesh and blood of a first-rate divine body. He was unwilling to be like this, but he was enslaved. Yi Fan's expression became even colder. This was unforgivable. The other side humiliated him with the holy body bloodlines ancient. Ancestor. This type of confrontation made his rage surge into the clouds, burning heaven and earth. Be free, I'll let you out and open the shackles. Yi Fan spoke. His entire body burst forth with immortal light, and his battle chi surged. His combat prowess rose continuously, and his manifestations fused into one. This time, it wasn't a person, but a stretch of primordial chaos. Boom, Yi Fan roared. Ripples rushed into the heavens, and the great stars collapsed one after another, turning into fine powder. The moon and the others had long since fallen and been destroyed. This was simply like an immortal king, nothing could stop him. Stellar rivers collapsed with a single roar. Just how powerful was he? Yi Fan's manifestations merged into one, hazy and indistinct. There was an immortal king, a divine sea, a yin-yang fish. Primal chaos energy was released. It wasn't humanoid, but rather an indistinct heaven and earth. Primal chaos light swirled about, devouring that precious wheel. He fiercely shook. Gotcha sounds rang through the air. Countless cracks appeared on the 6-pass wheel, and then it broke apart, exploding there. A deity rushed out, tears of blood flowing down his face. He nodded towards him, and in the end, he burned into ashes in the void, thus freeing himself. Wang, Yi Fan's palm slammed forward. He took action in fury, experiencing the grief of that deity before he disappeared. That was the blood and remnant soul of a first-rate divine body, yet it actually fell to this state. You dare! 2 voices shouted from within the ancestral cave, fully activating divine laws to stop him. However, without his true body, this was completely useless. Yi Fan's palm slammed onto the divine peak. Even though there were supreme being formation patterns here, protecting this place like an immortal iron bucket, this strike was still effective. The formation patterns were obliterated by Yi Fan's furious attack. Gotcha sounds rang out from the divine mountain as it directly flew out and exploded in the air. A portion of the mountain broke off, appearing extremely ugly. All the creatures on Overlord Body's ancestral star trembled, all of them terrified. One had to know that the divine mountain was their spiritual symbol, never to be blasphemed against. Now, it was actually broken by someone. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and crashing down. For them, this was a huge matter, as if doomsday had descended. In the ancestral cave, first-rate overlord bodies were naturally furious. This was equivalent to slapping their faces. Destroying their ancestral land in front of their faces was too domineering. Kill. A supreme divine law rushed out, turning into a heaven-shattering divine blade, hacking down at Yi Fan. It was incomparably terrifying. This was the extreme of the natural laws, turning into eternal radiance, destroying all forms. Yi Fan opened his mouth and released a clear roar. The innate essence energy he spat out turned into a Tao diagram, directly blocking those divine laws, obliterating them between heaven and earth. Hong, he reached out his hand again, slapping towards the mountain peak to tear this place apart. He shouted, 2 earth rats, let's see how long you can hide for. I'll tear apart your nest. The faces of the supreme beings in the ancestral cave fell ashen. Who dared to call them earth rats? This type of humiliation was too excessive, causing great waves to rise in their emotions. Today, this old one is going to throw caution to the wind and fight you. In Overlord Body's ancestral cave, a tremendous divine will transmit it out. Someone broke through the seal, burning like a sun as he rushed into the sky. Hong, the immortal source exploded, and he broke through the seal and appeared. This was a type of helplessness. There was no way around it, because if his true body didn't appear, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop Yi Fan. This place would be destroyed. However, once he left the immortal source and experienced a bitter battle, for people like them who didn't have much time left in their lifespans, it really was too dangerous. It would be difficult for them to pass this life in peace. It was to the extent where after this battle, they would die. Go, let's fight in the starry skies. Large success Overlord Body Xianming soared into the sky, directly soaring into the starry skies. He feared that a great battle of this level would turn this star into dust. There were many supreme being formation patterns protecting this place, but if the battle continued, they would definitely be destroyed. Just like those stars shattered by Yi Fan's roar, they would no longer exist. Yi Fan didn't want to bring disaster to all life, didn't want to wipe out all of the creatures on this star. He soared high into the sky, entering the cosmos to fight a great battle against Overlord Body Xianming. Youngster, you are very strong, rarely seen since the ancient times. However, this world isn't like what you think it is. Sometimes, no matter how strong one is, it is still a sad song. Large success Overlord Body Xianming took out a treasure bottle, unscrewed the stopper, and poured it into his mouth. It was bright red blood, and scarlet clouds rushed into the sky. However, there wasn't much left, so he drank it all in one gulp. Yi Fan's eyebrows furrowed. The aura of this blood was the same as the treasure wheels. It came from the same person, and it belonged to a large success saint body. Formation! Xianming roared. 72 rays of cold light rushed out from the top of his head, piercing into the star domain. Those were terrifying immortal sword formation patterns, and they directly covered the sky and the earth, drowning this place. Formation secret words. Yi Fan was shocked. He had suffered greatly when fighting against the 9 great celestial being, so he wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of formation pattern. It's a magical artifact refined from the formation secret words. Not bad, but there are still some differences, and it lacks some immortal patterns. Xianming corrected, but no matter how one looked at it, he was still fearless. Unfortunately, this was a forbidden artifact, and the number of times it could be used was limited. Moreover, it was refined using a secret technique, and even after so many years, he still couldn't truly copy the perfect formation secret words. If you can really make it through, then I'll admit defeat. Xianming with the large success tyrant body said emotionlessly. With a whoosh, another 108 heavenly blades flew out from his sea of reincarnation, lining up outside, and complementing the missing parts of the great formation revealed by the formation secret words. The formation pattern that appeared later was the supreme formation of the tyrant body lineage. When the two were combined, their power was absolutely boundless, and there was no chance of survival. Did you use this kind of method to kill the saint body back then? Yi Fan asked. No, as an expert of our realm, I let go of the soaring heavens, and I defeated him head-on. Xianming with the large success tyrant body said. Some of his past battle achievements were truly recorded, and some had long been erased in history. Since the other party said so, as a supreme being's pride, there wouldn't be any exaggeration. Since that's the case, I'll break you, and I'll use the method of the saint body lineage to kill you. Yi Fan said coldly. Boom. This battle erupted. Yi Fan's entire body shone, burning fiercely as he attacked in this formation. The movement secret word made him fast to the extreme, moving through space. Irregular scenes erupted, turning into an undying celestial emperor, advancing side by side with him, crushing the great formation artifact, formation patterns, and others. At the same time, a cauldron flew out above his head, releasing endless source energy, tearing apart the great formation. Yi Fan was like a vicious dragon that came out of its cage, looking down on everything in its path. He weaved and weaved in the great formation, fighting until heaven and earth collapsed, the sun and moon losing light, groups of stars exploding. This battle shocked the entire universe. The existences in the great life-restricted regions all revived. It was because the effects were too great, supreme being auras and fluctuations engulfing the cosmos. However, this time, there were no restricted region experts who came out, because they knew that Yi Fan was already at the consummate level. Killing him was extremely difficult, and it would only waste their essence energy for nothing. This was the appearance of the true Great Completion Holy Body, fighting a great battle against the most powerful supreme being of the ancient heavenly tyrant bloodline. This was a battle between dragons and tigers, incomparably intense. There was no need to doubt Xianming's strength. Back then, he had true battle accomplishments, killing his opponent with his strength. He wasn't like the previous overlord body Kanglin who encountered an aged holy body. Unfortunately, the glory of the tyrant bloodline seemed to only be these few battles. If they continued to advance towards the ancient times, it would be hard for the battle against the holy body to be too brilliant. The great battle continued. Yi Fan destroyed everything, in the end forcibly shattering the forbidden artifact, using the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist to face the tyrant body head-on, blasting him until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. "How is it?" Yi Fan asked. "Not good, I still can't die." The Great Completion tyrant body Xianming shouted, blood trickling down from the corners of his lips. His entire body shone, purple energy rushing into the heavens. A purple dragon-like tail swept out, sending Yi Fan flying. The great battle continued. Blood also splashed out from Yi Fan's body, but it wasn't too serious. Suddenly, the void trembled. Another wave of supreme being aura erupted. A purple fist shattered heaven and earth, suddenly appearing, striking towards the back of Yi Fan's head. Die. The source chi above Yi Fan's head descended, and the treasured cauldron flew over to strike the fist, erupting with a towering immortal light. The other Great Completion tyrant body, Gu, appeared, and he was also the last person. Kanglin had died, and the original fourth person had also fallen many tens of thousands of years ago, unable to endure the erosion of time. "Even the two of you together won't be able to stop me," Yi Fan roared. His phenomenon erupted, and the celestial arch body appeared again, fusing with his main body, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to surge explosively. This was no longer a pure phenomenon. It had been evolved to the extreme, and it had become a part of his body, fusing with him. Arrogant. Gu let out a cold roar. He held a large halberd in his hand, and he truly appeared like a peerless tyrant again. With a single slash of his halberd, the starry sky was sliced in half, and great destruction ensued. This was an intense battle. Yi Fan faced 2 Great Completion tyrant bodies on his own, and they fought from one realm to another until the sun and moon were extinguished, and the starry sky was reduced to ashes. Along the way, many star fragments appeared, and large areas of the starry sky were shattered. The universe was a scene of devastation, and it was unbearable to look at. After an unknown period of time, a miserable roar sounded. One of the Great Completion tyrant bodies was split into pieces by Yi Fan's celestial arch fist, and its weapon was also shattered. The tyrant body roared angrily as it reformed its true body, but Yi Fan chased after it, and after evading the attack of the other Great Completion tyrant body, he tore it apart again, bathing it in tyrannical blood. This scene shocked everyone, and even the supreme beings in the restricted area felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Fan tore apart the Great Completion tyrant body, splitting it into 2 halves. Bathed in the heavenly tyrant blood, he was like a demonic god standing under the starry skies, unrivaled under the heavens without a doubt. Blood splashed and purple energy rose. The 2 halves of the body exploded and then reassembled. Supreme beings were difficult to kill, especially this kind of person. They couldn't be killed in one blow, and the primordial spirit of the Great Completion tyrant body had even more so escaped just now. It wasn't hit, only its body was damaged. The great battle continued and time passed. The 3 broke through the heavens, entering from one region to another, killing until the sun and moon lost their radiance and the starry skies became dim. Blood flowed. The 2 Great Completion tyrant bodies had long since been seriously injured. Their blood splashed into the heavens, scattering across the starry skies. Yi Fan fought crazily, chasing closely behind them. This was a life and death battle. If he didn't get rid of these two today, they would definitely become a great disaster in the future. Although Yi Fan was fearless, his family and friends would definitely be in danger. As such, his eyes were like golden lamps, cutting through the universe as he stared at the two without letting them go. He killed without end, attacking fiercely along the way. At this point in the battle, he had already obtained the absolute advantage, tearing through dry weeds and smashing through rotten wood. The two great supreme beings weren't his opponent and were continuously fleeing. This was a shocking scene. One had to know that these were two unrivaled overlords. Now, they were actually no match for him and had to flee for their lives. How could people not be shocked? The battle had already lasted for a long time, but people still felt that it was too fast. The two great completion tyrant bodies could suppress the universe, so how could they be in such a sorry state? They were defeated too quickly. In the past, as long as they appeared, there would be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. No one could match them, and since ancient times, not many people were their opponents. However, today, they were in such a miserable state, covered in blood as they were chased endlessly by a young expert. Is he going to defy the heavens? A 600 to 700-year-old great completion holy body, he will rule for a long period of time. He can already kill ancient supreme beings at such a young age. In the future, if he is given time to slowly consolidate, what kind of heights will he reach? Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Since ancient times, there had been no lack of geniuses. Unfortunately, many people had died on the path of growth. It was really rare to see someone who could advance triumphantly and become invincible in the shortest amount of time. Yi Fan went on a killing spree as he chased after the supreme beings. Flowers of blood bloomed in the river of stars from time to time. The overlord body that had attained great success was about to suffer a calamity. The two of them couldn't hold on no matter how they advanced or retreated together. Time flew by, and finally, the most critical moment had arrived. Both of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. If this continued, they would not be able to continue wasting time. Their essence blood was not as abundant as Yi Fan's. They gave each other a look and released a sigh. The era that belonged to them was over. They truly weren't the other party's opponent. After a period of time, they would definitely die. In the end, the two of them turned into two streaks of immortal light, rushing in different directions. It was because it was useless even if they worked together. They couldn't defeat the other party, so it was better to split up and flee. Yi Fan let out a roar, and the cauldron of myriad origin chi rushed out from the top of his head. His avatar transformed into the celestial emperor body and flew out, holding the cauldron as he chased after one person. As for himself, he was also chasing after the other person with all his might, preparing to end the battle as soon as possible. Boom, everyone saw the scene of Tyrant Body Kuan-Gu's final struggle. A large hand covered this entire starry domain, covering all of the stars below. A violent slapping sound rang out, and it was as if raging waves were beating against the shore. All of the stars were either shattered or swept into the distance like great waves, turning this place into a vacuum. Tyrant Body Kuan-Gu's halberd was broken, and his entire body also exploded. He was unable to block this supreme attack. He wanted to reconstruct his tyrant blood true body, but Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. He reached out with a large hand and grabbed him back. Pooh! Even as Kuan-Gu self-destructed, Yi Fan's two hands were like golden millstones. They slowly closed, crushing Kuan-Gu several dozen times, but he himself didn't die. In the end, Tyrant Body Kuan-Gu's primordial spirit collapsed, and his flesh turned into ashes. He could no longer be revived, and he was completely killed. Everyone was shaken. Everyone who saw this scene through the formation and the heavenly magic, I felt their bodies go cold. A battle of this level was something they didn't even dare to imagine. Yi Fan didn't stop. A blazing light flashed past, and he disappeared from his original location. He was going to deal with another person. It had to be said that his phenomenon had endless wondrous uses. After casting the Celestial Emperor, it hadn't dissipated even after so long. He held the myriad energy cauldron to suppress the people in front of him. Tyrant blood splashed everywhere. Xianming lamented at the end of his road. He knew that he was going to die, and he couldn't shake off the other party's pursuit. Once Yifan's true body returned, what path would he have left to live? This was indeed the outcome. Yifan's true body arrived, and he personally activated the cauldron to suck him in and refine him. In the end, a cloud of ashes scattered everywhere, and a blood pill fell down. This was the bloodline essence of the tyrant body Kuan-gu, and it had been condensed into a divine pill. Of course, this precious pill wasn't as heaven-defying as one would imagine. Because the tyrant body Kuan-gu was about to die, his lifespan had already been exhausted, and there wasn't much essence left. With the conclusion of this battle, Yifan used his terrifying battle accomplishments to announce to the world that he was already at the top of the world's supreme level. He was unrivaled in the present age. With the death of the two tyrant body ancestors, this battle had come to an end. However, the cosmic sea wasn't calm, and there were sounds of discussion everywhere. Under the cold night sky, everything was very bleak. The Supreme Being's unrivaled title had been changed, and an expert from the later generation had trampled all of their glory underfoot. Yifan obtained victory, but he didn't move. He stayed here for a long time. Would there be people who would challenge him in the future? Today, he had killed a Supreme Being, so there might be people who would challenge him in the future. Just like that sacred cliff Saint Physique, who was so glorious and unrivaled when his blood energy was at its peak, was killed by someone in his twilight years, and his blood dyed the cliff. However, this wasn't the time to ponder deeply. He walked through the starry sky towards the tyrant body ancestral star, descending once again. The entire star was filled with cries and wails. Many experts were in grief. Their spiritual pillar had collapsed, and even the unrivaled ancient ancestor had died in battle. What else could they use to fight? They had cultivated to the peak, and the strongest was only a tyrant body expert, but they still couldn't win. Someone of that level had died in the hands of Yifan, and this caused the faith in their hearts to collapse. On the tyrant body ancestral star, their spiritual worlds were torn apart, and they suffered a severe impact. Yifan stood on a cliff. Although his eyes were cold and emotionless, he didn't have the intention to completely destroy this place. His powerful divine sense spread out, and in an instant, dozens of important figures on this star exploded, turning into bloody mists. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Everyone trembled at this moment. It was as if a great emperor was standing in the starry sky and looking down on them. Everyone knelt down, unable to withstand this pressure. In the end, Yifan left and entered the starry sky. He's actually so powerful. Few people can stop him unless we sublimate to the extreme. I was careless. Who would have thought that an ant could pass two great tribulations in a row, allowing him to become a little dragon in one leap? In the Big Dipper restricted region, someone sighed. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't pay attention to the outside world, but now that such a major event had happened, everyone frowned. Yifan slaughtered the tyrant body, and this was a wake-up call for them. The world was no longer completely under their control, and there was another variable. At this moment, the celestial court was bustling with activity. War drums rumbled, and great banners fluttered. This place was incomparably lively. Batch after batch of great armies rushed over to rebuild the celestial court. Yifan succeeded in crossing the tribulation and killed all the supreme beings of the tyrant blood of the firmament lineage. His might was incomparable, and this naturally promoted the great influence of the celestial court. It appeared incomparably glorious. Great banners fluttered, and all the military divisions returned. "Master!" Flower cried out loudly. In the sky, a golden river flew over, forming a divine path that reached straight for the celestial court. Yifan descended. "Father!" Little Purple opened her little hands and staggered in the void. She could fly now. The Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others all rushed over. Every one of them was incomparably excited. Only now did the celestial court truly fear no other powers, and it truly began to walk towards the peak of glory. With a great completion divine physique overseeing it, they wouldn't even fear a conflict with the restricted region of life. They could completely challenge them. "I've made our brothers suffer." Yifan was full of emotions as he looked at the various heavenly soldiers and generals. Even though a few troops were missing, most of them were unharmed. "It's not bitter, this is nothing." We only hate that we can't go on an expedition. Now, we can finally come out into the world. Everyone shouted excitedly. This place was a boiling cauldron of voices, and everyone was incomparably excited. Yifan also felt uneasy, but he was very happy. He restrained his aura well and didn't release even a little bit. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be able to bear it. A banquet was held in the celestial court. Drums and music shook the heavens, and all the major powers came to pay their respects. Whether it was the Taoist palace, God's organization, or the major races of the universe, they all sent their leading figures to congratulate him. If there were no accidents, as long as Yifan didn't fall, he would be the ruler of the universe in the next 10,000 years, and all the powerful races would have to crawl under his feet. A great completion divine physique had appeared in this era, and it was impossible to defeat him. This day has finally come. Many people sighed, but the meaning expressed by different people was different. Some were happy, some were afraid, some were anxious, and some were uneasy. The reactions of the various races of the universe were different. The great completion of the divine physique had ruled the world, and the impact was too great. After this day, no one in the world dared to disobey the celestial court, and there were no more opposing forces. A glorious immortal dynasty officially rose, suppressing the 10 sides of the universe. Everyone thought that Yifan would definitely go into seclusion to stabilize his fruit of the way, and he wouldn't make a move in a short period of time. Because he had just killed all the great completion tyrant bodies, it was enough to establish his might. None of the life-forbidden zones dared to act rashly, and everyone had to consider the cruel consequences once a war broke out. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Several days later, Yifan said goodbye to his wife and daughter, as well as his friends, and set off again. This time, it was the Big Dipper, and his goal was very clear. He walked with the myriad chi cauldron on his head, and his murderous aura was undisguised. He was going on a conquest. Everyone was stunned. What was he going to do? Was he really going to push through the forbidden zones one by one, and wipe them all out? This was somewhat impossible. There had been so many great emperors since ancient times, but none of them could do it. Because if the people in the forbidden zones were forced into a corner, they would ascend to the extreme, and when that time came, even the immortals would not be able to stop them. However, Yifan really came, and his real body descended on the Big Dipper star region, came to this land that he was familiar with, and looked at the 7 great life-forbidden zones. Yifan came, descending into Big Dipper star domain, triggering a huge commotion. Recently, his limelight was too great, looking down on everyone, killing ancient supreme beings, unmatched under the heavens. What did he come here for? The all-life energy cauldron hung above his head, weapons protecting his body. This was definitely not a peaceful trip, or else why would there be so much murderous energy pervading the air? It shouldn't be like this. He already killed the heavenly tyrant bloodline. If he continues to sweep through like this, he will make too many enemies. There is no way he can flatten the great restricted regions. Going too far is as bad as falling short. If this continues, even a great completion divine body might be in danger. The restricted regions aren't things that can be flattened just because you want to. Not even so many great emperors were able to do it. Everyone admitted that Yifan was powerful, but if this continued, they would still worry for him. Supreme beings were once the most powerful experts in this world, especially Big Dipper's restricted regions. They were different from the great completion tyrant body ancestral cave. The people here could ascend to the extreme, in the end becoming true great emperors. At that time, just one of them would be able to suppress the world. Even if Yifan was powerful, and he was so young, blood energy surging like a sea, he still might not necessarily be a match for a taboo existence who ascended to the highest level. Emperors were unmatched, this wasn't just a saying. Great Emperor, Ancient Emperor, these titles were as heavy as Mount Tai. Every single person was unique, incomparable, the supreme of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Regardless, Yifan came. He walked through the eastern wasteland, passing through one life-restricted region after another. Everyone knew that as long as he didn't take action, the restricted regions wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. It was because his power was already established, and supreme beings couldn't kill him unless they ascended. No one would be so noble as to fight against Yifan for the sake of making the other restricted regions feel at ease. Moreover, even if they ascended, they might not be able to truly kill Yi Fan. There would be all types of unforeseen events, and they might even be killed instead. It was full of variables, and also full of danger. The various restricted regions should be quite fearful of Yi Fan, not wishing for him to attack. However, Yi Fan came, truly about to set foot inside. However, he didn't enter the ancient desolate restricted region, nodding his head in greeting before directly leaving into the distance. Undying Mountain was majestic and towering. Even the Great Black Mountain was the emperor of the mountain. It was a majestic place, and no one dared to casually enter. There were endless secrets here. However, today, Yi Fan directly entered. The formation patterns here could no longer stop him. There were stone people that revealed themselves, but they were trembling with fear. Yi Fan entered Undying Mountain. This news was like a clap of thunder that shook the world. Just now, he was just strolling around outside, and now, he really entered. Was he going to make his move here? A few restricted region existences woke up, watching coldly. As for the supreme beings in the mountains, their eyes were like cold lightning, piercing through the mist in the depths, passing through layers upon layers of mountain peaks to stare at Yi Fan. In reality, there were some who really wanted to give him a slap, but they held themselves back. If they really did force him to that step, Yi Fan would definitely fight intensely against him, forcing him into the world. That would consume too much essence blood, and he might not necessarily be able to make it through this world. Undying Mountain was so quiet that it was suffocating. Meanwhile, in the outside world, it was unknown just how many people's hearts were about to stop. It was because a great battle between supreme beings could erupt at any time, and then they might turn into dust, no longer existing. At this moment, many people cried out loudly, rushing into the sky, fleeing from Big Dipper, not daring to stop here. The only fortunate thing was that Yi Fan didn't release his own incomparable blood energy. Otherwise, this great earth might even collapse. His footsteps were extremely spacious. Yi Fan strolled through Undying Mountain, silent and taciturn. When the supreme beings entered the deepest level of slumber, he had previously entered this place. However, compared to now, it really was like the difference between ice and fire. Now, he was walking openly here, no one daring to stop him. What was he going to do? Was he really going to flatten Undying Mountain? Many people began to speculate. Following the spacious footsteps, Yi Fan arrived in the depths of the mountain. His eyes swept over the giant mountains one after another. Unfortunately, he didn't discover the 10,000-year medicine, which was that black tortoise immortal medicine. It wasn't here, clearly brought by the supreme being in the mountain. He continued forward, directly walking towards an old tree. The leaves there swayed, radiance filling the skies. A Tao comprehension ancient tea tree took root here, flowing with brilliant colors. Every single leaf on it was different. There were 108 of them, sparkling and translucent, resplendent and dazzling. Some were like small cauldrons, some like small chelants, and there were even some that were like small trigrams. They represented different Taos, extremely important for comprehending the Tao. Now, it could also be considered to have matured, but there was no one waiting outside. It was because the supreme being revived, not entering the deepest level of slumber yet, so no one dared to take the risk and obtain the leaves. Yi Fan walked up, directly plucking them, peeling off all of the leaves. They were like immortal splendor that tore through the sky, extremely dazzling. This time, the old Tao comprehension tea tree didn't run, because it knew that in front of a supreme being, it didn't have the slightest chance under such a close distance. Yi Fan entered the forbidden region to pick the immortal tea, calm and unhurried. He placed the leaves into the jade container, and then walked a circle around this place. He stared at the supreme being's residence, and then turned around to leave. Everyone was stupefied. This was extremely unbridled, daring to act like this in the supreme being's home, not feeling any restraints. Was this a type of intimidation and challenge? However, everyone knew that Yi Fan and Undying Mountain had a great grudge. Back then, during the darkness chaos, Stone Emperor slaughtered in all directions, quite a few of Yi Fan's close friends dying, for example, GZ, Jiang Taishu. Now that he came here, no one was surprised. If not for the Tao comprehension tea tree not being able to lead this place, he might have dug it up. Undying Mountain was a mysterious land, one of the cosmos source immortal lands. Tao comprehension tea trees could only be grown in this place. In the past, Great Emperor Wuxia had tried to dig it up, but it couldn't survive outside. Yi Fan didn't cut off the Tao comprehension tea tree's branches, because he had a type of ambition. In the future, he was going to rule over this place. This tree couldn't be destroyed now, it was going to be his own immortal medicine. The entire world was in an uproar. Yi Fan entered the forbidden region, plucking the Tao comprehension tea tree's leaves in front of a supreme being's face, and then calmly left, doing it just like that, younger generation. A cold snort sounded from the depths of Undying Mountain. He didn't say too much, because he knew that Yi Fan wasn't prepared to fight either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left like this, definitely going to fight a bloody battle. When I was crossing tribulation, there were people from Undying Mountain who took action as well. Don't feel so indignant. Yi Fan turned around, leaving behind these words as he walked out from the mountain region, extremely cold. This was opposing each other with equal harshness. Both sides didn't want to fight, so this was the only result. Then, Yi Fan entered the divine ruins. There were many ruined traces here, Tao traces everywhere. There was a giant southern heavenly gate towering here, the remains of ancient heaven, something that fell here back then. This was the first time Yi Fan entered. When he stepped through southern heavenly gate, he sensed a type of grand aura, as if there were the Tao traces of emperors rippling through the void. The remains were boundless. This was previously the paradise of deities, but now, it was known as the divine ruins. There were supreme beings hibernating here. Yi Fan clearly came for the immortal peach tree. Unfortunately, supreme beings were on guard against him, long restraining the tree, planting it in the innermost depths of the divine ruins. He was a step too late. Yi Fan took action, striking the ground. A large hand reached out, seizing an earth vein, holding it in his palm. Waves of dense immortal mist rose, refreshing the mind, a fragrance flowing about. This was a divine spring that surged out from the earth vein, never drying up since ancient times. After surging out from the ground, it seeped into the earth's core, forming a cycle. Don't cross the line. Someone spoke from the depths of the divine ruins, the voice extremely cold and ruthless. However, he didn't take action. When I was crossing tribulation, you also took action. A divine spring isn't even enough to compensate me. Yi Fan turned around coldly, refining the boundless earth vein to 3 inches in length. It shone in his palm, immortal energy surging. This was a true divine spring, on the same level as the 9 in the ancient desolate restricted land. It was the best source of water for growing undying medicines and refining pills, as well as extending one's life essence energy. It was hard to find in the entire world, and now, there was only one in the life-restricted region. That was moved here by a supreme being. Yi Fan didn't act politely, directly digging up this earth vein, seizing this divine spring, preparing to leave it for the celestial court to use. This type of harvest wasn't bad either. Even though the supreme being was dissatisfied, it wasn't to the point of risking his life. Yi Fan also knew his limits, not wishing to fight to the death. Of course, it wasn't important whether or not he offended them. Since these people had taken action when he was crossing tribulation, even if he didn't ask for an explanation, their relationship in the future was already set in stone. That was why Yi Fan barged in, brazenly robbing and extorting. He wandered around this place, thoroughly seeing through the divine ruins. Then, he carried the southern heavenly gate away, swaggering off, not showing the slightest bit of respect. The eyes of the supreme being in the divine ruins were incomparably cold. He stared at his back figure, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to sublimate to the extreme, but apart from this, there was no way he could kill the other party. In the eastern wasteland, everyone felt dizzy. What did Yi Fan do? He swaggered out, carrying the southern heavenly gate out. One had to understand that that was the face of the divine ruins. It actually changed owners just like that. It truly made people a bit speechless, making them even more fearful of his strength and power. It was clear that the Supreme Being had tacitly agreed. Because they had disturbed Yi Fan's tribulation, now, both sides were seeking a type of compensation that couldn't be revealed in public, thus reaching a type of balance. Immortal Mausoleum was a desolate place, hills everywhere. Every single one of them wasn't that tall, but they were all quite imposing. Some had energy lingering about, some had auspicious multicolored light rushing into the heavens. This place was extremely mysterious, believed to be the burial ground of ancient immortals. Even though all of the tombs were empty, people believed that it was caused by immortal bodies ascending to heaven, not leaving behind their true bodies. Yi Fan came, strolling around this place and searching, going from one place to another. In the past, the long-life celestial being hid here, dying in the darkness chaos. However, there were still supreme beings here. In the end, Yi Fan chose over 100 prehistoric monuments, pulling them all out. He was going to bring them away to study them properly. Yi Fan put away the monuments, no one stopping him, leaving all of the eastern wastelands people stupefied, even more so a bit numb. Soon afterwards, he appeared in the absolute beginning restricted region, arriving at the edge of the ancient mine. This time, he couldn't get close, because there were several waves of powerful power stopping his body. Nothing else, I just want a piece of absolute beginning life stone. He directly spoke, asking for it. After who knew how much time had passed, a silvery white strange stone flew out. It was the size of a washbasin, flowing with immortal light, releasing immortal essence, astonishing to the extreme. Yi Fan picked it up, and then he turned around to leave. Absolute beginning ancient mine didn't lack this type of thing, but there wouldn't be too many either. Life stones were incomparably precious in the outside world, enough for people to risk their lives for them. Yi Fan continued down the path, his final stop arriving at the Sea of Reincarnation. When he passed through the mountain gate, a great sea rested before him, brilliant and dazzling, great waves sounding. It was also in the eastern wastelands, but it didn't appear in the world of mortals, forming a world of its own. This was the first time Yi Fan came here. He looked around seriously again and again. Younger generation, I don't have anything here that is worth your attention. A cold voice said. There is, your life. Yi Fan calmly replied. No one expected Yi Fan to actually have the intention to take action at the final stop. The Sea of Reincarnation was silver in color, as if endless stellar streams poured down, converging into a sea. It was extremely vast, without limit. The silver sea stretched endlessly, even larger than the entire eastern wastelands, but normally, no traces of it could be seen at all. It was clear that this was a separate world, only the exit connected to the Big Dipper region. Silver waves surged, as if a storm of metal was sweeping over. Yi Fan walked on the waves. All of the waves separated beneath his feet, unable to stop his advance. Even the natural laws of supreme beings couldn't stop him, broken through. Younger generation, your arrogance has reached the heavens. You want to flatten the Sea of Reincarnation alone? This type of voice rang through the entire eastern wastelands, shaking the world. A supreme being was furious, making everyone tremble. Everyone was shocked. This time, it seemed like there really was going to be a battle, and not just a tacit balance. Isn't it just you? Could it be that there is a nest of supreme beings here? Yi Fan said calmly, his words extremely disrespectful, even referring to supreme beings as nests. It seems like you know quite a bit. The voice that sounded from the Sea of Reincarnation became even colder. Yi Fan sneered, not saying anything. He made a trip to the underworld, obtaining quite a bit of information from Hell's suppressing emperor. Now, the Sea of Reincarnation was the weakest of the 7 great restricted regions, only a single person remaining. Back then, they were extremely prosperous, but unfortunately, 1 or 2 of them were killed by the Void Emperor more than 100,000 years ago. The Lord of Reincarnation from several hundred years ago also died a violent death. Now only a single person remained. Do you want to flatten all of the restricted regions one by one? With these types of thoughts, not even heaven and earth can tolerate you. You will die without a burial ground. A shout sounded from the depths of the Sea of Reincarnation. His shout was naturally a warning to the other restricted regions, hoping that everyone would take action and kill Yi Fan. However, it was a pity that the 7 great restricted regions were all powerful, even hostile towards each other. There was no one who would take action for him. After all, the power of the divine body was already complete. Even if a supreme being appeared, there was a chance of dying. Now, the other life-restricted regions were rather expectant, hoping that he could fight against Yi Fan and test out the ultimate strength of a great success divine body. They were even hoping that he would sublimate to the limit and drag Yi Fan down with him. Only then would they be able to deal with this potential disaster. I just want to flatten this place. I remember that day when I was undergoing tribulation, you didn't let me off. You even swallowed my blood essence. Now that I'm here, you can try again. Yi Fan roared in a domineering manner. He stomped down with his foot, and instantly, huge waves surged into the sky, shaking the entire sea of reincarnation, causing this place to boil. Some of the giant palaces and floating islands in the sea were blasted apart and turned into fine powder under Yi Fan's vigorous blood energy. They simply couldn't stop his mighty aura. Younger generation, you are going too far. Do you really want to force me into the world? If a great battle breaks out, the one who will die will be you. The supreme being in the reincarnation sea said ruthlessly. Yi Fan roared with laughter, but his gaze was ice cold. It's fine if you want to avoid this battle, but you have to hand over an undying herb or a 9 revolutions celestial pill. You have to give an explanation for attacking me that day. He didn't hide anything, directly extorting a supreme being. This was an undisguised objective, not hiding anything at all. It was just like what he said himself. When he faced tribulation that day, he was surrounded and killed by a group of supreme beings, so there was no way he could just let it go like that. If there was no compensation, he didn't mind starting a great battle, forcing the supreme being into the world. At that time, the blood energy here would wither up. The supreme being who was long past his prime would definitely be forced into a passive state, to the extent where he might not even be able to make it through this world. Unfortunately, the reincarnation sea's immortal treasures were all used up. After Yi Fan entered, he didn't find anything worth taking action. Meanwhile, the reincarnation sea's supreme being's attitude was also unyielding. He clearly killed him before, stopping him from crossing tribulation, yet now, he still had this type of attitude, making Yi Fan decide to fight a great battle. There is no undying herb, but if there is a 9 revolutions celestial pill, it will be for me to use. You can stop your wishful thinking. The reincarnation sea's supreme being said coldly. He sighed inwardly, making his preparations. He really didn't have anything he could take out here, and this younger generation junior before him was extremely domineering, setting his mind on carving out flesh from his body. He had no choice but to face him head-on. In the outside world, everyone was shocked. Yi Fan truly made everyone feel reverence, but also speechless. This was extorting a supreme being. How could he be so daring, so unrestrained? This was clearly a battle without fear. You are courting death. Don't think that you are truly unmatched under the heavens just because you killed 2 overlord bodies. What does someone who didn't achieve the Tao count as? If you really force someone like me to sublimate, who do you think you are? Just an ant. The voice in the depths of the reincarnation sea was extremely grand, shaking the heavenly dome. The unmatched existence inside was cold and emotionless, his words extremely unpleasant to listen to, but he was just this domineering. It was because there was already no room for maneuver now. He predicted that Yi Fan would definitely take action, force him to fight. Instead of this, he might as well be magnanimous, no longer wronged, and endure silently. In the depths of the reincarnation sea was an enormous ancient tree that towered into the clouds. Grand palaces were constructed on the tree trunk one after another, looking extremely dreamlike. However, this tree had long withered and died. Now, there were no leaves, only bare branches. Yi Fan was astonished. Just how tall was this ancient tree? It was practically extending into the cosmos. There was a moon orbiting around it, chaotic energy flowing in all directions. The ancient buildings on the branches were grand, forming a staircase that ascended. Within every building were withered bones, all of them ancient heroes who had died. That was the tribe that belonged to the reincarnation sea. It was once a glorious holy land, but now, it became their burial ground. Many people chose this place as their final resting place. Even the ancient deities couldn't protect everyone's survival. This was a cruel reality. Living in this world, one had to struggle against time, but in the end, they still had to die. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. He suddenly had a feeling that the celestial court was extremely prosperous right now, but when he grew old one day, when the tribe all bent over with the passage of time, what kind of scene would that be? Perhaps it would be like this right now. The great inheritance, the unmatched grand occasion, the glorious celestial court would also come to an end, becoming a burial ground. Now wasn't the time to be distracted. Yifan restrained himself and pressed forward. At the very top of this ancient tree was no longer an ancient building, but rather a mountain. It was grand and tall, suspended above the treetop, suppressing the reincarnation sea. Chaotic energy descended. Blood energy surged like a sea there. A figure had long appeared on the mountain peak. From the distance, that place was hazy with mist. A majestic black figure stood there, full of a type of demonic nature. The oppressive atmosphere made one feel as if they were about to stop breathing. The reincarnation sea supreme being had appeared. At this moment, the entire eastern wasteland seemed like it was going to collapse. Many mountain peaks rumbled and swayed, the great wasteland splitting apart. Yifan released a cold snort. Dao laws flew out, immortal light overflowing in all directions, stabilizing heaven and earth. He stared at the figure on the mountain peak at the top of the giant tree. That black demonic figure gave off too much pressure. He spoke in an ancient language, making it hard for others to understand, as if it was a type of terrifying demonic curse. The silver seawater surged, and then it rushed into the sky. A precious vase appeared in that person's hands. He collected the reincarnation sea inside, quickly and fiercely. During this process, the sun, moon, and stars all trembled along with these fluctuations. It was terrifying to the extreme. His true body was revealed. This was a middle-aged man with a head of pitch-black hair. His eyes were silver, sharp and intimidating. Even though he was in human form, Yifan knew that there was no way this was a human, and that this wasn't the original form of his race. In his hands was a precious vase made from immortal tears green gold. The silver forbidden sea was collected inside, not a single drop left behind. Meanwhile, that ancient tree pulled itself up from the ground. It didn't have roots and was actually just a branch. It quickly shrunk, and in the end, it entered the precious vase, inserted within. Yifan was shocked. After that branch shrunk, it actually resembled a human body, its shape strange. This made him feel a wave of shock. That precious medicine of the Emperor Zun. However, this undying immortal tree had long lost its life essence, refined into a weapon by someone. Now, it no longer had the use of reviving the dead. Yifan's eyes were deep. The reincarnation sea wasn't simple. Back then, they actually obtained that humanoid immortal medicine and cut off its branch. That medicine wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Let's go, the battle in outer space. Yifan didn't want to destroy the Big Dipper. Meanwhile, the reincarnation sea supreme being didn't stop either, because there were other life-restricted regions here. If they truly fought a great battle without any restraints, they might anger too many people. Stellar streams flickered. Yifan towered above. The supreme being from the reincarnation sea was named Yunzhen, profound and unfathomable. When he spoke softly, demonic curses rang through the cosmos. Noiselessly, countless enormous monuments appeared in Yifan's surroundings, towering into the cosmos, surrounding him. The scene was astonishing. The monuments really were too large, continuously increasing in size. In the end, even the sun, moon, and stars revolved around them, dignified and solemn, awe-inspiring and astonishing. Just what kind of scene was this? Ancient monuments stretched across the cosmos, appearing one after another. They were like the tombstones of immortals, filling up the starry skies. The stars in the sky couldn't even be considered much compared to them, too insignificant. A type of tremendous fluctuation spread out, about to bury Yifan here. Reincarnate in the 3 realms, carve my name in every generation, announce to the deities that the 9 heavens and 10 earths will obey my command. The incantation rang out, reverberating through the cosmos. Every single tombstone had the word Yunzhen carved on it, illuminating the past, present, and future. It was as if they were formed from the blood sacrifice of the deities. This was a strange scene. Every single monument was simple and mysterious. The radiance of the characters on them faded away, and an indescribable aura spread out. After that, Yifan felt as if his soul was about to leave his body to carry out the sacrifice. Freeze! Yifan shouted. The space between his brows shone brightly, activating the word before, stabilizing his primordial spirit. He stared at all the ancient monuments and at Yunzhen, saying, "So it was you." This wasn't the first time he saw this technique. Back then, when he fought against Tian on the ancient starry skies, he was shocked. This was a type of unrivaled scripture that had been passed down for a terrifyingly long time. Now, he found the source. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be created by this person before his eyes. All the giant monuments trembled, and faces appeared on them. However, they were still made of stone, which made them even more bizarre. Yi Fan felt as if his body had been cursed, and it was difficult for him to move. Carve my name in every generation. This sentence was like the most terrifying incantation, reverberating in the starry skies. The wind and thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Between the heaven and earth, countless heroic spirits appeared. The deities appeared at the same time, like a vast ocean crashing onto the shore. The divine might was so vast that it shook the 9 heavens. The inexplicable deities came from the monuments and charged forward together. Yi Fan and a true Emperor Realm Master began a great battle. A loud sound rang out. Yi Fan's entire body shone brilliantly with golden light. All types of divine marks danced about, and the natural laws were boundless. This was a method he created by drawing on the golden divine treasury. Now, it wasn't all types of weapons flying about, but rather all of immortal domain's creatures. 10,000 tribulations added to their bodies, descending into this world. The Kuan-Pung roared through the cosmos. With a flap of its wings, the starry river collapsed. The true dragon roared, and with a sweep of its long body, the starry sky turned into powder. The vermilion bird opened its mouth and spat out endless immortal flames, burning the heavens. At this moment, Yi Fan became extremely dangerous. Natural laws erupted, first dealing with his own curse problem, and then he stopped all of the heroic spirits outside. Divine marks flew about, smashing into them one after another. In the end, this place exploded. The endless deities all shattered, and his divine marks also slowly grew dim. This was a shocking secret method attack. The very first battle already tore apart the sky dome, turning the starry river into dust. This place was incomparably terrifying. However, there were still many steals in the 6 Harmonies sky dome. They didn't disappear. Youngster, you aren't bad. You have some methods, but it's still not enough. Yunzhen said. At this moment, every single steel was dripping blood, slowly trickling down. It was a bit terrifying, releasing a powerful Imperial Dao aura. Then, a sea of blood appeared, submerging this place. Go reincarnate. Yunzhen shouted. The sea of blood was boundless. An enormous gate appeared in the middle, the word reincarnation written on it. It was going to suck Yi Fan inside. What relationship do you have with the underworld world? Yi Fan shouted. You should be asking me what relationship I have with the underworld emperor. Yunzhen said coldly. Yi Fan was shocked. He had always felt that the Sea of Reincarnation was a bit similar to the underworld world. Now, it was proven. He couldn't help but stare at the other party, wishing to see through him. The Sea of Blood was boundless. That gate descended, surrounding Yi Fan, about to devour him inside. Yi Fan was fearless. His arms unfolded, his fists shining resplendently. Strand after strand of immortal essence flowed out, raising his Tao laws to a higher level, shattering heaven and earth. Yi Fan entered the door and smashed his fist forward. He was courageous and invincible. At this moment, his mind was highly concentrated, and he relied on his fists to shatter heaven and earth. The gate of reincarnation trembled violently as it endured Yi Fan's heavy blow. However, it didn't collapse in the end. In the end, when Yi Fan's fist was on the verge of igniting, a heaven-collapsing, earth-rending explosion rang out. The sea of blood surged and the gate of reincarnation collapsed. This place was in ruins. Yi Fan stood tall as he charged out. Back then, after the Dark Lord established the underworld, he once sought me out to discuss the Tao, Yunzhen said. This news was extremely shocking. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely an antique that couldn't be any older. Later on, many people thought that I died, but they didn't know that I changed my identity and entered the Sea of Reincarnation. Ah, the glorious years of youth, it truly makes one reminisce. He said softly. He was originally a demonic godlike person, but now, he was like this. He was a bit absent-minded as he reminisced about the past. It was truly astonishing. Yi Fan knew that this was an ancient sovereign, one of the 9 great celestial beings. He was a legendary figure, and his origins were astonishing. The longevity celestial being thought that he was the most ancient old fellow that had survived, but there was another person in the sea of reincarnation who had changed his identity and similarly didn't die. Which one of the 9 great celestial beings are you? Yi Fan asked. What do you think? Yun Zhen laughed. The true names of the 9 supremes weren't as resounding and glorious as their titles of the past. I don't care who you are. Since you're an enemy, I'll kill you all the same. Yi Fan shouted coldly. You have ambition. Yun Zhen nodded. His voice was low, calm and unhurried. Yi Fan discovered that these ancient tablets were very strange. They covered the heaven and earth and cut off the aura of this place. Their conversation was also concealed and didn't leak out. At this time, Yun Zhen's gaze was very strange. He stared at Chu Feng's body again and again, revealing a strange radiance that was somewhat terrifying. You were the most special when you attacked that day. You chased me endlessly. It seems like there's a reason. Yi Fan looked him in the eye, wanting to see through his soul. I've read through the Emperor of the Underworld scriptures and obtained many inspirations. I changed my identity because I changed my body and part of my primordial spirit. Now, I can no longer be considered a pure me. Yun Zhen laughed. No matter how you looked at it, it was a bit frightening. His snow-white teeth flickered with cold light, and his eyes flickered with silver light. What do you mean? Yi Fan asked. The two stopped fighting and confronted each other. The Tao laws and other things were accumulating, and an earth-shattering attack could erupt at any time. I went into seclusion during the legendary era. In the future, I encountered someone who was about to achieve the Tao. He was just as world-shaking as you when you crossed tribulation. He almost stepped into the imperial domain, and I replaced him. Yun Zhen said. His voice wasn't loud, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. However, it made others shiver in fear. It was actually this terrifying. He seized someone's natural luck. In that era, he sublimated to the extreme, suppressing that person from achieving the Tao and seizing that person's body. His primordial spirit also merged with that person, becoming the current him. You are a monster. You can say that. That person was digested by me, and the majority of the merged primordial spirit is mine. Yun Zhen said. This could also be considered a type of longevity method. It was just as strange as the Emperor of the Underworld's extreme rebirth, a bit sinister and terrifying. You're targeting me now? Correct. I feel like you can prolong my life. Back then, there were so many people present, so I could only continuously attack you. Now, it seems like I can stake my life on the line. You're not bad. Yun Zhen said. Do you think you can seize my body and merge with my primordial spirit? Yi Fan sneered. How would I know if I don't try? Either way, I won't be able to hold on for much longer. If I succeed, I'll have a new lease on life. If I fail, won't I just die? It's not that big of a deal. Yun Zhen said calmly. You predicted that I would come looking for you, so you've already made preparations? Yi Fan asked. Not really. I was quite hesitant inside. If you didn't force me, I might have stayed hidden for a period of time, waiting for you to try and become an emperor before coming to look for you. Yun Zhen said with a smile. He had lived for so long. Even though he hoped for longevity, he didn't fear death that much. He had experienced too much. Then it's better if you die today. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He attacked with all of his strength. Endless divine splendor erupted, releasing the most dazzling radiance. He stood in the divine forbidden domain, brandishing the heavenly emperor fist and rushing forward. His strength quickly increased, reaching a horrifying level. An imperial aura pervaded the air. Challenging a great emperor wasn't just for show. This place flourished with brilliance. Many monuments exploded, unable to endure this type of pressure any longer. However, the monument engravings remained undying, turning into natural laws, interweaving here. The most intense great battle erupted between the two. This battle shocked heaven and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. Everyone in the cosmos was shocked, but there wasn't a single creature that didn't tremble. The imperial aura was too terrifying. This type of battle was rarely seen since ancient times. The divine forbidden domain is the basic accomplishment of a great emperor. It isn't much, Yunzhen said. He similarly advanced to this domain, fighting against Yifan. Yifan displayed irregular scenes. The sun, moon, mountains, and rivers appeared around him. Immortal kings descended from the 9 heavens. All types of chaotic scenes appeared densely, interweaving into a chaotic world, about to swallow Yunzhen inside. They fought intensely. All of the imperial Tao laws formed from the monument engravings entered, shattered, turning into the most fundamental immortal light, rushing in all directions. Hurry up and sublimate. Otherwise, you won't have a chance, Yifan said. You don't need to worry about me. The most wonderful moment will come. Even though Yunzhen spoke like this, he didn't act carelessly at all. He used all of his methods, even his weapon being blasted out. The precious vase in Yunzhen's hand shone. The silver sea that was sucked in rushed out like endless immortal essence, containing the most powerful great Tao laws, aiming to kill Yifan. That was the sea of reincarnation, an extremely terrifying type of substance. Come. Yunzhen released a great roar, his entire body shining. He was summoning a type of miraculous thing that flew over from the northern Dipper star domain. That was a sparkling and translucent little lake. It rose from the shattered sacred cliff, quickly rushing into the heavens, and then entering the cosmos. Reincarnation Lake, could it be that the Underworld Emperor has appeared? No, it's that person fighting in the cosmos who is summoning it. He can't be the Underworld Emperor. At this moment, even the people in the life-restricted region were shocked. The little lake was sparkling and translucent. It entered the cosmos battlefield, and then merged with the reincarnation sea, immediately becoming different. It was as if it could reflect the past and present, making one lose themselves. This is something left behind by the Underworld Emperor during his transformation. I've seen his ancient scriptures before, so I'll borrow it today, Yunzhen said. Yifan was shocked. He had naturally seen this little lake before. Back then, the old madman and little Nan Nan had both stared blankly before this lake, and little Nan Nan had even seen a corner of the future because of it. The reincarnation lake was actually left behind by the Underworld Emperor. This was the first time Yifan had heard of this. There were 3 incomparably strange and mysterious things in this world: the reincarnation lake, the soul pond, and the flying immortal waterfall. In fact, they were all products left behind by supreme beings for the sake of longevity. Yifan had already seen 2 of them, but he didn't really understand their wondrous uses. The sparkling and translucent lake water fell into the sea, giving the entire sea a soul. It submerged Yifan, wanting to reflect his past and present lives. Enjoy it to your heart's content, Yunzhen said. Even he wouldn't immerse himself in this kind of thing, because it was too strange. It might reflect the future, but it might also cause all kinds of unexpected events. Even the Underworld Emperor abandoned it after his transformation. Kill! Yifan roared. He also didn't want to touch this kind of thing. Karma and the future were things that couldn't be explained clearly. He only believed in the present. He smashed out with his fist, wanting to completely shatter it. The great battle erupted, and they fought with no thought of personal safety. Yifan rushed about in the reincarnation sea, stirring up boundless waves. His phenomena fused into one, blocking this kind of thing, not letting a single drop of it come into contact with. Meanwhile, his arms spread out, his hands continuously forming seals. The tips of his fingers evolved the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the myriad heavens and realms. He was like a god, pushing these celestial bodies to move. Splitting the heavens and earth, Yifan used his supreme divine ability to open up small worlds here, one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were over 1,000 of them, and then they all exploded. Boom! 1,000 small worlds shattered, and the reincarnation sea was blasted dry. The water droplets rushed to all parts of the cosmos. Boom! Yunzhen held the immortal tear emerald bottle with both hands, aiming it at Yifan. That place erupted with the most resplendent light. It was the ultimate Emperor Dao laws, simply like the end of the world. The myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down. Tens of thousands of spirits appeared on the walls of the cauldron, and the inside of the cauldron was filled with primal chaos. It was like an immortal realm was suppressing over. Boom! Resplendent light burst forth, and terrifying Emperor Dao laws blasted out. This place was annihilated, and destruction became the main theme. Which one of the 9 great celestial beings are you? If you don't sublimate, you won't have a chance anymore. Yi Fan spoke. I'm afraid that once I sublimate and recreate the might of the past, I will shock many people. Some people will be afraid. Yun Zhen spoke, his eyes flashing. Kill! Yi Fan roared. And at this moment, Yun Zhen's aura changed. The space between his brows shone resplendently, and his entire body shone. He began to change to the extreme, wanting to recreate the might of the past, and his true identity was about to surface. The aura of a supreme being's sublimation spread, immediately becoming many times more terrifying. Yi Fan's eyes erupted with light. This was the moment. He quickly activated the cauldron, frantically increasing his own strength. When an ancient supreme being severed his own blade, if he wanted to recover to his peak, he had to sublimate himself to the extreme. During this process, there was a flaw that could be overlooked that would appear. This was something Yi Fan had always been pondering over. Recently, he had been bitterly thinking and deducing. That opportunity was hard to grasp, but it wasn't impossible to seize. It was theoretically feasible. Over the years, while he was comprehending the Tao, he had practically exhausted all of his mental and physical strength. In the 100 years that had passed, in that state of comprehension that felt like 10,000 years, he had been constantly deducing and spending endless effort just to thoroughly study that fighter jet. Today, ever since the battle began, he had always been preparing. He stood in the divine restricted domain, operating the all-secret, calmly waiting. The instant the opportunity appeared, his attack power increased tenfold, Emperor Dao laws surging. This heaven and earth seemed like it was going to collapse, not becoming a world, not becoming a cosmos. It first turned into a black hole, and then into a land of primal chaos. Terrifying auras flowed about, natural laws destroying the world. Yi Fan took action ruthlessly, striking towards the person in front of him. It immediately became 10 times more terrifying. Roar, a dragon roar sounded. A green true dragon flew out from the cauldron wall, massive and ferocious. Its enormous body coiled about the cosmos, rushing towards the immortal tears, green gold bottle, and Yun General. Meanwhile, this was only one corner. All types of deities in immortal domain appeared. Endless radiance filled the cosmos. There was an immortal phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens, a fierce tiger pouncing on the starry river, as well as a black tortoise surging in the cosmos sea. Immortal spirits were endless, appearing one after another, colliding with the resplendent radiance in front of them. The most terrifying energy storm erupted, the entire great cosmos trembling. Ah! Yun Zhen roared out. He knew that a weakness would appear in the instant of sublimation. When advancing at full force, his defensive power would drop to the lowest, not allowing others to interrupt him. However, he didn't believe that Yi Fan would notice it. However, now, his expression changed. Everything happened just too suddenly, coming this quickly. Yi Fan accurately seized this opening, throwing himself over like a desolate beast. Heaven and earth shook. The expressions of the supreme beings in the great restricted regions all changed. All spirits in the cauldron transformation immortal domain roared. The true dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, flying serpent, and others pounced over to tear him apart. Meanwhile, at the very center was Yi Fan's original body. He turned into a celestial emperor, surrounded by an azure dragon and set off by a divine phoenix. He was tall and imposing, impossible to look up to as he slaughtered over domineeringly just like that. These original attacks' power were overlaid tenfold. This was an extreme attack. Everyone was shocked, including the unmatched existences in the life-restricted region. Boom, a peerless collision erupted. The myriad chi cauldron and the immortal tear green golden bottle collided, annihilating space-time. The celestial domain collided with the great Tao divine bottle. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's fist smashed into Yun Zhen's body. This was simply a fatal blow. In this fleeting moment, Yi Fan seized the opportunity. Yun Zhen roared in rage and was flung through the air. The bones in his chest broke as blood splattered everywhere. Also, the center of his brows was grazed by another emperor's fist, shattering his skull. That sublimated primordial spirit felt like it was doused with oil, burning fiercely. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yun Zhen was killed just like that? Even his primordial spirit was ignited. Boom, the heavens and earth trembled as the starry sky trembled. Yi Fan's ultimate attacks were unleashed one after another. It was impossible for him to stop just like that. This was merely the beginning. He soared through the air like a shooting star, swift and violent. With a lift of his hand, the wind and clouds changed, the colors of the universe changed. His right hand transformed into the Grand Sovereign Sword while his left hand transformed into the Void Mirror. Yi Fan's right hand chopped down with indomitable might. The great dragon blade slashed apart the universe, almost cleaving Yun Zhen's body into two as a mist of blood erupted. The Void Mirror in Yi Fan's left hand soared through the air. The mirror light was like divine light, shining on Yun Zhen's immortal foundation, wanting to cripple his primordial spirit and turn it into ashes. At the same time, he executed the 8 steps Tao annihilation divine art he created. Every time his foot landed, 1,000 minor worlds would be created, colliding together and exploding. Primal chaos gushed forth as immortal light flashed. There was nothing more resplendent than this in the world. Yi Fan seized the initiative and showed no mercy. His attacks rained down on Yun Zhen one after another. A manifestation appeared. This time around, it wasn't a heavenly emperor's body but a small world of primal chaos, wanting to trap Yun Zhen within and grind him to pieces. Die. Yi Fan had completely gone crazy. He unleashed his manifestation and opened his heavenly immortal eyes, shooting out beams of auspicious light that slashed at Yun Zhen's primordial spirit. Yun Zhen suffered a heavy blow. Even though he had an emperor's body, his body was still badly mutilated as his blood dyed the sky red. But one couldn't help but say that an emperor's body was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as a grand completion Saint Physique with unparalleled physical attack still wasn't able to completely destroy Yun General because an emperor's body possessed an incomparable regenerative ability. His chest that was pierced through and his forehead that was shattered would automatically heal as immortal light shone in all directions. Yi Fan held madly, unleashing all sorts of secret arts. His magical energy was boundless, all of them used on his opponent's body. There was no attack more tyrannical than this. Yun Zhen suffered a calamity, undergoing a transformation. He was in the most dangerous situation, causing his primordial spirit to seethe, wanting to make the final leap. Yet at this instant, so many unexpected things actually happened. Boom! Yi Fan's attacks became even more violent, displaying unrivaled divine might. He smashed his opponent's body into pieces, causing blood to splatter everywhere. There was even a fist-sized hole in his opponent's head. However, Yun Zhen reformed again. Everything happened in an instant, so fast that no one could react. Because this type of opportunity was fleeting in the blink of an eye, it was just a tiny dot in the midst of time fragments. Even for experts of this level, it was extremely difficult to catch it. Ah, Yun Zhen cried out loudly. His already tattered body flew out, breaking free from Yi Fan's vision. His flesh and primordial spirit burned as he tore apart the universe to escape the pursuit. He suffered a great loss in the first round, but in the end, he was able to break free from the rhythm of the battle. At this moment, the world was silent. Yun Zhen stood there covered in blood, but he didn't erupt in anger or roar. His expression was as cold as a glacier as he restored himself to the calmest state. Everyone in the cosmos was shocked. The scene just now was too terrifying. Yi Fan actually suppressed an Emperor Dao expert and beat him up, almost destroying the other party, shattering his flesh and cutting apart his primordial spirit. This result was too terrifying, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Even the existences in the Big Dipper restricted zone were silent. Each and every one of them stared at this place through the eternal void, wanting to find out the truth. The process of the battle just now was a wake-up call for them. They really couldn't be careless. In the process of extreme sublimation, such a small flaw could actually bring about a fatal disaster. Everyone sank into contemplation. This flaw must be plugged, otherwise, it would be too unjust to be killed like this. Just a little bit more and he would have beaten an Emperor Realm ancient deity to death. Yes, he's about to succeed. It's too terrifying. He's suppressing a Supreme Emperor Dao expert. His great perfection Saint physique is no joke after all. At this moment, the clouds moved in all directions. Everyone was stunned. This result was too shocking. Yun Zhen almost suffered a great calamity earlier. I've underestimated you. You are ruthless and strong enough, grasping the opportunity very accurately. Sadly, you were still lacking by a little bit. Yun Zhen spoke, his tone as cold as ice. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's take it slow. Yi Fan calmly spoke. Yun Zhen's recovery speed was astonishing. This was an unrivaled emperor physique. He didn't need to do anything intentionally and the injuries he suffered had already disappeared. His body glowed with a treasured light as he recovered. The flames of his primordial spirit towered up into the sky, not extinguished. This was done intentionally, wanting to sublimate to the extreme, wanting to make the final leap from immortal foundation. It wasn't like what many people guessed, that his primordial spirit was damaged and could no longer be preserved. Yun Zhen turned the immortal tear green gold bottle upside down, pouring out a drop of crystalline liquid that shone with 7-colored immortal light. This is the final drop of 9 revolutions immortal liquid. Yun Zhen sighed and swallowed it. Although he looked fine on the surface, his origin chi was still injured. The ultimate battle erupted. The two of them rushed together, fighting to the death, causing the boundless universe to tremble as fragments of time flew in all directions. In the following battle, Yi Fan acted several times to disturb Yun Zhen, causing him to fail in his sublimation. However, it was difficult for him to injure Yun Zhen like the first time. Yun Zhen was prepared and didn't give Qin Wendian a chance. The final hole was filled up. The final result was unavoidable. Yun Zhen succeeded in his sublimation. At this moment, the aura of the great Tao covered the sky, boundlessly resplendent, illuminating the entire universe. Yi Fan encountered the most terrifying battle in his life. He could only go all out. There was no path of retreat in this battle, he could only succeed. Without a doubt, the secret of all had been operating throughout the entire process. At this realm, the success rate of triggering it was extremely high, and it could last for a long time. This made Yi Fan strong to the peak of his life. He wasn't a true cultivator, and there were still flaws. However, when he went through the tribulation that day, he had probed more than half of his body. At this time, with the secret of all, his battle prowess increased tenfold, and he could fight against the ancient Emperor Yun Zhen. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and gods howled. This process was extremely tragic. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's body was shattered several times. He was beaten into a bloody mist by Yun Zhen, and his broken bones were like gravel. It was a tragic sight to behold. A true great emperor was unstoppable. Even though he was old, he was still invincible under the heavens. Yi Fan roared and fought back fiercely. He used all kinds of secret techniques, attacked with the fighting formula, and complemented by the power of the flying celestial. His battle prowess was increased tenfold, and he shattered his opponent several times. Every time Yi Fan's secret of all lost its effect, it was the most dangerous moment for him. Most of the tragic results of being torn into pieces by the emperor's body happened at this time, and it was extremely bloody. This battle was the most bitter one that Yi Fan had ever experienced. He fought fiercely for more than 10,000 moves, and he was on the verge of death on several occasions. Of course, his opponent was also in big trouble. He was shattered several times by Yi Fan, and even his soul was almost caught in his hands. He quickly escaped. What surprised Yi Fan was that his opponent was still using other people's secret techniques to conceal himself, and he didn't want to expose himself. In this bloody battle, Yi Fan deeply felt the terror of the great emperor. The divine physique could only be used to challenge the emperor, and strictly speaking, he would die in battle in the end. And he also understood the heaven-defying nature of the secret of all. It was the existence of this secret that allowed him to fight until now. It was the foundation of his powerful conquest against the ancient emperor. Otherwise, he might really be in danger. The venerable emperor's secret of all is indeed peerless, but it doesn't mean that he is invincible. Yun Zhen said. His whole body emitted a strange light, and the aura of the 9 secrets exploded. What? Yi Fan was shocked. The secret of all of the 9 secrets was created by the venerable emperor? No wonder it was so heaven-defying. The last of the 9 great celestial being changed his title to venerable emperor after his second reincarnation. Not many people in the world know about this, but as someone from the era of legends, how could I not know? Yun Zhen said coldly. His whole body emitted light, and a terrifying aura burst out. Divine patterns were imprinted all over the universe. Yi Fan immediately knew which secret it was. He was extremely shocked, and his expression was extremely solemn. I really don't want to be exposed, Yun Zhen said to himself. Among the 7 great forbidden areas, 2 ancient places exploded with terrifying auras. Light beams shocked the sky, and the universe shook. Terrifying sounds were heard. It's you, and you're still alive. I have a debt to settle with you. When I achieved enlightenment, it was you who came to steal my fortune. Who would have thought that you're still alive? The voice from the forbidden areas made all the powerful races in the universe tremble. Yun Zhen shone, and the space around him twisted. A strange power appeared around him, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Qi. An unimaginable fluctuation rushed over, exceeding the world's extreme speed. With a pu sound, Yi Fan exploded, blasted into pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere. That was actually Yun Hang's true body. His divine speed was unparalleled, and it was he who broke through the common sense of the universe. He was unparalleled in this world, affecting the stability of space and time. Just now, his speed was powerful to an incomprehensible level. The supreme beings in the great restricted regions all sucked in a cold breath of air. He was the celestial being who established the movement character secret, yet he was actually still alive. A streak of light rushed into the heavens from the restricted region. There were 2 individuals who recognized him, having a great grudge against him. Back then, when they were crossing tribulation to become emperors, they had suffered attacks. This person wanted to seize their Tao fruits. The unfettered celestial being was an ancient existence that moved unhindered throughout the age of legends. He was invincible and was known to be able to break through time and seek immortality. A figure like this should have died a long time ago, yet today, he appeared in his true body, leaving everyone shocked. They couldn't understand. Wasn't it rumored that he had long died in meditation? Although the 2 emperor pathmasters in the restricted area were furious, they did not come out. They were watching, hoping that Yi Fan and this person would perish together. The unfettered celestial being created the path's secret art, and it was unparalleled in the world. It was said that once one stepped into the domain of time, one could change the flow of time, recover one's youth, and increase one's lifespan. In the end, it was still proven that it could affect time, but it still couldn't change one's body. Yi Fan reconstructed his true body. He had a great accomplishment Saint physique and half of his body had entered the realm of achieving Tao. Naturally, his recovery ability was amazing. In addition, he had mastered the being character formula, so he could almost recover to his original state in a single thought. It's useless. Everything will be useless against my secret character of Xing. Not even the secret character of Jia and the secret character of Zhe will work. If you force me to reveal my true form, you will only be walking on a path of no return, Yun Zhen said. He was extremely confident in his divine law, and he didn't even take the divine skills of venerable sovereigns seriously. He looked down on the world, showing the arrogance and strength that a celestial being should have. Boom, Yun Zhen attacked once more, surpassing the speed of light. Time became chaotic, and it was impossible to see his figure. Pooh! Yi Fan's body exploded. Half of his body was blasted apart. He couldn't defend himself at all. That kind of speed was shocking. So powerful. Yi Fan sighed. He was truly impressed by the other party's profound mysteries. In this domain, the other party was definitely the number 1 since ancient times. No one could compare to him. Yi Fan's entire body glowed as he activated the secret art of travel to counter his opponent's secret technique. At the same time, with the enhancement of the secret art of all, his speed increased tenfold. When this happened, the universe collapsed, no longer stable, because there really was time power surging, seriously affected. Buzz. After an intense collision, Yi Fan was once again sent flying. A terrifying bloody hole appeared on his right shoulder, and the left half of his body had been turned into a bloody pulp. You want to fight me in my domain? Even if you have the all-secret character, it won't work. My Dao has reached a certain level, so I don't need any additional power. Yun Zhen said coldly. This was his method of becoming an emperor, so he had the qualifications to say this. No one was faster than him, and he was number one since ancient times. His research on the secret art of travel had long reached the heavens. Yi Fan didn't reply. Several secret techniques were activated at the same time, and the injuries on his body were all healed. His expression was incomparably serious as he walked forward step by step, confronting his opponent. However, in the following tens of clashes, Yi Fan's body was always covered in blood, and he suffered serious injuries again and again. He couldn't avoid his opponent's attacks at all. That kind of speed was incomparable, and no one in this world could evade it. If you can't, then you can. In this domain, all great emperors and celestial beings have to lower their heads to me, said Yun General. His hair was thick, and his silver pupils flowed with divine splendor. His sleeves fluttered, and he was indescribably aloof. In the past, he was called the unfettered celestial being, and there was naturally a reason for this. Because his speed was godly, others couldn't injure him, and it was rare for him to be in a difficult situation. Weng, the source energy of all things, appeared. Yi Fan protected himself with the cauldron, releasing strand after strand of source energy. There were even 10,000 spirits that appeared. The Kuan Pung, vermilion bird, heavenly dragon, and others circled around him, filling the cosmos and protecting him at the center. This cauldron isn't bad. If I merge it with my precious vase, it will become even more perfect. It won't be an issue for it to become an immortal artifact, said Yun General. He stared at the weapon above Yi Fan's head. Let's see if you have the life to take it. Yi Fan said. Yun Zhen laughed and said, the cauldron is mine, and even your flesh and primordial spirit are mine. When he finished speaking, his expression became extremely cold, and he had already sublimated to the extreme. After this battle, it would be difficult for him to make it through the endless years. Only by seizing Yi Fan's natural luck could he extend his life. Hong, the great battle continued. The unfettered celestial being was like a dragon rising and a phoenix descending, moving arrogantly. Every time he took action, he was extremely confident and at ease, but at the crucial moment, he would always vanish. It was just too fast. Every single strike of his was destructive. His speed reached the limit, and when divine force was released, the power was matchless. As expected, there was an unmatched power. This type of method made even the ancient supreme beings in the restricted regions feel incomparable restraining fear. Dang, he struck the cauldron several times, leaving behind streak after streak of finger imprints, almost piercing through the cauldron. If it wasn't for the fact that it was an all-life source energy cauldron, it would have definitely turned into dust. He relied on his incomparable divine speed to break through the defense of the all-life source energy, and then his attacks arrived in front of Yi Fan, almost making him suffer a disaster several times. Yi Fan increased his speed again, using the soldier's secret to restrict the unfettered celestial being. He used the fighting secret to attack, and the attainment secret to increase his speed. He used all of his power to fight a great battle against Yun General. This was an intense great collision rarely seen since ancient times. Yun Zhen sublimated, equivalent to a great emperor taking action. Yi Fan didn't die after fighting him for so long, proving just how powerful he was. Pfft, Yi Fan spat out blood once again as he was sent flying. This time, he was hit by the opponent's Emerald Aquarius bottle. Then, he was pressed down by the opponent's palm. His body split into pieces, and his saint blood splattered like rain. Do you think the more divine arts you know, the better? If you don't master them, you will never be able to touch the highest realm. Yun Zhen sneered, every cultivator who achieves Tao sublimates in an extreme realm, reaching the highest realm. It's not that learning more is good, it will only distract you, and in the end, you won't be able to learn anything. The unfettered celestial being said while attacking. He looked down at Yi Fan with a hint of ridicule. In this world, he was probably the only one who dared to criticize Yi Fan's gains and losses as if he was teaching a junior a lesson. You said it yourself, everyone's Tao is different. How do you know that my cultivation won't work? Yifan was unmoved, and his gaze became even more resolute. Boom, Yifan suddenly activated his phenomenon to fight against the unfettered celestial being. He wanted to pull his opponent into his own chaotic realm and dissolve the latter's speed attack. And it worked. The phenomenon expanded, making it difficult for Yun Zhen to enter. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and his speed was limited. Kill. Yifan's eyes burst with divine light as he punched forward with his celestial arch fist. He did not doubt his battle prowess, the only thing he was wary of was his opponent's speed. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally had to use all his methods and fight with all his might. Boom, then, a terrifying sound rang out. Yun Zhen disappeared from where he stood, and a strange light shot towards Yifan's head. Without a doubt, it was another godly speed, and this time, it was even more terrifying than before. Yifan immediately sank his cauldron and covered himself with it. Then, his entire body lit up, and a powerful aura burst out to block the attack. Clang, the cauldron shook, and cracks appeared all over it. Yifan attacked with his celestial arch fist and hit a ray of flowing light. Although it was dispersed, many wrinkles appeared on his fist as if it had aged a lot. This made him gasp. This was the power of time. His opponent had used the line's secret art to its limit and had indeed stepped into the realm of time to attack him. Yifan felt a headache coming on. He realized that his opponent's words were not without reason. When a secret art reached its limit, it would truly be invincible. There was no need for anything else. With a rumble, the unfettered celestial being spread his arms like an immortal phoenix spreading its wings or a divine ape jumping up and down. Boundless waves of Tao shot out, all of which contained the power of time. This was his trump card. Yifan understood that his opponent did not want to wait any longer. At this moment, he had launched his most terrifying attack. If he could not block it, it would truly end tragically. The line's secret art was so terrifying that no outsider could reach its limit. Since ancient times, only the unfettered celestial being could reach the acme of perfection and connect with immortals. Boom! Yifan shook the cauldron out. Tens of thousands of spirits danced in the air. Dragons, phoenixes, kunpangs, white tigers, and others covered the sky and earth, drowning the universe. Many great stars directly collapsed. However, at this moment, something horrifying happened. When the tens of thousands of spirits encountered those waves of Tao, they all silently aged. In the end, their flesh and blood dried up, turning into dried bones as they died of old age. In the universe, all the major races felt their scalps go numb. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? He could really control time. The unfettered celestial being was indeed terrifying. No wonder he was so conceited. Break! Shouted Yifan. He did not break any of the 9 secret arts and was still using them. At the same time, his right hand suddenly pulled and displayed the Wuxia secret art. He struck everything back to its original point and forcefully interrupted his opponent's technique. Boom! The unfettered celestial being staggered. Although the power of time did not completely dissipate, it was stagnant and almost interrupted. Yifan roared. His peerless attack power surged forward. Moreover, he reached out and grabbed an endless river of stars. Countless great stars smashed down like raindrops. Boom! The power of time was scattered and rushed in all directions. Many great stars exploded. You know quite a lot of secret arts, but you still can't stop this celestial being. Shouted Yun Zhen coldly. However, he was alarmed. Yifan had many secret arts, and all of them were very shocking. If he continued to evolve, he would definitely be a threat to him. He stood in the eternal body and displayed the Rho formula to the extreme. He attacked again, and this time, the power of time was even more majestic. He wanted to finish off Yifan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Yifan used more secret arts, but this time, the main secret art was different. It was imitating vicious myriad divine transformation art. It turned all mysteries into decay and effectively stopped the flow of time. The unfettered celestial being's power of time was disrupted, and it was not as smooth as before. Let's see what other tricks you have, shouted Yun Zhen. The two fought fiercely for another hour. Yifan was hit several times, and his body exploded. The power of time had caused great damage to him. If it wasn't for his peerless saint blood that quickly washed away the strange power, he might have died. The fierce battle reached the end. Yi Fan's entire body was burning. He used all of his secret arts, and the universe was boiling. The scriptures in his body were unceasing. All kinds of profound meanings were displayed, forming a sea of laws and secret arts. Even the vision was reflected in the sky. The unfettered celestial being's expression changed. He felt that something was wrong. As Yi Fan risked his life, even though his blood splashed and his body exploded from time to time, he didn't weaken. Instead, he was undergoing some kind of terrifying transformation. The laws around Yi Fan interweaved, and the scriptures formed dense runes. In addition to the vision, he seemed to be wrapped inside a cauldron. He was like a metamorphosed divine fetus. The 100 scriptures nurtured by the furnace. "You want to use me to transform? How dare you?" shouted Yun Zhen angrily. He finally understood the other party's Tao. This young enemy was too bold. His body had been shattered many times, and he could die at any time, but he still wanted to comprehend the Tao and break through in this kind of situation. The 100 scriptures nurtured by the furnace, all kinds of methods burst forth, and all kinds of immortal light fused. The area around Yi Fan became a land of primal chaos, and he became the one that was about to transcend. This was the path he wanted to open. At this time, boundless primal chaos immortal light danced and wrapped around him. At the end of the evolution, could it be that he's going to become a primal chaos body? Yun Zhen was shocked. He roared and rushed forward. Yun Zhen slaughtered his way through the cosmos, displaying the secret character of line to its extreme. His entire body was sparkling and resplendent, his feather clothes fluttering in the wind. He was like a war immortal that was going to hack apart the enemy in front of him. 10,000 methods curled up here, Tao ripples boundless. Yi Fan was wrapped up by the dazzling divine chains of order, making him look like a great cocoon. Divine splendor poured down like rain, light beams filling the sky. At this moment, the natural laws of heaven and earth turned into tangible chains. Multicolored lights shone brilliantly, 10 different colors appeared at the same time. Multicolored lights overflowed, dense mists pervading the air, appearing brilliant and illusory. These laws of order were like molten metal, flowing within the blazing radiance, wrapping around Yi Fan, forming a cauldron and furnace, nurturing him within. The unfettered celestial being attacked several times. Even though it made Yi Fan cough out large mouthfuls of blood, it didn't shatter him to pieces again. This made his expression change. On the contrary, Yi Fan, in a desperate counterattack, danced through the 9 heavens, all types of blazing divine chains shooting out, blasting Yun Zhen's body full of holes, causing him to explode once. "You truly surprised me, actually able to fight against me. If not for this poor Taoist's immortal shocking speed, this time, I really might have died under your hands," said Yun Zhen. He stopped, standing in the distance, watching Yi Fan in the cauldron. His eyes were indescribable, and then he took a deep breath of innate essence. Just this action alone made countless stellar rivers in the cosmos dim, all of them turning into immortal essence, entering his body. The great races of the cosmos were all overwhelmed with shock. At this cultivation realm, what they took in and spat out was the star domain's most fundamental essence. If they intentionally did this, it would truly be a great disaster. The unfettered celestial being extended his arms, continuously forming imprints, displaying secret techniques. This was a sublimation of the secret character of line, developing it to an incomprehensible level. One of his palms became sparkling and translucent. Then, with a violent shake, a magical imprint was formed, slapping towards Yi Fan's location. Qi. The divine light was dazzling, the auspicious brilliance astonishing. This was an astonishing streak of immortal light, flying out from his palm, directly entering the cauldron that resembled metal liquid, about to penetrate Yi Fan's body. Light of time. Not even the creatures in the life-restricted region could remain calm. A few cries of alarm sounded, clearly deeply shaken. This was a terrifying divine technique that could threaten them. This ray of light was not very thick, but it penetrated the liquid laws around Yi Fan and was about to hit his body. Anything that involved time was absolutely heaven-defying. It was impossible for Yi Fan to touch it with his physical body. This kind of power was too strange. If he made the slightest mistake, he would lose a great deal of his lifespan. No one could afford that. With a light shout, the myriad chi cauldron flew down and stopped in front of him. The beam of light hit the cauldron with a loud clang. The wall of the cauldron was damaged and a hole appeared. In addition, the entire cauldron underwent a strange change. There was now a type of mottled color, as if it had been submerged in dust for tens of thousands of years. Traces of time covered it densely, making one's hair stand on end. What would happen if this hit a person's body? Everyone was shocked. The 9 great celestial beings were terrifying as expected. Every single one of them had reached the pinnacle of their own domain. No one could compare to them, and they were already close to immortals. The unfettered celestial being operated the power of time like this wasn't easy for him either. This was a heaven-defying action. Time and the passage of time were taboo, and his own consumption wasn't small either. After adjusting his breathing, his eyes became incomparably cold. After a short period of peace, Yun Zhen roared loudly and suddenly went crazy. He was no longer as carefree and otherworldly as before. At this moment, he became an angry lion. His entire body shone resplendently as he attacked fiercely. From the tip of his finger, beam of light flew out one after another, turning into a blazing waterfall. It was as if a divine waterfall fell from the 9 heavens, and they all struck toward Yifan to destroy him. Light of time, every beam of light contained this kind of power. At this point in the battle, Yun Zhen used the forbidden divine ability. He didn't want to drag things out for too long, and he hoped to suppress Yifan in the shortest amount of time possible. Everywhere in the cosmos, it was deathly silent. Everyone was trembling. So much light of time danced about. Who could stop it? Yifan's expression had long changed. He activated the myriad energy cauldron and fiercely resisted. In just a short moment, more than 10 small holes appeared on his cauldron. It was extremely damaged, and the terrifying power of time densely covered it. It made the entire cauldron overflow with an ancient aura, as if it had been passed down from the primordial era. This was a bitter battle. During this time, Yifan spat out essence blood and turned into his own body. He used his blood body to die in place of his opponent several times. The existences in the forbidden region were all silent. Only after a long time did someone speak. The unfettered celestial being is terrifying indeed. He is worthy of being an expert from the legendary era. Even if we go out, we might suffer greatly. We might even die. Light of time, a heaven-defying taboo power. It is truly difficult to deal with. It can even kill an imperial Dao expert. This was the ancient emperor's evaluation of Yun Zhen's battle prowess. One could imagine how terrifying he was. At the same time, it also showed how powerful Yifan was. He had resisted until now and still hadn't died. Passively taking a beating wasn't Yifan's style. He unleashed all kinds of techniques and almost went berserk. Immortal essence flowed out from every pore of his body as he released laws. Strange phenomena, 9 secrets, flying immortal power, wuxia technique, celestial emperor fist. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a 1,000-armed ancient immortal. He fought until the heaven and earth shattered and returned to the primordial era. All kinds of light beams flew towards Yun. General murderous intent spread out and the primal chaos overflowed, drowning this place. Even though the unfettered celestial being possessed extreme speed, he was still hit several times by the divine laws that filled the sky. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood as cracks appeared all over his body. He was seriously injured. This was a bitter battle. Yifan risked his life and was prepared to drag Yun Zhen down with him. His indomitable will to fight made the unfettered celestial being shudder. The more the young man fought, the more courageous he became. His eyes shone brighter and brighter. The chaotic cauldron was a serious threat to Yun. General. The cauldron nurtured by the 100 scriptures actually began to refine Yun Zhen's light of time and gained defensive power. What kind of shocking change was this? When this happened, the unfettered celestial being's eyes widened. How was this possible? Nothing like this had ever happened since ancient times. Even if a venerable emperor came back to life, he could only suppress it with his absolute battle prowess. How could this be? Boom, the cauldron shone brightly. Yifan himself also felt this change. He discovered that all kinds of scriptures and techniques were beginning to fuse. Especially those secret techniques that could restrain the Xing character, such as the wuxia scripture, which absorbed the power of the cauldron and pushed some of the light beams of time back to their original point. The same was true for the omni-deity art, which diluted Yun Zhen's brilliant light rain. Yi Fan understood. The cauldron nurtured by the 100 scriptures was developing the secret of the chaotic body. It could absorb all kinds of Tao and refine them into a cauldron, turning them into its own divine laws and power. Boom, this place was shattered. The galaxy of the universe was smashed into star ruins. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head was riddled with holes, but his eyes were blazing. He formed the seal of time with his left hand and the seal of universe with his right. He did his best to draw upon the power of the universe. Another shocking change occurred. The power of time gathered in Yi Fan's left hand, and the power of space surged in his right. On one side was the unfettered celestial being, and on the other side was the shattered void. He moved the heavens and moved the earth, taking in all of these. The four directions were called the universe, and from ancient times until now, they were called the universe. Yi Fan formed the seal of universe with his right hand to swallow the shattered void, and his left hand formed the seal of universe to draw upon the power of time. He let the two fuse, turning them into the God Law cauldron outside his body. All kinds of techniques boiled, and this place became more and more dazzling. The sea of divine power surged into the sky. "Junior, how dare you use me?" Yun Zhen was furious. The power of time wasn't that useful anymore. A part of it was absorbed by the sticky God Law swamp outside Yi Fan's body. This was mainly due to the great effects of the wuxia technique, the omni-divine technique, and Yi Fan's seal of universe. They guided the God Law of time to join in, making this place seem like the creation of heaven and earth. All kinds of laws appeared, and the aura of primal chaos became denser and denser. In the end, the God Law cauldron outside Yi Fan's body actually began to transform into primal chaos, swallowing all kinds of techniques. The unfettered celestial being sucked in a breath of cold air. Was he really going to form the primal chaos body? He had speculated at the moment he saw it, and now it seemed to be true. Bewilderment came from the few. Restricted areas. The power of the bloodline of the primal chaos body was heaven-defying. Apart from the innate saint body, there was almost no one that could compare to it. Once it appeared, even the supreme beings would be afraid. All kinds of divine technique attacks were practically useless against it. It could swallow up the 8 desolates and contain all techniques in the universe, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the ancient supreme beings were no exception. The primal chaos body had appeared before in the legendary era. Before it had even achieved the Tao, it had already set off endless waves, shaking the world. Could it be that Yi Fan was really going to evolve into a primal chaos body? This was everyone's question. At this moment, they were incomparably shocked. The eyes of the ancient supreme beings in the restricted areas erupted with divine radiance. Yi Fan himself was also a bit puzzled. The furnace nurtured the 100 scriptures, so how did it transform to this step? He ultimately transcended in order to comprehend all methods. The primal chaos wasn't his Tao, so how could it be like this? Suddenly, he was a bit horrified. He felt that something wasn't right. Not only did the 10,000 techniques merge and slowly turn into a primal chaos cauldron, even he himself was about to return to nothingness and turn back into primal chaos. This isn't my method. It wants to turn me into a part of the laws of heaven and earth. This isn't my Tao. He woke up with a start. His Tao was to transcend, to go against the flow and break free from the shackles of the entire universe. Ever since the immortal 3 severs of the Tao, this was already destined. The primal chaos wasn't his Tao. This was to make him return to this world and refine him into a part of the cosmos. I have to break free and transform from the extreme of the primal chaos. Otherwise, I'll destroy myself on this path sooner or later. Yi Fan came to a realization. However, right now, he had to walk on this path and walk towards the primal chaos. He still hadn't reached the extreme of the path yet. This was a difficult immortal path. He could fall at every turn, and the slightest mistake would consign him to eternal damnation. Yi Fan's heart gradually calmed down. This was something that needed a long period of time to consider. He wasn't that anxious right now. He could draw closer to the primal chaos and walk towards it. Right now, this kind of dangerous transformation was the most effective method to deal with the unfettered celestial being. He held the immortal tear's green-gold vase in his hand and supported his own method. Blazing beams of light shot out one after another, drowning out Yi Fan. However, the effects were getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, an hour passed. The unfettered celestial being was getting anxious. He didn't think that this battle would last for so long. His extreme sublimation had consumed too much energy and he couldn't hold on for too long. At this time, he already couldn't gain the upper hand. The primal chaos furnace outside Yi Fan's body was becoming more and more solid. It absorbed the light of time and was difficult to completely destroy. Even though Yi Fan's body was covered in wounds within the swamp of laws, and he had suffered heavy injuries time and time again in the past hour, even exploding along with the cocoon of light several times, he still managed to hold on. Yi Fan began to counterattack. The unfettered celestial being's extreme speed was useless against him. The chances of injuring him were getting fewer and fewer. Everyone sighed. At this point in the battle, everyone knew that Yi Fan had reversed the situation. Yun Zhen wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer and would undoubtedly be defeated. What a pity, I'm getting old. Otherwise, even if the primal chaos body came, I would still kill it without hesitation. The unfettered celestial being sighed. He couldn't hold on any longer. It was difficult to maintain his extreme sublimation state and he was about to fall. Boom! Yi Fan rushed over with all methods. The primal chaos furnace trembled and smashed towards the unfettered celestial being. In this violent collision, Yun Zhen's body cracked and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he was sent flying. Chasing the Tao, chasing the immortals, asking the heavens if it can be. Eternal, the long river of time, appear. The unfettered celestial being roared and light flooded the universe. This was his final attack and the battle was about to end. End of chapter 1751. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.